Emerging from the edifice of the New York City government, Shinran could not help but mutter a stream of curses under his breath. Originally a quintessential Chinese individual, he had fallen afoul of a corrupt official entwined with the underworld, leading to his abduction, incapacitation, and subsequent casting into the molten furnace of a steel mill. Yet, against all odds, he did not perish instead. He found himself transported into the Marvel Universe, specifically within the timeline of Captain America. In a world rife with conflict and societal upheaval, Shinran felt utterly lost. Just as despair began to envelop him, the X-system within him awakened, bestowing upon him a fragment of Magneto's powers, the ability to manipulate the state of metallic substances within a 5-meter radius. The system also issued its inaugural task to assist Steve Rogers, who was being assaulted by a hulking white brute before Bucky could intervene. Upon completion of this mission, Shinran's Magneto abilities reached a fusion level of 5%, eliminating the constraints on controlling metallic states. He was generously rewarded with a spatial ring, a ton of gold, and blueprints for crafting a Desert Eagle. The system elaborated on Magneto's powers, stating that as the fusion level increased, Shinran would gain greater strength. Abilities such as magnetic fields, magnetic flight, electromagnetic vision, super reflexes, enhanced physique, and superhuman strength awaited him. In essence, by fulfilling the system's tasks and enhancing the fusion progress of Magneto's powers, Shinran would steadily grow more formidable. Once the fusion reached 100%, he would possess the capability to obliterate multiple planets with a mere gesture and even annihilate the 6 Infinity Stones with his own might. This explanation nearly overwhelmed Shinran with excitement. The thought of annihilating planets and wielding the power to destroy the Infinity Stones was beyond his wildest imaginings. The system's bountiful rewards, particularly the ton of gold, presented an enticing prospect for Shinran's current situation. However, the ensuing complications regarding his identity left him in a quandary. Lacking identification, he was treated as an undocumented foreigner, relegated to a state of destitution where even basic sustenance was a challenge. With his survival at stake, the notion of completing any task seemed ludicrous. Consequently, each day, Shinran resorted to showcasing his modest metallic manipulation skills on the streets as a form of performance art. His astonishingly seamless acts garnered the admiration of passing Americans, leading to his first earnings in the Marvel world. The first order of business with his newfound wealth was to acquire identification from the New York City government. Initially, he presumed the process would be cost-effective. However, he was met with exorbitant demands from the municipal staff. Thus, in pursuit of a legitimate identity, Shinran relinquished all the hard-earned money he had accumulated over several weeks, culminating in the scene described at the beginning. With identification in hand, Shinran was no longer constrained in his movements and set out to find the pivotal figure for completing his mission. The future Captain America, Steve Rogers. Though New York was vast, locating him was not an insurmountable challenge. Recalling the narrative, Shinran dedicated several days to visiting various recruitment centers across New York. At last, he encountered Steve Rogers at one such center. In an effort to fulfill his task, Shinran curbed his impulse to approach and befriend Steve, opting instead to observe him from a distance. Despite his frail, malnourished appearance, Steve's eyes radiated an unwavering determination. After failing the military physical, Steve sought solace in a movie to alleviate his disheartenment. However, in the cinema, the delay in showing animated features, intended to promote the U.S. military, incited displeasure from a group of boisterous white men seated in the front row. Concerned for his country and driven by a sense of justice, Steve intervened with words of reproach, inadvertently drawing trouble upon himself. In the alley behind the cinema, he was struck down by one of the brutes, crashing against a metal barrel. Yet, true to his resilient character, Steve refused to yield easily. Rising once more, he seized the barrel lid to defend himself. The brutish assailant wrested it from him and delivered another punishing blow, sending Steve crashing to the ground. "You just won't give in, will you?" the assailant taunted. Steadying himself, Steve replied with unwavering resolve, "I could endure this for an entire day." At that moment, Shinran stepped from the shadows and boldly addressed the brute. "Hey, is it amusing to bully someone weaker than yourself?" The hulking man turned, momentarily releasing Steve, and roared at Shinron. Hey, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's just a damned yellow-skinned pig. Do you want me to stew you for dinner? I am your ancestor. Shinron provocatively retorted. Fuck, you're asking for it. The brute was incensed. Grabbing a nearby barrel, he hurled it at Shinron. With a calm smile, Shinron toyed with 2 steel balls in his hands. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. As the brute closed within 3 to 4 meters, Shinron unleashed the steel balls. With a resounding clang, the barrel slipped from the brute's grasp, crashing onto his head. The force of the impact sent the brute reeling, while the steel balls struck his knees, resulting in audible cracks of dislocation, before returning swiftly to Shinron's palm. The brute emitted a pig-like groan, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The entire sequence transpired in less than 10 seconds, leaving even Steve bewildered by Shinron's swift intervention. If you hadn't been foolish enough to wield a barrel as a weapon, perhaps you wouldn't have been struck, Shinron mused, observing the fallen brute. The limitations of his metal-controlling ability had originally prompted him to wait for a closer range to target vital areas. But the brute's choice of weaponry from 10 meters away had proven to be a self-inflicted disaster. Hey mate, well done. Thanks for saving him. Bucky arrived, eyeing the unconscious brute. Unexpectedly, Steve emerged from the shadows, his altruistic nature taking precedence. Buddy, you shouldn't have hurt him. He's unconscious now, and we can't just leave him. No, Steve, he can hit you, but you can't hit him back? Bucky replied, exasperated by Steve's moral dilemma. Gazing at the fallen brute, Steve appeared conflicted. Seeing this, Shinron laughed. Relax, guys, I'll be fine. He approached and yanked the brute's legs with force. With a series of cracks, the dislocated bones returned to their rightful positions, the pain jolting the brute back to consciousness. Fuck, what happened to my legs? You damned yellow pig. What have you done to me? You'll pay for this. I'll make sure you suffer. Bucky, known for his brevity, delivered a punch that sent the brute back into unconsciousness. All right, Steve, he's fine now, just unconscious. Let's go, Shinron reassured him. Steve, now at ease, turned to Shinron and said, Buddy, even without you, I could have beaten him, but I still appreciate your help. Shinron waved his hand dismissively, smiling that you're welcome. It is a tradition of our Chinese people to draw our swords in assistance when we encounter injustice on the road. No sooner had the words left my lips than the voice of the system echoed in my mind. Chapter 2. New mission ding. Host task completed. Magneto ability fusion level increased to 5. Rewards have been issued. Subsequently, a ring of unknown material appeared on Shinron's thumb. The ring was entirely a deep black, adorned with intricate, mysterious runes, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur. Wearing it felt as though it was a seamless extension of himself, devoid of any discomfort. Shinron distinctly sensed that within this ring lay a space of 50 cubic meters, which he could command through the utilization of Magneto's abilities. The 1 ton of gold was also stored within the ring in the form of gold bars. In comparison, the blueprints for the Desert Eagle appeared remarkably mundane next to the resplendent gold. With a mere thought, a 500-gram gold bar manifested in Shinron's hand, only to vanish back into the confines of the ring. Reveling in the sensation of being able to manipulate and control the metallic elements around him, Shinron felt elated. At long last, he possessed the means to safeguard himself in this perilous Marvel universe, along with considerable wealth. With a smile, Shinron addressed his companions. Gentlemen, our meeting is serendipitous. Shall we find a place to sit and enjoy a drink? Bucky chuckled. That sounds perfect. Thus, Shinron found himself entwined between Captain America and Bucky. Steve was aware that Bucky had successfully enlisted and was set to depart with the 107th Infantry Regiment the following day, leaving him feeling rather despondent. I should join as well, he murmured. Don't be disheartened, my friend. Perhaps we can try again together. Shinron's words of comfort touched Steve's heart. Consequently, he began to introduce himself and Bucky to Shinron. Steve learned that Shinron had recently arrived in New York and warmly invited him to visit. Bucky chimed in. Steve's place is a great spot, but remember, your rent must be up to par. Seeing Bucky immediately mention rent, Steve hastily declined. Come on, Bucky. Let's not talk about money among friends. Shinron chuckled. Even brothers must have clear accounts. Rent is essential. As the three engaged in drinks and conversation, They gradually grew more familiar with one another. Come on, guys. It's my last night before enlisting. Let me help you both get suited up. After finishing their drinks, Bucky invited Steve and Shinron to the Tomorrow World Expo that evening. According to the narrative, Howard Stark, Iron Man's father, would be present at the exposition. Sounds great, Bucky. I have no objections, Shinron readily agreed. Ding. A new mission is available for the host to accept. Accept. Mission objective. Invest in Stark Industries. Mission completion reward. Magneto ability fusion level increased to 10. Ability to control the form of metals. Rewards. Superhuman physique and super strength. This mission was neither particularly difficult nor exceedingly simple. Shinron already had a general strategy in mind. After accepting the task, he glanced at Steve and noticed that his enthusiasm was rather subdued. Come, my friend. This is my final night in New York. Are you truly not going to accompany me? That evening, Bucky arrived at the fair with two companions. Upon their arrival, a young lady called out Bucky's name from a distance, accompanied by another woman. Bucky turned to Steve and said, "Hey, buddy, this is your chance with your lady friend. The rest is up to you." With a mischievous grin, he glanced down at Steve's trousers. Then, turning back to Shinron, he added, "I sincerely apologize, Shinron. I had no idea I would encounter you today." Seeing Bucky's sheepish expression, Shinron chuckled, "It's perfectly fine, my friend." As the trio approached the two ladies, Bucky casually wrapped his arm around the waist of the woman who had called him. He then introduced Steve to the other lady. Shinron's thoughts were elsewhere. He greeted the two women and pointed toward the Stark Industries exhibit. "There seems to be a display over there. I think I shall take a look." "All right, buddy," Shinron replied as he made his way to the Stark Industries booth. There stood a striking red automobile, with several stunning American beauties flanking it. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Howard Stark." As the host's words echoed, Howard emerged from backstage in a sharp black suit, embracing the hostess and planting a kiss on her cheek. Given Stark Industries' immense fame in America, a crowd had already gathered around the exhibit, with Bucky and his companion among them. Shinron lingered in a corner, observing Howard's performance. "Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few short years, your automobiles will no longer need to touch the ground." With that proclamation, aided by several lovely assistants, he began to remove the tires from the red car on display. This action sparked curiosity among the audience, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Amidst the spectators' incredulous gazes, Howard skillfully manipulated the anti-gravity device's lever. Gradually, the car began to lift off the ground, leaving the audience in disbelief. Suddenly, a spark emitted from the anti-gravity device, accompanied by a crackling sound, and the car came crashing back down onto the display platform. "I did mention it would be a few more years, didn't I?" Howard quipped, attempting to smooth over the mishap. Despite the demonstration's failure, the audience remained captivated and rewarded Howard Stark with enthusiastic applause. As the Stark Industries exhibition concluded, the crowd began to disperse, to bid farewell to the soldiers soon to depart for battle. The U.S. Army Recruiting Center hosted a grand farewell dance at the fair. Bucky insisted on taking Steve there as well. Initially, he tried to persuade Shinron to join them, claiming that the farewell would be brimming with beautiful women, hoping to make amends for not having prepared a companion for him that evening. Shinron firmly declined, for his heart had already been captured by the pivotal figure capable of completing their mission, Howard Stark. Upon encountering Howard, who appeared somewhat disheartened while smoking backstage, Xin Ran approached him. "That is quite an impressive skill," Howard remarked, glancing at Xin Ran. "Thank you, my friend. No matter how remarkable, failure is still a possibility." Xin Ran sighed. "Did you not mention it would take a few more years? With your abilities, Howard Stark, surely you can overcome such trivial challenges?" Listening to Xin Ran's words, Howard's spirits lifted considerably. "Indeed, my friend, you are absolutely right." With an understanding of Howard Stark, their conversation grew increasingly congenial, almost leading them to forge a brotherly bond on the spot. Sensing the moment was ripe, Xin Ran spoke up. "Hey, Howard, there's something I wish to discuss with you." "Go ahead, Xin Ran. I'm all ears," Howard encouraged. After a brief pause, Xin Ran slowly began, "I wish to invest in Stark Industries." Howard discarded his cigarette, staring at Xin Ran in utter astonishment. "What?" Chapter 3. Discussing business with Howard, are you considering investing in Stark Industries? No, no, no. Why would you think that? It is utterly impossible for you. Observing Howard's astonished expression, Shinran chuckled. Impossible for me? Old Howard, why do you assert such a thing? Suddenly, an idea struck Shinran. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the manufacturing blueprint of the Desert Eagle from his spatial ring. Stark Industries, after all, was primarily a weapons manufacturer, and this particular handgun was a product anticipated to emerge 4 to 5 decades later. Thus, Shinran devised a plan to entice Howard Stark with this blueprint. Ever since the system rewarded him with the design, Shinran had kept it tucked away, never having taken the time to examine it closely. Now, holding it in his hands, he marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship. The paper possessed a texture reminiscent of mutton fat jade, and he could not discern its material composition. At the center lay a detailed illustration of the Desert Eagle, appearing almost lifelike. Surrounding it was a combination of text and images that elucidated the manufacturing process, the required materials, and the methods involved. Old Howard, take a look at this. I am confident it will persuade you to consider my investment, Shinran declared, presenting the blueprint to him. Howard, with a skeptical expression, accepted the design and glanced at it casually. However, that single glance ensnared him completely. Oh my God, Shinran. Did you design this? If this gun were to be manufactured, it would undoubtedly surpass all existing handguns in every conceivable aspect. Its power could even rival certain rifles. After scrutinizing the blueprint for a full 5 minutes, Howard expressed his incredulity. Old Howard, if you agree to my investment, this blueprint will be yours. I am convinced it will yield substantial value for you, Shinran remarked, noting the effect the blueprint had on Howard. To Shinran's surprise, Howard pondered for a moment before returning the blueprint to him. Shinran, although this gun is incredibly tempting and I am eager to see it come to fruition, you must understand, I am a businessman. Relying solely on this, I fear you may not qualify as a shareholder of Stark Industries. Shinran smiled knowingly, having grasped Howard's meaning. Unperturbed, he replied, the United States is at war, and there are numerous arms suppliers domestically. Stark Industries is no longer the sole leader in the field. Old Howard, in comparison to the technology of this gun, what you truly require at this moment is capital. Am I correct? Shinran's words struck a chord with Howard. You are right. Shinran, Stark Industries desperately needs funding. However, given Shinran's attire, he hardly appeared to be a man of wealth. Thus, Howard believed that investing in Stark Industries was entirely out of reach for him. Even with the advanced blueprint in hand, Howard remained skeptical of Shinran's financial capability to acquire shares in Stark Industries. Realizing this, Shinran was filled with enlightenment. After completing the first task of the system, although I had acquired some wealth, I had yet to procure a decent set of clothing for myself. Currently, I was still adorned in the attire I had worn while performing on the streets of New York a few days prior. It is no wonder that Howard was somewhat hesitant. I waved my hand dismissively, attempting to appear profound, and remarked, Old Howard, there is an adage in our homeland that states, one should not judge a person by their appearance, nor the vastness of the ocean by its surface. I then inquired, do you have any idea how many shares of Stark Industries could be purchased with 250 kilograms of gold at market value? After pondering for a moment, Howard responded, approximately 15%. Then I shall acquire 20% of Stark Industries at double the market price. What? Shinran, did I hear you correctly? Calm down, Howard. Let me finish. In addition, I will not interfere in the management of Stark Industries, nor will I seek to acquire additional shares to gain control over the company. Everything I say can be stipulated in the contract. As I laid out my terms, Howard's interest was piqued. Shinran, if you can indeed provide such a sum, this might prove to be a lucrative deal. Very well, I will visit Stark Industries tomorrow. Please inform your staff in advance. Do not leave me waiting without being able to see you. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, Shinran, that will not happen. Although Howard remained skeptical about my ability to raise such a considerable sum for the acquisition of shares, my earlier remark about not judging by appearances, along with my effortless presentation of impeccable firearm schematics, had altered his perception. He decided to give it a try. Old Howard, I entrust you with the manufacturing blueprint for the Desert Eagle. After all, I will soon be your shareholder. If you produce it, I stand to profit as well. Do I not? I returned the schematics that Howard had previously handed back to me, smiling as I did so. Seeing my generosity, Howard was all the more eager for our meeting the following day. Thank you, my brother. You are indeed correct. I will await you in the office at the building. Then it is settled. The reason I chose to approach Howard the next day was that 500 kilograms of gold, whether in quantity or volume, would draw too much attention. It would be impossible for me to extract such a large sum from my spatial ring in Howard's presence. After our discussion, I turned to seek out Steve and Bucky. As the plot unfolded, Steve halted before a wall adorned with numerous soldier portraits, with the foremost soldier's face represented by a small mirror. Standing on the platform before the wall, despite straining on tiptoes, Steve's reflection could not be seen in the mirror, which left him feeling quite disheartened. At that moment, Bucky approached and playfully nudged Steve, encouraging him to take a girl to dance. Subsequently, the two engaged in a dialogue in front of the wall. Their conversation happened to be overheard by Dr. Erskine, who subsequently formed a very favorable impression of Steve. Hey, Shinran, I was just about to look for you. I'm heading home now. Would you like to accompany me? Steve inquired as he noticed Shinran approaching. Of course. I certainly do not wish to continue sleeping on the streets, Shinran replied playfully. What? Not going dancing with your female companion? She teased. Steve turned to glance at the wall behind him. To be honest, Shinran, I am not interested in that at the moment. Subsequently, Shinran followed Steve to his residence in the Brooklyn neighborhood. The house was quite charming, a quaint 3-story building with a private yard, truly the abode of a cultured individual. Shinran, that room is now yours. I reside on the 2nd floor. Rest well, Steve said as he arranged accommodations for her before preparing to ascend the stairs. Hey, Steve. When New York calls for enlistment again in a few days, shall we try our luck and sign up together? Upon hearing Shinran broach the subject of military enlistment, Steve nodded with a smile. Of course, Shinran. I hope our aspirations come to fruition. Reflecting on his previous enlistment experiences, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. Do not worry, Steve. We Chinese have a saying, heaven does not forsake those who are diligent. After the dark willow comes the bright blossoms. Perhaps we will even find ourselves in the same unit. Oh, Shinran, although I do not grasp the meaning of your words, I still appreciate your comforting sentiments. I am not easily defeated. With that, Steve ascended the stairs to retire for the night. At long last, he would not have to sleep on the streets again. After Shinran finished her evening routine, she entered her room and gazed upon the spacious bed, reflecting on her fortune. She enjoyed a rejuvenating slumber, and the following morning, she set off for the Stark Tower located in the heart of Manhattan, New York City. Chapter 4. Investing in Stark. On the way to seek Howard, Shinran had made several preparations. First, he exchanged a gold bar for US dollars at a bank. Next, he visited a high-end clothing store to acquire a suitable outfit. Finally, he purchased a small truck and set off toward Stark Tower, with the 500 kilograms of gold naturally stored in the vehicle's cargo hold. Unaccustomed to the vehicles of this era, Shinran navigated the roads rather awkwardly, swerving and jolting along. After a while, he resorted to using his abilities to control the vehicle, reclining in the driver's seat as if the car were on autopilot. This approach not only conserved his energy, but also simplified the journey. Had it not been for his inclination towards discretion, he could have effortlessly levitated the vehicle, manifesting the very hovering cars Stark had spoken of. Although lacking a navigation system, Shinran quickly located his destination, the iconic Stark Tower in the heart of New York City. Upon disembarking, he strode towards the building. Hello, this is Stark Industries. How may I assist you? Before he could take more than a few steps, a security guard obstructed his path. I am Shinran, here to see your boss, Howard Stark. Do you have an appointment? The guard inquired. Shinran's face fell at the question. Did Howard not inform you that someone would be visiting today? Never mind. Could you please call him and let him know I'm here? The guard, noticing the young man's opulent attire and his direct mention of their boss, felt compelled to comply. After making the call, he hurried back, standing before Shinran with utmost respect. Mr. Shinran, please wait. Mr. Stark will be down shortly. Approximately 3 minutes later, Howard appeared, flanked by 2 beautiful secretaries. Hey, Shinran. It's you. I wouldn't have come down otherwise. The new secretaries were quite efficient, busy with office tasks, as you can imagine. He flashed a mischievous grin at Shinran. Old Howard, you certainly live the high life, having secretaries for work and leisure alike, Shinran teased. Oh, Shinran, that remark is simply brilliant. It feels tailor-made for me. Shinran rolled his eyes at Howard and gestured toward the parked truck. Old Howard, I've brought the money. Why don't you take a look? Howard's gaze fell upon the truck. Good heavens, you didn't actually bring me a truckload of gold, did you? As they approached the rear of the vehicle, Shinran activated his abilities, and the lock flew into his hand while the cargo door opened automatically. Oh, Shinran, you possess supernatural powers. How extraordinary. Though surprised by Shinran's display of abilities, Howard accepted it readily. After all, in the Marvel Universe, all manner of beings existed. Moreover, having participated in Dr. Erskine's research on the super soldier serum, Howard was well aware of the multitude of individuals with extraordinary capabilities. Gazing at the immense pile of gold before him, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight, Howard swallowed hard, taking a moment before finally uttering, Shinran, do not tell me that this gold was acquired through your supernatural powers by robbing Fort Knox. Fort Knox, one of the most secure locations on the planet, was established during Roosevelt's administration. Its security measures exceed the imagination, rivaling even those of the White House. At this juncture, Shinran's abilities had not yet reached a level sufficient to breach such a stronghold. The compartment was filled with gold bars, and even Howard, a multimillionaire, had never encountered so much gold at once. Old Ho, I lack the capability to rob Fort Knox. You know I am a citizen of Huagua. This gold represents my wealth from the East. You can use it with confidence. Upon hearing Shinran's explanation, Howard breathed a sigh of relief. My super tycoon, your gold poses no issue, thus I am also at ease. After stating this, Howard exchanged a few words with the beautiful secretary behind him, prompting the two secretaries to enter the building. Shortly thereafter, two attractive women clad in stark work attire emerged and proceeded to examine the gold in front of the two men. The results of the inspection left Howard exceedingly satisfied. In this era, gold proved far more useful than dollars, a tangible asset indeed. Subsequently, Howard beckoned to his subordinates, and the truck was driven away by the women. I say, Old Ho, do you have few male employees under your command? Shinran, aware of Howard's character, akin to his son Tony, noted the predominance of women in and out of the office, which opened her eyes to the peculiar joys of the wealthy. Ah, indeed there are. Though the female count is slightly higher, Howard replied with a sudden mischievous grin. Shall I arrange something for you? All right, I want to. Shinran responded without hesitation. Oh, Shinran, I never imagined we would be kindred spirits. Those two secretaries were quite impressive. How about I set something up for you tonight? Get lost. Who would want your leftovers? Shinran shot Howard a disdainful glance and retorted. After receiving the gold, Howard escorted Shinran to his office on the top floor of Stark Tower. He uncorked a long-preserved bottle of red wine for her to savor. Shinran, had I known you were so affluent and agreeable, I should have proposed 5 yesterday. Surely you would have doubled that to acquire 10 of my shares. He jested, clinking his glass with Shinran's. Oh, if you say so, perhaps I would indeed consider it. At the time, her sole focus had been on completing the task assigned by the system, and she had not given much thought to the matter. However, upon reflection, acquiring the shares would undoubtedly be advantageous for her. After all, it remained uncertain whether she could return to the real world and how long she might linger in the Marvel Universe. There were still numerous storylines in which she would need to engage. Tony Stark, as Howard's sole heir, had direct ties to the ensuing narratives. In this timeline, as the connection to Iron Man's father emerged, Shinran felt a surge of anticipation for the unfolding narrative. Upon hearing Shinran's response, Howard's countenance darkened, and with a tone of feigned grievance, he lamented, Shinran, I believe I have regretted my decision. Might it be possible to alter your shareholding to 10%? To the shameless Howard, Shinran retorted with a single word, scram. Subsequently, Howard instructed his lawyer to draft a contract, transferring 20% of Stark Industries' original shares to Shinran. This contract would remain perpetually binding. After savoring his wine, Shinran inscribed his name and affixed his fingerprint to the document. Once all was completed, He casually discarded the contract into his spatial ring. Oh my goodness, Shinron, where did the contract go? How did you accomplish that? Howard exclaimed, astonished at the sudden disappearance of the contract. Shinron revealed no secrets, merely displaying the ring on his thumb. It has been stored within here. This is a form of spatial technology, is it not? Could I possibly study it? Howard inquired. That might prove difficult, old Howard. To be candid, even if I were to gift you this ring, it would be of no use to you. Detached from me, it would merely be an ordinary ring. Shinron's words extinguished any budding hopes in Howard's mind. It seems this is your unique ability. You could interpret it that way. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in Shinron's mind. The system's reward had arrived. Chapter 5. The Carnival Challenge. Ding. Post-task completed. Magneto's ability fusion degree increased to 10. Note: the increase refers to an enhancement from 5 to 10, signifying a 5 rise compared to the previous ability fusion level, not an addition of 10. I noticed many readers raised this question, so I wish to clarify for future readers. Super Physique and Super Strength are now merging. Ding. Fusion successful. Shinron now possesses the power not only to control the movement of surrounding metallic substances, but also to manipulate their forms. As long as Shinron desires, he can transform the metal into any shape his imagination conjures. This marks a complete acquisition of Eric's abilities from the X-Men series. Without the enhancements from Apocalypse, feeling the rewards of the system's super physique and strength, Shinron is eager to challenge the Hulk to an arm wrestling match. Shinron, I returned yesterday and toiled until late into the night, successfully crafting a Desert Eagle. Would you care to join me for a look? Shinron was taken aback by Howard's rapid progress. Of course. Soon, Howard led Shinron to his laboratory. Grasping the Desert Eagle, he fired a shot at the target on the opposite wall. With a resounding bang, the target was punctured, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Shinron, did you see that? The power of this gun is absolutely astounding. It is undoubtedly the most formidable handgun in the world. Howard fired several more rounds, and once the bullets were expended, he toyed with the weapon in his hand. When conditions are ripe, I shall commence mass production. I am confident this gun will dominate the military-industrial market. Howard appeared exhilarated. By the way, Shinron, what is your supernatural ability? May I witness it? Upon hearing Howard's inquiry, Shinron chuckled. Why not shoot me with it and see? Did I hear that correctly, Shinron? You want me to shoot you with the Desert Eagle? Yes, go ahead. Howard paused for 2 seconds, then picked up a magazine filled with bullets. He pulled the trigger, firing a shot at Shinron. After the gunshot rang out, Shinron casually patted the spot where he was hit and remarked, "This Desert Eagle packs quite a punch. It feels rather impactful upon impact. Old Howard, you owe me a new shirt." At that moment, Howard looked as if he had seen a ghost. Oh my God, Shinron, are you even human? Is this your supernatural ability? Have you transformed into King Kong? Howard's quick thinking left Shinron momentarily speechless. How did he connect himself to King Kong? Isn't King Kong simply a giant gorilla? King Kong. This is called a super physique. But Shinron, I saw you controlling chains and the compartment downstairs. Then shoot me again. This time, Howard did not hesitate, raising his hand to fire once more. With a loud bang, the bullet shot from the Desert Eagle suspended in midair, surrounded by visible waves of heat. This is the extraordinary effect of Shinron forcibly controlling a bullet shot at high speed. With a swift whoosh, the bullet, suspended in midair, suddenly shot forth, striking the target on the wall with precision. The force was even greater than that of a Desert Eagle. Is this telekinesis? Howard's voice trembled slightly. Telekinesis? One could certainly interpret it that way. This is simply marvelous. After testing the firearm, the two returned to the office. Old Howard, I am preparing to enlist, Shinron declared. Just as Howard took a sip from his glass, he nearly spat it out at Shinron's words. Are you joking, my friend? You are a magnate, a major shareholder of Stark Industries, and yet you wish to join the military? Howard expressed disbelief. Shinron savored a sip of red wine, remarking, as your friend and a shareholder, my enlistment is merely a notification for you. The rest is none of your concern. However, there is indeed one matter in which I require your assistance. Upon hearing that Shinron needed help, Howard chuckled. My friend, just say it outright. There is no need for circumlocution with me. I have a friend named Steve Rogers from Brooklyn. If all goes as expected, he will surely be selected for service by Erskine. Erskine is also an acquaintance of yours, and I hope you can leverage your connections to assign me to his unit. I believe this should be a trivial matter for you." Howard hesitated, as if wanting to inquire further, but ultimately refrained. "No problem, Shinron, leave it to me." After everything was agreed upon, Howard, in celebration of Shinron becoming a major shareholder of Stark Industries, organized a grand revelry in his honor. Such affairs were second nature for Howard, a super-rich playboy, and he executed them with flair, winning hearts effortlessly. That evening, besides Howard and Shinron, the party was filled with women. A sleepless night passed. In the morning, Shinron felt remarkably refreshed. He changed into one of Howard's suits, which fit rather well due to their similar builds. Noticing that Howard was still asleep, Shinron briefed his secretary. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with her gaze. Did he inadvertently leave the door open last night? And did she overhear? Did she also wish for? Shinron shook his head, daring not to dwell further. He feared that if he continued to think along those lines, he would end up taking the secretary. No, alone. Back to catch some more sleep. Before leaving, Shinron also took one of Howard's luxury sports cars. After a while, Howard Stark awoke. Exiting his bedroom, he noticed Shinron's door was still closed, a knowing smile creeping onto his face as he murmured, "This guy seems to have no intention of getting up." Upon seeing Howard, the beautiful secretary approached to report, "Boss, Mr. Xin has just left. He took your red sports car with him." "What? That car is my favorite. Why didn't you offer him another one?" Little did he know that the female secretary did not respond to him, but continued, "Last night, Mr. Xin was quite the force to be reckoned with, much like our boss, leaving the door wide open and not finishing until around 4 in the morning." "How do you know?" he inquired. "I was listening from the next room," she replied, a playful smile gracing her lips. "It seems Mr. Xin is far more formidable than our boss." As she spoke, the beautiful secretary covered her mouth and laughed, her expression one of delightful shyness. "How dare you mock your superior? Just wait until I deal with you," Howard exclaimed as he hoisted the female secretary onto his shoulder and returned to indulge in some much-needed rest. Chapter 6. Enlistment Training. "My friend, your car looks magnificent." "Truly eye-catching," Steve remarked as he exercised in the yard, preparing for the upcoming draft. Upon seeing Shinron return in a sleek red sports car, he casually complimented, "If you wish to drive it, feel free to come and take the keys." After exchanging a few words, the two returned to their respective activities. Steve refrained from inquiring about Shinron's absence the previous night. After all, freedom is highly valued in America, and Shinron was merely his friend and tenant. More than a week later, a new round of drafting commenced in New York. Shinron drove Steve to the enlistment center. Initially, Steve intended to drive, but his diminutive stature rendered him unable to reach the accelerator while his line of sight was obstructed by the dashboard. Upon arrival, Shinron successfully passed the physical examination, and his enlistment file was stamped with the prestigious 1A seal, the highest rating in the U.S. military enlistment evaluation. In a separate booth, after responding to a few questions posed by Dr. Erskine, Steve too received the coveted 1A stamp. This instilled hope in Steve and filled him with gratitude towards Dr. Abraham Erskine. Remarkably, the transition from draft to enlistment took merely 3 days. Thanks to Howard Stark's behind-the-scenes maneuvering, Shinron and Steve were assigned to the same unit, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, which later evolved into the Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Agency, and eventually became widely recognized as S.H.I.E.L.D. On the first day of enlistment training, Shinron encountered one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Carter, who, alongside Howard Stark, facilitated Shinron's placement in this unit. At first glance, her military uniform accentuated her alluring figure. However, upon closer inspection, her makeup appeared excessively bold, and her facial features were somewhat angular. When Carter effortlessly felled their most robust and boisterous member, Gilmore Hodge, with a single punch, Steve felt a flicker of admiration for the instructor before him. The small team of Shinron and Steve comprised only a dozen individuals. Yet Shinron understood that the ultimate candidates for the super soldier program would be selected from among them. At that moment, a voice echoed in Shinron's mind. Ding! A new mission is available for the host to accept. Mission details: acquire the super soldier serum. Completion reward: Magneto's ability fusion rate increased to 15. Gain electromagnetic induction capability. Reward: perfect super soldier serum, eligible for direct injection. What is electromagnetic induction capability? Shinron pondered, somewhat perplexed by the notion. The host can sense objects based on the surrounding magnetic fields. Can it sense everything? Shinron continued to inquire. As long as there is a magnetic field or electromagnetic presence, it can be sensed. The host must understand that electromagnetic force, as the fundamental power of the universe, is truly omnipresent. With clarity dawning upon him, Shinron felt elated by the prospect of the mission and its rewards. Although he had acquired a superhuman physique and extraordinary strength, rendering him nearly impervious to aging and illness, Shinron still yearned to experience the potency of the super soldier serum. Who, after all, could resist the allure of such a serum after watching that film? Otherwise, given Shinron's current status as a major shareholder of Stark Industries, he would not have accompanied Steve into military service. The mission issued by the system aligned perfectly with Shinron's desires. After Colonel Phillips concluded his speech, training commenced in earnest. Leveraging his formidable physique and strength, along with the occasional use of Magneto's abilities as a means of advantage, Shinron swiftly emerged as the most proficient member of their squad. In stark contrast, the frail and diminutive Steve often found himself the target of ridicule and bullying from his peers, yet Shinron stood as his protector. Hodgins, who ranked just behind Shinron in training performance, harbored resentment towards him, as he held a deep-seated disdain for Shinron, viewing him as an inferior foreigner due to his yellow skin. He often mocked Steve's physique and Shinron's complexion. During a training exercise requiring the team to crawl through a barbed wire obstacle, Shinron easily completed the task, knowing that, while the barbed wire might tear his clothing, it could not harm his body. However, misfortune befell Steve, who was the last to attempt the obstacle. After Hodgins cleared the barbed wire, he carelessly kicked a wooden post, causing the barbed wire to fall upon Steve, ensnaring him. It was not yet the opportune moment to reveal his abilities, so Shinron subtly manipulated the wire, ensuring it barely grazed Steve's body to prevent further injury. He then summoned several soldiers to extricate Steve from the entanglement. Although Shinron acted swiftly, Steve's uniform was still shredded by the wire, leaving visible wounds on his back. Glaring at Hodgins, who stood by, relishing the spectacle, Shinron approached and demanded, "Are you seeking trouble?" Hodgins, towering over Shinron, dismissed his words with disdain, retorting, "You yellow-skinned pig, foul little man, get out of my way. Even if you excel in training, you will still be punished by my fists." In response to Hodgins' taunts, Shinron channeled the stoic demeanor of Bucky and the verbose bravado of Pelicat, delivering a punch directly to Hodgins' face. Had Shinron not moderated his strength, that blow could have been devastating. As Hodgins collapsed, Shinron placed his foot on Hodgins' face, sneering, "Come on, get up and hit me. Show me how you would strike." Beneath his foot, Hodgins roared in fury, yet no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Shinron's dominance. "If you refrain from provoking trouble, you shall know peace." Is that too much to ask? Just as Shinron prepared to impart a lesson in humility, a commanding voice rang out from behind. "Soldier, what are you doing?" As Shinron turned around, he beheld Peggy Carter, Phillips, and Dr. Erskine approaching them. He then lifted his foot and released Hodge. "Everyone assemble," Carter commanded. "That new recruit." Phillips pointed at Shinron, exclaiming, "If you have no reasonable explanation for assaulting a comrade within the barracks, pack your belongings and leave at once." Phillips stepped forward, fixing a fierce glare upon Shinron. Hodge, not only ruthless but also physically imposing, was considered by Phillips to be an excellent candidate for military service, possessing great potential. In Phillips' eyes, Hodge was the ideal choice for administering the super soldier serum, and he held high hopes for him. Therefore, when he witnessed Hodge being pinned to the ground by Shinron, he was filled with immense fury. "Report, sir, this is not Shinron's fault." At that moment, Steve stepped forward. Addressing Phillips. Chapter 7. The power of capital. Phillips felt an increasing disdain as he witnessed Steve standing up for Sinan. He simply could not fathom why Dr. Erskine had chosen such a physically frail individual, seemingly incapable of even the slightest exertion. Moreover, his performance in training was far from satisfactory. Silence. This is not your place to speak, Phillips retorted, incredulous at the audacity of Steve's defense. Hodgins maliciously damaged training equipment, resulting in injuries to fellow soldiers. How do you account for that? Listening to Sinan's words, Phillips shook his head dismissively. New recruit, tell me, who got injured? Which training equipment was damaged? Sir, it was I. Steve revealed the visible wounds on his back. Yet, to Phillips's dismay, he turned a blind eye, adopting a confrontational stance. Injuries during training are commonplace. The training dummies are simply aging, and Hodgins cannot be held accountable. Your reasoning is insufficient, recruit. Sinan scoffed. Colonel Phillips, you have performed admirably. I have now changed my mind. I shall sue you and Gilmore Hodgins on charges of racial discrimination and violation of military regulations. The mention of racial discrimination elicited a scornful reaction from Phillips. In America, aside from politicians making symbolic speeches against racism, where in society does one not encounter it? As for military regulations, were they not dictated by the military itself? In this arena, Phillips was the ultimate authority. Regulations were of little consequence to him. And you, boy? Who do you think you are? What power do you possess? On what grounds do you presume to sue me and my soldiers? Stepping forward, Sinan fixed a fierce gaze upon Phillips. What power? On what grounds? I am a major shareholder of Stark Industries. Colonel Phillips, do you believe Stark Industries' legal team lacks the capacity to challenge you? Phillips was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Dr. Erskine. The doctor, an old acquaintance of Howard Stark, had some awareness of Sinan's status as a shareholder. He nodded at Phillips, affirming the truth of Sinan's claims. At that moment, Phillips found himself at a loss for words. His mind racing. If Sinan had simply been an ordinary Asian soldier, casting him out would have been a straightforward matter, easily justified by the charge of assaulting a fellow soldier. However, he had not anticipated that this Asian soldier was a major shareholder of Stark Industries, a wealthy individual. Stark Industries, a principal supplier of armaments to the military. Even with his rank as a colonel, Phillips could not afford to disregard such formidable capital. Hodgins, confirm the truth of Sinan's claims. I implore you, do not deceive me. The consequences could be dire. With no other recourse, Phillips reluctantly seized upon Hodgins as a means of escape. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hodgins understood that Sinan was not someone to be trifled with. In the face of capital, the courts would hardly favor him, let alone the fact that Sinan was a figure of substantial wealth. Report, sir, it was my mistake. Sinan is indeed correct. Upon hearing Hodge's words, Phillips turned pale with rage and bellowed, Private Hodge, the 50-kilometer weighted run commences now. If you fail to complete it, you shall forego your meals today. With that, Hodge, steeling himself, departed from the ranks to undertake his burdensome journey. Although Phillips harbored a strong desire to expel this Asian from the military camp, he ultimately yielded to the influence of Shinran's stature. He could not dismiss the belief that Shinran possessed the capability to exploit racial discrimination to his advantage. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Shinran had the resources to sway major media outlets. Should matters escalate to such an extent, this colonel would have no choice but to relinquish his post and become a mere pawn of capital. Despite his awareness of Shinran's influence, Phillips, as a colonel, found it arduous to exhibit deference in front of so many recruits. He took a few steps forward and quietly murmured to Shinran, "Let us consider this matter settled. Allow me to owe you a favor, if you will." Shinran smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Relieved, Phillips retreated a step and called out, "Recruits, this matter is hereby resolved. Hodge has already been punished. For my sake, return to your ranks." Shinran afforded Phillips the courtesy he sought and rejoined the formation. "Everyone, continue your training," Phillips commanded before departing with Erskine. Unexpectedly, Carter approached Shinran and, standing beside him, whispered, "Are you free tonight? I would like to invite you for a drink." Witnessing this, Steve felt a pang of sorrow, his eyes dimming instantly. Shinran cast a glance at Steve that conveyed reassurance, signaling, "Do not worry, I shall not encroach upon your romantic interests." He then addressed Carter, saying, "I apologize, but I am allergic to alcohol." Taken aback by Shinran's outright rejection, Carter's demeanor darkened as she walked away. Confident in her physique and appearance, she had not anticipated such a firm dismissal from Shinran. Doubts crept into her mind regarding his orientation. Observing Shinran's loyalty, Steve's hope flickered back to life. In truth, Shinran held no interest in Carter. Her face was too angular, and her makeup overly pronounced. The following day, Carter sat in a military vehicle, leading the group in physical training. As the squad reached a flagpole, the male instructor announced, "This flag signifies that you have only completed half of your distance. The first to reach the flag shall ride with Agent Carter, so move swiftly." With that, all surged towards the flagpole, save for Shinran, who remained still. If he wished, he could easily uproot the flagpole with a mere finger or manipulate its form to bend before him. Furthermore, Shinran desired to continue running as a form of exercise. He had already covered several kilometers without breaking a sweat. Carter, seated in the vehicle, turned back with keen interest. The male instructor, observing that the group could barely ascend even half of the pole, exclaimed loudly, "Is this the extent of your capabilities? I fear this unit is doomed." The only one who exhibited a glimmer of hope, Hodges, managed to climb a significant portion but ultimately slid back down. For 17 years, no one had succeeded in claiming the flag. "Hurry, return, and form an orderly line." "Return," commanded the instructor, issuing a call for the troops to regroup. At that moment, the lagging Steve approached the flagpole, surveying it with intent. "Rogers, I demand you line up." The instructor's dissatisfaction with Steve's actions was palpable. He harbored little faith that the scrawny youth could retrieve the banner. Ignoring the instructor, Steve bent down, extracted the iron pin from the base of the pole, and subsequently, the flagpole came crashing down. He grasped the flag and presented it to the instructor, saying, "Thank you, sir," before, to the astonishment of all present, taking a seat in the back of the military vehicle. Steve's remarkable feat prompted Agent Carter to regard him with newfound respect. A fortnight later, Sinan encountered Colonel Phillips and Dr. Erskine once more. Chapter 8. A kickback. Surely, you cannot be genuinely considering Rogers? It is not a matter of consideration. I have resolved to select him, for it is a judicious choice. When you brought that asthmatic feline weighing 90 pounds into my unit, I did not object. I thought perhaps you merely regarded him as a test subject. I never envisioned you would choose him. Phillips vehemently disagreed with Dr. Erskine's selection. Observing the training of Steve, he remarked, "That child, with his slender arms and legs, looks as though he may burst into tears at any moment." Dr. Erskine retorted, "I prioritize quality over physique. Do you comprehend the amount of effort we have invested in this project? The energy expended? The time consumed? Are you aware of how difficult it is to persuade those insufferable members of Congress? I have humbled myself before them." Dr. Erskine appeared exasperated as he continued, "Yes, I understand. I am fully aware of your dedication. Now, grant me some recompense." Phillips interrupted Dr. Erskine, speaking gravely. "Hodges has passed all tests. He is robust, agile, and obedient. He is unequivocally the best candidate. He is a bully." Dr. Erskine bluntly exposed Hodges' true nature, addressing Phillips without restraint. At that moment, Phillips produced a grenade and declared, "Victory cannot be achieved through kindness, Doctor. It requires courage." He then pulled the pin and hurled the grenade into the midst of the training group, shouting, "Grenade!" The trainees, upon seeing the grenade, scattered in a flurry, each seeking refuge. Hodges was the swiftest, hiding behind a jeep. Only Steve, Carter, and Siren remained. "Siren, get down." Just as Siren prepared to kick the grenade back to Phillips, Steve shouted, pushing Siren aside. He launched himself toward the grenade, cradling it in his arms, and cried out, "Run! Take cover!" After a considerable pause, the grenade beneath Steve did not detonate. Those who had fled sensed something was amiss. Could it be a dud? "It's a fake grenade. Stand down and regroup," Phillips murmured. Steve, seated on the ground, wore a bewildered expression and asked, "Was this a test?" Dr. Erskine glanced at Siren, who had been pushed aside, and then at Steve, nodding in satisfaction. Colonel, it seems Siren was also preparing to approach. I recall his training results surpass Hodge's significantly, correct? My dear doctor, do not entertain such notions regarding Siren. Fundamentally, he is of Chinese descent. The Department of Defense would never permit the fruits of this experiment to be applied to a foreign individual. Then it shall be Steve, Phillips remarked. He is still too frail. After training, Shinran and Steve returned to their dormitory to rest. Shinran, you displayed great courage. I saw you preparing to leap onto that grenade, Steve said, seated on his bed. Shinran felt a twinge of discomfort at the comment, yet when he met Steve's earnest gaze, he was convinced that Steve was sincerely praising him. At that moment, Dr. Erskine entered the room, offering Shinran a warm, maternal smile before addressing Steve. Steve, you performed exceptionally well. Your bravery is worthy of our utmost respect. Steve, humble in his triumph, promptly stood and replied, Doctor, I believe if it were Shinran in my place, he would have acted likewise. Wouldn't you agree, Shinran? Taken aback for a moment, Shinran rose and responded emphatically, Indeed, Doctor. Should the opportunity arise, I would rush in without hesitation. Dr. Erskine nodded approvingly at the two. Well done, Shinran. Here, he said, producing a special pass and handing it to Shinran, as a reward for your unachieved valor. Take this and enjoy some time out. I need to discuss some matters with Steve. Thank you, Doctor. With this, I must seize the opportunity to have some fun, Shinran replied, exiting the room, simultaneously devising a plan for acquiring the super soldier serum. Off to have some fun, are we? Just wait. I will ensure you have a grand time. Shinran, possessing a physique and strength comparable to the Hulk, had honed his skills to surpass even those of a top-tier agent through rigorous training. Clad in a black outfit, he began to dart through the corners of the camp, rendering the vehicles of officers ranked major and above, as well as all metallic items within the dormitory, into scrap. The following day, Carter took Steve into a black sedan, intending to head to a secret laboratory in Brooklyn, New York City. However, the driver in the front seat struggled to start the engine. Upon inspection, they discovered that all the metal components inside the car had been damaged, without any sign of human interference. This was not an isolated incident. The vehicles of other officers in the military district exhibited similar issues. Upon learning this, Phillips immediately suspected German Nazi spies and ordered an increase in security measures within the camp. Reluctantly, in an effort to maintain secrecy, he refrained from using military vehicles and instead called for a black sedan from outside the camp. As Carter and Steve sped away in the car, Shinran was soaring through the skies in a bizarre contraption. This apparatus was constructed the previous night when Shinran infiltrated the camp's warehouse, utilizing two metal doors. Learning to maneuver metal for the first time like Eric, Shinran fused the two doors together to prevent himself from plummeting from the sky should he falter. Then, standing in the center, he manipulated the remaining metal to fold around him, creating a semi-enclosed solid barrier. Upon completion, he stored it within the spatial ring. As in the narrative, Carter led Steve into the antique shop in Brooklyn. Shinran also guided the creature beneath him to gently descend upon the rooftop opposite the antique store. Chapter 9. The serum acquired on the surface, that shop appeared to be an ordinary antique store. However, beneath it lay a clandestine research facility of the Strategic Science Corps of the United States Department of Defense. It was here that the latest super soldier initiative was set to unfold. While waiting, Shinran detached 4 small iron lumps from a peculiar object. With a mere thought, her abilities activated. An invisible force compelled the 4 iron lumps to compress and morph continuously. Gradually, they diminished in size and thickness, eventually transforming into 4 tiny iron plates, nearly the dimensions of an adult's middle finger, glimmering silver under the sunlight, as thin as paper. Shinran waited atop the roof for over 2 hours, while Steve in the underground laboratory had only just reclined into the humanoid pod. Suddenly, the light bulbs along the street flickered erratically. Shinran understood that Steve was on the verge of success. Approximately an hour later, the sound of gunfire erupted from below. Peering down, Shinran observed a Caucasian man bursting from the shop, brandishing a submachine gun. The sight of him lifted her spirits immensely. The 4 small iron plates in her hand swiftly darted from the rooftop into the man's 4 pockets. Thereafter, Shinran maneuvered the peculiar object from the rooftop, trailing the man as she awaited the opportune moment to act. The man sprinted a short distance from the shop and boarded a vehicle that had arrived for his extraction. Carter, from the back seat, swiftly dispatched the driver with a gunshot. The man was forced to exit the car and commandeered a civilian vehicle on the road. Observing this, Carter continued to fire at him, but his shots went astray. As the man accelerated toward Carter, Shinran subtly gestured, controlling the vehicle to decelerate. At that instant, a muscular Steve burst forth from the shop. He lunged at Carter, sending him sprawling aside, then rose to pursue the yellow sedan. An intense chase unfolded through the streets of Brooklyn. Naturally, Shinran also utilized the peculiar object beneath her feet, darting across the rooftops, silently following the yellow car. As Steve gradually harnessed the sudden surge of power within him, he leaped from one vehicle to another on the road, closing the distance to the yellow sedan. With a powerful push off the ground, he soared onto the roof of the yellow car, grasping tightly to avoid falling off. The German spy fired several rounds at him from atop the car, yet failed to strike his target. Ultimately, the spy, caught off guard, collided with a delivery truck. The yellow sedan spun several times before coming to a halt. At this moment, the two had reached a small dock in Brooklyn. The injured spy limped from the vehicle, seizing a young boy as a hostage, and fired several rounds at Steve. Despite Steve using the car door for cover, he sustained a wound to his side, leaving a trail of blood. The man successfully widened the gap between himself and Steve. Eventually, with his gun expended, he approached the edge of the dock and hurled the young boy into the deep water. Steve gazed at the blossoms of his homeland sinking into the water and felt compelled to leap in for a rescue. Unexpectedly, a young boy shouted, "Go grab him. I can swim." As the man sprinted forward, he pressed a button on the remote control in his hand, causing a pre-prepared submarine to rise from the depths. He successfully boarded the vessel, steering it towards the harbor. However, he was ultimately apprehended by Steve, who had transformed into a super soldier and was hurled onto the shore. Upon reaching the land, Steve engaged in combat with the man. After narrowly evading a strike, he executed a flying kick that sent the spy crashing to the ground. A vial of blue serum tumbled from the man's body. At that moment, for nearly invisible metal shards shot from the man's clothing, swiftly enveloping the floating blue serum before it landed on the ground, then rapidly rolling into the water. The blue serum began to dart through the sea. In an uninhabited stretch of ocean, Shinran controlled the metal shards that encased the blue serum, deftly guiding it into his grasp. The serum fell from the air and was secured by Shinran in a mere 2 seconds. Steve remained oblivious to the nearly transparent shards, as he was focused on interrogating the man about his identity. To Steve's astonishment, the man concealed poison in his mouth and, before Steve's eyes, committed suicide by ingesting it. When military personnel from the United States arrived, they commenced a search within a 5-kilometer radius of Steve's altercation, but found nothing. Everyone presumed that the blue serum had been swept away by the ocean currents. After acquiring the serum, Shinran stowed it within his spatial ring. A voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host task completed. Magneto ability fusion rate increased to 15. Rewards have been issued. Subsequently, Shinran sensed a transformation in the serum within the spatial ring. Its hue deepened, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Should I inject it? Shinran pondered the serum's potential power. Yet considering his own superhuman physique and strength, he consulted the system. The system did not reply immediately, remaining silent for a while before stating, "The serum, having undergone system enhancement, is now in a perfect state and will have immense benefits for all Blue Star inhabitants. However, since the host already possesses the superhuman body and strength awarded by the system, injecting the serum would be akin to consuming plain water." With the system's clarification, Shinran abandoned the idea of injecting the serum. At that moment, he sensed fluctuations in the surrounding magnetic field. The people and objects around him were reflected in his mind through electromagnetic induction. Expanding his electromagnetic perception, Shinran focused on Steve, clearly observing him being led into a laboratory by Carter for blood extraction. Sensing the submarine 500 meters away, he activated his ability. The submarine submerged in the sea was instantly compressed by an invisible force, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. With electromagnetic induction, Shinran could not only manipulate visible metallic substances, he could still manipulate the detected metallic substances. Upon completing his mission, Shinran piloted the strange vehicle back to the camp. Utilizing electromagnetic induction, he reclined within the craft, eyes closed as he navigated. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around the dormitory, Shinran stealthily landed and slipped back inside. In New York, Dr. Erskine fell victim to a gunshot from a German Nazi spy. His research notes and serum data were also destroyed by the same espionage agents. The United States, intent on continuing the development of the super soldier serum, had no choice but to focus on Steve. After Steve concluded Dr. Erskine's research, his team was disbanded, with members reassigned to various departments within the Strategic Scientific Reserve. They underwent rigorous training once more, preparing to be deployed to the battlefield. A week later, Steve returned from New York. As he entered the dormitory, Shinran feigned ignorance and remarked, "Hey, buddy, are you sure you're not in the wrong room?" Steve looked at Shinran, his expression tinged with sadness and dejection, and weakly replied, "Shinran, it's me, Steve. My goodness, how have you changed? What has happened?" Faced with the concern of his dear friend, Steve settled onto his bed and recounted his experiences in Brooklyn, New York. After sharing the entirety of his tale, a hint of sorrow returned to Steve's voice as he said, "Shinran, I've come back to gather my belongings for departure." "Why, Steve? You've grown stronger and can fight on the battlefield against the Nazis. Why leave? The Super Soldier program has only one successful candidate. I have been featured in newspapers, creating significant social impact. The authorities at the Department of Defense want me to become an actor." Chapter 10, Major of the U.S. Army Xin Ran accompanied Steve through his final day in the military camp. Early the next morning, Steve was taken by personnel from the Department of Defense to embark on his promotional tour across major cities such as New York and Washington. The authorities, leveraging the esteemed title of Captain America, enlisted Steve Rogers to promote various capital enterprises in the military-industrial complex. As the stocks in the hands of capitalists surged, a portion of the profits was funneled back to the front lines, thereby providing the U.S. Army with a continuous supply of resources. Captain America, being one of the earliest entries in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, possesses a particularly unique timeline, which made Xin Ran hesitant to act recklessly. A single misstep could lead to narrative inconsistencies and potentially disrupt the Marvel multiverse. Xin Ran initially contemplated delivering the perfected super soldier serum from the spatial ring to Howard for research, hoping to explore the possibility of mass production. However, upon reflecting on the consequences of Howard's successful research, Xin Ran abandoned that thought. Should Howard manage to produce the serum en masse and sell it at a high price to the U.S., the combat capabilities of the U.S. Army would ascend to the pinnacle of global power. Supported by advanced technological weaponry, the U.S. would inevitably unify the world and dominate globally, a scenario Xin Ran, as a citizen of China, could not allow to transpire. Either Howard lacked the capability to mass-produce the serum, or, through reverse engineering the perfected super soldier serum and drawing upon his own involvement in the super soldier program, he could potentially develop a similarly effective serum. Ultimately, a highly intelligent Howard could inject himself with this serum, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. This raises the question of whether Tony Stark would still be born. Without Tony Stark, there would be no Iron Man, and the unfolding events would morph into an unpredictable enigma. Such a situation would be detrimental to Xin Ran, who still had to navigate the Marvel Universe. Currently, Magneto's power integration stood at a mere 15. The weapons developed by Hydra utilizing the Tesseract could pose a considerable threat to Xin Ran, not to mention the existence of formidable beings such as Scarlet Witch, Thor, Loki the god of mischief, Odin the All-Father, Thanos, and the Sorcerer Supreme, Dormammu. Given Xin Ran's current strength, he could not contend with any of them. Although endowed with a system as a golden finger, without reaching a certain level of strength, he still had to proceed cautiously and develop his abilities. For now, Xin Ran remained within the Strategic Scientific Reserve of the Department of Defense, training while awaiting the issuance of new tasks from the system, achieving top scores in all subjects. He was assigned to the 1st Assault Team under Phillips' command, with Carter serving as the captain and Ayan Rand as the vice-captain. During their free time, Carter extended several invitations to Ayan Rand, suggesting they share dinner and discuss life. However, Ayan Rand consistently declined, questioning the need for her company when there was a lavish party organized by Howard. After 4 or 5 refusals, Carter resigned herself to the situation. During this period, Steve blossomed into a household name across the nation. The name of Captain America is universally recognized. In the barracks where Ayan Rand resides, posters of Steve adorn the walls. This phenomenon is the result of capitalistic machinations. In truth, the soldiers within the barracks regard Captain America as a mere jester. 2 months later, Ayan Rand's unit was dispatched to the front lines, embarking on the European battlefield. The strike team, led by Phillips, as the primary force of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, was primarily engaged in covert operations behind enemy lines. Ayan Rand distinguished himself in numerous secret missions and has now achieved the rank of major, becoming the first Chinese-American officer in the history of the U.S. military. During a period of rest for the troops, Ayan Rand encountered Steve. As a major celebrity, Captain America was visiting on behalf of the U.S. Department of Defense to reward the troops and bolster their morale. However, his stirring speech failed to resonate with the majority of the soldiers. After months of separation from women, the grunts preferred the sight of dancers clad in short skirts, revealing their legs. Amidst the performance, Lieutenant Hodge led the raucous crowd. One soldier even removed his trousers, requesting Steve to sign his backside. Faced with such a spectacle, Ayan Rand stood up and bellowed, "Shut the hell up. Anyone who dares to speak again, I will make you regret it." Major Ayan Rand was quite well known within the military. He had repeatedly infiltrated enemy territory and returned unscathed, securing invaluable intelligence that significantly reduced troop casualties. Moreover, he was reputed to be ruthlessly fierce. When enraged, even officers from the Department of Defense were not spared. The boisterous Lieutenant Hodge, who had instigated the uproar, sustained no injuries on the front lines but had provoked Ayan Rand, resulting in him being bedridden for over 2 weeks. Colonel Phillips also rose to the rank of general due to the accomplishments of the strike team. Regarding Ayan Rand's behavior, he turned a blind eye, especially considering that Ayan Rand was a major stakeholder in Stark Industries. His commendations silenced the crowd instantly. Hodge, pale with fear, awkwardly chuckled, "Please, Major Ayan, we were just joking. Don't be angry. Let us all continue enjoying the performance." After giving Ayan Rand a grateful glance, Steve exited the stage. Subsequently, dozens of alluring dancers took the stage, igniting a fervor among the audience. As the performance concluded, heavy rain began to fall. Ayan Rand approached Steve, who was engaged in conversation with Peggy Carter. "Hey, Steve, it's been a long time." "Peggy, I hope I'm not interrupting," Ayan Rand said with a mischievous grin directed at the pair. "You're such a jerk," Peggy retorted, despite having lost any romantic notions about Ayan Rand. His wicked smile elicited an involuntary response. Steve warmly embraced Ayan Rand, expressing, "Thank you for having my back earlier. We're brothers, no need for thanks." While Ayan Rand gave Steve's shoulder a hearty pat in acknowledgement. Gazing at the insignia on Shinran's uniform, Steve suddenly spoke with a hint of despondency. "I had come to terms with my identity, believing myself to be Captain America, a hero. Yet, upon arriving at the front lines, I realized I am merely a jester." He turned to Shinran. "You understand, I yearn to battle the Nazis." "Steve, you must have faith in yourself. You are destined to be a hero. A true hero does not succumb to despair." Despite Shinran's encouraging words, Steve's spirits remained low. Observing this, Carter offered solace. "What you are doing now is also a contribution to the war effort. Do you realize, Steve? Your performances have garnered substantial resources for the military. Your contributions far exceed theirs. You possess a greater mission." At that moment, an ambulance within the camp blared its horn frantically. Steve turned to see numerous wounded soldiers being unloaded from the vehicle, appearing as though they had just endured a fierce battle. Carter remarked, Schmidt has dispatched a unit of 200 soldiers to engage in combat. Fewer than 50 have returned. The rest have either perished or been captured. They belong to the 107th Infantry Regiment. Steve, taken aback, exclaimed, "The 107th Infantry Regiment. What has transpired?" Shinran sighed. "Our friend Bucky is also with the 107th Infantry Regiment." Before Shinran could finish his sentence, Steve abruptly rose and dashed towards the command center. Chapter 11. The peculiar mission ISNT that a man adorned with stars on his chest and grand ambitions in his heart. What are your plans for today? Phillips, engrossed in formulating a military strategy at the command table, teased Steve with a mocking tone upon seeing him. "Colonel, your arrival is fortuitous. There is a battle plan I need to discuss with you." Steve, disregarding Phillips' derision, responded with a solemn expression, "I require the casualty list from the Battle of Bolzano." Phillips, perturbed by Steve's commanding demeanor, retorted impatiently, "You have no authority to command me. General, I have a friend named Bucky serving in the 107th Infantry Regiment, and I wish to ascertain whether his name appears on the casualty list." As Exion spoke up, Phillips shot a disapproving glare at Steve and remarked, "Bucky? James Barnes. The rank of sergeant." Exion added, "Yes, that's him." Rising from his seat, Phillips slowly addressed the matter while holding the documents. "I signed numerous condolence letters today. The names escape me. However, I do recall the name James Barnes. I regret to inform you a wave of disappointment washed over Steve." He pressed on, "What about the others? Are you planning a rescue?" Phillips scoffed, gesturing towards the operational map behind him. "I must prioritize the greater good. They are 30 miles behind enemy lines, navigating through some of the most heavily guarded areas of Europe. A rescue would only result in further losses. I do not expect you to comprehend this, for you are merely a dancing clown." "I believe I can comprehend," Steve asserted defiantly. Yet, Phillips had lost interest in continuing the conversation. "Then perhaps you should seek understanding elsewhere. If I recall correctly, you are due to perform in 30 minutes. With that, he turned away to review intelligence reports. As he intended to discuss the next steps of their covert operations with Exion, he turned back only to find that Exion, Steve, and Carter had all vanished. Steve returned to the tent, packing his belongings. Standing beside him, Exion feigned ignorance, asking, "Steve, what do you intend to do?" "I am going to rescue Bucky." "Exion, he is my brother, and I hope you will not hinder me." No sooner had Steve spoken than a voice echoed in Exion's mind. "Ding, a new mission is available for the host to accept. Mission details: subdue the Soviet agent Natasha Romanoff. Currently executing a mission at the Hydra base. Completion reward: Magneto's ability fusion increased to 20. Gain the power of an electromagnetic shield. Upon acquiring the electromagnetic shield ability, the host can harness surrounding magnetic fields to form a protective barrier, deflecting damage. The electromagnetic shield cannot block psychic or magical attacks." Faced with this bizarre mission, Exion found himself at a loss for words. Subduing Natasha? How am I to accomplish that? Though Natasha is undeniably more alluring than Carter, there was no alternative for Shinran but to complete the mission in order to harness the power gained from merging with Magneto's abilities by 20%. Presently, while conventional firearms posed no threat to Shinran, he remained wary of the energy weapons crafted by Hydra using the Tesseract, which could obliterate a person in an instant. The ability to generate an electromagnetic shield provided a much-needed sense of security in this regard. As for psychic or magical assaults, such encounters seemed improbable at the moment. One must cross the bridge when one gets to it. After receiving the mission, Shinran turned to Steve and declared, "I shall not impede you, Steve. Bucky is also my friend, and I will accompany you." In the process of recruiting Natasha at the Hydra camp, he could also extend a helping hand to rescue Bucky. A mutually beneficial endeavor is one worth pursuing. Shinran recalled the events of Captain America, the first Avenger. He did not remember Natasha appearing in this timeline, but the system assured him of her presence, and it would not be mistaken. Steve smiled, a rare expression of camaraderie lighting his face. Just then, Carter entered and inquired, "What are your plans? Are you heading to Austria?" "You heard General Phillips. Your friend may already be dead. Moreover, formulating a battle plan requires time." Steve retorted loudly, "By the time the plan is ready, it will be too late. With that, he gathered his belongings and exited the tent. He placed his luggage and the theatrical shield into the jeep and beckoned Shinran to join him. Turning back to Carter, he asked, "You said I could do much more than this. Is that true?" "Absolutely," Carter replied with sincerity. "Then let us proceed." With that, Steve and Shinran exchanged a nod, ready to depart. Unexpectedly, Carter stepped forward to halt the jeep, asserting, "I can do more than this." Subsequently, she contacted Howard, who promptly flew in from New York in his company's aircraft. That evening, the trio boarded Howard's plane, heading towards the Hydra camp. "Shinran, with you by his side, I am confident that Steve's chances of success will increase significantly," Carter reassured. "Rest assured, Peggy, Steve will be fine." "Peggy, if you are not in such a rush, I believe we could indulge in some cheese fondue later," Howard remarked, prompting a look of embarrassment on Carter's face, clearly indicating a deeper connection between her and Howard. Steve, on the other hand, appeared visibly perturbed. "Shut your mouth, old Howard," he snapped. "Oh, Shinran, why are you so irate? Was the girl I arranged for you at the last gala unsatisfactory?" Shinran was left speechless. As they neared their destination, Steve began to prepare his gear, while Shinran realized he had brought nothing at all. He toyed with 2 steel balls, each the size of a thumb, while Carter elucidated the enemy's troop distribution to the 2 men. Suddenly, the enemy detected the aircraft. Anti-aircraft fire rained incessantly upon the fuselage. Siren sensed the bullets outside the cabin. His abilities activated, controlling them and sending them back along their original path. "Siren, we must go?" With that, Steve flung open the aircraft door and leaped without hesitation. Siren exchanged a few words with Howard and Carter before following suit. Upon landing, the 2 swiftly navigated through the dense jungle, approaching the Hydra camp, the very factory of the Hydra organization, as per Carter's earlier directions. Just then, a convoy appeared in the distance, evidently en route to the Hydra factory. Siren pointed towards the convoy, and Steve immediately grasped the situation. They concealed themselves in the thick underbrush, and as the last military vehicle passed, Steve darted out, swiftly vaulting into the truck's cargo area. Siren followed closely behind, already sensing the presence of Hydra soldiers within the compartment. In an instant, the steel balls in his hand shot forth with remarkable speed. As Steve entered the cargo area, he was met with a series of muffled thuds. Before him, several Nazi soldiers bore glaring blood holes in their chests. Those muffled sounds were the result of Siren's oversized steel balls. Enhanced by his abilities, Steve distinctly recognized that the bloodied wounds were inflicted by Siren's projectiles. Without uttering a word, he merely cast a surprised glance at Siren. Siren smiled at Steve and nodded slightly. The unspoken understanding between men lay within that single look and nod. Steve accepted Siren's extraordinary powers with composure. After all, he himself had undergone a transformation. Following the convoy, they successfully infiltrated the Hydra factory. Once inside, Siren whispered, "Let us split up to search for Bucky." "All right." After Steve departed, Siren's electromagnetic perception swiftly expanded, quickly locating Natasha's position. Chapter 12, Capturing Natasha, Part 1. Shinran stealthily advanced towards his objective, arriving at a dimly lit corridor. On both sides of the corridor were several small rooms, each secured with iron doors. Through his electromagnetic sensing, Shinran was acutely aware that Natasha resided in the second room on the left. Approaching the door, he cautiously tested it with his hand, only to discover it was locked from the inside. Activating his abilities, he deftly shattered the lock mechanism, gently opening the door. Peering through the crack, he found himself in a repository filled with rows of filing cabinets. Upon entering the room, the lock returned to its original state, and the door automatically closed and secured itself. The dark chamber bore no trace of human presence, prompting Shinran to smirk. "Natasha, are you not coming out to greet me?" No sooner had he spoken than a glint of cold steel flashed. A sharp dagger was swiftly aimed at Shinran's throat, executed with remarkable precision, undeniably professional. Shinran made no attempt to evade. He allowed the dagger to graze his neck. As it sliced through, he emerged unscathed. "So fierce, I admire that." Yet, Natasha paid no heed to his words. With a twist of her wrist, she aimed a retaliatory thrust at Shinran's ribs. Had it connected? It could have pierced through the liver, resulting in instant death. Alas, she was targeting Shinron. Grasping her wrist with one hand and subduing her with the other, he pinned her against the wall. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, he brazenly declared, "I will inevitably become your man. Do not resist, submit to me willingly, lest you endure further suffering." Natasha looked at Shinron in utter confusion, astonished by his formidable abilities while pondering the implications of his claim. How had he come to be her man? "Let me go at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret it." Natasha struggled fiercely in his grip, but to no avail. At that moment, Shinron spoke cryptically. "Natasha Romanoff, codenamed Black Widow. Trained as a Soviet operative from a young age, your body has been enhanced by the Soviet government, significantly slowing your aging process and augmenting your immune system and resilience." "Am I mistaken?" Startled by his words, Natasha inquired, "How do you know this?" Responding, she attempted a swift kick towards him. Shinron, however, clamped his legs together, restraining her long limb. "I know everything about you. Stand down. I am not your enemy." "Very well, I shall not strike." Natasha, displaying her sincerity, promptly discarded the dagger onto the floor and ceased her struggle. Shinron released her, stepping back a couple of paces. Just then, Natasha suddenly launched a kick. With a quick motion to his lower back, another dagger appeared in her hand. "Why do my words seem ineffective?" As Shinron spoke, he deftly evaded Natasha's kick. In an instant, the two steel beads in his hand divided into four, transforming into pairs of handcuffs that ensnared her hands and feet, firmly pinning her against the wall. "What is this ability? Who exactly are you? You must act when prompted, or should I restrain you to the wall for a moment of calm? I swear I will kill you." Natasha glared fiercely at Shinron, her voice laced with venom. "Kill me? Do you truly believe you can?" Shinron retaliated without hesitation, taking immediate action as Natasha looked on in astonishment. It wasn't long before her emotions began to settle. Eventually, Natasha found herself cooperating. Shinron deftly maneuvered the dagger from Natasha's grasp, sending it flying aside, and released her restraints, drawing them close in an intimate embrace. As Shinron finally released Natasha, the fiery female agent was left breathless, her cheeks flushed. Her gaze softened, and she asked, "Who are you really?" "I am from the military. Here to rescue my captured comrades," Shinron replied. "Why do you claim to be my man? And how do you know my background?" "Those are top secrets of the Soviet Union." Shinron paused, taken aback. "Natasha, you must have noticed my extraordinary abilities." With that, he summoned the dagger on the ground, guiding it to hover beside her. As his power activated, the dagger transformed in midair, eventually morphing into a wrought iron rose. In the midst of Natasha's astonishment, Shinron presented the iron rose to her, continuing his charade. "In addition to controlling metal, I possess a talent akin to divination. I foresaw that my future girlfriend would be you, Natasha. Thus, beyond rescuing my comrades, I came here for you." On the surface, Shinron maintained a composed facade while internally he was a tempest of emotions. Despite his extensive experience fighting alongside Howard, his heart raced like a frightened fawn. Could it be that even without a mission from the system, he was destined to be with Natasha? How else could he feel such an exhilarating sensation? Natasha's heart was equally tumultuous. Trained by the agency since childhood, she had been educated about romantic matters by her instructors, yet she had never experienced them firsthand. Moreover, the kiss she had just shared was her first. Shinron's forceful kiss had stirred feelings within her that she had never anticipated. As a female agent, such emotions were deemed unacceptable. This infiltration of Hydra's factory was meant to be her ultimate assessment for ascending to a higher rank within the agency. A successful mission would validate her readiness to become a senior operative, after which she would undergo a procedure to remove her uterus, eliminating her capacity for emotional attachment. Unexpectedly, she encountered a superhuman who claimed to be her future husband, and in that fleeting moment, she felt a spark of affection. Just as she stood on the brink of becoming a competent agent, Natasha found herself faltering. While her heart fluttered, a simmering anger brewed within her. "You scoundrel! Why should I trust you?" Upon finishing his words, he threw a punch toward Shinron. Shinron swiftly grasped Natasha's arm. "What do you think you're doing? How dare you treat your man this way? Just wait and see how I handle you." Natasha, however, was not one to easily submit. She suddenly stomped fiercely on Shinran's foot, her petite mouth incessantly declaring, "You will pay for this. I will crush you." Shinran flashed a wicked smile and leaned down, drawing them closer once again. Before long, Natasha in his arms responded with fervor. 10,000 words omitted here. Hearing the sound of gunfire from outside, he realized that Steve had already taken action. After the encounter, noticing a hint of crimson, he looked at Natasha in surprise, astonished that this skilled agent still possessed such a precious treasure. Chapter 13. Capturing Natasha, Part 2. Let today's events be forgotten. From now on, let us be strangers to one another. Natasha, her fair visage clouded with frost, uttered these words coldly, observing the astonishment in Shinran's eyes. "Absolutely not," Shinran declared, pulling her into his embrace. "You are mine now. There is no returning to the Soviet Union." His tone was commanding. To tame a rose of iron such as Natasha, one must be even more resolute. Natasha struggled momentarily but eventually relented, leaning against Shinran's shoulder and murmuring, "Alas, I carry a slow-acting toxin within me. If I do not return within the stipulated time, my life will be forfeit. Should I betray the organization, even if I survive the poison, I will face relentless pursuers." With that, Natasha began to adjust her attire. Shinran, donning his clothing as well, seized her wrist as she prepared to depart. "These concerns are trivial, Natasha," he reassured her, recalling the perfect super soldier serum contained within the spatial ring. "I will resolve the toxin within you. With me, no one will dare pursue you. Trust in me." Touched, Natasha shook her head, wrapping her arms around Shinran's neck and planting a gentle kiss upon his forehead. "I do not wish to drag you into my troubles." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed through the room, causing it to tremble. Shinran tightened his grip around Natasha, saying, "Our allies have begun their assault. We must join them and fight our way out. Afterward, I will take you to America. Are you certain? If I draw their attention to you, will you not fear?" Natasha inquired earnestly. With a scoff, Shinran replied, "For every one that comes, I shall slay one. For every pair, I shall vanquish two." Natasha sighed, then broke into a smile. "I traveled so far to complete my assessment, only to find myself in this predicament." As they exited the archive room, chaos reigned within the factory. Upon rounding a corner, they encountered a squad of Hydra soldiers approaching them with weapons drawn. A jolt of alarm surged through Natasha as she instinctively pulled Shinran to evade. Yet, he grasped her waist firmly, standing resolutely. The Hydra soldiers, mercilessly, pulled their triggers, unleashing bullets that flew like fiery serpents towards them. Gazing at Natasha, Shinran smiled broadly and pointed with a finger. In an instant, dozens of bullets were suspended midair by an unseen force. The Hydra soldiers, aghast, fired again, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The bullets hovered, unable to advance a single inch. "Here is a gift for you," he exclaimed as the suspended bullets swiftly reversed course, piercing through the foreheads of the soldiers. One by one, they collapsed lifeless. Though Natasha was aware of Shinran's capabilities, she had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. It is astonishing enough that she could control a stationary metallic dagger, let alone a bullet fired at high speed. Natasha gradually began to believe the words spoken by Shinran moments ago. With such abilities, what need was there to fear pursuers? This thought lifted Natasha's spirits. She raised her beautiful eyes and gently inquired, "What is your name?" Shinran looked down at the exquisite creature in his arms, as gentle as a lamb, and replied with a smile, "I am Shinran." They both chuckled in unison. Ding! Host mission completed. Magneto's ability fusion increased to 20. This newfound power filled Shinran with a profound sense of security. In this timeline, unless the Ancient One from Kamar Taj sought trouble, no one else could harm him. The two strolled leisurely towards the factory's exit. Along the way, any Hydra soldiers they encountered were swiftly dispatched by the two steel balls in Shinran's hand before they could even react. Natasha, observing Shinran's enigmatic method of killing, teased, "Shinran, are you the Grim Reaper? If anyone comes to pursue you, I shall collect their souls." Natasha's sense of safety grew, and she found herself utterly enamored with this man she had just met. At that moment, they encountered Steve and Bucky, who were fleeing from the rooftop. accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion. A steel column was propelled towards them by the shockwave of the blast. With a flick of his hand, Shinron redirected the column, sending it crashing down upon a squad of Hydra soldiers. Shinron, we must hurry. Schmidt has initiated the self-destruct sequence. This place is about to explode. The four of them made their escape from the factory. Outside, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The American soldiers, having seized advanced Hydra weaponry, were gradually gaining the upper hand. Just then, four Hydra soldiers spotted Bucky and prepared to attack. Bucky was no pushover, but just as he was about to strike, he witnessed the girl beside Shinron fire 3 shots in quick succession, taking down the assailants. By the 4th shot, the handgun emitted a click, signaling it was out of bullets. "Leave it to me," Bucky shouted, ready to engage, but saw the Hydra soldier aiming their energy weapon at the two of them. Bucky and Natasha dove to either side to evade. With a hum, a beam of white light shot between them, striking an American soldier behind them. The blue energy enveloped the soldier's body and, within half a second, reduced him to dust. Shinron was taken aback. Had that strike hit him, would his flesh be able to endure it? In the 2 seconds he stood in shock, another beam of white light surged towards him. Reacting swiftly, Shinron summoned an electromagnetic shield in front of him. The white light collided with the invisible barrier, neutralizing the attack. Steel balls were discharged, taking the life of the Hydra soldier in an instant. "Awesome," Bucky exclaimed, giving Shinron a thumbs up at the display of his abilities. A wave of joy washed over Natasha. The stronger Shinron became, the more secure she felt. After Shinron deftly dispatched several Hydra soldiers armed with energy weapons, the remaining soldiers, overwhelmed by the numerous captives, either perished or fled in disarray, leading to a catastrophic defeat. The American POWs emerged victorious. Once the battle concluded, Shinron took Natasha's hand and approached Steve and Bucky. Bucky grinned and said, "Hey Shinron, long time no see. I never imagined you and Steve would come. And who might this be?" he inquired, glancing at Natasha. "She is quite skilled." Shinron introduced her, saying, "Natasha Romanoff, my girlfriend." Chapter 14. The Enigma of Disappearance. Congressman Brandt. It is with great regret that I inform you of the disappearance of Captain Steve Rogers in the enemy's 3rd zone. Accompanying him was our Major, Sinan. The reconnaissance team has searched thoroughly, but to no avail. I must sadly announce that both Captain Rogers and Major Sinan have fallen in action. Within the military camp, General Phillips is reporting the situation of Steve and Sinan to the higher-ups, expressing his dissatisfaction with Carter for having contacted Howard, which led to Sinan and Steve being sent into enemy territory. Phillips harbors immense frustration towards her. "I cannot take action against Stark. He is a wealthy man and the military's largest weapons sponsor, while you are of no significance. With all due respect, sir, I do not regret my actions. Nor do I believe Captain Rogers and Major Sinan would either. Do you think I care about your opinions? Now, both the Golden Boy of America and the finest agent are dead. Is it because of your fondness for him?" Phillips retorts, somewhat irate. "No, it is due to conviction." Carter defiantly counters, "Well, when this department is shut down, I hope that conviction brings you some solace." Phillips refers to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, for which Carter is directly responsible. As the two argue, a commotion arises from outside the tent. Phillips notices numerous soldiers rushing towards the camp's exit, and Carter senses the anomaly. They cease their quarrel and hasten outside to investigate. The camp's entrance is surrounded by soldiers, and a grand procession approaches, led by Steve and Bucky walking side by side. Despite the ragged appearance of the returning American POWs, a sense of spirited triumph pervades. For they have not only been rescued, but have achieved a splendid victory. They have seized an array of the enemy's advanced weaponry and dismantled the Hydra camp. As the soldiers witness their comrades' return, they spontaneously part to create a passage for the liberated warriors to enter the camp. Applause gradually rises, filling the atmosphere with exuberance. Steve salutes General Phillips and reports, "Some of our brothers are injured and require treatment. I willingly accept punishment." General Phillips glances at the returning soldiers. His attitude towards Steve notably softened as he shakes his head. That is no longer necessary. After surveying the crowd, he inquires, "Where is Major Sinan? Don't tell me he has perished. If that were the case, I would have to retract my previous statement. At that moment, Sinon emerges from the back of the throng, embracing Natasha. General Phillips, I am here. What? If I were dead, would no one be left to carry out your operational orders? Phillips does not appreciate Sinon's jest and replies sternly, Major, you have abandoned your post, jeopardizing military operations. Await the Department of Defense's reprimand. Sinon shakes his head, indifferent to any potential reprimands or commendations. Phillips cast a glance at Natasha, who was beside Sinon. Who is she? I don't recall any female soldiers in my camp, he mused. Sinon smiled and replied, Sir, this is my girlfriend. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's task notification chimed in. Ding, a new task is available for the host to accept. Task details. Depart from the military post and venture into the depths of the Arctic Ocean to undergo freezing. Completion reward. Magneto ability fusion raised to 40. Acquire magnetic flight and magnetic field manipulation abilities. Upon hearing the task details, Sinon stood frozen, turning to Steve. If all went as anticipated, Steve would be frozen for 70 years. Why should he accompany him now? However, the system's explanation brought a semblance of equilibrium to Sinon's mind. The issuance of this task stemmed from the current complexity of the situation. Sinon's continued involvement would disrupt the balance of the Marvel Universe. Once that balance was shattered, both Sinon and the system would face obliteration by the forces of rules beyond the Marvel Universe. Thus, the system, in a bid for self-preservation, had issued this task. Sinon recognized the gravity of the situation. In previous tasks, his ability fusion had increased by 5 percentage points each time. Yet this time, it would augment a staggering 20 percentage points. Having accepted the task, Sinon found his direction and, echoing Philip's earlier words, stated, General, there's something I need to discuss with you. I intend to resign and return to the United States with her. Steve, assuming Sinon's decision was prompted by concern over potential disciplinary action from Phillips, interjected, No, Sinon. Please calm down. General Phillips, let me explain. Are you serious? You wish to become a deserter? Phillips interrupted Steve's protest, looking at Sinon with utmost seriousness. Sinon, do not act impulsively. Carter also stepped forward. Seeing this, Sinon smiled and reassured them, Don't misunderstand. As you know, I am a major shareholder in Stark Industries. I wish to return to the defense industry, where I believe I can make a more significant impact. Phillips contemplated this and acknowledged that such a person could indeed wield tremendous influence even from the rear lines. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, If you have orders from above, I have no objections. Once matters concerning Sinon were settled, Phillips took his leave. Carter, glancing at Natasha, disdainfully remarked to Sinon, Major, your taste seems rather questionable. Natasha, not one to be easily silenced, retorted, If I recall correctly, that old man just mentioned his camp has no female soldiers. May I inquire about the gender of this soldier? I believe there are no trans individuals in the United States, are there? Sinon couldn't help but chuckle at Natasha's sharp tongue. Carter, incensed, seized Steve and planted a kiss on him. Bucky, hailing from the atmosphere of the group, shouted exuberantly, Let us cheer for our Captain America. The atmosphere was charged, with all the soldiers gathering around, encircling Steve and Carter at the center. As they shared a passionate kiss, applause and whistles erupted in unison. From that moment, Steve Rogers, the Captain America, truly earned his title. Through Howard's connections, Shinron and Natasha were also placed under the aegis of the special department he was poised to establish. Thanks to his efforts, Major Shinron retained his military rank and identity, serving as a nominal leader of the department, while Natasha was assigned as a combat operative. Regarding the toxins within Natasha, Howard conducted a thorough examination, concluding that, with the current level of technology, a solution was unattainable. Shinron then produced the perfect super soldier serum from his spatial ring and administered it to Natasha on the spot. Shortly thereafter, Natasha rushed to the restroom in a frenzy. Upon subsequent testing, Howard was astonished to find that the toxins within Natasha had entirely vanished. Not only that, but her bodily functions had significantly enhanced, rendering her physically stronger than Steve himself. Witnessing this, Howard began to implore Shinron for the serum. However, Even with the promise of a grand celebration for thousands, Shinran could not provide a second vial. After resolving Natasha's predicament, Shinran purchased a seaside villa in New York as a love nest for the two of them. The villa surpassed Howard's in grandeur. Shinran and Natasha leisurely embraced the life of ordinary affluent individuals. The villa boasted a kitchen, restroom, balcony, swimming pool, private cinema, and billiards room. Yet, even with Natasha's serum-enhanced physique, she could scarcely withstand Shinran's relentless antics. One evening, after a meeting, Shinran held Natasha close and broached his plans to journey to the Arctic. Natasha, unfazed by the potential dangers facing her extraordinary partner, found it hard to accept the prospect of his absence for 50 or 60 years. "Darling, must you go?" Natasha asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Despite his own reluctance, Shinran nodded resolutely. "Little Natasha, I must go. I trust you can understand. Only then can I gain the strength to protect you." Ultimately, after Shinran's earnest persuasion, Natasha reluctantly accepted this harsh reality. Once everything was settled, Shinran boarded Howard's private plane and soared over the Arctic. To Howard's astonishment, Shinran leaped from the aircraft, plunging into the depths of the ocean, shrouded by ice. Subsequently, the system induced a slumber in Shinran, isolating him from the surrounding waters with an invisible electromagnetic force. Following Shinran's instructions, Natasha ventured to the Department of Defense the day after his departure, informing the authorities of his mysterious disappearance, with Howard collaborating in her charade. From that moment on, Shinran's whereabouts became a mystery, vanishing completely. Chapter 15, 63 Years. The return of Shinran in 1945. Shinran journeyed to the Arctic to complete a mission beset by ice. Aside from Howard and Natasha, who were aware of his whereabouts, the rest presumed Shinran had vanished. His files were classified as the highest state secrets of the United States. In 1946, during the pursuit of Dr. Zola, Steve and Bucky encountered a perilous situation where Barnes fell from a cliff, his fate uncertain, while ultimately, Dr. Zola was apprehended. That same year, Steve led an assault on the Hydra headquarters, engaging in a fierce aerial battle with the Red Skull. Grasping the Tesseract, the Red Skull was transported into the cosmos. Lost to time, the Tesseract melted through the aircraft's deck, plunging into the depths of the sea. To prevent the bomb-laden plane from crashing into New York, Steve chose to guide it into the ice, disappearing without a trace. In 1947, Howard Stark salvaged the Tesseract and continued his search for Steve. By 1949, shortly after the war's conclusion, Howard Stark restructured the Special Division under his purview, collaborating with Peggy Carter to establish the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, later known as SHIELD. That same year, the United States initiated Operation Paperclip, inviting the captured former Hydra scientist Dr. Zola to join SHIELD. Under the guise of SHIELD, Hydra resurfaced on the historical stage, emerging as a clandestine force within the organization. In 1953, now married, Peggy Carter reflected on her past with Captain America, Steve Rogers, during an interview. By 1954, Dr. Zola, during his tenure at SHIELD, discovered the whereabouts of the long-lost Bucky. He transformed him into the Winter Soldier, who subsequently assisted Hydra in executing over 20 assassination missions. In 1963, Anton Vanko, a former employee of Stark Industries, defected to the United States, beginning a collaboration with Howard Stark on reactor technology. By 1967, Howard Stark's research on the reactor showed promise. However, Vanko sought to profit from their findings, which met with Howard's disapproval. That same year, Vanko commenced clandestine operations and was subsequently discovered, resulting in his expulsion from the country on charges of espionage. In 1969, Tony Stark was born. In 1974, Howard Stark hosted the Stark World Expo, themed around future cities. During this event, he recorded a speech and had already discovered a new element, though he lacked the technology to synthesize it at that time. In 1980, Meredith, the mother of Star-Lord, fell in love with the extraterrestrial Ego, Star-Lord's father, who had come to Earth. In 1987, Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, along with his wife Janet, the original Wasp, embarked on a mission to the Soviet Union. In order to dismantle a missile, the Wasp shrank to a molecular state and subsequently went missing after the mission's completion. In 1988, Peter Quill's mother, Meredith, passed away, leaving Star-Lord heartbroken as he fled to the fields, where he was taken aboard a spaceship. In 1989, following the loss of his wife, Hank Pym renounced his role as Ant-Man and ceased his research into Ant-Man technology. In the same year, a woman named Carol Danvers officially became a United States Air Force pilot under the supervision of Dr. Wendy Lawson, one of the primary leaders of Project Pegasus. The main objective of Project Pegasus was the development and application of the Tesseract. During a test of the experimental engine for Project Pegasus, they were shot down by the Kree, and the Tesseract went missing. Lawson revealed that she was not of Earth, but a Kree named Mar-Vell, who had been assisting Skrull refugees persecuted by the Kree. The Kree killed Mar-Vell, and in the ensuing explosion caused by Carol's destruction of the engine, she gained immeasurable energy control abilities. Yon-Rogg, commander of the Kree Star Force, took Carol back to the Kree Empire's capital, Hala, where she underwent a process of brainwashing, resulting in the loss of her memories as a human. She became a Kree soldier. In December of 1991, Sinran's old friend, Howard Stark, along with his wife, met a tragic end in a car accident. However, the couple perished at the hands of Bucky, the Winter Soldier, who was under the control of Hydra. In 1992, Alexander Pierce, who was then the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, yet he declined the honor. That same year, Nick Fury, the regional director of S.H.I.E.L.D., rescued Pierce's daughter from the clutches of a rebel faction, which led to Fury's promotion. Also in 1992, N'Jobu, who had been exiled from Wakanda, collaborated with Ulysses Klaue to steal some vibranium. King T'Chaka traveled to California, where he ultimately killed N'Jobu. By 1995, the brainwashed Carol Danvers had resided on the Kree homeworld for 6 years. During this time, the Kree's relentless indoctrination vilified the Skrulls, portraying them as irredeemable villains. While accompanying an interstellar team in a skirmish against the Skrulls, she was unfortunately captured, and their spacecraft inadvertently crashed on Earth. As soon as Carol arrived on Earth, she was pursued by the Skrulls. In her attempt to chase one of them into the subway, she ultimately lost the trail. Later, Carol encountered Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D., and together they sought the truth. In the archives of Project Pegasus, Carol stumbled upon photographs of her past life on Earth, prompting her to seek out her old friend, Maria Rambeau, who was also a pilot. At Maria's home, Carol officially reclaimed her identity as an Earthling and restored all her lost memories. The Skrulls were revealed not as villains, but as victims of Kree persecution. They required an energy core to traverse at light speed to reach a new home. Carol resolved to assist the Skrulls and ventured to a secret Marvel laboratory in space. Just as she was preparing to search for a new home alongside the Skrulls, she was captured by the Kree. During her captivity and subsequent brainwashing, she broke free from the Kree's constraints and awakened her powers, unleashing her fury upon her captors. Her combat prowess eclipsed all, even overwhelming Ronan, the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire. With the Kree temporarily vanquished, Carol set her sights on finding a new home for the Skrull refugees, a journey that would span over 2 decades. Before her departure, she entrusted Nick Fury with an upgraded pager designated for critical emergencies. To commemorate the sacrifice of her esteemed mentor, Mar-Vell, Carol adopted the codename Captain Marvel. In the same year, Nick Fury, inspired by this event, rebranded the previously named Guardian Initiative as the Avengers Initiative, thus laying the groundwork for the conception of the Avengers. In 1998, Thanos recognized Gamora as his adopted daughter and began to meticulously train her into a formidable warrior with exceptional combat skills. By 1999, Tony Stark celebrated the new year in Bern, Switzerland. Aldrich Killian sought to secure Stark's endorsement for his advanced artificial intelligence project, only to be ruthlessly rebuffed by Stark, who left him in the lurch. Ultimately, Killian partnered with Hansen, successfully enhancing the extremist virus, harboring resentment towards Stark for his earlier humiliation. In 2003, Dr. Bruce Banner was exposed to gamma radiation, transforming him into the Hulk, after which he began a life on the run. By 2006, Banner made one last attempt to contact his girlfriend, but upon failing, he vanished without a trace. In 2008, Tony Stark presented the Jericho missile to the U.S. military in Afghanistan. Soon after, he was kidnapped by the terrorist organization, the Ten Rings, whose leader demanded Stark create missiles for them. With the assistance of Ensign, Stark designed the original Mark I Iron Man suit and successfully escaped. In the same year, Sinister completed a system task, enhancing Magneto's power fusion to 40. After being frozen for 63 years, Sinister returned. Chapter 16. Tony, I am your uncle. In the deepest waters of the Arctic, temperatures plummet to an astonishing -70 degrees. Here, one encounters only a vast expanse of white and boundless layers of ice, with nearly no signs of life. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the night. Shinron emerged from the depths of the ocean, breaking through the ice and hovering in midair, feeling the power bestowed upon him by the 40 fusion of Magneto's abilities. Magnetic flight. This ability allows one to soar through the ubiquitous electromagnetic fields present in the universe. As the degree of power fusion increases, so too does the speed of flight. Presently, Shinron's velocity had just reached the speed of sound. Magnetic field. This power enables the formation of a protective domain using electromagnetic forces, concealing or safeguarding individuals and vast areas within it. Moreover, this ability permits movement through the cosmos. Surrounded by an endless, dark void, Shinron found it difficult to discern directions. With a swift motion, he ascended toward the heavens. The magnetic field enveloped him, shielding him from the frigid atmosphere while also keeping him hidden from satellites. As he soared higher, the twinkling lights of distant homes came into view, prompting him to fly in that direction. He arrived at a small town on the northern border of Russia. After confirming the current year and time, Shinron lingered only briefly. Following the directions given by the locals, he set off directly for Moscow. In the heart of Moscow, he purchased a Stark Industries smartphone. He then utilized the device's navigation to make his way to New York. The seaside villa that Shinron had acquired 60 years prior now stood in stark contrast to the surrounding modern skyscrapers, appearing even more grand and sophisticated. The furnishings inside the villa remained precisely as they were when he left, albeit with the marks of time and some modern amenities. The house was immaculate, yet Natasha was nowhere to be found. As Shinron awaited her return late into the night, he felt no concern for her safety, for in this timeline, no one posed a threat to her. He skillfully powered on his computer and logged into his New York bank account. Observing the astronomical sum resting within, Shinron nodded in satisfaction. These were the dividends accumulated from Stark Industries over the past 60 years. The following day, Shinron turned on the television to watch a press conference held by Stark Industries. As he observed Obadiah seated beside Tony, he felt a sense of familiarity. After some contemplation, he finally matched the face to a memory. It was the young security guard from 60 years ago at the base of Stark Tower. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. The once youthful guard now bore gray hair, while Howard's son had entered his 30s. Shinron, however, appeared unchanged from his visage 6 decades prior. If he were to claim to be a centenarian, who would believe him? Thus, I have resolved to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately. With Tony's declaration, the journalists present erupted in chaos. Observing the commotion, Shinron turned off the television, preparing to meet his great-nephew. Exiting the villa, Shinron proceeded to a nearby 4S dealership, where he acquired the latest model of the R8 sports car. In comparison to the vehicle that emerged from Howard's garage 60 years ago, this modern marvel was a significant leap forward. After all, essentially, Shinron was a man of 2022, and contemporary innovations suited him far better. Rather than heading to Stark Tower, he followed the navigation's guidance towards the Stark factory. Upon nearing the factory, an electromagnetic sensing mechanism activated, swiftly identifying the locations of Tony and Obadiah. Subsequently, Shinron concealed the R8 within a spatial ring. activating his abilities to generate a magnetic force field. By distorting the magnetic field within, he rendered himself invisible. He strode confidently into the factory, making his way towards the structure housing the arc reactor. Before the arc reactor, Obadiah and Tony were embroiled in a heated debate. "How much do you think the stock price will drop tomorrow?" Obadiah inquired, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Optimistically, around 40%, Tony replied nonchalantly. "That's the bare minimum." "Tony, we are in the arms trade." "Obadiah, I refuse to profit solely from the dead. But this is our foundational business. We are arms dealers. This company is mine. I hold the decision-making power. Everything we do is to maintain world order. What I witnessed there was anything but that. We have much to improve upon, and we need to pursue other ventures." Tony recalled the place where he had been kidnapped and the life of Ethan, who had sacrificed himself for his escape. "For instance, shall we start manufacturing baby bottles?" Obadiah retorted aggressively. "I believe the arc reactor technology is worth considering." "Huh. The arc reactor is merely a facade, Tony. Don't be foolish. The purpose of creating this is to silence the do-gooders." Just as Tony was about to continue, the steel glass door beside them emitted a sound and automatically opened. Instantly, both Obadiah and Tony became alert. Their gazes fixated on the door that required an electromagnetic card to open. Then, Shinron deactivated his magnetic force field, gradually revealing himself before the two men. Obadiah, startled by Shinron's sudden appearance, drew a Desert Eagle from his waist and fired a shot. Shinron smiled faintly as the bullet froze mid-air before falling to the ground with a crisp sound. The Desert Eagle slipped from Obadiah's grasp, soaring directly to Shinron's side, the barrel pivoting in mid-air to aim at Obadiah. "What's the matter? Don't recognize me? You dare to shoot without a greeting?" Shinron teased, fixing a playful gaze on Obadiah. Upon hearing Shinron's words, Obadiah momentarily froze, then staggered back in disbelief, his voice trembling. "Why, you are Shinron, Mr. Xin? Has Howard not allowed you to continue guarding the door?" Shinron responded with a question. Upon hearing this, Obadiah became even more certain of Shinron's identity. It was during his youth, while serving as a security guard at Stark Tower, that he first encountered Xin Ran. "Mr. Xin, have you forgotten that I orchestrated several of your revelries with Mr. Stark?" The soirees were filled with beautiful women, leaving little room for anyone to notice him. Although he seemed to have made a fleeting impression. "What is this? Have you now become a shareholder in Stark Industries?" Puffing on a cigar. "You certainly exude an air of authority." As Obadiah, the antagonist from the first Iron Man, was well aware of his own shortcomings, he showed Xin Ran no semblance of respect. "Oh, Mr. Xin, you jest. The exchange left Tony momentarily bewildered. How could a man in his 60s be so subservient before a seemingly youthful individual under 30? Simultaneously, Tony was secretly astonished by the prowess displayed by Xin Ran. Bullets could not penetrate his being. Was he even human? "Hey, let us not digress. There's another person present. Obadiah, could you enlighten me as to who this Mr. Xin is?" Tony waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Obadiah, nearly paralyzed by fear, dared not utter a word. "Hey, Obadiah, what is happening? Who is this Mr. Xin? Can you tell me?" Seeing Obadiah rendered speechless by his own trepidation, Xin Ran smiled and said, "Tony, I am your uncle." Chapter 17, Generational Legacy. What? No matter how you look at it, you are still younger than I am. Do you really expect me to believe your nonsense, my friend? Pray tell, who exactly are you? Tony remained unconvinced by Xin Ran's words. "Tony, he truly is your uncle," Obadiah chimed in weakly from the side. Yet Tony still held on to his skepticism. "I am a friend and business partner of your father, Howard Stark. Here, take a look at this contract." With that, Xin Ran produced the contract signed in Howard's office years ago from his spatial ring and handed it to Tony. "You are the mysterious shareholder of Stark Industries?" Tony gazed at the contract, astonished. He was well aware of the shares in Stark Industries. Every year, a 20% share of the original stock was deposited into a mysterious account at a New York bank. This had been the practice for nearly 60 years. And the only person aware of the account's owner was his father, Howard. No one else had a clue. Returning the contract to Xin Ran, Tony remained in a daze. Are you truly the Xin Ran mentioned in this contract? Xin Ran smiled and replied, if you doubt me, you can ask Obi. When I first met him, he was just a little security guard under your father's employ. Tony turned to Obadiah, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Recalling Obadiah's earlier demeanor towards Xin Ran, he sighed and said, all right, I believe you are indeed that Xin Ran. With an elder's demeanor, Xin Ran admonished, what Xin Ran? You should address me as uncle. Tony hesitated for a moment, a troubled expression crossing his face. Uncle, oh for heaven's sake, with that youthful face of yours. I simply cannot bring myself to say it. The two shared a laugh, bypassing the awkwardness of the moment. At that moment, Obadiah timidly interjected, as Sir Xin. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You and Tony may converse at your leisure. With that, he prepared to exit. Wait. I came here today not only to see my big nephew, but also for a matter concerning you. Upon hearing this, Obadiah shivered. Sir Xin, is there something you require of me? Please, I am at your service. It's nothing much, merely a reminder that you may continue with your current endeavors. But do not regret your actions. I will say no more. You may choose to abandon this path if you wish, but rest assured, I shall not interfere. Regardless of your decision. Obadiah paused, taken aback. Did he truly know about his schemes? And what of it? Since he wouldn't meddle, what was there to fear? I shall remember your words, Sir Xin. With that, Obadiah hurriedly departed the scene. Even Xin Ran was puzzled as to why Obadiah was so fearful of him. Did he perhaps know something about the events of 60 years ago? Sir Xin, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Are you here to persuade me not to shut down the weapons division? Tony inquired, gazing at Shinran. It's nothing significant. I merely wish to see Howard Stark's son. As for that weapons division, you may close it at your leisure. I have neither the time nor inclination to concern myself with your affairs. By rights, as my nephew, you ought to pay me a visit. Listening to Shinran's words, Tony chuckled awkwardly. Well, you make a valid point. Had I known someone of your stature was present, I would certainly have found the time to pay my respects. After all, you are not only a major shareholder of Stark Industries, but also a friend of my father. After a brief pause, he added, however, esteemed shareholder, I currently have a pressing matter to attend to at home. In light of your status as an elder, I might make an exception and invite you to my residence, provided you genuinely wish to come. Shinran, aware of the urgent matter Tony referred to, replied nonchalantly. As an elder, I have a gift for you. I can remove the shrapnel lodged in your chest right now. What? Are you jesting? Tony thought to himself. Fully cognizant that, given the existing technological and medical capabilities, those fragments could not be extracted. He was solely reliant on the arc reactor to sustain him. Remove the arc reactor from your chest, Shinran commanded without further ado. All right, I will trust you this once. But I must warn you, once this is gone, I can only last 3 minutes. Seizing the opportunity, Tony was determined not to let it slip away. Moreover, the individual before him, not only a friend of his father's, but also an enigmatic figure, undoubtedly possessed some remarkable abilities. After speaking, he unfastened his buttons and removed the arc reactor from his chest. Shinran, undeterred, focused his electromagnetic powers on Tony. Upon sensing the metallic fragments, he activated his ability. One by one, the shrapnel flew out from the gaping wound in Tony's chest. It took nearly 2 minutes for the last piece to exit. All right, my dear nephew. You may reattach that device now. Those 2 minutes felt like a century to Tony. From the moment Shinran extracted the first shard, he held his breath, overwhelmed by joy and astonishment that nearly caused him to faint. Those fragments hung over him like a sword, poised to take his life at any moment. And he was utterly powerless against it. Yet, this uncle, appearing even younger than Tony himself, effortlessly removed the lethal shrapnel from his chest, akin to a miraculous salvation. I must say, your ability is quite impressive. Thank you for saving me, Xin. Uncle. Tony managed to express his gratitude, albeit reluctantly addressing him as uncle. That's more like it. Had you called me uncle sooner, I could have helped you earlier. Tony smiled wryly, glancing at the floating shards, and inquired, Uncle, is that your superpower? This is quite astonishing. Could you possibly be an extraterrestrial? Extraterrestrial? I am your uncle, a genuine earthling, a Chinese national. Where have you been all these years? In my recollection, I have never encountered you, and my father has never spoken of you. Upon hearing Tony pose this question, Shinran felt a surge of surprise within. She had not anticipated that Howard could maintain such secrecy. He had concealed his very existence and whereabouts even from his own flesh and blood. I have not set foot on Earth for many years. I only returned to New York yesterday. I was astounded to realize that 63 years have elapsed since my departure. It all feels as though it transpired merely yesterday, Shinran reflected wistfully. Observing the profound tone and expression on Shinran's face, Tony, having witnessed her extract the bullet from him, naturally began to believe her words. Very well, Uncle Xian. I believe we should host a grand celebration to commemorate our first meeting as uncle and nephew, as well as to express my gratitude for your considerable assistance. Indeed, it is evident that they are father and son, for Tony's demeanor mirrored that of Howard remarkably. This celebration could be seen as a legacy passed from father to son, a tradition carried forth through generations, Shinran mused. No. Celebrations should be separate from expressions of gratitude. They must be held on two distinct occasions. Oh, my dear Uncle Xian, that is no trouble at all. You may host as many as you wish. Tony, too, was surprised to find that this uncle shared his fondness for indulgent revelry. As per tradition, I shall require 2 American-style noodles and 2 Japanese-style noodles. Should they be lacking in appeal, I shall return these bullets to you. Having been inactive for 63 years, I intend to engage in some lively activities tonight while Natasha is away. Listening to Shinran's words, Tony stood there, mouth agape, momentarily stunned. Chapter 18. Go back and inform Nick Fury. My name is Xian Ran. Xian Ran indulged himself throughout the night, releasing a significant portion of his pent-up aggression. Of course, a small fraction remained reserved for Natasha. The following day, Xian Ran briefed Tony briefly before departing, advising him to heed his own heart. With Tony's intelligence, he would undoubtedly grasp the essence of those 4 words. Thus, as soon as Xian Ran left, Tony returned to his coastal mansion in Los Angeles and immersed himself in the study of the Iron Man suit. Meanwhile, Xian Ran returned to his seaside villa in New York, awaiting Natasha's return while also anticipating the system to issue a new mission. A few days later, Tony called Xian Ran. Uncle, there's a gala tonight. Would you care to join? Ever since I announced the closure of the Stark Weapons Development Division, I have not made a public appearance. The media even speculated that I was deceased. If I remain in hiding, I am certain they will soon declare my death in the newspapers. Xian Ran chuckled. Who could blame them? After all, you were frequently seen with those starlets. If you don't make an appearance, it's no surprise the media would struggle to survive without your narrative. Uncle, I simply wish to help you unwind. Shall I arrange for a few starlets to accompany you tonight? Tony's address of uncle rolled off his tongue with increasing familiarity. Very well. Come pick me up at my house this evening. Absolutely. That night, Tony drove an R8, identical to Xian Ran's, and took him to the gala. Upon arrival, Tony's presence quickly captured the attention of the crowd. Xian Ran, on the other hand, was regarded merely as Tony's youthful companion. A throng of women soon surrounded Tony. Hey, Tony, do you remember me? A stunning young woman approached him. Only your beauty, Tony replied dismissively, unwilling to revisit past encounters. He strode directly to Obadiah and remarked, if the host is absent, what purpose does the event serve for the guests? Obadiah was astonished to see Tony. Look at you. I never anticipated your attendance. Just as he prepared to continue, he noticed Xian Ran approaching, prompting him to bow deeply. Mr. Xian, you have arrived as well. Please, come in. Xian Ran chose to ignore Obadiah. Had it not been for the complications Obadiah created that might compel his nephew to mature and become more responsible, Xian Ran would have long since uprooted him and his associates. As they made their way to the gala hall, numerous beautiful women approached Tony, leaving Xian Ran somewhat overlooked. Tony smirked at Xian Ran. Uncle, it seems my charm is simply too overwhelming. Xian Ran rolled his eyes. Do you genuinely believe they are drawn to you rather than your wealth? Oh, dear uncle, it must be my striking good looks and talent. Riches are but a trivial matter. 2 individuals approached the bar at the banquet, ordered 2 glasses of wine, and began to converse as they sipped their drinks. At that moment, a young Caucasian gentleman approached Tony and struck up a conversation. Sinran was fully aware of his identity, Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Stark, may I ask who you are? Tony, who typically engaged only with women, had no recollection of Coulson. Agent Coulson, he introduced himself. Upon hearing the name, Tony decided to play along. Oh right, you're the one. What was it again? Ah yes. He struggled to remember who Coulson was. From the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Tony took a sip of his drink and chuckled. Goodness, you really ought to consider a name change. Yes, I hear that quite often, Coulson replied. I understand that you have been under considerable strain lately, but we need you to provide us with a report. There are many questions we still have, and some details may fade from your memory over time. How about we finalize this? Shall we meet on the 24th at 7 p.m. at Stark Industries? Tony, having let Coulson's lengthy exposition go in one ear and out the other, had already spotted the stunning pepper pots in the crowd and was no longer paying attention. Once Coulson finished speaking, Tony nonchalantly replied, Sounds good, Agent Coulson. I think you make valid points. Now, I must find my assistant to finalize this. He turned to Sinran and said, Uncle, I have something to attend to. Enjoy yourself for a while, and if you fancy any young lady, do let me know later. I can arrange it for you. With that, he wove through the crowd in search of Pepper. Sinran took a seat on a high stool, observing the array of beautiful women at the banquet. As he contemplated which ones to indulge in later, Agent Coulson approached him for a chat. Good evening, sir. May I inquire about your relationship with Mr. Stark? Sinran smiled at Coulson, knowing that, technically, he should be referred to as an elder statesman. After all, 60 years ago, he was a top-notch major agent in the United States and a founding figure in S.H.I.E.L.D., which, at that time, had not yet adopted its current name. I am his uncle, Sinran replied candidly. Oh, come now, sir, you hardly appear to be of uncle age, Coulson responded, skeptical of his claim. Sinran, sensing his disbelief, chose not to elaborate further, continuing to sip his drink while eyeing the women around him. Not deterred, Coulson pressed on, Sir. May I ask your name? My name is Sinran. Mr. Sinran, allow me to introduce myself. I am Coulson. Sinran suddenly remembered something and interrupted. I am aware of who you are, Agent Coulson. I overheard your conversation with Tony. However, I still wish to inquire about the location of your department's base. A few days ago, upon my return, I yearned to embark on a journey, yet I found nothing, not even a whisper of direction from my mobile navigation. Moreover, is Natasha Romanoff not employed with you? I implored, could you not exhibit a semblance of humanity? I have been back for several days, yet I have not caught even a glimpse of Natasha. Does your organization not observe any days off or holidays? Chiron's words, striking and provocative, sent a shiver down Coulson's spine, causing tumultuous waves of emotion to surge within him. However, he swiftly regained his composure and inquired, Who exactly are you? It was precisely the astonishment on Coulson's face that Chiron sought. With the frozen mission accomplished and the most extraordinary timeline behind her, Chiron had no intention of continuing to conceal her identity. Return and inform Nick Fury that I am Chiron, and convey that I demand the immediate cessation of whatever mission Natasha is undertaking, instructing her to return to New York. Agent Coulson, do you comprehend? As she uttered these words, Chiron's presence exuded authority, reminiscent of a commander from 60 years past on the battlefield. Understood, sir, Coulson responded promptly, only to soon realize his lapse in decorum. Mr. Chiron, I shall take my leave now. Your message will be delivered, and I trust we shall meet again shortly. Recognizing the uniqueness of Chiron's identity, Coulson hastily departed the banquet scene. Chapter 19. Oh, Obi, you never heed advice. 2 vodka martinis, not sweet, with extra olives. And make it quick. Tony hurriedly approached from the balcony, seating himself beside Shinran and ordering a drink from the bartender. Tony, how is it that when it's time for affection, you shy away? This is not your style, Shinran remarked with a playful smile. Hey, uncle, how did you see that from so far away? Do you believe I possess X-ray vision? Before Shinran could finish, Tony hastily covered his lap. Uncle, such a power should not be misused. Just teasing you, lad. Even if I could see through, Why would I look at that? Shinran took a sip of his drink, continuing to admire the enchanting dancers. At that moment, a tall, elegantly dressed blonde approached. Wow, Tony Stark, what a rare guest. Tony pondered for a moment before inquiring, Carly? It's Christine. Mistaking her name seemed to evoke no embarrassment. Instead, she feigned seriousness. I remembered. After exchanging a few words, Christine handed Tony some photographs. This little town is called Gemera. Have you heard of it? Tony examined the pictures, discovering that Stark Industries' weapons had fallen into the hands of terrorists, his expression darkening. When were these taken? Yesterday. I did not authorize the shipment. But your company did. Company approval does not equate to my consent. With that, Tony turned to seek out Obi, but Shinran grasped his arm. Tony, sit down and have a drink. Do not act impulsively. As Shinran spoke, Tony took a swig of vodka, fixating on the photographs in his hand. Tony, who is this? Christine inquired, looking at Shinran. Hello, beautiful miss, I am Shinran. A shareholder of Stark Industries, he introduced himself, extending his hand. Upon learning Shinran's affiliation, Christine's eyes brightened. Hello, Mr. Xin, I am Christine, a journalist. Curious, Shinran asked, did you take these photographs? Indeed, sir. It was no easy task. Thank you, Mr. Xin. As a journalist, it is my duty. With a smile, Shinran sipped his drink and continued. Miss Christine, given the gravity of this situation, I bear significant responsibility as a shareholder of Stark. To address this matter and prevent future occurrences, I would like to invite you to discuss it with me tonight. I believe that with your insights, we can swiftly resolve this issue. Wouldn't you agree, Tony? Shinran shot Tony a meaningful glance, prompting him to respond eagerly. Oh yes, indeed. Mr. Xin is correct. As the second largest shareholder, his words carry weight. Christine lowered her head with a gentle smile, glancing back at Shinran, her cheeks slightly flushed. Mr. Xin, I find your words quite insightful. I believe we can address this issue together. With that, Christine approached and linked her arm with Shinran's, exuding an air of carefree allure. Shinran felt a surge of satisfaction within, realizing the advantages of his status as a Stark Industries shareholder were indeed substantial. His maneuver was reminiscent of Tony's style. With a beautiful companion by his side, Shinran felt little inclination to linger any longer. He stood and patted Tony on the shoulder, saying, Tony, remember this, follow your heart, and pursue what you truly desire. Subsequently, Shinran departed the banquet with Christine. Before the crowd, he summoned his R8 sports car from the spatial ring, prompting Christine to exclaim in wonder. Shinran drove the car at breakneck speed towards New York's most opulent hotel, where he booked the grandest presidential suite to discuss pertinent matters with Christine. Upon returning home, Tony seethed with anger as he watched news reports of terrorists oppressing the innocent. He was acutely aware that the weapons wielded by these terrorists had originated from his own company. That evening, Tony relentlessly tested the capabilities of his Iron Man suit. The following morning, he donned the armor and flew directly to the small town of Gamera. Upon arrival, he swiftly dealt with all the terrorists and obliterated their weaponry. On his way back, Tony intended to tease the American military's fighter jets, but lost control, inadvertently destroying one of them. Fortunately, the pilot survived. Meanwhile, Shinran was engrossed in his morning exercises. That evening, Christine summoned her close friend to join them. The next day, Tony instructed Pepper to copy the shipping orders from Obadiah's computer. Through the information gleaned from Obadiah's files, Pepper discovered that Obadiah was the mastermind behind Tony's earlier abduction. However, by the time she resolved to inform Tony, it was too late. Obadiah launched a surprise attack on Tony at his home and absconded with the arc reactor from his chest. In this moment of peril, Tony was in grave danger, and Pepper found herself embroiled in crisis as well. Fortunately, she encountered Agent Coulson, who had come to Stark Tower in search of Shinran. Coulson promptly summoned several agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. to safeguard Pepper. Pepper managed to reach Rhodey on the phone, informing him of Tony's predicament and urging him to hurry to Tony's residence. Due to Shinran's intervention, which had allowed Tony to have a bullet removed from his chest, the removal of the arc reactor did not pose an immediate threat to his life. However, the device that Obadiah had employed inflicted excruciating pain. leaving Tony in a state of agony. Yet, with thoughts of Pepper's peril weighing heavily on his mind, he persevered, crawling step by painstaking step to his laboratory. There, he retrieved the first-generation arc reactor and fitted it back into his chest. After all was said and done, Tony found himself painfully collapsed on the ground. Initially, he intended for Pepper to dispose of this old relic, yet unexpectedly, she had preserved it, proving invaluable at this moment. Had it not been for Shinran's intervention, Pepper's actions would have saved both Tony and herself. At that moment, Rhodey rushed over, but Tony had nearly regained his composure. With Rhodey's assistance, Tony rose from the ground and donned his iron armor. Under Rhodey's envious gaze, Tony soared into the sky, crashing through the ceiling to rescue Pepper. Observing the unfinished armor beside him, Rhodey exclaimed fervently, "Next time you visit, I shall make sure to take it for myself." In the basement of Stark Tower, Obadiah had already activated his armor using Tony's reactor. Obadiah commanded the suit to attack Pepper and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., with Coulson providing cover. The two managed to escape to the surface. With a thunderous roar, the steel monstrosity erupted from the ground, weapon raised, poised to take Pepper's life. At that moment, Tony descended from the heavens, forcefully propelling Obadiah 50 feet away, crashing him onto the pavement. Pepper was saved. The two donned their respective suits of armor, one large and one small, and engaged in battle on the street. However, Tony's reactor was running low on energy, placing him at a disadvantage against Obadiah. Thus, Tony concentrated all his energy and ascended high into the sky, intending to lure Obadiah into the atmosphere, leveraging his suit's anti-icing technology to defeat him. Unexpectedly, Obadiah fell from the heights and scathed. Meanwhile, Tony's armor was nearing depletion, and just as he found himself in despair, Shinran's voice echoed from above. "Obadiah, I see you are utterly resistant to advice." Chapter 20. The Unreliable Elder. The location where Tony and Obi were engaged in battle was merely a street away from the hotel where Shinran resided. At that moment, Shinran was occupied with his exercise routine. Suddenly, a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds erupted outside, abruptly extinguishing his motivation to continue. With electromagnetic induction dispersing, he caught sight of Tony preparing to launch Obi into the skies. Shinran had no choice but to hasten his pace, hastily completing his workout. After dressing, he informed Christine and her friends that he needed to step out for a moment, then directly opened the hotel window and leaped out. Shinran's presidential suite was situated on the 20th floor of the hotel. His audacious act of jumping from the window elicited screams from Christine and her companions, nearly scaring them to death. Only when they saw Shinran hovering outside the window, waving at them, did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Christine gazed at the extraordinary man outside and, with a captivating expression, urged him to return swiftly. Shinran soared into the sky, heading straight in the direction of Tony. Upon arrival, he recognized the site as the very place where he had first encountered Tony and Obi. Shinran had previously cautioned Obi, believing he would heed the warning in time. However, events had unfolded just as scripted, leading to this confrontation. Obi looked up at Shinran, suspended in midair, and despite his armored suit, instinctively took a few steps back. Tony raised his helmet visor, a frown etched on his face, and remarked, "Where have you been, my dear uncle? I was nearly finished by the time you arrived. I must say, you are quite the unreliable elder." "Come now, Tony, wasn't my arrival timely enough?" Shinran responded, chuckling at Tony's disheveled state. Observing the formidable Iron Man present, Obi felt a surge of anger as he realized both uncle and nephew were engrossed in their own dialogue, disregarding his presence. "Shinran, do not think I fear you now." Seeing that Obi was merely stalling and not making a move, Tony taunted, "Obi, I recall when you first met Uncle Shinran, you nearly soiled yourself in fear. Are you no longer afraid? Is it that contraption you wear that grants you courage?" Obi scoffed, "Tony, you know nothing of Shinran. Do you understand why I feared him? He was a top agent on the front lines of the U.S. military. Your father once revealed to me that he could manipulate the trajectory of bullets. After all these years of silence, I assumed he had perished. That 20% of the original shares was meant to be mine. Yet, He appeared before me out of thin air. His emergence completely derailed my plans. That shot I fired not only failed to kill him, but he seized the opportunity to assert his dominance, warning me against pursuing my intentions regarding his shares. What I fear is not him, but the power he wields, the influence of his equity. Shinran was momentarily taken aback by Obi's words. The cryptic hints he had previously given Obi were meant to address his arms trafficking and the entrapment of Tony. He had not anticipated that Obi would turn his ambitions towards himself. This old man harbored ambitions of grand proportions. Tony, too, was astonished to learn that his somewhat eccentric uncle had such a legendary past. A top agent, he remained utterly oblivious, akin to a notorious lecher. Xin Ren shook his head, a hint of exasperation evident. Obi, I believe you might be mistaken. What do you mean by controlling the trajectory of projectiles? Xin Ren, I have no desire to engage in trivial banter with you. You can still fly, right? I wish to see if you can indeed control the path of a rocket. With that, Obi launched several rockets, their whistling descent slicing through the air as they hurtled toward Xin Ren. Old man, I can only say that you are woefully unaware of my capabilities. Xin Ren, suspended in midair, spat disdainfully, simultaneously unleashing his power over metal. Before Obi could react, the rockets that were aimed at Xin Ren reversed course, colliding with Obi himself. Obi, I mentioned that I would not intervene, and yet, today, I shall handle you without lifting a finger. With that, Xin Ren clasped his hands behind his back, floating in the air with an air of enigmatic authority. Uncle, you truly know how to put on a show. Why don't you give it a go? Tony interjected. If you can control the trajectory of rockets, then I am eager to see if you can manage me. With that, Obi piloted his armor toward Xin Ren, throwing a punch directly at him. Xin Ren remained immobile, while Obi's fist halted in midair, unable to budge despite the increased force from within the iron suit. Begone, Xin Ren commanded, an invisible force compelling Obi's armor to crash heavily to the ground. Xin Ren then descended slowly, extending a hand as the damaged armor on Tony mended itself instantaneously. He then maneuvered Obi's suit to hover before Tony. Break! A cacophony of metal grinding erupted as the massive armor clattered to the ground, revealing a bewildered Obi. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. All the remnants of the armor swiftly fused together, forming an enormous iron sphere that rolled toward Tony. Tony, this heap of scrap should fetch a few $100s. Xin Ren paid no heed to Obi's despairing gaze, striding over to Tony and patting him on the shoulder. That old fellow is now your responsibility. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, Xin Ren soared upward, heading straight for the 20th floor of the hotel. After a fierce battle, he felt he deserved a fitting reward. Having experienced such a life-and-death situation, Tony had matured considerably. As for Obi, Tony concentrated the last remnants of energy within the armor and aimed a powerful blast at him. Obi remained perplexed until his final moments, unable to comprehend the extent of Xin Ren's extraordinary powers. Hadn't T. Howard stated that he could merely control the trajectory of bullets? From the moment Xin Ren departed the hotel to the resolution of Obi, scarcely 10 minutes had elapsed. As he returned through the window, a chorus of excited screams erupted from the women present. In a show of admiration, Christine summoned a few of her alluring friends to join her. Fortunately, the bed in the presidential suite was ample otherwise. After Tony eliminated Obi, the New York police arrived tardily and cordoned off the scene. However, it wasn't long before Carlson, accompanied by agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., intervened, dismissing the officers and taking control of the site. That evening, footage of the battle between the two Iron Men erupted across the internet, while scenes of the smaller Iron Man heroically enduring the larger one's assault to save others garnered widespread admiration and shares from netizens. The citizens of New York were well aware of the connection between the smaller Iron Man and Stark Industries. This incident caused a significant stir throughout the nation. Had it not been for Shinran's intervention, the arc reactor would have been detonated by Tony, leading to consequences far beyond mere sensationalism. The following day, Colonel Rhodes represented the U.S. authorities at a press conference, asserting that the incident was caused by a malfunctioning robot. Behind the scenes, Coulson handed Tony a prepared statement. At that moment, you were on the yacht. I fabricated customs documents stating that you had been on Avalon Island all day and night, even securing 50 witness testimonies. All you had to do was read it verbatim. Tony readily agreed to Coulson's instructions. What about Uncle Xian? At the mention of Shinran, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Coulson's eyes. Rest assured, Tony, no one will know that Major Shinran was present at that time. This isn't my first time handling such matters, Mr. Stark. As long as you follow the statement, this will blow over swiftly. After Pepper helped Tony adjust his attire, he made his way to the press conference. Christine sat in the front row, and Tony exchanged a knowing glance with her, causing her to feel somewhat embarrassed. Shinran had no concern that Christine would bring him any trouble, for she had tasted unprecedented pleasures and acquired wealth that would last a lifetime. Already subjugated to Shinran's formidable presence. Amidst a barrage of questions from reporters, Tony discarded the statement in his hand and declared, "I am Iron Man," igniting a frenzy in the room. That day, various media outlets reaped substantial profits from Tony's proclamation. Later that evening, Tony returned to his seaside villa, only to find an unexpected visitor had intruded. "I am Iron Man. Did you think you were the only superhero in the world? Mr. Stark, there are many like you, though you may be unaware," Nick Fury cryptically remarked. As Tony stared at the one-eyed man, confusion clouded his face. "Who are you?" "Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I wish to meet your enigmatic uncle and discuss the establishment of the Avengers Initiative." Chapter 21. Nick Fury's humbling experience. Nick Fury recounted the Avengers Initiative to Tony, yet Tony exhibited a distinct lack of interest. Fury's audacious intrusion into Tony's residence was met with disdain. The one-eyed director expressed a need for decorum. "If you wish to discuss matters with me in the future, kindly arrange an appointment through my assistant rather than appearing unannounced at my home. Such behavior is rather discourteous, don't you think? I might need to consider upgrading my security system." Fury offered a slight smile. "Even with an upgrade, I believe I would still find a way in. You agents can indeed be quite bothersome." Tony waved his hand in resignation, acknowledging the truth in Fury's words. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s legacy spanning over 50 years was not merely a fade. "Well, Director, do you intend to spend the night here? I must inform you, there are no accommodations for men in my abode." Noticing Fury's reluctance to depart, Tony issued a subtle dismissal. "Rest assured, Tony, since you are not inclined to join the Avengers, I shall converse with your uncle instead," Fury stated as he rose. "By all means, Director. If you can persuade my uncle, I shall reconsider your proposal," Tony replied with a mischievous grin. Given his knowledge of his uncle's character, Tony was certain that only a grand spectacle would sway him. Moreover, through Obi, Tony had gleaned insights into his uncle's remarkable identity, a famed major during World War II, possessing extraordinary abilities. Could a mere junior director command respect from such a legend? Based on these factors alone, Fury was destined to face a setback with his uncle. After departing from Tony's opulent estate, Fury navigated his exclusive vehicle towards his uncle's seaside villa. 60 years prior, his uncle's identity had been classified and sealed by the Department of Defense. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury held a degree of familiarity with those legendary figures from the past. Recently, Agent Coulson had hurried back to headquarters to report on a mysterious individual encountered at a gala. Upon hearing the name Shinran, Fury felt an unexpected jolt. For years, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been scouring the depths of Antarctica for the American legend of World War II, Steve Rogers, without any leads. To his astonishment, this figure from the same era as Steve, Shinran, had resurfaced. According to Coulson's description, Shinran's appearance mirrored that of the photograph from 60 years ago. S.H.I.E.L.D. had detected Shinran's flight capabilities, as well as the formidable armored suit of Obi that could inflict substantial damage without direct contact. Fury promptly added Shinran to the roster of the Avengers. However, due to the sensitivity of the situation, he opted to approach Tony first, only to find the outcome less than favorable. Parking his car on the beach, he approached the vintage villa. After a few steps, he was enveloped by an alluring fragrance. Observing the courtyard gate closed yet lights ablaze within, Fury felt a surge of excitement and, with a quickened pace, nimbly vaulted over the side entrance. As soon as he landed, Nick Fury spotted Ayan Rand in the yard, tending to a fire and engaged in some activity. Observing the young man, who appeared to be barely in his 20s, Fury immediately assumed the authoritative demeanor befitting the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and approached Ayan Rand. He intended to leverage his status to impose some pressure, for after all, he had once been merely a major himself. Despite his previous affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D., he could not compare to the authority of the director. "What are you working on?" he inquired, noting the aroma that wafted towards him as he stepped outside. Without hesitation, he claimed a stool from the yard and sat down across from Ayan Rand. "Your left eye was clawed by a creature, but your right eye is intact, correct? Are you unfamiliar with seafood?" Without lifting his gaze from the grilled fish he was handling, Ayan Rand responded, "How do you know my eye was?" The moment he spoke, it felt as though a bomb had been dropped in Fury's heart. Few were privy to the reason behind his singular vision. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the king of level 10 agents, was momentarily taken aback. "That Avengers initiative you have in hand was altered after Carol left Earth, wasn't it? What was it called before? The Guardian Initiative? You've come here hoping to recruit me?" Fury was bewildered. Initially, he had intended to regale Ayan Rand with tales of his experiences, showcasing the prowess of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the grandeur of his position as director. However, Ayan Rand had preempted him with such incisive remarks that Fury found himself at a loss for words, astonished by the young man's boldness. Nevertheless, being a seasoned individual accustomed to the tumult of the universe, Nick Fury quickly regained his composure and took a hearty bite of a skewer of grilled squid. "Major, since you seem to know everything, I won't keep you in suspense. Are you interested in joining the—" "No," Ayan Rand interjected firmly. He then raised his head to meet the single-eyed man's gaze, stating coldly, "My front door is not locked, yet you chose to climb over the wall. Do you think your status as a level 10 agent is something to be proud of? Did I invite you to sit? Alexander Pierce would address me as senior in my presence. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly? A mere junior comes into my home unannounced, sits down, and eats my grilled squid without a hint of courtesy?" Fury was taken aback by Ayan Rand's assertiveness. The young man's words struck with undeniable truth, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Stand at attention," Ayan Rand commanded, exuding an air of authority. Reacting instinctively, Fury set down the grilled fish and promptly stood upright. "I am not one to be cowed. Your intimidation tactics are ineffective with me. Senior, I apologize for my presumptuousness. Since you are evidently all-knowing, you must appreciate the significance of this initiative. I earnestly request your participation. Rest assured, you will not be subject to the constraints of any individual or department." Fury adopted a more humble posture as he addressed Ayan Rand. "How many individuals are currently involved in your plan?" With a mouthful of grilled oysters, Shinran teasingly regarded Nick Fury, who stood as rigid as a statue. Nick Fury was at a loss for words, as thus far, no one had joined. A new mission is available for the host to accept. Mission details: join the Avengers Initiative and become the leader of the Alliance. Completion reward: Magneto's ability fusion rate increased to 45. Gain electromagnetic pulse capability. Electromagnetic pulse. The host can gather surrounding electromagnetic forces and convert them into electromagnetic energy to launch energy attacks. The longer the charge time, the greater the power. Shinran had initially intended to tease Nick Fury a bit longer, but unexpectedly, the system dispatched such a mission. Wasn't this akin to delivering a gift to oneself? If there were no participants, he could simply state it plainly instead of stammering like a fool. At that moment, Nick Fury appeared much like a remorseful child standing before Shinran, a sight both amusing and pitiful. "I am willing to join your initiative, but I have two conditions." Nick Fury's eyes sparkled with interest as he hastily responded, "Please, proceed. First, you must promptly return Natasha to me, regardless of her current assignment. Second, once the alliance is established, I must be the leader, All operations requiring my intervention must be under my command. If you cannot meet these two stipulations, then you may leave at once. Not an issue at all. Shinron had anticipated that Nick Fury would deliberate carefully, yet the moment he finished speaking, Nick Fury eagerly acquiesced. I have a document in the car. I will retrieve it for you to sign, thereby formalizing your membership. He prepared to vault over the wall. Return. Nick Fury gazed at Shinron with a look of indignation. Could it be that this esteemed individual was about to change his mind? Stand at attention again. Shinron gestured with one hand, and as Nick Fury watched, perplexed by his motion, the vehicle on the beach began to descend gently from the air, landing behind him. Go ahead. Suppressing his astonishment, Nick Fury extracted a document from the car. Senior, please sign here. Shinron manipulated the pen he presented and inscribed his name on the document. Observing this display, Nick Fury's eyelids twitched. Senior, does this count as your handwritten signature? What, do you think I might flee? After signing, the system's reward promptly manifested. Fury, can't your vehicle withstand a bullet's assault? Indeed, Senior, this vehicle's safety rating is second only to that of the White House. Shinron smiled with satisfaction. Following that, he concentrated a fragment of the surrounding electromagnetic force into his palm and directed it towards the vehicle. With a resounding boom, Nick Fury was startled, and upon turning to look, he found the body of his car now indented. You were indeed correct, Fury. The security level is remarkably high. I exerted merely 1% of my strength, yet it remains unscathed, Shinron remarked with a smile, noting Fury's ashen complexion. Do not be vexed, dear Fury. Your complexion is already dark, and with a face like that, it only appears even more so. With a surge of power, the dented vehicle instantaneously reverted to its original form. With a flick of her hand, the car ascended gracefully, landing back on the familiar beach. Senior, should any matters arise, I will dispatch someone to contact you. Please continue your grilling. I must take my leave. With that, she seized a roasted oyster and swallowed it in one swift motion before turning to retrace her steps. Make your exit through the front door? And yet you claim to be the king of agents, sneaking away like a thief, Fury remarked, visibly unimpressed. Chapter 22. Reunion after joining the Avengers. No missions were assigned by the system, so Xian Rand began to relish the life of an ordinary person. He would drive his luxury car to the market each day, return home to prepare meals, and in the evenings, indulge in delightful barbecues. However, after consuming an abundance of seafood, he often felt an excess of fiery energy within him and would occasionally call Christine to join him for exercise at their usual spot. Each time, Christine would cleverly invite her various girlfriends to accompany Xian Rand. A week later, Nick Fury personally drove Natasha back. Upon seeing the man she had known for over 60 years, tears welled up in Natasha's eyes. Xian Rand, noticing this, felt a pang of compassion and, in front of Nick Fury, embraced Natasha and kissed her passionately. As they kissed fervently, they made their way towards the bedroom. Nick Fury, understanding the situation, quietly closed the villa's door and sat glumly in the courtyard. 2 hours later, Natasha lay contentedly in Xian Rand's arms, playfully pounding his chest and feigning annoyance. After 63 years, if you had not returned, I might have sought another man. Xian Rand gently caressed Natasha's back and smiled. I would like to see who could possibly tame you besides myself. Hearing his words, Natasha blushed and playfully pouted. The two nestled against each other, sharing the longings they had harbored over the decades. My dear, please do not leave me for such long periods again, Natasha said, tears forming in her eyes once more. Fear not, little Natasha, such circumstances shall never arise again. Trust me. Seeing the conviction in Xian Rand's eyes, the weight in Natasha's heart lifted. All these years, both psychologically and physically, he had constantly thought of her. After Xian Rand departed, the Black Widow had truly become a widow. Tasks were manageable, providing her with a distraction from her yearning, but every night, lying alone in bed, Natasha would toss and turn, unable to sleep, as Xian Rand's figure lingered in her mind. Fortunately, her body had been enhanced by the super soldier serum, otherwise, the nightly insomnia alone would have taken a toll on her health. At that moment, Xian Rand sensed that Nick Fury was still sitting in the courtyard. He whispered, Little Natasha, Fury is still outside. Natasha giggled. What? I thought he had left long ago. Shall we go out and see him, then continue later? Let's put that on hold for now. Let's keep him waiting, Ayan Rand replied with a mischievous grin, flipping her beneath him and whispering in her ear. They then shared another passionate encounter. Nick Fury waited in the courtyard for over 4 hours before they finally emerged from the villa. Hey, in broad daylight. You two took such a long time. Nick Fury scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. What? Did I keep you, the esteemed director, waiting? After 63 years apart, would we have emerged so quickly without your presence? Ayan Rand retorted with a hint of irritation. Nick Fury listened to Sinran's candid remarks, feeling the awkwardness wash over him, and could only manage a forced smile. Dear, Director Fury has always treated me well, so please do not make things difficult for him, Natasha said, observing the discomfort etched on Fury's face, her heart secretly reveling in the moment while feigning to come to his aid. After all, he was still her superior. All right, Fury. Having waited here for so long, what brings you? Sinran inquired, settling comfortably on the sofa, draping an arm around Natasha. I came primarily to return Agent Natasha to you. And there's another matter. Please, take a seat. I noticed your previous rudeness and thought it prudent to give you a gentle reprimand. I am generally quite easygoing. Sinran continued. Hearing this, Nick Fury sighed deeply and promptly sat down on the adjacent sofa, though his posture remained somewhat stiff. As I mentioned, I am here to return Agent Natasha. Additionally, the authorities would like you to persuade your nephew, Tony Stark, to join the Avengers and to transfer the Iron Man suit technology to the Department of Defense. Sinran crossed his legs and scoffed. Fury, have you lost your mind? Or have those people at the White House gone mad? Persuading Tony to join the Avengers is one thing, but demanding he relinquish his technology? Why not just appoint him as the Secretary of Defense? Is it that anything the U.S. government desires must be surrendered? What next? Will they come for my life to study? Nick Fury inhaled sharply. Senior, that was not the intention at all. If you are unwilling to assist with this matter, then so be it. I will inform those in the White House that I am not under anyone's command, and they should not expect me to partake in their thievery. Understood, Senior. I will convey your message. With that, Nick Fury left, his demeanor dejected. After being humiliated in Sinran's courtyard last time, and now chastised in his living room, he resolved to avoid dealings with Sinran unless absolutely necessary. After Tony publicly acknowledged his identity as Iron Man, he indulged in a life of excess. On the very day Natasha returned, Tony hosted a grand Stark Expo in New York, his reputation soaring to unprecedented heights. Following the expo, a former police officer, who had once crossed paths with Tony, approached him. However, she was not there to offer affection, but rather to deliver a subpoena. Tony was summoned by the authorities to attend a Senate Armed Services Committee meeting the following morning. That night, he sped away in his latest sports car to his villa in Washington. The next morning, he arrived punctually for the committee meeting, though he treated the event with a casual indifference. Mr. Stark, shall we continue with the previous topic? Mr. Stark, please. Mr. Stark, could you please focus on what I am saying? Under the gentle persuasion of Pepper, Tony momentarily adopted a more serious demeanor. Very well, sir, proceed, he replied. The senator seated at the podium immediately inquired about the Iron Man suit. Do you possess a particular weapon? Tony responded with unwavering conviction, I do not. It depends on your definition of a weapon. Iron Man is indeed a weapon. My inventions, however, do not fit that description. The senator pressed on with his interrogation, then, pray tell, what is it? How would you characterize it? It is precisely what it is, Senator. And what is that? It is a high-tech prosthetic. That is the most fitting descriptor I can provide. Thus ensued a spirited debate between Tony and the senator seated in the middle of the podium. Unable to counter Tony's arguments, the senator resorted to patriotic rhetoric. We must prioritize delivering Iron Man, this weapon, to the American people. Tony retorted, don't even think about it. I am Iron Man. I am one with the armor. Surrendering Iron Man would mean surrendering myself. That would be servitude or worse. I cannot relinquish it to you. Rendered speechless, the senator stammered, I am not an expert. A weapons expert? Clearly, you are not. You are merely a senator, Tony quipped, at a loss for words. The senator summoned Tony's commercial rival, arms dealer Justin Hammer, to engage in debate with Tony. Hammer contended that the world the American people inhabit is exceedingly perilous, and should Tony relinquish the iron suit, it would ensure greater security for both the nation and global peace. Unfazed by Hammer's accusations, Tony remained composed. However, his friend, Colonel Rhodes, also present at the hearing, was compelled to read aloud testimony from his report that was unfavorable to Tony under the senator's unreasonable demands. The senator deemed this insufficient and proceeded to showcase videos and data, asserting that other nations were researching, replicating, and gearing up for mass production of Iron Man suits. Tony was well aware of the developments in other countries. He hacked into the congressional computer system to reveal the concealed truth. The iron suits being developed abroad were far inferior to his own, riddled with failures and accidents. Furthermore, he exposed Hammer Industries' covert efforts to develop their own iron suit, to which Tony responded with incisive mockery. Amidst the laughter and scorn, the senator and Hammer found themselves thoroughly bested. This hearing concluded with Tony triumphantly prevailing, leaving the senator frustrated to the point of expletives. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Shinran embraced Natasha as they watched the live broadcast. Truly, he is Howard's son. He possesses remarkable audacity, Natasha praised Tony. Indeed, his audacity far surpasses his father's, she added. What event are you referring to? The charity gala. After concluding the broadcast, they switched off the television, and their conversation resumed on the sofa. Chapter 23. Defeating Roddy in the past, Anton Vanko, a Soviet defector, fled to the United States and, through his exceptional abilities, joined Stark Industries. Collaborating with Howard Stark, he delved into the realm of reactor technology. As progress was made in their research, Vanko sought to profit from it, only to face opposition from Howard. Undeterred, Vanko clandestinely initiated his own ventures, which Howard discovered, leading to his expulsion from the country. This felt profoundly unjust to Vanko, as he believed his contributions were integral to Stark Industries' success. Upon returning to the Soviet Union, he found himself sidelined, treated more like a spy than a valued technologist, and was exiled to the frigid expanse of Siberia. During this time, Tony Stark's revelation of his identity as Iron Man did not escape Vanko's notice. It ignited a deep-seated resentment within him, especially as he neared death. In his final moments, he summoned his son, Ivan Vanko, to his bedside, imploring him to reclaim what had been lost from Tony. Ivan, inheriting his father's intellect and expertise in physics and electronics, unearthed his father's blueprints and resolved to create an arc reactor and combat gear to exact revenge on Tony. Tony, reveling in a recent triumph in the council, returned home, feeling a sense of fulfillment as he admired his suit. Although Shinran had successfully extracted the shrapnel from his chest, thereby alleviating a lethal threat, the reactor that powered the suit continued to pose a grave concern. Tony kept his blood poisoning a secret from Pepper, having sought Shinran's help in vain. Shinran understood that the resolution to this issue lay with Tony himself. To navigate his remaining time more comfortably, Tony decided to delegate the responsibilities of Stark Industries to Pepper, appointing her as CEO. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatched a beautiful agent to approach Tony, seeking information about Iron Man. Given Shinran's presence, this agent was not Natasha, for Natasha was Shinran's partner, and Shinran was Tony's uncle. Nick Fury lacked the audacity to send his aunt to seduce his nephew. At a racing event in Monaco, Tony encountered Hammer once again, subjecting him to further ridicule. Seeking excitement, Tony entered the racetrack, ousting his team's driver, and resolved to race himself. During the competition, Tony faced an assault from Ivan, wielding weapons crafted from decades-old cold fusion technology. Although this energy weapon was now considered outdated, it remained exclusive to Stark Industries. Consequently, Tony contacted Shinran to inquire about the situation, who filled him in on Ivan's background. Upon returning from Monaco, Tony hosted a birthday celebration at his villa, naturally inviting his unreliable uncle. As he dialed Shinran's number, he learned that Shinran had just finished exercising with Natasha. "Uncle, tomorrow is my birthday, and there will be a grand banquet that evening. You must attend. I have arranged for 6 exquisite companions for you." In her embrace, Natasha tightened her grip and threatened, "What is he saying?" Surprised, she added, "Uncle, is that a woman's voice I hear? What are you doing in broad daylight?" "No problem, Tony. However, I must bring your aunt along," he replied. "All right, understood, Uncle," Tony said before hanging up the phone, pondering for quite some time about how that uncle suddenly found himself an aunt. Could it be that he, like Tony, had settled down? This phone call left Shinran explaining to Natasha for ages to no avail. Ultimately, after another bout of conversation, Natasha was too exhausted to argue any further. The following evening, the two arrived at Tony's residence as promised. Rhodey, one of Tony's few friends, was also invited. Yet, he had an additional task: to persuade Tony to serve the military and provide them with Iron Man suits. At the party, Tony donned his armor, intoxicated and engaging with a group of scantily clad women, playing with energy blasts. Rhodey, unable to endure Tony's reckless behavior, impulsively ventured into the underground lab and donned an Iron Man suit himself. Upon arriving at the party, not only did he scare off all the women, but he also pointed at Tony, accusing, "You are unworthy of wearing that armor. Take it off." "And you think you are?" Shinran remarked, swirling his glass of red wine casually. Rhodey turned to see two others present and barked, "You two, leave at once." Tony waved dismissively at Shinran, "Uncle, don't worry. I'll teach this guy a lesson." The two then began to brawl, and moments later, the villa lay in ruins. The other guests, disturbed by the commotion, dispersed, leaving only Shinran and his wife, along with Pepper Potts, seated on the couch. Pepper noticed that Shinran had brought a woman with him and hurriedly advised, "Mr. Xian, you both should leave. It's too dangerous here." Shinran smiled, "No worries, Pepper. I find this scene quite entertaining. Isn't it lively?" Natasha nodded in agreement. As their fight escalated, with all the guests gone, Tony raised his hand, preparing to unleash an energy blast. Rhodey, not to be outdone, gathered energy as well, threatening Tony to lower his hand. At that moment, Shinran strolled leisurely with his wine glass into the space between them. "All right, Rhodey, first lower your hand. Then take off that armor and leave." Unfamiliar with Shinran, Rhodey dismissed him. "Get lost. Who are you? If you die here, I want to be responsible." Not one to be intimidated, Shinran stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap. The resounding impact reverberated through the armor, leaving Rhodey's head ringing. "Who are you?" Rhodey exclaimed, astonished that this person could wield such power when even Tony in his armor could not harm him. Shinran did not respond, instead delivering another swift slap. With a swift strike, Rhodey was utterly terrified. Flames ignited beneath his feet as he turned to flee, yearning to return the suit of armor to the military. However, just as he attempted to escape the villa, he found himself immobilized. "I told you to remove the armor before you leave." Rhodey, undeterred, intensified the force beneath his feet and hands, yet he remained unable to move. What a farce! Could a suit of steel possibly elude someone like Shinran, who commanded all forms of metal? Shinran guided the armor to hover beside him, positioning Rhodey upside down. He then delivered a kick to Rhodey's face and seized his calf, swinging him about mercilessly. "If I perish, you bear no responsibility. But if you perish, am I to be accountable?" What a ridiculous scenario. Tony, observing Shinran's actions, felt no surprise. He contemplated whether he should create a suit of armor to counter Shinran's prowess. At that moment, Shinran released his grip, allowing the armor to levitate in midair. "Uncle, he won't be dead, will he?" Tony exclaimed in alarm, witnessing the armor's limbs slacken lifelessly. Jarvis scanned Rhodey's vital signs. "Sir, he is merely in a transient state of unconsciousness." With the assurance that Rhodey was unharmed, Tony let out a sigh of relief. He splashed some wine on Rhodey's face, rousing him from his stupor. Upon awakening and spotting Shinran, Rhodey instinctively attempted to flee. Shinran reached out, and in an instant, the armor fell away from Rhodey. "Come on, try to kill me. I assure you, I won't hold you accountable if I die," Shinran taunted. "You are holding a glass of wine while I am clad in a suit of armor, and yet you can overpower me. How could I ever defeat you?" Rhodey thought to himself, but dared not voice his fears. Noticing Rhodey's evident terror, Tony hurried to introduce, "Rhodey, this is my uncle Shinran. Quickly greet him." Rhodey, bewildered yet frightened, stiffly opened his mouth. Uncle, hello. Shinran took a sip of his drink. You may leave, but the armor remains. Who taught you to take what you please? Rhodey hesitated. Uncle, this task was assigned to me by someone at the White House. I have no choice. A glint of coldness flashed in Shinran's eyes. The White House? If he is unfit, replace him. That position can be filled by anyone. Why not install a compliant puppet? Rhodey gasped, overwhelmed by Shinran's audacity. Indeed, Shinran was not entirely wrong. The transition of the U.S. presidency, though ostensibly electoral, was essentially a contest among powerful factions. Stark Industries is more than capable of vying for presidential candidates, Tony concurred. Rhodey, now at a loss, felt tears welling. This uncle-nephew duo was excessively domineering. How could one so readily propose replacing a president over a mere suit of armor? Although I am not particularly fond of their actions, Roddy is nonetheless my friend. Bestowing this suit of armor upon him as a gift would not be inappropriate. I shall arrange for Jarvis to establish a restriction, permitting only Roddy to don this armor. What do you think? After a brief pause, Tony added. Sinya nodded in agreement. That seems acceptable. At that moment, Natasha hurriedly entered the hall. Darling, a town in Mexico has reported supernatural occurrences. Director Fury is awaiting our return in the courtyard. But the gates are locked. How did he access the courtyard? Apparently, he climbed over. Chapter 24. An encounter in the skies during this particular time frame. A supernatural phenomenon unfolded, and Ayn Rand was certain that Thor, the god of thunder, along with his hammer, Mjolnir, had descended upon Earth. The post-credits scene in Iron Man 2 showcased a fleeting glimpse of the hammer, lasting only a few brief seconds. Gazing at Tony before her, Ayn Rand spoke. Tony, today marks your birthday, and your uncle has failed to prepare a gift for you. Would you kindly craft a suit of armor for your aunt from the designs in the laboratory? Once completed, simply send it my way. Tony took a couple of hearty swigs from his drink. Uncle, have you lost your mind? Natasha, sitting beside them, was amused by Ayn Rand's seemingly nonsensical remarks. I have always remembered your predicament with palladium poisoning from the arc reactor, dear uncle. Shall I offer you some guidance? A spark of excitement lit up Tony's expression. Uncle, that would be splendid. But what about Aunt's suit? Jarvis, please conduct a full scan of Aunt Natasha and document the relevant information, Tony instructed. I shall arrange the armor for her first thing tomorrow morning. Ayn Rand smiled with satisfaction. That's the spirit. She continued, Tony, do you recall the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. who visited you last time? Tony nodded earnestly. Leaning back on the sofa, Ayn Rand appeared to drift into a profound reminiscence. Your father, Howard, and Agent Peggy Carter were instrumental in founding the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, known today as S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony was taken aback, unaware of his father's affiliation with such a legacy. Due to special circumstances, I was withdrawn from the battlefield, and you likely heard some details from Obadiah during your last encounter. Upon my return, your father assigned me a nominal position under S.H.I.E.L.D., while your Aunt Natasha was enlisted as a combat operative. It is no exaggeration to say that I am one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. At this juncture, Rhodey could no longer contain his excitement and stood up animatedly. You are that enigmatic figure, the close ally of Captain America, who vanished alongside him. Ayn Rand cast a sidelong glance at Rhodey, ignoring his interjection, and continued, what I am stating may seem unrelated to your palladium poisoning issue. However, Tony, as your father was a founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., some of his possessions remain within the organization. I believe that retrieving those items could lead to new discoveries regarding your condition. Tony appeared perplexed. Uncle, your words are rather cryptic. Where precisely is your guidance? I fail to see it. Is it not clear enough? You must have a serious discussion with Nick Fury to reclaim the box that Howard left at S.H.I.E.L.D. The contents of that box hold the key to resolving your poisoning. Ayn Rand had initially intended to merely hint at the solution, allowing Tony to decipher it himself. However, given his inability to grasp the subtlety, she opted for directness. After all, even if she refrained from revealing it, Fury would inevitably come knocking to deliver the box. However, the discovery of new elements ultimately relies on Tony's own efforts. If I were to articulate this more clearly, it might inadvertently influence Tony's judgment. It is indeed much clearer stated this way, Uncle. Nevertheless, I have not seen that one-eyed director since his last visit. Rest assured, he has already positioned his agents around you. That new assistant of yours is no ordinary individual. It won't be long before he seeks you out. As she spoke, Shinran unconsciously glanced at Natasha. Tony, what poison are you referring to? Why have you never mentioned it? Inquired Pepper, her eyes glistening with tears. Rhodey appeared to grasp the situation as well, bowing his head in shame. All right, Tony, I leave the remaining matters in your capable hands. Do not forget your An's armor, Shinran added, gesturing towards Rhodey. Remember, this suit was a gift from Tony. When you return, do not allow others to tamper with it. At this moment, Rhodey had roughly deduced Shinran's identity and took her words as a command, standing at attention and delivering an exaggerated salute, resolutely declaring, Yes, sir. You must be out of your mind. You are Tony's friend. Just call me Uncle, he replied. Yes, sir. Subsequently, Shinran scooped up Natasha and soared into the sky. Simultaneously, a magnetic force field activated, forming a protective barrier around them to shield against the turbulent airflow generated by their rapid ascent. With Shinran's ability now enhanced to 45%, her flight speed reached twice the speed of sound. The sudden ascent left Rhodey in awe, flying solely on her own power. Was she even human? Natasha, cradled in Shinran's arms, had never experienced anything like this before. Darling, when did you learn to fly? This feels absolutely exhilarating. With a mischievous grin, Shinran replied, Would you like to experience something even more thrilling? Following this, the magnetic force field subtly shifted, cloaking their forms from view. At her current speed, the journey from Tony's residence to her own took merely 2 or 3 minutes. 3 hours later, the two descended slowly into the villa courtyard. Upon seeing Nick Fury's bewildered expression, Natasha shot Shinran a reproachful yet bashful glance. Director Fury, we were delayed by some matters on the way. I apologize for the wait. Natasha greeted him with a smile. Delayed? You both just flew down from the sky. What kind of delay could there possibly be? Did you collide with a bird midair? Fury thought to himself, though he dared not voice it. Let us discuss this inside, Fury, they said as the trio entered the house and settled into the living room sofa. Senior, here's the situation. In a small town in Mexico, a hammer has been discovered, Shinran stated directly. Very well, it appears there is nothing that escapes your notice, Fury remarked. Initially, the plan was to dispatch the Agent Hawkeye to address this matter. However, given the supernatural nature of the situation, it would be far more effective for you to intervene directly. Are you interested in taking a look? Fury cautiously inquired about Shinran's intentions. A new mission is available for the host to accept. Mission details: extract Thor's hammer Mjolnir and acquire the power of lightning. Mission completion reward: Magneto's ability fusion level increased to 50, gaining the capability of electromagnetic spatial portals. Electromagnetic spatial portal: the host can utilize electromagnetic force to create portals, reaching any location the host has visited, seen, or wishes to go. The electromagnetic spatial portal functions similarly to the portals of Kamartaj, with the sole distinction that Kamartaj's portals require the use of a suspended ring as a medium, while the electromagnetic spatial portal does not. Shinran sensed that this task would not be easily accomplished. Mjolnir is crafted from the crystallized essence of a planet and fundamentally belongs to a unique category of metal within the universe. As long as it is metal, Shinran can manipulate it. However, the hammer is also bound by a divine curse from Odin, the God King. Only one deemed worthy may wield the power of the God of Thunder. This implies that extracting the hammer would not be a simple feat currently. Thor has yet to mature and relies solely on that hammer to embody the God of Thunder. Without it, he is nothing. Odin's intention behind this ordeal was to cultivate Thor, to leverage the divine curse imposed by his father, and preemptively extract the hammer would equate to usurping Thor's destined opportunity, which would be utterly unjust. If such an act were to transpire, Odin might very well resort to severe retribution against Shinran. However, Failing to complete the mission would prevent the enhancement of Magneto's ability fusion. Without that enhancement, Shinron would be ill-equipped to confront the dangers beyond Earth. Extracting the hammer not only promises the acquisition of lightning power, but also elevates the fusion level, making it a most advantageous endeavor that Shinron feels compelled to undertake. Furthermore, he harbors doubts that Thor would cease to be the god of thunder simply because he lost the hammer. Odin would undoubtedly intervene. Shinron is eager to witness how Odin would react to Thor without his hammer. Fury, regardless of your input, I am determined to proceed. That hammer is no ordinary object, and I must personally handle this, Shinron declared with conviction to Fury. This delighted Fury immensely. With such a formidable ally stepping in, he felt relieved of any further concerns. He promptly produced a set of credentials and handed them to Shinron. Level 0 Agent of S. H. I-E-L-D. Fury, I recall you are a level 10, correct? Shinron inquired, glancing at the credentials in his hands. Senior, please do not misconstrue. Level 0 is equivalent to no rank. With your prowess, even a designation of 100 would be insufficient. Thus, level 0 is most fitting and adds an air of mystery. Moreover, you are the leader of the Avengers. So that credential serves merely as a facade, Nick Fury elucidated. Very well, for this mission, I intend to operate solo. Natasha has only recently returned. I prefer she rest at home. You have no objections, I hope? Esteemed Senior, the decision rests with you. Agent Natasha has now been officially recognized as a member of the Avengers. She has acquiesced to Shinron's arrangements, which allows her to enjoy some much-needed rest at home, sparing her from being incessantly worn out by him. Senior, Coulson has already arrived in Mexico. He will fully cooperate with you upon your arrival. Understood. I shall set forth tomorrow. Very well, Senior. I shall not intrude upon your time together. With that, Nick Fury prepared to take his leave. Wait, just a few steps away, Shinron called out to him. Please find an opportunity to pass on Howard's belongings to Tony and discuss matters regarding the Avengers with him. Nick Fury smiled. You and I share the same thoughts, esteemed Senior. After Fury departed, it was already well past midnight. Shauna, I shall be leaving tomorrow and may not return for some time. Tonight, I must make amends, Shinron exclaimed, embracing Natasha and whispering mischievously in her ear. Natasha's body softened at his touch. My dear, shall we ascend to the skies? Without hesitation, Shinron lifted Natasha and soared into the heavens, taking in the enchanting night view of New York. Chapter 25. Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. New York and Mexico. One situated in the east and the other in the west. Despite Shinron's remarkable flight speed nearing twice the speed of sound, he opted for the most unpretentious mode of travel. The following midday, Shinron bid farewell to Natasha and boarded A.S. H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. At a highly clandestine military airfield in Mexico, Coulson awaited his arrival, accompanied by numerous agents. Upon seeing Shinron descend from the plane, Coulson approached him with fervent enthusiasm. Sir, welcome to the state of Mexico, he exclaimed. With a smile, Shinron replied, Agent Coulson, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again. Coulson, visibly excited, grasped Shinron's hand firmly. Sir, may we take a photograph together? A photograph? Shinron inquired, puzzled by the notion of two grown men posing for a picture. To be candid, Captain Rogers is my idol, and you are his esteemed comrade, so I thought as Coulson spoke. Shinron recalled that Coulson was indeed a devoted admirer of Steve. Very well, let us proceed. Coulson retrieved his phone, grinning broadly as he draped an arm around Shinron's shoulder to capture a selfie. Thank you, sir. The vehicle is parked over there. Allow me to escort you to the scene of the incident. Shinron nodded and followed Coulson to the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle. The remaining agents divided into two teams, each commandeering a black SUV. One team positioned itself behind while the other led the way, ensuring Shinron's vehicle was securely nestled in the center. Coulson, is this how you typically receive guests? Shinron observed the formidable arrangement, feeling as though he were a crime lord making a grand entrance. Noticing Shinron's inquiry, Coulson, seated at the wheel, glanced into the rearview mirror and quickly clarified, Sir, the conditions here are rather limited, and we lack sufficient personnel. I hope you can bear with us." At a loss for words, Shinran could only nod in response. He had to admit, the stability of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vehicle was commendable. Traversing the undulating desert dunes, the ride was remarkably smooth. Gazing out at the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, Shinran pondered the matter of Mjolnir. Suddenly, he noticed Coulson in the driver's seat, casting a suggestive glance at him through the rearview mirror. "Coulson, focus on driving. What are you doing?" Shinran murmured. "Yes, sir." After a moment, Shinran observed Coulson stealing glances at him once more. "Listen, Coulson, if there's something on your mind, feel free to speak up. I am not a woman, so there is no need for such insinuations. I assure you, I hold no interest in men. If that is your inclination, I harbor no objections. But let me be clear, do not entertain any notions regarding me." Shinran felt a surge of discomfort. As a robust man, he could withstand the flirtatious gaze of a woman, but he would not tolerate such behavior from another man. Coulson, hearing Shinran's words, quickly responded, "Sir, I believe you may have misunderstood. However, it is of no consequence." Shinran, exhibiting a demeanor that suggested indifference, left Coulson both amused and perplexed. "Sir, you and Captain Rogers are contemporaries, yet after all these years, you appear even more youthful than I do. I must admit, I'm a bit curious. Also, I have a girlfriend now." "Oh, is that so?" Shinran responded, somewhat speechless. "Sir, could you share some stories about Captain Rogers from back in the day?" Coulson inquired cautiously. Shinran had a favorable impression of Coulson. He was courteous and humble, which prompted him to recount tales of Steve from yesteryear. "The first time I encountered Steve was in an alley behind a cinema in Brooklyn. At that time, he was merely..." And thus, Shinran began to narrate his experiences with Steve for over 2 hours. Eventually, Coulson halted the vehicle, stating, "Sir, we have arrived." "Coulson, there's no need to be so formal. You may simply call me by my name. It's acceptable to occasionally address me as sir, but your constant use of it makes me rather uncomfortable," Shinran remarked. After exiting the vehicle, they walked a short distance until they reached a large circular pit. It was difficult to fathom that such a vast crater could be created by a mere hammer strike. Observing the continuous influx of civilian vehicles, Coulson explained, "Those are individuals drawn by the commotion." "Order the area to be secured," Shinran commanded. Upon receiving the order, Coulson began to make arrangements. Shortly thereafter, over 30 military helicopters appeared in the sky, accompanied by an array of military trucks on the ground. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly cordoned off the expansive area. A few unruly Japanese individuals resisted leaving the site, even engaging in altercations with several agents. In response, Shinran issued a direct order for them to be shot on sight. Shinran leaned closer to the hammer, which was embedded firmly in the ground. Aside from the ancient, weathered engravings that exuded an air of mystery, it bore no significant difference from an ordinary hammer. What could this possibly be? Coulson, standing nearby, was astonished. He simply could not comprehend how such a hammer could create such a large pit. "It is a hammer," he exclaimed. Coulson was momentarily at a loss for words, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is a hammer." Subsequently, Shinran approached, grasping the hammer's handle with both hands, exerting all his strength, yet the hammer remained utterly unmoved. Coulson attempted the same, but the outcome was identical. "Team 1, Team 2, Team 3. Bring in the helicopters and attach the cables," Coulson commanded through his radio, refusing to accept that human strength could not budge it. However, even with the helicopter's attempts, the cables snapped without success. Had it not been for Shinran's timely intervention in controlling the frayed cables, Coulson would have met a rather unfortunate fate. Shinran applied his abilities to the hammer of Thor, yet it only stirred slightly. However, this moment ignited a flicker of hope within Shinran. The fact that it could move unequivocally indicated that the hammer was indeed composed of a metal substance. And if it was metal, then it was under the jurisdiction of him, the master of magnetism. "Shinran, I sense you possess knowledge regarding the origins of this hammer," Coulson interjected suddenly. "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" "Because your gaze suggests something amiss." Truly, he was worthy of being a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. exhibiting keen observation skills. Coulson chuckled. I still have a long way to go compared to you. After all, you are level 0. Shinran, not one to conceal the truth, replied. Indeed, I am familiar with it. Really, what is the true nature of this hammer? Coulson, initially uncertain, found himself stirred with excitement at Shinran's revelation. Shinran cast another glance at the hammer and slowly articulated. This hammer is called Mjolnir, as described in Norse mythology, the hammer of the god of thunder. Is that truly the case, Shinran? Coulson inquired, astonished. Do you think I would jest with you? At that moment, an agent rushed over. Report, gentlemen. In the nearby town, an astrophysicist has documented the supernatural phenomena accompanying the hammer's appearance. Shinran recognized that the astrophysicist was none other than Jane Foster, Thor's future romantic interest, a young, intelligent, and beautiful woman. However, Shinran held no particular interest in her. It was her intern, Daisy Louise, who piqued Shinran's curiosity. Take us there at once. Chapter 26. Going with the flow, Coulson promptly issued orders, leading a contingent of agents toward the small town. Upon arriving at Jane Foster's residence, he found it deserted. With a wave of his hand, the agents began transferring the equipment to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vehicle. Shinran leaned against the car, observing the agents at work. Before long, 2 women rushed over, exclaiming loudly, Hey, that's my equipment. What on earth is happening here? Noticing the commotion, Coulson approached and introduced himself. Miss Foster. I am Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. What does that matter? I don't care which agency you belong to. You cannot do this, Jane retorted, her anger palpable. Eric Savage, standing nearby, sensed the tension and quietly advised Jane, Jane, this situation may be more serious than you realize. Let them proceed. This remark only fueled Jane's indignation further. Let them proceed? This is my life. Coulson, observing the agitated woman, continued to explain, Miss Foster. We are investigating a security threat and need to access your records and atmospheric observation data. Access. Jane scoffed. You might as well say steal. With a resigned expression, Coulson retrieved a check from his pocket. Here, this should compensate you for the inconvenience. Jane accepted the check and crumpled it into a ball. Let me tell you, you can't find replacement equipment in any digital store. Most of this apparatus is of my own making. I believe you can create new ones, Coulson replied. And thus ensued a heated exchange between them. Daisy, wanting to support Jane, felt at a loss for words, her large, watery eyes reflecting her anxiety. Shinran observed the pure, innocent beauty of Daisy and felt a stirring in his heart. I am on the verge of discovering answers to some extraordinary phenomena. All my research is either in this laboratory or within this notebook. You cannot take these away. Jane's voice quavered as she neared tears. Coulson, unable to reason with her any further, signaled his subordinates to hasten their departure. One of the agents, understanding his superior's intent, approached Jane with forceful measures. Seeing this, Daisy and Eric rushed forward to protect Jane. Once all the equipment was packed and ready to leave, Shinran interjected, Coulson, hold on a moment. At his words, all the agents ceased their activities. Shinran stepped in front of the trio, fixing his gaze intently on Daisy. She felt a twinge of embarrassment under the scrutiny of the unfamiliar man. Yet, recognizing his ability to halt the proceedings with a mere word, she mustered her courage and softly implored Shinran, Sir, could you perhaps speak on my behalf and ask them to return the equipment to my professor? Those items are truly vital to her. Overwhelmed by her own nervousness, she bit her lip after speaking, which stirred an undeniable yearning within Shinran. Though he managed to restrain himself, he extended his hand and said, Hello, Mississippi. My name is Xian Ran. Daisy grasped Xian Ran's hand and replied softly, Hello, Mr. Xian. I am Daisy Louise. She then introduced him to 2 others, saying, This is Jane Foster, my intern teacher, and this is Professor Eric Selvig. Xian Ran nodded in acknowledgement to both. Miss Foster, I wonder if you would be interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Not interested. Jane's lingering frustration had yet to dissipate, and she held no favorable impression of Xian Ran. especially since he had gazed at her in turn with such an inappropriate demeanor upon his arrival. All your equipment will be sent to the S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory, and it will be returned to you after use. However, if you join us, I will assign you this project, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s experimental apparatus and personnel will be at your command. You will also have the opportunity to engage with the supernatural phenomena that have recently occurred. Upon hearing this, Jane felt a flicker of temptation. Xian ran. This is not in accordance with protocol, Coulson said, clearly troubled. Whose protocol does it not comply with? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s regulations or Nick Fury's? Both. Do not comply. Very well. I hereby establish a new regulation. What I just stated is now a rule. And as of this moment, Jane Foster is in accordance with my directive. Agent Coulson, do you have any objections? Coulson was taken aback. All right, Xian ran. No issues on my end. Jane and Daisy were astonished by the weight his words carried. Xian ran smiled gently at Daisy before turning back to Jane. Miss Foster, will you reconsider? No need for reconsideration. I will join. Regardless of the outcome, my efforts will be redirected. By joining them, I can continue my research while gaining a clearer understanding of the truth. Seeing the issue resolved, Daisy cast a grateful glance at Xian ran and, taking Jane's hand, said, Teacher, Mr. Xian has mentioned that there are many professionals in the S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory. As a liberal arts student, I doubt I can contribute much, so I plan to explore potential job opportunities in New York. Xian ran felt a surge of joy, thinking this was fortuitous. He quickly interjected, Daisy, I happen to need an assistant. I possess 20% of original shares in Stark Industries that are currently unmanaged. Would you be interested? What? Mr. Xian, are you serious? Daisy could hardly believe that such a wonderful opportunity could fall into her lap. Stark Industries was immensely wealthy. 20% of the original shares must be worth a fortune. Mr. Xian, I worry that I may not be capable of fulfilling this role. Xian ran smiled reassuringly. It's merely a position, Daisy. You need not worry about performing any tasks. I have faith in your abilities. After much hesitation, Daisy nodded, accepting Xian Ran's invitation. Coulson, arrange transportation for Miss Foster and Professor Selvig to return to the camp. Understood, sir. Subsequently, Curson personally drove the two individuals towards the camp established near Mjolnir. Vehicles laden with instruments trailed closely behind. Only Shinran and Daisy remained at the scene. Can you drive, Daisy? Shinran inquired. Yes, I obtained my driver's license during university. She replied. With that, Shinran produced the R8 from his spatial ring before Daisy's astonished eyes. Wow, Mr. Xian, how did you manage that? This sports car is amazing. Daisy gazed at the suddenly materializing vehicle, her expression one of disbelief. Haha, I possess many such abilities. There's no need to call me Mr. Xian. We are of similar age, so just refer to me as Shinran, Daisy. If Tony were to overhear this, he would undoubtedly choke on his drink. Similar age? You are quite bold to say that, Daisy teased. Hee hee, noted, Shinran, she chuckled. This car is a gift for you. Upon seeing Daisy's momentary shock, Shinran added, As my assistant, you need a means of transport, right? Consider it a work necessity. If you damage it, I shall replace it. To receive a sports car as a commuting tool before even starting work was an extraordinary stroke of luck for Daisy. Overwhelmed with excitement, she embraced Shinran and planted a kiss on him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Thank you, Shinran. The scent of youth enveloped Shinran as Daisy spoke, and he could no longer restrain himself. He instinctively embraced her, leaning down to press his lips against hers. Daisy's body softened, surrendering to his embrace. Although she initially wished to resist, she found herself lacking the strength. In all her life, no boy had ever treated her this way. As the kiss deepened, Daisy, caught in the moment, began to reciprocate Shinran's advances. Activating his abilities, the car doors opened automatically, and the passenger seat was adjusted to its lowest position. Gently placing Daisy in the seat, a magnetic force field enveloped the vehicle. Chapter 27. The Assault on the Camp. Shinran, we have only just met. And you already? Daisy accused weakly, resting on Shinran's chest. Who told you to kiss me just now? A beauty of such stature, I couldn't help myself. He embraced Daisy tightly, whispering mischievously in her ear. Alas, it seems that the cultural differences between Huami and my country are quite pronounced. The kiss was born from my excitement and gratitude towards you. And you? Humph. Daisy feebly slapped Shinran's chest. It's my first time. You must take responsibility. Upon hearing Daisy's words, Shinran readily agreed. Daisy, I must be honest with you. Aside from you, I have another woman. He disclosed the existence of Natasha. Daisy sighed. Shinran, a man like you could never have just one woman. I can accept it, as long as you treat me well and invest your heart into it. I don't mind. Her words resonated deeply with Shinran. He cupped Daisy's face and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. Rest assured, dear. Humph. You still want me to be your assistant, just to do such things with me, right? You lecherous rogue. Daisy teased playfully. What lecherous rogue? This is love at first sight. Allow this rogue to properly take care of you. With that, he silenced her with another kiss. More than 2 hours later, Daisy sat in the driver's seat, gazing shyly at Shinran. I truly cannot stand you. Shinran grinned. Is it real or feigned? You seem to enjoy it quite a lot just now. How annoying. Daisy playfully pouted as she started the car, accelerating towards the location of Mjolnir, centered around Thor's hammer. SHIELD had established a vast research camp. Upon their arrival, Jane and Coulson were in a temporary laboratory above the hammer, observing relevant data. Jane, along with Professor Selvig, had learned about Shinran's identity from Coulson. Mr. Shinran, Daisy, you're here, Jane greeted, glancing at Shinran. How are the facilities treating you, Miss Foster? Shinran inquired amiably. Very well, Mr. Shinran. I apologize for my earlier outburst at home. I lost control of my emotions. Jane lowered her head, slightly embarrassed. No worries. No worries. SHIELD is fortunate to have someone like you on board. After exchanging a few words, they gradually grew more familiar and began to observe the data regarding the hammer together. Shinran, what exactly is this thing? Could it be that all supernatural phenomena are caused by this hammer? Is everything Thor said truly the case? Jane thought to herself. Did Thor not tell you? How do you know Thor? Jane asked, surprised. Shinran merely smiled and did not respond. Hearing Shinran mention Thor, Coulson also took notice. He took out the walkie-talkie and commanded, Number 1, immediately bring me the information I requested earlier. Shortly after, one of Coulson's agents delivered a laptop to him, which contained extensive records about Thor, the god of thunder, and his hammer, Mjolnir. Xion, is that truly the hammer of the god of thunder? Despite Shinran's previous assertions, Coulson remained skeptical. The hammer from Norse mythology, renowned for its grandeur, would naturally be accompanied by thunder and lightning upon its arrival. Yet, this hammer appeared rather ordinary, distinguished only by its ornate patterns. Daisy had always dismissed Thor's words as mere madness. She was astonished to hear her partner claim it was indeed the hammer of the god of thunder. Coulson, do you doubt my words? No, Shinran. If it is the hammer of the god of thunder, then where is the god himself? Coulson handed the laptop back to Shinran. Look here. It is recorded that the god and his hammer are inseparable. Wherever the hammer is, there too shall be the god. Conversely, wherever the god is, the hammer will also be found. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that this doesn't make sense. Shinran deftly controlled the laptop, causing it to fly back into Coulson's hands. This spectacle left Jane and Shavig in awe. However, Daisy remained largely unfazed. Having witnessed her partner conjure an R8 sports car from thin air, this seemed trivial in comparison. The more powerful her partner became, the more she would benefit. As the god of thunder had incurred the wrath of Odin, this hammer, by rights, was now without a master. Whoever could lift, it would become the new god of thunder. Hiss! Coulson gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Whoever lifts, it gains divine power. That is absurd. Jane was entirely unconvinced by Shinran's assertions. Shinran smiled, levitating a large iron box off the ground, and remarked, Before you met me, if someone told you that I could manipulate the motion of objects, would you have believed it? Doesn't that sound rather absurd? Some phenomena, while not explainable by science, do not imply their non-existence. Humanity has advanced technologically for many years, yet has not discovered extraterrestrial civilizations. Does that mean none exist beyond Earth? Do you think ants are aware of the sun's existence? In the vast cosmos, Earth is but a speck of dust, and there is an abundance of knowledge and phenomena we cannot access. This discourse left Jane at a loss for words and brought a wry smile to Coulson's face. If the matter of the god of thunder's hammer was far-fetched, then what could be said of the abilities possessed by Shinron? As night fell, Jane and the SHIELD researchers organized the instruments and materials brought from her laboratory. Daisy assisted Jane, having previously interned under her guidance. Although a liberal arts student, she was quite familiar with the arrangement of the equipment. Shinron remained present, partly to keep Daisy company. Secondly, they awaited the arrival of the god of thunder, Thor. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility of the night. A dazzling display of lightning and resounding thunder erupted above the camp. Coulson, clutching a computer device, hurriedly approached Shinron to report. Shinron, look. Aside from the area surrounding Mjolnir, which has experienced such phenomena, the other towns remain unaffected. Shinron, controlling the computer that hovered before him, observed the satellite images and confirmed Coulson's account. The electromagnetic interference spread outwards, and to Shinron's astonishment, the information transmitted to him appeared hazy. It seemed that the fluctuations from Thor's hammer had disrupted the electromagnetic field of this region. Shinron, the lab's instruments have been incapacitated by this magnetic explosion. Jane, too, was flustered. These were the fruits of her labor. It's all right, Jane. Shinron activated the magnetic force field, enveloping the entire laboratory. All computer screens and instrument indicators flickered momentarily before returning to normal. However, outside the lab, the data from Thor's hammer could no longer be monitored. Shinron, can you manipulate the magnetic field? Jane and Shavig were astonished, realizing that the magnetic explosion had been entirely contained outside the laboratory. Who else present, apart from Shinron, possessed such an ability? Shinron shook his head. If only I could manipulate the magnetic field. This should be considered an application. Each enhancement of Magneto's ability grants new capabilities, but the system has only ever mentioned the utilization of electromagnetic forces, never the manipulation of them. I have speculated that such an ability would require a fusion level of at least 60 to 70%. After all, electromagnetic force is among the most potent forces of the universe's fundamental powers. Moreover, the new abilities acquired are not limited to Earth alone. In that moment, he suddenly gained a fresh perspective and understanding about wielding Mjolnir. Just then, Coulson's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Commander, the perimeter has been breached. Intruders have entered. After a brief pause, the device buzzed again. Commander, our special agents have been taken down. Coulson's face darkened. Investigate. We must apprehend this individual. Shinron understood that Thor had arrived. As Thor made his entrance, the skies opened up and rain poured down in torrents. The agents, too, had spotted him on their monitors. Coulson, accompanied by Shinron and others, rushed to the scene. Witnessing his agents being dispatched one by the imposing figure before him, Coulson felt a burning embarrassment, especially as he caught sight of Shinron smiling at him. Everyone, do not approach recklessly. Use firearms if necessary. Coulson issued his final ultimatum over the walkie-talkie. Upon receiving the command, the agents swiftly drew their Desert Eagles, encircling Thor. It's Thor. Coulson, don't shoot. I know him. Jane's voice rang out just as everyone prepared to pull the trigger. Chapter 28. The Thunder God, Siren, Part 1. Upon hearing Jin's words, Coulson instinctively glanced at Siren. Everyone, put away your weapons, he commanded, receiving a nod from Siren. Soul shot an angry glance in Coulson's direction before continuing to grapple with a group of SHIELD agents. Despite lacking any refined combat skills, his formidable physical strength rendered the agents powerless against him. At that moment, a towering African-American man approached Soul, towering over him by at least half a head. With a resounding thud, he delivered a punch that sent Soul crashing to the ground. Sitting there, Soul looked up at the giant and mockingly remarked, "You've got quite the stature. I've seen bigger." Rising to his feet, he retaliated with a punch to the man's face. Enraged, the giant responded with a blow to Soul's abdomen. Thus commenced a brawl between two brainless muscle-bound men, exchanging punches and kicks with reckless abandon. Siren watched in silence. Is this really the mighty Thor? Coulson's expression clearly indicated his disbelief. Could the illustrious god of thunder engage in such trivial skirmishes? Siren retorted with irritation, Coulson, this is your subordinate's prowess. Daisy, Jin, and Professor Shavig also began to question the tales Sol had once recounted, the Rainbow Bridge, Mjolnir, and his self-proclaimed identity as the Thunder God. If he were truly a god, why did he not summon thunder to smite his opponent? This was akin to a child's play fight. Sol and the enormous man tumbled into the muddy ground outside the camp, and after much exertion, Sol finally managed to knock the giant unconscious. Approaching Mjolnir with a beaming smile, Sol believed he was on the verge of reclaiming his divine powers. With the expression of a victor, he grasped the hammer's handle with one hand. To his astonishment, however, Mjolnir remained unmoved, as if it did not recognize him. Undeterred, Sol exerted all his strength, using both hands and feet, but found that he could not budge the hammer even slightly. Despair washed over him. How could he be unable to lift his old companion, Mjolnir? Heart heavy with hopelessness, he let out a roar to the heavens. Had he truly been forsaken by Asgard and his father, Odin? Coulson disregarded Sol's anguish and issued a command for his arrest, but Siren intervened. Subsequently, Siren soared down from the laboratory on the second floor, hovering beside Sol. At the same time, an electromagnetic shield activated, repelling the rainwater that threatened to drench them. This spectacle left Daisy both astonished and elated. Her partner, not only formidable in strength, but also possessing such incredible abilities. Why do I feel as though he is the true thunder god? How else could he control the rain and fly? Jin and Professor Shavig exchanged glances, bewildered. Shavig shook his head in confusion. Sol, Siren called out, and Sol, lost in his sorrow, had failed to notice the presence of another before him. Observing the seemingly weightless Shinron, untouched by the rain, Thor coldly inquired, You are no ordinary individual. Who are you? How do you know my identity? Listening to the dim-witted question from the hulking figure, Shinron chuckled, Do not be alarmed. Thor, I am Shinron, a human from Earth, and I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Which earthling possesses abilities akin to yours? Spare me the circumlocution and speak plainly. Thor rose, displaying an indomitable demeanor. Shinron smiled gently. Very well, Thor. I shall be forthright. I desire your hammer. An absurd fantasy. Mjolnir can only be wielded by me. Thor retorted, seething with indignation. Then take it now? If you cannot, I shall claim it for myself. Do not blame me for the consequences if you hold a grudge against me. Upon finishing his words, Shinron stepped back a few meters, granting Thor space to retrieve the hammer. Provoked by Shinron's taunts, Thor's ire ignited. The noble prince of Asgard was belittled by a mere human. He leapt forward, launching a punch towards Shinron. Yet, Shinron did not evade. He allowed the impact, considering it a testament to Thor's prowess if he could breach the electromagnetic shield. Thor's fist struck an invisible barrier, failing to reach Shinron, ultimately inflicting pain upon himself. Have you finished, brother? If I take your hammer, consider it compensation for my medical expenses, Shinron quipped. Thor found himself at a loss for words, bewildered by such shamelessness. Very well, if you possess the skill to take it, I, Thor, shall concede. You have proclaimed it yourself, so I shall not hold back. Descending to the ground, Shinron approached Mjolnir, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He yearned to test the newfound idea blossoming within him, hoping it would enable him to extract the hammer. Thor felt no trepidation, for he doubted Shinron could truly lift Mjolnir. Standing before the hammer, Shinron closed his eyes. He retracted the electromagnetic shield, allowing the rain to drench him. The electromagnetic perception expanded fully. This time, he did not sense anything else but the currents of magnetic fields and electromagnetic forces coursing through the vicinity of several dozen miles. 500 meters away, a car floated in midair at Shinron's command. Simultaneously, the flow of electromagnetic forces within that magnetic field underwent subtle changes. 1,000 meters away, an old rebar twisted into an iron circle under his influence, the magnetic field responding in kind. Electromagnetic force. The primal power. Suddenly, Shinron grasped a profound understanding. He concentrated the expansive electromagnetic perception solely upon the region surrounding MJ Ulner. Subsequently, he unleashed a magnetic field, applying it to the electromagnetic perception. The range continued to diminish until it enveloped only MJ Ulner and Shinron himself. With both abilities concurrently at play, Shinron detected a unique downward electromagnetic force near MJ Ulner, which could be described as divine power or perhaps the curse of Odin. At that moment, Shinron transformed everything into the primal cosmic power of electromagnetic force, reflecting it within his consciousness. Gently bending forward, he grasped the handle of MJ Ulner. The ability to manipulate the state of metal activated, causing a slight disturbance in the electromagnetic forces surrounding the hammer, which quickly returned to its original state. In the next moment, the lightning in the sky intensified, and the sound of thunder reverberated from above, as if chastising Shinron. Undeterred by the ominous signs, Shinron initiated his metal manipulation ability. In an instant, he transferred his power to the electromagnetic forces enveloping the hammer. This time, the hammer swayed with greater intensity. Beyond the earth, in the celestial palace of Asgard, Odin, feigning a severe illness, could no longer remain still. With a subtle movement of his finger, a faint divine power emanated. Above Shinron, several dark purple bolts of lightning suddenly converged and struck down upon him without hesitation. Shinron barely had time to react, failing to even activate his electromagnetic shield. He allowed several bolts, each the size of a basin, to strike him. The moment they made contact, a blinding white light erupted. Shinron! Daisy cried out in despair. Jin covered her mouth in shock, while Shavik shook his head in disbelief. Coulson hastily commanded his subordinates to evacuate everyone. Daisy stubbornly refused to leave the scene, clinging to a sliver of hope that she would wait for Shinron, even if it meant awaiting a mere skeleton. Seeing this, Jin also chose to stay. As the white light dissipated, Shinron emerged charred, his clothes reduced to ash. Had it not been for the superhuman physique granted by the system's rewards, those bolts of lightning from Odin would have surely sent him to meet the king of the underworld. Rise! Shinron bellowed. At that moment, more bolts of lightning prepared to descend upon him, activating both the electromagnetic shield and the electromagnetic field simultaneously. He found that even Odin's lightning was barred from penetrating. In the next second, the mighty hammer MJ Ulner gradually lifted from the ground, being raised by Shinron with great effort. Thor was utterly despondent, collapsing onto the muddy earth. Moments ago, Shinron had sensed the electromagnetic forces surrounding MJ Ulner, which were cast by Odin's divine spell. Initially, he intended to employ Magneto's powers to control MJ Ulner, gradually influencing this unique electromagnetic force until he could assimilate it and utilize it entirely for himself. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a force with a similarly unique electromagnetic quality appeared within the stormy skies, striking towards him, catching him completely off guard. The moment it struck him, the electromagnetic force within the lightning clashed with the unique electromagnetic force surrounding MJ Ulner through Shinron's ongoing electromagnetic induction. Seizing the opportunity, Shinron amplified the output of Magneto's abilities, ultimately depleting the electromagnetic forces surrounding MJ Ulner entirely. With the special electromagnetic force extinguished, Odin's divine spell vanished as well. However, the sheer weight of the hammer proved challenging for even the super-strong Shinron to lift. Had it not been for the necessity of using his physical strength to hoist it above his head, Shinron could have effortlessly controlled the hammer with his powers. The hammer was now raised above his waist. Within the celestial palace, it seems that Odin is poised to make a new move. Mother, I believe I have sensed a surge of divine power. Has Father awakened? At that moment, a voice resounded, drawing him back into silence. Xin ran exerted force with both hands. At last, the hammer was raised above his head. In the very instant it was lifted, countless white lightning bolts descended from the heavens, striking towards Xin Ran with ferocity surpassing that of the previous purple lightning. However, this time, the bolts struck the mighty Mjolnir that rested above Xin Ran's head. Chapter 29. The Thunder God, Siren, Part 2. Countless bolts of lightning surged through Mjolnir, infiltrating Siren's very being, purifying his sinews and cells. With an already formidable physique, Siren now became even more terrifying, empowered by the might of the Thunder God. At that moment, a suit of silver armor materialized upon his body, glistening in the electric brilliance, while a crimson cape billowed gracefully behind him. The hammer above him suddenly felt as light as a feather. Siren could distinctly sense its presence, capable of controlling it at will, even without resorting to the powers of Magneto. Furthermore, as he grasped the hammer, a gentle surge of electric energy nourished his corporeal form, an indescribably wondrous sensation. Ding! Host task completed. Magneto's power integration increased to 50. The ability to traverse through electromagnetic portals proved exceedingly practical, allowing access to virtually any desired location. With the integration of Magneto's powers reaching half, Siren's flight speed soared to 50 times the speed of sound. As the lightning dissipated, the ominous clouds above vanished, unveiling a resplendent starry sky. Siren materialized before the crowd. "Siren, you startled me." Upon realizing Siren was unharmed, Daisy's tear-streaked face blossomed into a sweet smile. He stowed the hammer within his spatial ring, shed the armor, and flew to Daisy's side. A sharp scream erupted from Jin's lips, startling Siren. Daisy embraced the man before her, exclaiming, "Siren, those bolts of lightning completely shredded your clothes." Looking down, Siren felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a portal leading to his home in New York. Inside the bedroom, Natasha was preparing to retire for the night when a dark portal suddenly appeared. On the other side stood a bare Siren. He stepped through, and the portal closed behind him with a snap. "Darling, what on earth are you doing? Why are you not dressed?" Natasha, clad in a seductive lace nightgown, looked at him, her question unanswered as he lunged towards her. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Afterward, Siren changed into fresh attire from the wardrobe, tossing a few of Natasha's alluring nightgowns into the spatial ring. Daisy, having been both frightened by the lightning and Siren's sudden disappearance, had red-rimmed eyes from crying. Once more, a black portal manifested before the crowd, and Siren emerged from within. Upon seeing Daisy, who had become a veritable fountain of tears, he approached, cupping her face in his hands, wiping away her tears, and gently embracing her as he whispered, "I'm sorry for causing you distress." At that moment, Thor lay with his eyes closed in the mud, his heart heavy with despair. Siren felt no fear of retribution from the Asgardians over this incident, unless Odin himself intervened. Siren was confident that none could pose a threat to him with his current strength. Moreover, Thor had himself acknowledged that if Siren could wield the hammer, he would concede. Did gods not abide by their word? "Shinron, what on earth is happening?" That scene just now was truly astonishing. Coulson finally spoke after a prolonged silence. "Did I not mention that whoever can lift the hammer would be granted the power of Thor and become the Thunder God?" Shinron waved his hand dismissively. "Then where did you disappear to for such a long time? Were you changing clothes? Could it possibly take that long to change?" Coulson retorted, "Do I need to report every little thing to you?" Shinron shot back, leaving Coulson momentarily speechless. "Then, does this mean you have ascended to godhood, Shinron?" Daisy inquired. Her tears momentarily halted, her gaze dropping shyly. Leaning closer to Daisy, Shinron mischievously whispered, "Would you like to experience the power of a god? You're insufferable," Daisy exclaimed, playfully pinching Shinron's arm, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Observing their flirtation, Coulson cleared his throat theatrically and asked, "Shinron, you claim to be the Thunder God. What of the original Thunder God, Thor, from Norse mythology? That one lying below is Thor. He previously informed us that he is the Thunder God, and spoke of the Rainbow Bridge and Mjolnir." Shinron answered without hesitation. "Yes, he is the former Thunder God, Thor," Shinron confirmed with a nod. Coulson scratched his head, losing several strands of hair in the process, still bewildered. "Shinron, I sense you possess a deep understanding of this matter. Could you elaborate?" I remained somewhat confused about the entire situation. Noting that the others mirrored Coulson's confusion, Shinron smiled. Thor, having committed a grave error, was stripped of his power by Odin, the All-Father, and imprisoned within the hammer Mjolnir. Both he and the hammer were banished from Asgard to Earth, and under Odin's decree, whoever could lift Mjolnir would be granted the power of Thor. Logically, only Thor himself should be capable of lifting that hammer. Shinron. Why then could Thor not lift the hammer just now? It was utterly immovable. Coulson raised an important question. Perhaps he has yet to pass the trials set by his father and is not worthy, Shinron speculated. Now that you've lifted the hammer, Thor has lost his powers. Given that Odin is Thor's father, do you not fear retribution from Odin, who might strip you of your divine abilities? Daisy voiced her concern, grasping the implications of Shinron's words. Gently patting Daisy's head, Shinron reassured her, "Fear not, dear. Even if Odin were reluctant, it is too late. The enchantment upon the hammer was cast by Odin in the name of his many ancestors, and even Odin himself cannot revoke it." "All right, I understand," Daisy nodded, though with a hint of uncertainty. "Shinron, do you have an undercover agent in Asgard? Is there someone close to Odin who works for you?" Coulson's question left Shinron momentarily bewildered. "What do you mean? Otherwise, how could you possibly know so much?" Shinron, dismissing the foolishness, continued, "Daisy, neither Thor nor Odin is as fearsome as you might imagine. The tales woven in Norse mythology exaggerate their nature. Compared to humans, they are akin to extraterrestrial beings, possessing merely enhanced abilities and longevity." Shinron's explanation facilitated a clearer understanding among the group. "Shinron, how shall we handle the individual below?" Curson inquired. "Could you refrain from consulting me about everything? You are supposed to assist me, not burden me with trivialities. If you require my input on every matter, perhaps you should simply return home." "Understood," Curson replied with a wry smile before issuing an order. "Team 3, detain the intruder." Shortly thereafter, several agents carried Thor away. At that moment, Thor had lost all hope and was no longer inclined to resist. "Shinron, may I have a moment with that hammer? There are still numerous data points I have yet to gather," Jane requested. "Of course, that's not an issue," Shinron replied, summoning Mjolnir from his spatial ring. He tossed it effortlessly. Under his control, the hammer landed precisely in its original position. With a new master, the divine enchantments placed by Odin had completely dissipated. The electromagnetic pulses emanating from the hammer had also subsided, rendering Jane's and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tasks considerably easier. Once the hammer was restored, Jane and the S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers promptly commenced their work. "Shinron, I must ask again, since he is a being from the realm of the gods, we cannot possibly keep him here indefinitely, can we? After all, his father is Odin." Curson expressed uncertainty regarding how to proceed with Thor. After pondering for a moment, Shinron conceded that Curson had a valid point. "Very well, once this matter concludes, we shall release Thor. He can do as he pleases. The people of Asgard will certainly not." Before he could finish his thought, Shinron suddenly sensed a surge of divine energy. The electromagnetic waves expanded, and within the room where Thor was held, he discovered an uninvited guest. "It seems we have a visitor," Shinron remarked. Curson, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Grabbing his radio, he commanded, "All personnel, initiate Level 1 alert. All personnel, initiate Level 1 alert." Shinron's expression grew slightly somber. After all, that being was a god endowed with divine power. "Curson, ensure Daisy's safety. I shall confront this individual." Having entrusted Daisy's protection to Curson, Shinron strode purposefully toward the room where Thor was confined. Chapter 30, Uncle's Discontent. "Loki, what brings you here?" In the chamber where Thor was imprisoned, Loki materialized silently before him. The sudden appearance of his brother stirred a flicker of excitement within Thor, who had hoped Loki came to aid him. However, upon seeing Loki's troubled expression, apprehension gripped Thor's heart. "What has happened, Loki?" Memories of his past mistakes and his experiences on Earth flooded Thor's mind, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. "Tell me, is it about Jotunheim? Let me explain it to Father." Thor resembled a wayward child, filled with regret. "Father is dead," Loki replied, his face devoid of emotion. "What?" Thor could scarcely believe it. His father, Odin, the All-Father, was invincible. How could he possibly be dead? Yet, considering Loki had traveled from Asgard all the way to Earth, it seemed implausible that he would come merely to jest. Though Loki was the god of mischief, Thor could not fathom that his brother would weave deception against him. Thus, he accepted a significant portion of Loki's words as truth. Your banishment and the looming threat of war have become unbearable for him. As Thor's sorrow deepened, Loki continued with his cruel revelations. Do not blame yourself. I know you love him. I wished to convey that to him, but he simply would not listen, knowing you could no longer wield your hammer. Yet placing it within your reach was profoundly cruel. Thor absorbed Loki's words, feeling as if the world had lost its allure. At a loss for words, he lamented, "The burden of the throne now rests upon me." There was no trace of resentment or blame towards Loki for assuming the throne. Instead, he pitifully inquired, "May I return home?" Those 5 words bore the weight of immeasurable sorrow. A once mighty god, reduced to a mere prisoner on earth, stripped of his divine powers and subjected to the whims of a human. Loki continued to manipulate the situation. The truce with Jotunheim hinges upon your exile, and Mother has forbidden your return. I have come to bid you farewell, brother. I am truly sorry. Invoking their mother shattered any remaining defenses Thor had. I should be the one to apologize. Thor's voice resonated with anguish. Farewell, brother. Witnessing how easily he had manipulated his formidable sibling, Loki turned away with a wicked grin. Since you are here, do not be in haste to depart. Just as Loki was about to leave, a voice pierced the air. Who? Loki realized the inquiry was directed at him. The notion that someone on this diminutive planet could perceive his presence stirred a ripple of intrigue within him. The door to the chamber creaked open, revealing Shinran, who smiled gently at Loki. Thor remained silent upon seeing her. You can see me? Why wouldn't I? Do villains always indulge in meaningless inquiries? Sinran waved his hand dismissively, displaying an air of indifference. What villain? Loki's stern visage was etched with confusion. Loki, the adopted son of Odin, the god of mischief, the god of fire, or perhaps a sorcerer. Which of these titles resonates most with you? Sinran audaciously unveiled Loki's secrets, regarding him with a mocking gaze. Young one, knowing this is hardly remarkable. Loki paid little heed to Sinran's words. As a prominent figure of Asgard, countless individuals across the cosmos were already aware of such information. Farewell, my brother. After uttering his final words to Thor, Loki's form abruptly vanished from the room. What? Sinran was left bewildered, realizing that Loki was anything but predictable. I laid bare your identity the moment I arrived. At least grant me some reaction. I had prepared myself for a confrontation, yet you simply slipped away. However, it wasn't long before Sinran sensed Loki's presence again. In the face of the formidable power of Thor, even if Loki were to tread carefully, the moment he wielded divine power, Sinran would detect him. Setting aside the use of Thor's might, merely through electromagnetic induction, as long as Loki remained on Earth, Sinran would be able to sense him. A dark portal opened where Thor's hammer lay, and Sinran stepped forth. Loki's hands were gripping the handle of Mjolnir, yet he found himself unable to budge it. Sinran emerged from the portal behind him, unnoticed. Loki, you just ignored your uncle, and uncle is rather displeased. What? Upon hearing the young man's voice resound from behind him, Loki turned around with an expression of annoyance. Speak your mind. If you have something to say, say it. I have no time for games. As Loki spoke, that mischievous grin on his face made Sinran want to dash over and deliver a couple of punches. Coulson, Daisy, and the others stood before the screens in the lab, observing Sinran's seemingly one-sided conversation with the heir, their minds rife with confusion. Daisy, what on earth is Sinran doing? Has he lost his mind? Jamie could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Daisy, Jamie, has there been any fluctuation in Mjolnir's data? Coulson sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. None. Glancing at the tablet in her hand, Jamie shook her head. Decades of experience as an agent told Coulson that Sinran was certainly not merely conversing with thin air. Thus, he promptly retrieved his walkie-talkie. All security personnel, check your weapons and surround the hammer. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sprang into action. Within minutes of receiving the order, dozens of fully armed combatants encircled Sinran. Loki regarded the dark muzzles of the guns with disdain. Young one, do you think these can intimidate me? With a single wave of his hand, a surge of powerful divine energy erupted, sending dozens of agents crashing to the ground. If you had refrained from attacking earlier, they wouldn't have seen you. Are you truly lacking in intellect? Loki stood momentarily stunned, as if conceding to the truth of the words spoken. At that moment, those monitoring the situation began to discern Loki's true form. Listen, I would advise you to mind your own business, or you shall meet the same fate as those others, Loki threatened menacingly. With that, he turned to retrieve Mjolnir once more. Hey, Loki, if you cannot lift it, perhaps it is a sign that it does not belong to you. Desiring what is unattainable is futile, remarked Shinron, refraining from taking action against him. After exerting considerable effort, the hammer remained utterly immovable. What is destined to be yours will come in time. What is not, you must not force, Shinron continued to taunt, eager to see how much longer Loki could endure this predicament. What is your intention, young one? Loki inquired, his eyes narrowing. I recognize that you are not an ordinary individual. Since you are aware of my true identity, I offer you a choice. Submit to me. Serving me would grant you unparalleled honor among the realms. With a slight smile, Shinron countered, how about this? I also offer you a path, to serve as my subordinate. Noticing the wicked grin on Loki's face, Shinron added, however, there is a stipulation. You must present your scepter as tribute. It appears you have not brought it with you. Very well, I shall grant you 2 hours to return to Asgard and retrieve it. Otherwise, the notion of serving as my subordinate will remain a distant dream. Loki's smile gradually faded, his expression darkening with indignation. As one who fancied himself a god-king, he could scarcely endure such an affront from a mere earthling. You insolent mortal, you seek your demise. He summoned a surge of divine power, a brilliant orb of energy coalescing in his grasp, and launched himself toward Shinron. Now devoid of any desire to recruit Shinron, his sole aim was to obliterate this earthling. Shinron felt a rush of exhilaration as Loki finally made his move. This was his inaugural encounter with a deity. Loki's strike was thwarted by an electromagnetic shield, while an electromagnetic pulse emanated from Shinron's palm, which Loki adeptly evaded. From the moment of their exchange to Loki's assault, only a brief interval had transpired, and the electromagnetic force he conjured was not particularly formidable. Is this all you are capable of? Loki scoffed. Sighing, Shinron shook his head, extending one hand as Mjolnir soared toward him. Silver armor and a crimson cape adorned him, while visible arcs of lightning danced around him. Loki's pupils dilated in astonishment. Come, Loki, let us engage in battle. Before Shinron could finish his declaration, Loki vanished into thin air. The aura of divine power dissipated from Earth, likely having returned to Asgard. Shinron felt a pang of disappointment. He was quite unhappy. They had yet to clash, and Loki had already fled, all the while harboring aspirations of godhood. Chapter 31. Strong of limb, simple of mind. When Shinron emitted the electromagnetic pulse, Loki felt it. The individual before him wielded the primal forces of the universe. Although still feeble, should he choose not to evade, the impact would be excruciating. As Shinron summoned Mjolnir, Loki's resolve completely faltered. A being imbued with the essence of the cosmos, coupled with the power of the thunder god, was an adversary he could neither confront nor provoke. As the god of deceit, adept at both subterfuge and retreat, Loki opted for the 36 stratagems. Fleeing was the best course of action. He summoned the Bifrost and, in a flash, arrived in Jotunheim. After concluding his discussions with the frost giants, he returned to Asgard. Upon his return, he was greeted by Heimdall, who wore a troubled expression. Do you harbor any grievances? Loki asked, perturbed by Heimdall's demeanor. I have observed your every movement in Jotunheim, yet I was unable to see or hear you. You have effectively barred me from your presence, akin to the ice giants entering this realm. Heimdall's words insinuated Loki's shortcomings, yet Loki paid them no heed. Perhaps after years of service, Heimdall felt a decline in his capabilities. Or possibly someone had discovered a method to obscure him. The tension between them was palpable. Loki circled around Heimdall. You possess formidable strength, Heimdall. Why then do you not keep a closer watch on that fellow Thor? His powers have been seized by a mere mortal from Earth. Heimdall sighed deeply. The All-Father has decreed that since he is capable of wielding Mjolnir, I am bound by oath not to intervene, as per the Allfather's command, to which I swear my allegiance." Loki chuckled derisively. "He was once your king, yet now you swear fealty to me. Does that not strike you as curious?" Upon hearing this, Heimdall regarded him in silence for a long moment before finally responding, "Very well." Embracing the authority of a king, Loki immediately commanded, "You shall not open the Bifrost for anyone until I rectify the havoc wrought by my brother." Although Mjolnir and the power of Thor now belonged to Shinran, Loki remained apprehensive about Thor's potential interference. If the Bifrost remained closed, Thor would be forever stranded on Earth, reduced to a mere mortal. After Loki departed, Shinran casually established a portal and arrived in the chamber where Thor was imprisoned. Coulson and Daisy soon followed. Upon seeing Shinran once more, Thor remained sullen and silent. Even when he witnessed Shinran wielding spatial powers, he refrained from uttering a word until Jane approached. "Jane, how did you come to be here?" Observing Thor's despondent state, Jane felt a pang of sorrow. "Thor, I now work here. How fare you?" At this, Thor lowered his head in shame. "You may have witnessed my failures. I have lost Mjolnir, my powers are gone, and I cannot return to Asgard. My mother has forsaken me, and my father is no more." At that moment, upon seeing Jane, a torrent of emotions erupted within Thor, and he began to weep sorrowfully. The others, witnessing this muscular man in anguish, were at a loss for words. "Enough now. Thor, cease your tears. A man should not shed tears lightly, especially one who has lived for millennia. Do you not comprehend this truth?" Shinran, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up. Thor pondered for a moment, realizing the validity of Shinran's words. He had not wept even during his fierce battles against the frost giants. Why should he cry now, especially with Jane by his side? He promptly dried his tears, straightened his back, and declared with renewed vigor, "Shinran, thank you. You are correct. A man should not weep lightly. I must regain my composure. Even if my father were alive, he would not wish to see me in such a state." Seeing Thor's rapid transformation, Shinran felt somewhat speechless. "Thor, is it that you are easily swayed, or are the people of Asgard simply gullible?" "What?" Thor did not grasp Shinran's meaning. A mere few words from Loki had left him bewildered, and whatever Loki said, he believed without question. Now, with just a single remark, Shinran had managed to lift the despondent Thor's spirits. Shinran began to doubt whether Thor's intellect was fully developed. Fortunately for Thor, he was well built. Had he grown up on Earth, he would surely have been deceived into begging on the streets. "Thor, I ask you, do you truly believe everything Loki said?" Thor contemplated for a long while. "I have no reason not to believe him." Shinran responded, "Have you not considered that he might be deceiving you?" Thor thought for a moment. "He is my brother. Although not born of my mother, I have always regarded him as my own. Why would he deceive me?" Shinran was left speechless. That phrase, intellectually advanced yet physically simple, seemed tailor-made for Thor. "Thor, I have wielded Mjolnir and acquired the power of the Thunder God. Do you hold any resentment towards me for that?" Shinran probed. Upon mentioning this, Thor sighed, a bitter expression crossing his face. "Your ability to lift Mjolnir is your own merit. Even if I feel a sense of injustice, what can be done? I was once filled with despair, but your words have awakened me, and for that, I am grateful." Shinran nodded in acknowledgement. Thor was quite amiable. He was utterly straightforward, which suited Shinran's taste perfectly. "Very well, Thor, you are free now. Coulson, arrange a suitable identity for Thor and release him." Coulson remained silent for a considerable time. "Is there a problem, Coulson? If you are unable to manage it, have Nick Fury take care of it." "Understood, understood. No issue, no issue." Shinran suddenly recalled something else. "If it proves to be a challenge, simply grant him a nominal title within the Avengers. Inform Fury of Thor's true identity. I believe he would be quite amenable to such a proposition." "Very well, Shinran. I shall attend to this matter immediately." With that, Coulson departed the scene. "Thank you, Shinran." Thor expressed his gratitude, which left Shinran a tad embarrassed. Having usurped the power of the god of thunder without even uttering a word of thanks. "Well, Thor, in truth, everything Loki mentioned earlier was a fabrication." "What? Your father Odin is not deceased, and your mother has never forbade your return to Asgard." Loki's words were all a ruse. Thor fell silent once more. Why would Loki, my brother, deceive me? Consider this. If you were unable to return to Asgard, what would he stand to gain? Thor scratched his head, pondering for a long moment. Could it be the throne? Precisely. At last, a glimmer of understanding dawned upon Shinran, feeling a sense of relief. However, I do not mind. If he desires it, I could relinquish it to him, even while in Asgard. How reassuring. Your indifference does not guarantee that others share the same sentiment. From what I gather, Loki's intentions extend beyond merely deceiving you and preventing your return. What else could there be? Thor, too, was intrigued by what his brother truly sought. He has conspired with the frost giants to slay your father, to upend the realm of the gods, even the 9 realms. Thor gasped in disbelief. This is preposterous, Shinran. Father raised him from childhood. How could he? Now, reflect on why you ventured to Jotunheim to instigate conflict. What did Loki convey to you? Shinran's words plunged him into a maelstrom of contemplation and reminiscence. The previously composed Thor felt his breath quickening, culminating in a powerful blow to the tempered glass. The immense force shattered the glass, penetrating its thickness with ease. After a lengthy pause, Thor regained his composure. Shinran, I appreciate you enlightening me about this. That scoundrel Loki shall face my wrath. No need for thanks, Thor. Should you return to Asgard, you may take me along, provided you require my assistance. Shinran too yearned to witness the legendary realm of the gods and broaden his horizons. Thank you, Shinran. Thor felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Shinran's words. Though this individual had seized the power that rightfully belonged to him, he proved to be quite admirable. Well then, Thor, we are friends now, are we not? There is no need to keep expressing gratitude. Thor nodded. Indeed, we are friends. You may remain here for now, or venture elsewhere as you see fit. However, regarding this current task, you should manage it yourself. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Shinran embraced Daisy at the waist and effortlessly opened a portal. The two traversed thousands of kilometers in an instant, materializing in the most opulent hotel in New York. Chapter 32 Visitors from Asgard. Daisy donned Natasha's attire, enhancing Shinran's prowess to its zenith. My dear, you are simply magnificent. I nearly fainted just now. Shinran relished the compliments from his beloved, secretly contemplating a future where Natasha and Daisy might interchange their nightwear. Meanwhile, in Mexico, Thor and Jane experienced burgeoning progress in their relationship. Jane found herself quite taken with the earnest and robust Thor, who, in turn, was captivated by Jane's kindness and beauty. They began to share their innermost thoughts, deepening their understanding of one another. Thor even sketched a map of the 9 realms for Jane, enlightening her about the cosmos beyond Earth. When Jane inquired about the power of the thunder god, Thor candidly explained that divine power is akin to scientific principles. However, as a scientist, Jane remained skeptical, for the remarkable abilities exhibited by Shinran defied any scientific explanation. As they spent more time together, their bond grew increasingly intimate, culminating in the establishment of a romantic relationship within mere days. Jane was thoroughly impressed by Thor's formidable physique. With time, their affection blossomed and solidified. While Thor indulged in the euphoria of romance on Earth, in Asgard, the 3 valiant warriors, Vandrel, Volstagg, Hogun, and the warrior maiden Sif, who harbored feelings for Thor, conspired to retrieve him from Earth. They had discerned Loki's sinister plot. Only by bringing Thor back could they hope to save Asgard. The sole passage to Earth lay through the Bifrost. Yet, the guardian Heimdall was reluctant to contravene the commands of the Allfather and his own oath, despite sharing the sentiments of Sif and the 3 warriors. Ultimately, Heimdall succumbed to his own desires, deliberately retaining the key to the Bifrost, allowing the quartet to traverse to Earth. With Jane's involvement, S.H.I.E.L.D. began to elucidate the supernatural occurrences, attributing them to Thor and his enchanted hammer, Mjolnir. Aside from the demise of an obstinate Japanese individual, casualties were minimal, and Mjolnir returned to Shinran's possession. The relevant data had been meticulously gathered, and Coulson's mission in Mexico was nearing its conclusion. Jane and Professor Selvig garnered acclaim within S.H.I.E.L.D. DS Astrophysical Research Division through their technical expertise. Just as they believed all matters were resolved, a surge of formidable supernatural energy manifested in Mexico. DS instruments swiftly detected this energy, triggering a cacophony of alarms. Coulson, this is nearly identical to the events of a few days ago, Jane asserted, scrutinizing the data displayed on the instrument screens. The previous incident had involved Mjolnir and Thor's arrival on Earth, but what could this new phenomenon signify? Could it be yet another visitation from Asgardians? Coulson promptly dispatched his subordinates to summon Thor. Thor, I suspect Asgardians have arrived on Earth. Take a look at this, he said, gesturing to the data on the instrument screen. Thor, an extraterrestrial being, found it incomprehensible to grasp the intricacies of human technology. Coulson, I am utterly bewildered by these matters. At present, I lack my divine powers. Even if these fluctuations are indeed of divine origin, I cannot sense them, he lamented. Coulson, stroking his chin, exhibited an expression of perplexity and helplessness. He had hoped for a period of respite, yet calamity followed calamity. Unlike Shinron, he did not possess a robust constitution. The prolonged labor had left him both physically and mentally exhausted. Moreover, it had been quite some time since he last saw his girlfriend. Coulson, perhaps you should consult Shinron. If Asgardians have indeed arrived, he should be able to sense their presence, Thor suggested. I cannot reach him. Jane, nearby, appeared to have an epiphany and let out a soft chuckle, her cheeks flushing as she gazed at Thor. All right, Coulson, do not fret, I can contact him. With that, Jane retrieved her phone and dialed Daisy's number. Well, Coulson, I was unable to reach Daisy. I wonder what she is up to, Jane said, hanging up and shaking her head in exasperation. Never mind, that location is not far from here. I shall dispatch some personnel to investigate. Subsequently, Coulson produced a walkie-talkie and, with evident fatigue, declared, Everyone, we have new developments. Expedite the organization of the prepared materials and prepare for new assignments. Unit 1, there has been an occurrence. Proceed to the designated location. Coordinates have been sent to you. Following the command, SHIELD, agents swiftly arrived at the scene. However, this time, no hammers or shovels were found. Instead, there lay a profoundly enigmatic rune imprint. Thor, take a look at this. Do you recognize it? Coulson inquired, handing his tablet to Thor. Upon seeing the familiar pattern, a sense of belonging surged within Thor, and he exclaimed with excitement, Coulson, this is the imprint left by the Bifrost after teleportation. Bifrost? Coulson responded, puzzled. The gods of Asgard traverse the 9 realms via the Bifrost. You may perceive it as an exceedingly convenient means of transportation, Jane elucidated. How do you know this? Jane turned to Thor and asked, what do you think? Have you two become involved? Coulson felt like a mere ornament, utterly oblivious to their exchanges. Coulson, since they are Asgardians, you need not worry. Regardless of who comes to Earth, I assure you it is undoubtedly because of me. They will likely arrive here after sensing my presence, Thor reassured him. Hearing Thor's words, Coulson nodded gravely. He initially intended to issue a warning, but upon reflecting that these were gods, he realized that even heightened vigilance would prove futile. As Thor remarked, the 3 valiant warriors from Asgard, along with Sif, sensed his presence upon their arrival on Earth and hastened towards him. Meanwhile, Shinron concluded another round of combat. Daisy, feeling both exhausted and content, reclined in Shinron's embrace and retrieved her phone to dial Jane's number. Jane, what brings you to call? What's wrong, Daisy? You sound a bit weak. Listening to Daisy's tone, Jane sensed something amiss. Perhaps she was not with Shinron after all. I'm perfectly fine, Daisy replied, sitting up and adopting a more composed tone. All right, Daisy. There have been supernatural occurrences in Mexico, and we couldn't reach Shinron. I thought he might be with you, so I wanted to check. Okay, Jane, I will relay the message to Shinron. If all is well, I'll hang up now. Darling, why are you hanging up during a call? Had it not been for Shinron's incessant teasing, Daisy would not have been so rude as to abruptly end Jane's call. I heard that, Daisy. Let's rendezvous after you finish. Then, a charming and playful tone echoed once more. Segment break. Commander, 4 oddly dressed individuals are approaching the camp. Bring up the surveillance feed. As the footage displayed on the screen, Thor gasped in astonishment. "Oh my, why are they here?" "Thor, who are they?" "My dear friends." Coulson sighed, recognizing that since they were Thor's friends, they posed little threat. Subsequently, he sent personnel to escort the three warriors and Sif into the camp. Just as Thor was about to embrace them upon their arrival, a dark portal materialized before their eyes. Shinron, holding Daisy's hand, stepped through the portal. Sif, the warrior enamored with Thor, sensed an anomaly and immediately raised her weapon, her expression tinged with suspicion. "Why do you bear the essence of the god of thunder?" Chapter 33. The arrival of the destroyers. So, do not misunderstand. "He is my friend," Thor hurriedly clarified as he noticed her adopting a combative stance. "I shall inquire once more. Why do you carry the essence of the god of thunder?" Seeing that So ignored him entirely, Thor shrugged, displaying an air of embarrassment. It was then that Shinron comprehended why Thor seemed indifferent to this fierce warrior. Is that not an obvious question? Who else could possess the aura of the god of thunder, if not him? After speaking, Shinron extended his arm, and with a mere thought, Mjolnir soared into his grasp from dozens of meters away. "My lady, do you have any further inquiries?" Shinron jested as he struck Mjolnir. So, known for her fiery temperament, wasted no time and charged at Shinron with her weapon drawn. So, Thor attempted to call out to her, but it was too late. With a sweeping motion, Shinron exerted an invisible force upon the shield in So's grasp. The immense recoil sent her hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. "My lady, a temper like that can lead to misfortune," he remarked coolly. Unyielding, So picked up her shield and rose once more, declaring fiercely, "A warrior of Asgard does not concede easily." Shinron smiled knowingly. "Is that so?" With a swift motion, he grasped at the air, and So's shield transformed into a formless lump, losing all semblance of a weapon. So was taken aback. She was well aware of the enchanted durability of her Asgardian shield. How could this earthling? Though Shinron was unaware of the shield's material, he could sense that it was indeed a form of metal. Regardless of how rare the metal might be in the cosmos, he could still manipulate it. Any weapon forged from metal was inherently under his dominion. Such a lack of courtesy from an Asgardian warrior. Did you not hear Thor say I am his friend? You strike first without hesitation? Shinron observed So's silence and remarked coldly, "I shall never yield." Even without her weapon, So charged forth, fists raised. "I am truly exasperated by your mindless aggression," Shinron scoffed, curling his fingers. The shield, now a lump of iron, morphed into chains that rapidly ensnared So. "What? Do you wish to join in?" Shinron mused, noting the three brave warriors of the Celestial Palace poised to attack. As a surge of divine energy coursed through him, the armor of the Thunder God enveloped Shinron. He levitated off the ground, his eyes flickering with arcs of lightning. "By the gods, Ray!" A fellow time traveler witnessing this spectacle would undoubtedly exclaim. "Come at me together." An overwhelming aura of dominance radiated from Shinron, compelling the three celestial warriors to instinctively step back. "Shinron, they mean well for me. Can we not avoid conflict?" At that moment, Thor positioned himself among them, attempting to mediate. "If they choose to strike, I am left with no recourse." Shinron waved his hand dismissively, adopting an attitude that suggested he was uninvolved. "Rest assured, Shinron, they will not strike again." Sol signaled to his companions, and the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace wisely sheathed their weapons. The armor forged from the power of the Thunder God dissipated, and with a mere flick of his pinky, he lifted the restrictions placed upon Sif. A symphony of metallic assembly echoed, as the chains transformed back into their original shield form. Observing Sif's furious yet helpless demeanor, Shinron let out a derisive chuckle. Had it not been for Sol's intervention, she would have undoubtedly brandished her shield and confronted Shinron once more. "What on earth is happening, Sol?" Sif finally inquired. Sol sighed and spoke candidly. "After my banishment, Mjolnir was ensnared by my father's divine curse. Only those worthy may wield it and be graced with the power of the Thunder God. I have failed to lift Mjolnir. But do not misconstrue this. Shinron merely gave me a heads up before, and he is now my ally. If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon my own inadequacy." Sol's words plunged the four into silence. Since it was Odin's divine edict, they found themselves powerless. I am truly delighted to see you all, my friends, but you ought not to have come. Soul's statement left Vandal perplexed. We have come to bring you home, Soul. You must understand, I cannot return. My father, he perished because of me, and I must endure this exile. At this, Soul felt a profound mix of guilt and sorrow. Soul, your father still lives, Sif remarked, bewildered by his assertion of loss. Did I not convey this to you, Soul? Do you still doubt my words? Shinran spoke, his gaze fixed on Soul. No, Shinran, what you told me is true. How could you possibly know these things? Exclaimed Soul, his agitation mounting. Oh heavens! Sif, what is happening? A few days prior, Loki had visited him, proclaiming that their father had died. Soul, now fervent, hurriedly inquired about the state of Asgard from his companions. To his astonishment, their accounts mirrored Shinran's precisely. Observing Soul reminiscing with the four, Shinran lost interest in lingering any longer. He opened a portal and, accompanied by Daisy, returned to the hotel to continue their exercise. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki, witnessing Heimdall's release of Sif and the three warriors, seethed with rage. He swiftly wielded Odin's scepter of kingship to summon the destroyer, instructing it to descend upon Earth and eliminate Soul, along with the four who had just departed from Asgard. And that earthling, Shinran, the destroyer, a super armor forged by Odin himself, was an extraordinarily potent weapon designed to combat the dark threats emerging from certain celestial realms. Now, Loki's directive to send the destroyer to Earth to eradicate the powerless Soul was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Loki could hardly believe that Sinran possessed the strength to contend with the destroyer. Subsequently, he utilized the frost giant's treasure, the ice box, to encase Heimdall in ice. With Heimdall, the sentinel, no longer guarding the gates, Loki's plans could unfold flawlessly. Director, a new situation has arisen. I believe you must come here in person. Came the voice of Agent Number 1 from Coulson's intercom. Thor and the others fell silent, an ominous feeling settling in. What is happening? Coulson pondered, exasperated by the incessant disturbances from Asgardians on Earth. Another presence resembling a colossal iron giant had emerged. Was this the handiwork of Iron Man? When thinking of a metal behemoth, Coulson's mind immediately conjured images of Tony Stark. Director, it seems unlikely. This entity appears more formidable than Iron Man. Director, it has begun to assault us. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting. Before Agent Number 1 could finish his statement, the intercom fell silent. Coulson, since it is an Asgardian who has harmed your subordinate, let us five venture forth to assess the situation. With their strength, we will surely subdue it. Thor stepped forward with resolve, even though he was unaware of the identity of the intruder. Though he had lost his divine powers, the warriors 3 and Sif represented Asgard's finest combat prowess. Coulson nodded, promptly arranging for an armed helicopter, taking numerous agents along with Thor to the scene. In New York, Sinran sensed a formidable surge of divine energy. Daisy, there's a spectacular event unfolding in Mexico. Would you care to witness it? With such an enticing spectacle at hand, Daisy readily agreed. They arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp only to find that Coulson and the others had already departed. Sensing the location of the destroyer, Sinran, cradling Daisy, ascended into the sky and descended at an optimal vantage point. Before long, the aircraft carrying Thor and his companions arrived. The show was about to commence. Sinran held Daisy close, anticipating the live performance of the Warriors 3 versus the Destroyer. My dear, why is that iron monstrosity approaching us? Daisy remarked, increasingly unsettled. It does not recognize me. It must be seeking Thor, Sinran reassured her, playfully pinching her cheek to allay her fears. But darling, it is indeed coming our way. No sooner had Daisy spoken than a torrent of searing flames surged toward Sinran. Chapter 34. Absolute domination in an instant. The magnetic force field enveloped both himself and Daisy, shielding them from the terrifying flames. Within those fleeting seconds, Shinran unleashed a torrent of curses upon Loki's ancestors. He leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch to the destroyer's steel visage, producing a resounding thud. The destroyer staggered back several paces. Step aside. Matters of Asgard are for us to resolve. Just as he was poised to launch another assault, Sif's voice rang out. Her tone indicated that she was still far from placated. Come on, let the four of you take your turn. I came to witness your performance. The warriors three of the film appeared utterly inept, unable to withstand even a single round against the destroyer. Shinron was eager to ascertain their true capabilities. Were they genuinely as incompetent as portrayed in the cinematic depiction? Daisy, this is a live-action Hollywood blockbuster. Do relish the spectacle. Returning to Daisy's side, Shinron feigned seriousness. Daisy, having never witnessed such a scene, watched in rapt attention as the iron monstrosity faced off against four opponents without flinching. Volstagg propelled himself into the air with a mighty leap, bringing his axe crashing down upon the destroyer's head, yet it left no mark. The destroyer casually swatted him away as if he were a mere fly. Disappointment washed over Shinron. The film had not deceived him. These were indeed the three fools of Asgard. As Volstagg lay incapacitated, the destroyer prepared to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, Sif descended from the heavens, piercing the destroyer's chest with her spear, causing him to falter. A victorious smile graced Sif's face. Volstagg sighed in relief, grateful that he would not meet his end in flames. Suddenly, the destroyer's metallic head slowly rose, and Sif sensed impending doom, tightening her grip on her weapon. Alas, no matter her strength, it proved futile as the destroyer executed a complete 360-degree spin. A torrent of flames, imbued with centuries of malice, erupted from his mouth. Sif barely managed to evade this onslaught. Run! Sif shouted upon landing. After helping Volstagg to his feet, Hogun was about to engage when the destroyer unleashed a blast of ancient flames, sending both of them flying. As Sif prepared to attack once more, Thor rushed to her side. Sif, you've done your utmost. No, I shall die like a warrior. Today's events will be sung of by future generations. The destroyer, however, showed no inclination to indulge their sentiments. A laser beam of flame hurtled toward the pair. Thor realized there was no time to escape and positioned himself in front of Sif, closing his eyes to accept his fate. Just as the fiery laser was about to pierce their bodies, an invisible barrier arose, halting its advance. No one on Earth knows you. You both should live to spread your own tales, came Shinron's voice from above. Shinron. Upon seeing him appear, Thor's eyes lit up with hope. The sole entity capable of subduing the destroyer on this entire planet is, perhaps, only Shinron. As he gradually descended before the two individuals, he cast a glance at Sif on the ground and remarked with a chuckle, "Little lady, your prowess may be limited, but your bravado is quite grand." At that moment, Sif found herself at a loss for words. Shinron's sudden appearance seemed to provoke the destroyer, unleashing a beam of laser flames twice as fierce as before, directed at Shinron. "Shinron, take cover," Thor shouted, his voice laced with urgency. Witnessing that Shinron did not flinch, the destroyer merely toyed with flames. Shinron offered Thor a reassuring glance, and with an electromagnetic shield enveloping him, the laser flames could not penetrate that invisible barrier. Thor, can this creature comprehend human speech? A sudden thought crossed Shinron's mind, prompting him to pose this question. The destroyer is a divine creation forged by our Father. It possesses intelligence. Of course, it can understand. Shinron nodded, relieved to hear that it could indeed comprehend human language. Subsequently, he summoned Mjolnir from his spatial ring and swung it at the destroyer with force. With a resounding clang, the destroyer was sent tumbling to the ground. Remarkably, Shinron did not invoke the power of the Thunder God. He relied solely on his own strength. As the destroyer regained its footing, it shook its head in a remarkably human-like manner. Just as it prepared to unleash another fiery assault, Shinron, moving at 50 times the speed of sound, appeared before it in an instant. The sound of crackling thunder accompanied his massive fist as it struck the destroyer squarely on the head, propelling it backwards for hundreds of meters. The destroyer rose once more, choosing to direct its wrath towards Thor and the others. Shinron intervened to shield them from the attack, declaring, "Since you can understand human speech, I present you with two choices. Either I dismantle you, or you submit to me." The destroyer, unable to articulate a response, retaliated with a blast of laser flames. "How audacious of you!" Shinran retracted Mjolnir and reached out into the void, causing the colossal figure of the destroyer to hurtle towards him. The source of the flames was forcibly silenced by Shinran. Regardless of who forged you, you are merely fashioned from metals found within the cosmos. If you possess the capability, try crafting another destroyer from earthly plastic. Having not flexed his muscles in a while, Shinran was eager to ascertain just how resilient the destroyer was. He found himself quite satisfied with the outcome. Now, the destroyer floated before Shinran, motionless. How about another fiery attempt? He ascended slowly, delivering a resounding slap across the destroyer's face, causing its massive head to spin a full 360 degrees. "Submit to me, or I shall dismantle you," Shinran reiterated, gradually withdrawing his powers. However, the moment he released his grip, another fiery blast shot forth. Shinran shook his head, flicking his fingers to unleash a shockwave imbued with invisible electromagnetic force, which struck the destroyer. Simultaneously, his powers activated, entirely focused on the destroyer. Before their eyes, the enormous form of the destroyer was forcibly disassembled. "Shinran, that was a divine artifact crafted by my father, and you have disassembled it." Thor could hardly believe it. Shinran had effortlessly dismantled the destroyer without even utilizing the power of the Thunder God. No, he had not even used his hands. Sif and the three fools of the Asgardian palace were equally astonished. What kind of power was this? Fortunately, this individual was a friend of Thor. Had he truly chosen to engage in combat moments ago, the consequences would have been dire. So what if it was a divine artifact? It was still sent to kill you, and now this thing belongs to me. With that, he publicly stored the remnants of the destroyer into a spatial ring. He intended to hand it over to Tony, hoping that Tony could reassemble it and integrate artificial intelligence, transforming it into a compliant puppet. Even if that proved unfeasible, Shinran had faith that Tony could repurpose the materials and components within the destroyer. With the crisis averted, the tension that had gripped everyone began to ease. "Shinran, Asgard is in peril. I require your assistance." Thor's urgency to return to Asgard was palpable. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations, thus he turned to Shinran. After all, Shinran had previously expressed his willingness to assist him, and this was certainly not the moment to be polite or decline. "Not a problem, Thor. I was just contemplating a visit to the legendary realm of the gods," Shinran readily agreed. Subsequently, Thor began to bid farewell to Jane and the others. Shinran entrusted Daisy to the care of S.H.I.E.L.D. Following Sif and the three fools of the Asgardian palace, they arrived at the remnants of the Bifrost. Thor shouted to the heavens, "Heimdall, open the Bifrost." "Heimdall?" He called out several times, yet there was no response. "Wait, Thor. Perhaps Heimdall is facing some trouble." Shinran was aware that Heimdall was striving to break free from the ice. Had Shinran already visited Asgard, he could have easily opened a portal to transport everyone back, which would have been far more convenient than the Bifrost. Suddenly, a beam of seven-colored light descended from the sky, enveloping the group. After a brief moment of disorientation, Shinran found himself in Asgard. Chapter 35. A heartfelt gratitude gazing at the severely injured Heimdall lying on the ground. Thor felt a surge of panic and hurried towards Odin's chamber. At that moment, the frost giant leader, Laufey, had already gathered his minions, preparing to breach the palace. Thor's mother, Frigga, sensed the impending danger, drawing the sacred sword beside Odin. Her eyes anxiously fixed on the closed palace gates. A wave of frost spread forth, causing the gates to open with an ominous creak. Frigga seized the sacred sword and swiftly struck down one of Laufey's accomplices. Seeing this, Laufey retaliated with a fierce blow, sending her crashing to the ground. His gaze fixed upon Odin, who lay incapacitated. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Laufey's eyes. He approached, prying open Odin's remaining eye, and in a tone of triumph declared, "I have heard you can still hear and see everything around you. I hope it is true, for you shall know that your killer is none other than Laufey." With that, he summoned his divine power, conjuring an icy dagger aimed directly at Odin's head. Just then, a formidable wave of energy struck Laufey from behind, rendering him immobile. "And your killer is the son of Odin," came a fierce voice from his rear. Struggling to comprehend that his assailant was Loki, Laufey attempted to voice a protest. However, Loki did not afford him the opportunity. Another surge of energy from his staff swiftly ended Laufey's life. Perhaps he could not fathom why Loki had turned against him. "Loki, you saved him," Frigga exclaimed, rising from the ground to embrace Loki with a look of relief. "I vowed to you, mother. They shall pay for all they have done today," Loki declared with unwavering conviction. Just then, Thor arrived at Odin's chamber, accompanied by Sigrun. "Why not tell mother how you sent the destroyer to kill me and my friends?" Loki glanced at Sigrun, lifting his staff with heightened vigilance. "I did not send him, brother. He acted to fulfill Father's dying command," Loki replied, his demeanor unflinching. Frigga was taken aback, realizing the rift between the two brothers had deepened to such an extent. "You are a genius at deception, Loki, always have been." Thor's trust in Loki had vanished. "What of it?" Loki fell silent for a moment before smirking. "Brother, you are now but a mortal, devoid of the power of the thunder god. Mjolnir no longer belongs to you. Why return to Asgard?" He then turned his gaze towards Sigrun. "Thor is now a mere shadow of his former self. Why do you wish to aid him? You could choose to ally with me, and I would grant you half of the throne." Upon hearing Loki's words, Sigrun chuckled softly. "Is the throne of Asgard truly so worthless to you?" Noticing Loki's puzzled expression, she coldly inquired, "Did you not also send the destroyer to kill me?" Loki shook his head, gradually stepping back. Suddenly, an energy wave emanated from the staff in his hand, shooting directly towards Shinron. As the residual waves dissipated, Loki had vanished from sight. With a disdainful snort, Shinron activated his electromagnetic perception, instantly locating Loki's position. The miscreant was mounted on a black steed, hastening towards the teleportation base of the Rainbow Bridge. Shinron opened a portal to that location and stepped through, with Thor closely following behind. Just as Loki dismounted, he beheld Shinron emerging from the portal. Muttering under his breath, he turned to flee. Shinron summoned Mjolnir and swung it toward Loki. The hammer struck precisely against Loki's back, producing a resonant thud. Unable to withstand such force, Loki collapsed to the ground, immobilized by pain. Shinron swiftly darted forward, stepping on Loki, and smirked with derision. "If you possess any courage, rise and continue your flight." Loki, grimacing defiantly at Shinron, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to free himself from beneath Shinron's foot. At that moment, Thor approached, breathless. "Shinron, let me handle Loki." Observing Thor's labored breaths, Shinron inquired, "Do you not require my assistance in eliminating him? After all, he is my brother." Despite Loki's egregious transgressions, Thor could not bring himself to harm the brother he had grown up with. "Thor, enough of this feigned sentiment. I do not need your pity." Loki bellowed from beneath Shinron's foot. "Why did you bring this outsider back? If it weren't for your association with him, Jotunheim would have been obliterated, and all the frost giants would be extinct." Thor shook his head, exhaling deeply. Suddenly, a surge of divine energy erupted, and Loki vanished from beneath Shinron's feet. He reappeared, wielding Odin's staff, lunging towards Thor from behind. An electromagnetic field enveloped Thor, blocking Loki's lethal strike. Swinging Mjolnir, Shinron aimed a devastating blow at Loki's head, his intent unmistakably lethal. Abruptly, an exceptionally powerful divine energy surged forth, halting Mjolnir in its tracks. "Loki, do you still not recognize your errors?" A voice, imbued with the weight of ages, resonated from all directions. As the words faded, an elderly figure with white hair and beard materialized before the three, clad in silver armor. A crimson cloak billowed behind him, and a silver eye patch adorned his right eye. Shinron summoned Mjolnir back and gazed silently at the legendary All-Father, Odin. "Father!" Thor exclaimed, his voice filled with exhilaration. Shinron had spoken the truth. His father was indeed alive. Loki, momentarily stunned, stared incredulously at Odin. "Father, you still live?" Odin sighed deeply. Sorrow etched across his visage. "Loki, you have deeply disappointed me." The weight of Odin's words shattered Loki's defenses. "Father, the ice giants of Jotunheim. I could have vanquished them all, had it not been for Thor and this earthling. I was so close to success, Father. I could have achieved it for you. For all of us," Loki lamented sorrowfully. Odin shook his head and spoke slowly. "No, Loki." Upon hearing his father's denial, tears welled in Loki's eyes as he smiled faintly, then suddenly leaped from the rainbow bridge. "Loki, no!" Thor shouted in alarm. As they peered over the edge of the rainbow bridge, Loki had vanished without a trace. Thor's eyes glistened with moisture. After all, they had grown up together as brothers. Though they were not bound by blood, Loki had always been like a brother to him. At that moment, a faint divine energy emanated from Odin, enveloping Sinran. To his astonishment, he discovered that aside from Thor's power, he could not ascertain any other abilities within Sinran. "Thor, your friend has been of great assistance. Let us bring him back to the palace, where we shall express our gratitude," Odin instructed Thor. Sinran sensed something amiss in Odin's words, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. In any case, Loki would not perish. He would merely drift to some distant corner of the universe, perhaps to endure some hardship. With this thought, Thor emerged from his sorrow. "Sinran, my father is right. We must extend our heartfelt thanks to you." Having said that, Thor led Sinran toward the heart of the realm of the gods. Chapter 36. The threat of Odin within the grand hall of the celestial palace. Odin hosted a lavish banquet, attended by notable figures from the 9 realms. After delivering a speech filled with righteous fervor, Odin publicly restored Thor's divine powers, bestowing upon him a strength nearly indistinguishable from that of the thunder god himself. As for his weapon, Odin commissioned the dwarves to forge a new one, this time not from the core of a vanquished star, but from the unique Asgardian metal known as URU. This new hammer was not only capable of channeling a greater array of magical incantations, but also of harnessing immense energy, summoning the 4 elemental forces of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. This prompted a profound admiration from Shinran. Having an extraordinary father truly has its advantages. Once the feast concluded, the court dispersed, and Odin dismissed Thor, instructing him to check on the progress of his new weapon's creation. In the hall, only Odin and Shinran remained. Shinran took a sip of the divine wine from a crystal goblet, grimacing as he swallowed. It was rather unpalatable. He then consumed a hearty portion of venison, hoping to mask the taste of the wine. "Your Majesty, have you retained me for a particular reason?" Shinran inquired, observing Odin's impassive expression from the throne. "Humph, feigning ignorance." Odin scoffed, a cold snort escaping him as the oppressive aura of the All-Father bore down upon Shinran. The sudden shift in Odin's demeanor left Shinran bewildered. Was it not agreed that he would be graciously thanked? Did the meal suffice as gratitude? Now, it seemed Odin sought to settle a score. "I truly do not understand." "Your Majesty, if you have something to say, please speak plainly," Shinran replied, picking up a leg of meat of uncertain origin and munching on it. Though the wine was far from enjoyable, the fare prepared in Asgard was delectable, especially the tender, succulent meat. As for the intangible pressure emanating from Odin, it felt insignificant in the face of his magnetic aura. Odin let out a derisive chuckle, taken aback that this young man dared to converse with him while indulging in food. If it were Thor, he would have long since knelt in fear. What right does a mere earthling have to Asgardian treasures? Surrender Mjolnir and return to Earth. Odin's voice rang with an unmistakable threat. Shinran paused, surprised by this unexpected facet of the old god, his expression shifting rapidly. The serene and benevolent image often portrayed in films was evidently a facade. However, upon reflection, it was clear that a god who had waged war for millennia could hardly be described as peaceful or compassionate. From the dimensional pocket, Shinran retrieved Mjolnir, controlling it to float beside him while silently gathering an electromagnetic pulse. Did Odin truly perceive a hierarchy among beings? If so, one was left to ponder why the All-Father had once fought for Earth. In response to Odin's threats, Shinran boldly countered, his questions rendering Odin momentarily speechless. "This is beyond your comprehension." Shinran scoffed. "Very well, I shall inquire of the All-Father. If I am unworthy of Asgard's treasures, how is it that I can wield Mjolnir and possess the power of Thor? As far as I am aware, you placed a divine enchantment upon Mjolnir in the name of your ancestors. Now, having earned Mjolnir's recognition, I observe that you, O king, appear to be wavering. Hence, I, a mere earthling, dare to ask, do you, O king, intend to betray your own lineage? Odin abruptly rose from his throne. His remaining eye fixed intently upon Shinran. How do you know these things? Shinran regarded Odin coolly, refraining from a direct answer. After you exiled Thor and Mjolnir to Earth, you feigned illness, did you not? You had intended to utilize your foster son Loki to properly train your eldest son. Yet I have intercepted that plan and taken what was rightfully Thor's. Odin's expression darkened. What training? What illness? My lord Odin, spare me your theatrics. I am not your son. Observing Odin's continued pretense, Shinran no longer held back. Let me take a guess. Is it because of the incident in Jotunheim that Loki has accused Thor, leading you to believe that Loki covets the throne? If Loki covets the throne, he becomes an obstacle to Thor's ascension. You know well that although Thor has lived for millennia, his intellect cannot compare to Loki's. Thus, you stripped Thor of his divine powers, exiling him to Earth while feigning illness. This way, you trained Thor and created an opportunity for Loki, a twofold gain. As Shinran spoke, Odin sneered and resumed his seat upon the throne. Earthling, you are astute. You have unraveled my scheme, which is quite impressive. Originally, all of this was within my expectations. But your emergence has disrupted my plans. What astonishes me further is that you were able to lift Mjolnir. Upon finishing his words, a powerful surge of divine energy emanated from Odin. However, today I shall tell you this. If you wish to return to Earth, you must relinquish Mjolnir. Otherwise, Asgard shall not provide you a burial. Shinran rose, armor forged from divine energy instantly enveloping his form. As Mjolnir soared into his grasp, he said expressionlessly, Are you threatening me, O king? Odin grasped the scepter beside him. Indeed, I threaten you. And what of it? Very well. An electromagnetic pulse was unleashed, hurtling toward Odin's throne. Having utilized electromagnetic pulses several times before, each only coalescing for a mere few seconds, yet wielding tremendous power. He was eager to discover the magnitude of energy produced by such a prolonged accumulation. With a thunderous roar, Odin, still burdened by old wounds, could not withstand the force of Shinran's strike and swiftly evaded. The pulse shattered his throne, piercing through the palace walls and continuing for several hundred meters before finally coming to rest. The structures outside the palace were far less resilient. The path of destruction left by the pulse was nearly reduced to ruins. In that fleeting moment, Odin felt the chilling breath of death. Simultaneously, he grasped why Shinran was capable of wielding Mjolnir and gained a clearer understanding of his abilities. From Odin's expression, Shinran sensed a hint of trepidation. Seizing the moment, he remarked, That strike, while seemingly inconsequential to you, my lord, could surely devastate all of Asgard under such bombardment. With that, he opened a spatial portal leading to the Rainbow Bridge, preparing to step through. Spatial manipulation? Odin's heart raced, astonished to discover that this young man possessed the ability to tear through the fabric of space. Hold on, little brother, he called out, as Shinran was already poised to cross the threshold. Chapter 37. Kindred Spirits. If the Rainbow Bridge were to be destroyed, even as the All-Father, restoring it would pose a considerable challenge. Without the Rainbow Bridge, he would be unable to effectively guide the people of Asgard in their dominion over the 9 realms. Hearing the term little brother, Sinran turned slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he faced Odin, feigning vigilance. Let us remain calm, dear brother. We can discuss this matter thoughtfully. Odin's ability to shift his demeanor left Sinran somewhat awestruck. It seemed that, regardless of the circumstances, the power of might remained the ultimate truth. Since the All-Father had offered an olive branch, Sinran reluctantly acquiesced to the dialogue. To disregard Odin's overture would only lead to unnecessary conflict, and given his current capabilities, it was undoubtedly his own demise that awaited him. With the throne in ruins, Odin took a seat opposite Sinran. Nonchalantly, Sinran seized a leg of meat and began to gnaw on it. In such a scenario, he resolved to maintain his composure while allowing Odin to navigate his own thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Odin finally inquired, Little brother, are you able to harness the fundamental forces of the cosmos? Sinran did not respond verbally, merely nodding slightly. Though he was not entirely certain of what constituted the fundamental forces of the universe, he was aware that electromagnetic force was among the most formidable. Odin felt a surge of astonishment. Even he could not directly summon these cosmic forces. The gods of Asgard, whether employing divine power or magic, utilized their own bodies as conduits, transforming the fundamental forces of the universe into their own strength through incantations, gestures, artifacts, or divine will. Yet here was this young lad, capable of directly invoking the very essence of the cosmos. Odin could distinctly perceive that this child was merely in his 70s or 80s, without the benefit of millennia. If he were to mature even a few hundred more years, it was likely that even Odin himself would not stand a chance against him. For someone of such potential, one of two courses lay ahead: either extinguish him before he fully matured, or cultivate a relationship to reap future benefits. Clearly, Odin opted for the latter. Setting aside the connection between Sinran and Thor, Odin had an inkling that Asgard would soon face a grave calamity, one that would likely unfold while he himself was departing this world. With a deep sigh, Odin resumed his familiar, benevolent demeanor. "Sinran, are you and Thor friends?" Sinran was momentarily taken aback. The shift in address was rather jarring. From a tone of adversary to that of a guest, and now to one befitting a mentor. Naturally, without unnecessary embellishments, Sinran succinctly replied, "We are friends." "That is splendid to hear. Thor's friends are indeed my friends," Odin responded, a smile of relief illuminating his face. To an outsider, he might appear as a doting patriarch. "Ah, dear king of the gods, did you not just remark that I, a mere earthling, am?" The relationship between the Asgardians and Earthlings indeed harks back over 2 millennia. Yet, before Shinran could finish his thought, Odin interjected. "In my humble opinion, the most steadfast allies of the Asgardians are none other than the Earthlings. For over 2,000 years, when the Frost Giants invaded Earth, it was I who led the warriors of Asgard to drive them away. Of course, the Earthlings have also rendered considerable assistance to Asgard." As Odin reminisced, the lines of age etched upon his face became all the more pronounced. "Well then, upon reflection, it seems that Asgard and Earth are indeed formidable allies," Shinran concurred, providing Odin with a graceful avenue of retreat. This assertion elicited a hearty laugh from Odin, leaving Shinran puzzled as to the source of his mirth. "Shinran, with MJ Lnur in your grasp, it is indeed an instance of utmost utility." At that moment, Odin's expression radiated sincerity, devoid of pretense. "You have also passed the trials I set forth, thereby acquiring the power of the Thunder God. In a strict sense, you are now akin to a half-Asgardian. Do visit Asgard often when time permits." With that, Odin turned his gaze toward the Bifrost. "Heimdall, did you hear that? If Shinran wishes to visit Asgard, you must grant him passage." A surge of divine energy resonated, and Odin nodded in satisfaction. "Since the king of the gods has spoken thus, I shall not be modest. Indeed, why should one be courteous among kin?" Shinran stowed MJ Lnur within his space-warping ring and removed his armor, thus laying down his defenses. "This ring possesses the power of spatial manipulation?" Shinran nodded in affirmation, not denying it. "Did you craft this yourself?" Odin recalled the spatial abilities Shinran had just displayed. Shinran smiled softly and replied, "How could I possibly create such a thing? This artifact has been with me since the moment of my birth. Its origins remain a mystery to me." The notion that Shinran was born with such a treasure surprised Odin. He had verified that Shinran was indeed an Earthling. Yet how could an Earthling be born with a treasure? "Shinran, I have lived for thousands of years and have never heard of an Earthling being born with such a boon." Odin's tone bore a hint of inquiry. "Oh, king of the gods, perhaps you are unfamiliar with the history of the East. There exists a land known as Huagua, where deities are said to dwell. I hail from Huagua, and throughout our history, there have been numerous instances of individuals being born with treasures. This is but a small matter. It is said that in ancient times, some powerful beings could summon clouds and rain with a mere gesture, possessing abilities beyond comprehension." Shinran was uncertain of the existence of such deities in the Marvel Universe, but it mattered not. He would weave his tale nonetheless. "By the way, dear king, did you just refer to us as kin?" Odin nodded and said, "Indeed, a comrade." "How delightful, my king, since you are one of our own." I wonder if you might have a gift for me? Upon hearing Chiron request a present, Odin's countenance, which had been jovial just a moment ago, darkened in an instant, only to return to its previous state after a brief pause. Chiron could not help but admire Odin's remarkable ability to change his expression so swiftly. Chiron, Odin continued, you have already acquired Mjolnir. There is nothing in my celestial palace more precious than that. Chiron waved his hand dismissively, exuding a sense of generosity. Oh, that's quite all right. My king, simply impart to me the method of crafting this marvel, and we can forego the notion of gifts. With a grand gesture, Chiron summoned the remnants of the destroyer before Odin. With a sigh, Odin retrieved a scroll crafted from sheepskin from the void, levitating it with divine power and offering it to Chiron. Without even glancing at it, Chiron took the scroll and, along with the remnants of the destroyer, cast them into his spatial ring. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, my king. Chiron clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to Odin. Odin nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, his emotions now inscrutable. I shall not intrude upon you any longer, my king. With that, Chiron opened a portal leading to the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp in Mexico and departed from Asgard. Odin observed Chiron's method of departure with a weighty expression. He had not anticipated that this individual's spatial abilities could bridge Asgard and Earth so effortlessly. His recent conversation with Heimdall now seemed futile. Thinking of Heimdall, Odin summoned him forth immediately. I presume you have sensed the peculiarities of that earthling. What have you disowned? Heimdall, endowed with the ability to perceive across the 9 realms, undoubtedly possessed greater insights than Odin himself. Your Majesty, you are correct. He can indeed harness the fundamental forces of the universe directly. What precisely are these forces? Odin inquired. Electromagnetism, Heimdall replied slowly. Is he truly an earthling then? Your Majesty, I cannot ascertain his origins. It appears as though he has never belonged to this universe. Odin fell into silence. What of the other multiverses? None detected there either. Chapter 38. Internal stability. My dear, you have returned. As Shinron stepped through the portal, he was enveloped in Daisy's embrace. Person, have all the tasks here been completed? Gently patting Daisy's head, Shinron turned his gaze towards Kur. This also served to alleviate the awkwardness that lingered. All tasks are completed. Very well. Once you have tidied up, you may report back. Shinron, how is Thor? Is he injured? Is his father well? Jane, standing nearby, appeared somewhat anxious. Shinron smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Jane. His father is merely feigning illness. Thor's powers have been restored, and once he concludes matters in Asgard, he shall seek you out. Heimdall, do convey to that fellow Thor that his beloved misses him. Noticing Jane's lingering concern, Shinron bellowed towards the sky. My dear, does this truly help? Daisy's large eyes sparkled with confusion. Indeed, it is effective. Nothing within the 9 realms escapes Heimdall's gaze, Shinron patiently elucidated. Huh, so we. Daisy covered her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. Observing her bashful demeanor, Shinron could easily discern her thoughts. Nevertheless, Daisy was correct. This indeed posed a dilemma. It appeared that in future moments of intimacy, they would need to shroud themselves in a magnetic field. What if Heimdall happened to peek? Do not fret, Daisy, his abilities are ineffectual against us, Shinron chuckled, offering her comfort. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Upon seeing the others shake their heads, Shinron opened a portal leading to their hotel in New York. After several days of labor, should they not indulge in some leisure? Following 2 fierce battles, Shinron felt at peace as he recounted his recent experiences in Asgard. That evening, Shinron prepared a candlelit dinner for Daisy in their suite's dining area. Observing Daisy clad in her robe, Shinron grinned mischievously. Daisy, would you like to see the night view of New York? You haven't experienced it yet. Then let us go, he said, wrapping his arms around Daisy and cloaking them both in a magnetic field as they ascended into the sky. Wow, my dear, this is simply stunning, Daisy exclaimed, marveling at the vibrant city lights beneath them. After more than 2 hours, Shinron opened a portal and gently set her down on the hotel bed before creating another portal to return home. At this hour, Natasha was preparing to sleep. Upon sensing Shinron's return, Natasha did not resist but complied readily. However, A short while later, she forcefully pushed Shinran away. Humph, why do you smell of perfume? The former agent, Natasha, detected something amiss. With a playful smile, Shinran confided in her about Daisy. Naturally, Natasha was somewhat reluctant to accept this revelation. Thus, Shinran began to recount tales from ancient China, stories of emperors and their legacies. For the past 60 years, Shinran had diligently practiced various shooting techniques with Howard. Now, her marksmanship had reached an extraordinary level of excellence. Shinran also introduced the two women to one another. In high spirits, she opened a portal and led them back to the seaside villa. The following morning, Shinran managed to free herself from their embrace. She then opened a spatial portal leading to Tony's residence. Chapter 39. Similar to the iron armor. Hey, Uncle, why did you arrive unannounced like that one-eyed giant? Tony, having just emerged from his bedroom, was taken aback to find Shinran seated comfortably on his living room sofa. Jarvis, what on earth happened? I thought I had upgraded the security system. Surely, even if my uncle were to drop by, you ought to inform me, he questioned, sipping water while directing his inquiry at Jarvis. My apologies, sir. It was only upon your emergence from the bedroom that I detected his vital signs. Jarvis's humanized voice echoed through the hall. Shinran had cleverly concealed his presence using a magnetic field. As an artificial intelligence, Jarvis essentially manifested a form of electromagnetic energy, thus rendering Shinran undetectable. All right, Tony, it is quite normal for me to be undetected. Have you resolved the issues you were facing? Shinran accepted the cigar Tony offered, lighting it and exhaling a cloud of smoke as he posed the question. Indeed, I have resolved the matter. You were absolutely right, Uncle. The remnants left by my father have proven to be immensely enlightening. Not only did they address the palladium poisoning, but they also elevated the energy output of the reactor by several tiers. Of course, it still relies on my own ingenuity, Tony replied, pride radiating from his expression as he savored the cigar. By the way, I have long since delivered Annie's armor to her. I was curious about your visit today. It's unusual for you to come without reason, Tony remarked, skeptical of Shinran's concern for his well-being. Oh yes, I almost forgot. I found you another aunt. Make sure to arrange a suit for her as well in the coming days, Shinran stated, a hint of amusement in his tone, almost forgetting about this task until now. It was undeniable that this young man was indeed filial. Uncle, at your age, you ought to refrain from bringing me a new aunt so frequently. Setting aside whether you can manage it, I certainly cannot, Tony replied with a resigned expression, regretting mentioning it at all. What can't you endure, young man? That is my woman, Shinran retorted, prompting Tony to roll his eyes. Uncle, that is not quite what I meant. I was referring to my armor being unable to withstand it. All right, Shinran chuckled awkwardly. In the future, just give me a call. There is no need for you to make such a long journey. You truly think I care for your armor? I have other matters to discuss today, Shinran insisted. Please don't tell me you're here to persuade me to join some Avengers initiative. I am not in the right mindset for that, Tony quickly interjected, waving his hands in refusal. Come and go as you please. Here, take this, see if you can comprehend it. With those words, Shinran retrieved the scroll Odin had given him from his spatial ring and tossed it to Tony. What is this? It appears quite antiquated. Tony muttered as he unfurled the scroll and glanced at it briefly. Immediately, he straightened his posture, having been lounging casually, and placed the scroll on the table to examine it closely. Shinran did not disturb him. Instead, he sat silently on the sofa, indulging in a cigar. So, Tony, can you discern anything from this? If Tony were unable to comprehend, he certainly would not have reacted so strongly. Shinran was curious to ascertain just how much Tony could understand. Uncle, wait a moment, Tony said, his gaze unwavering. After more than half an hour, Tony set down the scroll. Have you comprehended it all? Absolutely, Tony replied, reclining on the sofa with a proud expression. You understood everything? Shinran found it hard to believe, as he recognized none of the symbols inscribed on that scroll. Uncle, don't be astonished. What is written there is in ancient Greek, so it's understandable that you can't grasp it. It specifically details the method for crafting a suit of armor automaton. You are acquainted with ancient Greek? Shinran recalled that this fellow only spoke English. I have that capability. With that, Tony removed his glasses and pointed at them. It turned out Jarvis had translated it for him. Enough chatter. Can it be constructed? Chiron was taken aback that he had been outmatched by technology. Of course, the divine energy source mentioned can be replaced by a new element I developed. As for the divine consciousness, we can simply integrate Jarvis. That raw material doesn't seem to be of terrestrial origin, but I can substitute it with titanium alloy. Chiron fell silent for a few seconds. Hearing you say that, it seems rather similar to the armor you created, doesn't it? There are distinctions, of course. There is no divine energy, divine consciousness, or that peculiar material in my armor. But didn't you just say it could be replaced? Well, Uncle, the difference lies in the materials. If you had such materials, what could you achieve? Tony pondered for a moment. It would be comparable to the destroyer mentioned in the scroll, but it wouldn't possess the same level of power. So in essence, it is quite similar to your armor. Yes, more or less. Then why such a strong reaction when you first obtained the scroll? Uncle, the crafting method described is entirely manual, requiring no auxiliary tools. The only technical elements are the divine energy and consciousness. How would you react if you saw a caveman fashioning a handgun? Chiron nodded. That's true. With Tony's explanation, Chiron suddenly felt that the destroyer was rather ineffectual. With a grand gesture, he summoned the dismembered parts of the destroyer from the spatial ring into the living room. Due to its massive size, it shattered the television in the process. This was originally a complete destroyer, which I have disassembled. The materials are readily available, so feel free to experiment. Had he known, he would have asked Odin for something else. Surely it would have been preferable to that scroll. Tony gazed at the severed limbs with fervor in his eyes. Uncle Chiron, could you assist me in transporting this to the underground laboratory? I wish to study it immediately. After retracting the destroyer back into the spatial ring, the two made their way to the underground laboratory. The basement's expanse is ample, accommodating those severed limbs and dismembered arms with ease. Jarvis, analyze the composition of those remnants. Tony commanded as he approached the control panel. Subsequently, a beam of crimson light swept over the remains of the destroyer. Sir, I am unable to identify the material. However, energy is continuously emanating from the inner walls. With a few gestures, Tony disassembled the holographic projection of the destroyer. On the main screen, it was evident that substantial waves of energy were radiating from the inner walls of the destroyer's body. Could this be divine power? Tony mused aloud. Sir, this material bears a striking resemblance to solar energy conversion devices. It appears capable of absorbing various cosmic energies and transforming them into its own power. What is the conversion rate? Tony inquired, his brow furrowed. If it were akin to solar panels, it would be utterly useless. 1,000. A surge of elation coursed through Tony. Uncle, this material is extraordinary. With this, I can undoubtedly forge even more formidable armor. What does a 1,000 conversion rate imply? As long as even a hint of sunlight is absorbed by this material, it can emit a pseudo-laser. Very well, consider these remnants yours. Take your time to study them. Shinron had relinquished any desire to possess a miniature destroyer companion. Do remember to send me your aunt's armor once it's completed. With that, he activated the portal home and stepped through. Goodness, Uncle, is this a spatial ability? Just as Tony was about to engage Shinron in further conversation, the portal vanished from sight. Chapter 40. The Awakening of Steve, Part 1. With the affairs concerning Thor settled, Shinron's life returned to a serene state. Daisy and Natasha attended to him with utmost care each day. With such a heavenly existence, what mattered if he could never return to his former world? During this time, Nick Fury called Shinron several times, reporting supernatural occurrences in Mexico. Shinron sensed the undeniable fluctuations of divine energy. However, it was evident to him that the cause was none other than Thor, who had come to Earth for some rather intimate rendezvous with Jane. After all, one could hardly prevent a man from visiting his beloved. To deter Nick Fury from incessantly calling him, Shinron decided to inform him of the specific circumstances. Upon learning of Thor and Jane's relationship, Fury promptly elevated her status by 3 tiers and insisted that she ensure their meeting the next time Thor graced Earth with his presence. Nick Fury's intentions were clear. He sought to establish a link with Asgard through Thor, thereby enhancing the security of Earth. While such concerns were not misplaced, especially given the demands of duty. Shinran pondered who among the Asgardians would acknowledge a mere S.H.I.E.L.D. director in his modest capacity. One day, having just emerged from the tender embrace of two lovely ladies, Shinran prepared to take Natasha and Daisy out for some seafood shopping, with plans for a delightful evening barbecue and a few drinks. Just as they stepped outside, Nick Fury's call came through. What could it be now? Annoyed, Shinran answered the phone. Senior, we have retrieved Steve Rogers from the Antarctic. Where is he now? At the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility in New York. And where are you? I am still here in Antarctica attending to matters. Understood. With that, he ended the call. Shinran, what has happened? Natasha inquired, sensing her partner's unease. Little Na, Steve has been brought back by S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel from Antarctica. That's wonderful news. Where is he? We must go see Steve. Hearing the news about Steve, Natasha felt a surge of excitement. After all, the three of them belonged to the same era. As for the others, some had perished, some had aged, and some remained missing. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility in New York. Then let us head there at once. After a brief exchange with Daisy, the two set off towards the Brooklyn district. Along the way, Natasha's swift driving attracted the attention of several police cars, which soon found themselves outpaced and left behind. As an all-around agent, if she couldn't shake off a few police vehicles, then her decades of training would have been in vain. After more than 40 minutes, they arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. New York branch. The very place where Steve had been injected with the super soldier serum 60 years ago had now transformed into the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York. Observing the profound changes in the area, Shinran felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. With Natasha's credentials as an elite agent, they navigated the periphery of S.H.I.E.L.D. with ease. Upon reaching a security checkpoint, the guard insisted on inspecting Xian Rand's identification, refusing to grant passage otherwise. Natasha handed over her credentials, only to find the guard dismissively demanding to see Xian Rand's identification first, not one to engage in petty disputes. Xian Rand retrieved the document bestowed upon him by Nick Fury from his spatial ring and presented it. Zero-level agent? What nonsense is this? Apologies, but you lack the clearance to enter here. As he perused Xian Rand's credentials, the guard displayed a look of disdain. The guards here were all seasoned first-level agents. What kind of ineptitude was a zero-level agent indicative of? Mind your tone. If you wish to leave, then do so. Xian Rand was not one to endure such indignities. You, a zero-level agent, barking orders at me? Do you believe I won't make you leave? The guard, perceiving Xian Rand to be merely in his 20s and likely lacking any substantial background, retorted dismissively. With a cold smile, Xian Rand delivered a resounding slap across the guard's face, knocking out several of his teeth. Ah, you yellow-skinned pig, daring to strike someone in S.H.I.E.L.D. Someone, come quickly. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The guard, clutching his face and spewing blood, shouted into his intercom. Shortly thereafter, a throng of heavily armed guards surrounded Xian Rand and Natasha, their dark gun barrels trained upon the pair. The commotion swiftly garnered the attention of the Bureau's higher-ups. As Xian Rand prepared to take action, two figures emerged briskly. Natasha, what brings you here? The tall, dark-haired woman at the forefront greeted warmly. Hey, Hill. Natasha replied with a wry smile, shrugging her shoulders at the surrounding guards in resignation. Everyone, stand down. Hawkeye, standing beside Hill, quickly commanded upon recognizing Natasha among those encircled. With the higher-ups' directive, the guards promptly withdrew. The assaulted guard, sensing the shift in momentum, attempted to blend in with his fellow officers to make his escape. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a bolt of lightning, the width of a bowl, descended from the clear sky, striking him directly on the head and producing an immense sound. The guard was instantly slain. Hill and Hawkeye were momentarily stunned by the unexpected lightning. In a clear sky, where could such a phenomenon arise? They both turned their gazes towards Xian Rand. Natasha, without a doubt, could not possess such power. Regarding Xin Ran's identity, it was classified information of the highest order in the United States. Within SHIELD, apart from Nick Fury, the king of Level 10 agents, and the newly promoted Level 9 agent, Coulson, no one else was privy to it. Thus, to the rest, he was merely known as Natasha's boyfriend, personally recruited into the Avengers by Nick Fury. Mr. Xin, did you kill him? Hill inquired, fully aware that the Avengers were comprised of extraordinary individuals, and wielding electricity was not particularly astonishing. Yes, it was I who did, Xin Ran affirmed, not denying the inquiry since it had been posed. Young man, should you take the life of an agent from SHIELD, even as a member of the Avengers, you must provide a reasonable explanation, Hawkeye stated coldly. Before Hawkeye found himself entangled in a romantic pursuit, he had long sought the affections of Natasha, only to be met with indifference. Recently, upon discovering that Natasha had entered a relationship, Hawkeye was the first to express his discontent. Now, with Sinon having given him leverage, he would not easily let this opportunity slip away. Barton, it was that guard who first insulted Sinon, Natasha interjected, fearing for Hawkeye's safety. You think a mere insult warrants a death sentence? If I were to scold him, would he then seek my life as well? Both parties understood the disparity in their statuses. At this moment, Hawkeye exhibited an air of unwarranted superiority. Enough, Barton. Restrain your tongue, Hill interjected, recognizing Hawkeye's intentions. Hill, this matter does not concern you. Allow me to handle it. What of the Avengers? If you wish for death, you may certainly pursue it. Before Hawkeye could finish his tirade, Sinon interrupted him. A bolt of lightning struck the ground before him. Hawkeye was but a mortal. Had that lightning struck him directly, it would have surely spelled his demise. What does a mere youth dare to shout about? Even the director would address me as senior. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? If you truly seek to end your life, I shall oblige, Sinon said coldly, casting a glance at Hawkeye. In that instant, Hawkeye seemed to grasp why Sinon had won Natasha's heart. After reprimanding Hawkeye, Sinon turned to Hill and offered her a slight smile. Agent Hill, I wish to meet Steve. Please arrange it for me. Chapter 41. The Awakening of Steve, Part 2. Apologies, sir, but without higher authorization, no one is permitted to approach Captain Rogers, Hill remarked, casting a wary glance at the lifeless guard as she addressed Sinon. Has that rascal Nick Fury not informed you? Regrettably, sir. We have not received any orders from Director Fury, Hill replied, her expression marked by confusion. The retrieval of Steve Rogers was one of SHIELD's most closely guarded secrets. To prevent any harm from Hydra agents and enemy operatives, knowledge of this matter was restricted solely to high-ranking personnel within SHIELD. By protocol, Sinon, being merely an Avenger, lacked the clearance to be privy to such information. Very well, please hold on. Sinon sighed. He could not afford to lose his composure in front of the beautiful agent. He produced his phone and dialed Nick Fury. Hello, it's me. I've come to see Steve, but I'm being blocked at the door. What sort of business are you running? Why was I not informed in advance? I nearly had your guard put a bullet in me. All right, understood. Hurry it up. Listening to Sinon's reprimanding tone, Hill could hardly fathom who he was addressing. Just then, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Upon checking, she was surprised to see it was a call from Nick Fury. Could it be that Sinon was reprimanding the director himself? Suppressing her inner turmoil, she answered the call. All right, understood. Fury's orders were succinct. He instructed Sinon and Natasha to visit Steve, offering no further elaboration. Subsequently, Hill escorted the couple into the core facility of SHIELD in New York. The deeper they ventured, the higher the security clearance required. Finally, after presenting her credentials and undergoing a series of security verifications, including pupil scans and fingerprint authentication, Hill led Sinon and Natasha to the hospital room where Steve lay. In the spacious room, Steve rested quietly on a specially designed medical bed. This bed, equipped with SHIELD's most advanced medical technology, allowed healthcare personnel to monitor his condition continuously, collecting relevant data through miniature electronic devices. As two attending physicians noticed Hill entering, they paused their work and approached to provide a report on the situation. Gazing at the still form of Steve, Sinan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It seemed just yesterday that they were training together in the barracks. In the blink of an eye, over 60 years had passed. How the world has changed, and how things have come to rest. Doctors, how is Steve's current condition? Sinan inquired with a gentle sigh. In the frigid desolation. Encased in ice for over 60 years, the neurons within his body are now rapidly rejuvenating. If an ordinary person were to find themselves in such an environment, not even 60 seconds would elapse before life slips away from them. This is nothing short of a medical marvel. Enough of the trivialities. Let us get to the crux of the matter. When will he awaken? Xian Ran, uninterested in further discourse, pressed for clarity. May I inquire who you are? The doctor speaking had never encountered Xian Ran before and was taken aback by the young man's audacity. He glanced at Hill, who gave a slight nod, and the doctor instantly grasped her intention. Based on the current state of his body, we estimate that it will take at least a month before he regains consciousness. Xian Ran nodded and proceeded towards the bedside. What are you doing? You cannot approach. The patient has just emerged from extreme cold. Your presence may carry pathogens that could affect him. The previously silent doctor quickly stepped forward to obstruct Xian Ran's advance. Allow Mr. Xian to pass. There is no need to restrain him. Just as Xian Ran was preparing to push the doctor aside, Hill issued the command. Subsequently, Xian Ran and Natasha seated themselves beside the bed while Hill and the two doctors retreated. My dear, after 60 years, Steve has not changed at all. Nor have you. It seems. After all this time, you appear even more vibrant, Xian Ran remarked with a smile. I was not nearly so vibrant before your return. Natasha chided playfully, subtly reproaching Xian Ran for leaving her in solitude for over 60 years. But I have returned now. Alas, Peggy has married and is nearly 90. It won't be long before. I wonder how Steve will cope upon awakening. Natasha sighed deeply. Let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Aging and death are the inevitable paths of life that we all must traverse. We should face them with equanimity, Xian Ran consoled. So, my dear, will you and I also one day meet our end? Of course not. Natasha shot a reproachful glance at Xian Ran. In the monitoring room, Hill could see the two engaged in conversation, yet the words eluded her. Numerous technical teams had examined the equipment, all affirming that the recording devices were functioning properly. With a sense of resignation, Hill silently observed their every move, wary of any unfavorable actions Xian Ran might take towards Steve. Steve, it has been over 60 years since you last smoked, my friend. Allow me to offer you a taste. With that, he retrieved a box of cigars from his spatial ring, a remnant from his previous visit to Tony's abode. With a snap of his fingers, a faint spark of lightning flickered from Xian Ran's fingertip, igniting the cigar. He inhaled deeply, then released a grand plume of smoke in Steve's direction. This audacious act nearly sent the two doctors in the monitoring room into a state of shock. Hill promptly dialed Nick Fury's number. Director Fury, the Avenger Sinran, was puffing on a cigar in the captain's hospital room, even blowing smoke rings toward the captain's face, which could undoubtedly jeopardize the captain's safety. I urge you to intervene. Like Coulson, Hill was also a fan of Steve. Witnessing Sinran's actions, she could no longer contain her frustration. What? He can do whatever he pleases? What if something goes wrong? The captain is currently in recovery and still very weak. Hill simply could not fathom why the director would permit such reckless behavior from a youth. Agent Hill, Sinran is a close brother of Steve Rogers. He would never endanger the captain's safety. We must trust him. Nick Fury's voice came through the phone with grave seriousness. What? Hill could hardly believe that a young Chinese man in his 20s could be considered a brother to Captain America. Nick Fury ended the call, sending her an encrypted file. Upon opening it, Hill stood frozen in place. The document detailed the significant contributions and accomplishments of Sinran, clearly outlining his history. A veteran of S.H.I.E.L.D., a longtime friend of Mr. Howard and Agent Carter, a comrade and brother to Captain Rogers, the leader of the Avengers? Even the Desert Eagle at her waist had been designed by him. The final line, recently added, read, God who commands the power of thunder. God. At that moment, Hill was so astonished that she was rendered speechless. The two doctors beside her felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yet there was no command from their superior. Natasha, you have no idea. Steve loved this cigar smell in his prime. No, 60 years ago, Sinran remarked, taking another puff and blowing it toward Steve's face. While enjoying his cigar, Sinran reminisced with Natasha. After smoking 3 or 4 cigars, they finally rose to leave. Just as they stepped out of the hospital room, Steve's eyelids fluttered. Hill awaited outside, watching as Sinran escorted Natasha out, and she courteously opened the door for the two. The doctors behind them hurried into the smoke-filled room to check on Steve's condition. Mr. Sin, what are your plans next? Sinran observed Hill's expression of admiration, likely due to Nick Fury revealing his identity. I have no particular plans. I am preparing to return home for dinner, he replied. Agent Hill, please take down my phone number. As soon as Steve wakes up, call me immediately. Certainly, Mr. Sin, Hill responded with utmost respect. Well, Hill, we shall take our leave now. Natasha bid her farewell. Afterward, Sinran opened a portal to return home, embracing Natasha as they stepped through, and then they vanished from sight. Hill stood there, once again in a daze. Could he truly be a god? At that moment, a fit of coughs echoed from the hospital room, followed by the startled exclamation of the doctor. Commander Hill, the patient has awakened. Chapter 42. I have another appointment. Steve Rogers gently opened his eyes, only to be met with a sharp, intense pain radiating through his mind. As he gazed at the hazy scene before him, he slowly uttered, Where am I? The two doctors stood in silence, at a loss for words. Steve's awakening was far too abrupt, leaving them wholly unprepared. Essentially, Steve had been in a comatose state. Since the moment he was encased in ice, he had succumbed to a deep slumber, only now beginning to emerge from it after more than 60 years. Many individuals in such a state awaken to discover that 5 or 6 years have elapsed. Due to the vast span of time, they often experience severe psychological issues, harboring delusions that they are still living in the past. Those with fragile mental states may find the changes in the world around them unbearable, leading to the possibility of slipping back into a coma from which they may never awaken. What of Steve Rogers, who had slept for over 6 decades? Originally, the medical staff of SHIELD had devised a plan to recreate an environment reminiscent of 60 years ago, allowing Steve to gradually adjust to a semblance of normal life. They aimed to guide him step by step, minimizing his psychological distress as much as possible. However, their calculations had failed to anticipate Steve's rapid awakening. Hey, Captain Rogers, good afternoon. Hill entered the room, her heart racing at the sight of the living Steve. Who are you? Steve asked, his voice laced with suspicion as he eyed Hill warily. Sensing the situation's volatility, Hill discreetly reached into her pocket and activated the alarm. Captain Rogers, my name is Hill. I mean you no harm. Please remain calm. Hill attempted to soothe Steve's agitation, but moments later, 2 armed guards burst into the room. Reacting instinctively, Steve took 2 steps back. Observing the guards' uniforms, which were utterly foreign to him, a singular thought raced through his mind. He had been captured. Before Hill could react, Steve lunged forward, delivering 2 swift punches that brought the guards to the ground in an instant. He pushed past Hill and dashed out of the room. Captain Rogers, wait. All agents, attention. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. As Steve bolted from the premises, Hill pulled out her radio, issuing urgent commands to the agents throughout the building. SHIELD Hydra agents were no match for Steve. Within moments, he had carved a path through them and emerged onto the street. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Hill promptly retrieved her phone and called Nick Fury. Fury. Shortly after Mr. Sinran left, Captain Rogers awakened. We didn't have time to implement our original plan, and now he has injured our agents and escaped SHIELD. Hill relayed the situation to Fury in one breath. How did you wake up so quickly? Shouldn't it be at least a month from now? What happened? What did Mr. Xian do to him? Fury inquired urgently over the phone. Mr. Xian didn't do anything. He just smoked a few cigars and left. Could the smoke have roused him? Director, let's set that aside for now. What should we do? We can't stop Captain Rogers. Immediately contact Xian Ran and report the situation here. I believe he will know how to handle it, Nick Fury asserted decisively. Hill hung up the phone and dialed the recently saved number. Hello, Mr. Xian. Captain Rogers has awakened. He has already left S.H.I.E.L.D. And now his situation is perilous. I would like to request your presence. Understood. Just as Hill ended the call, a black portal appeared before her. It's your fault. Xian ran. If it weren't for those cigars you smoked, this might not have affected Steve. Hey, Hill, Natasha interjected, but before she could finish her thought, she saw Hill staring at her in utter bewilderment from the portal. Mr. Xian, Natasha, Captain Rogers has run out into the street, and the crowd outside is overwhelming. Xian Ran nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the electromagnetic sensors activated fully, quickly locating Steve's position. He was on the adjacent block, gazing in astonishment at the towering buildings and the bustling crowds of people and vehicles. That spot, Xian Ran had passed through while driving. He raised his hand to create a portal and stepped through with Natasha and Hill. Steve. Xian Ran called out loudly from behind him, hearing that familiar yet foreign voice. Steve slowly turned around. Xian Ran, Natasha. The sight of these two familiar friends furrowed his brow in confusion. Where am I? Is this an illusion? The skyscrapers, the neon displays, the modern automobiles, and the attire of the people around him were all entirely new to Steve. Waking up after a slumber spanning over 60 years, if it weren't for his remarkable willpower, he would have fainted again. No, you've been asleep for 60 years. My friend, the Nazis have been defeated, the war is over. Listening to Xian Ran's words, Steve fell into silence. Captain Rogers, are you all right? Hill, concerned as a fan, stepped forward to check on him, noticing his disoriented state. Amidst the clamor of the street, Steve struggled to regain his composure. Yet he felt an unsettling sense that there was still something left undone. Gazing at the youthful and radiant Hill, a poignant memory surged through his mind. And with a pained yet resigned expression, he replied, I'm fine. It's just that I have an appointment. Chapter 43. Hot Pot Shinron and Natasha exchanged a glance, both letting out a sigh. After Steve's crash, he had vanished without a trace. Although Peggy Carter was an elite agent, she remained an ordinary human. She had not injected any enhancement serums, nor did she possess any physical mutations. At best, she could hope to live into her 90s before departing from this world. It was inconceivable that she would dedicate her life to mourning him. From the day she married another, even if she still held affection for Steve in her heart, she could no longer harbor any hope for him. The dance they had promised each other before he went to war had now been separated by 6 or 7 decades. Even if Peggy were still alive, she could no longer hold such an event. Natasha and Shinron did not conceal the truth from him, directly informing him of the situation. Though Steve was deeply saddened, his compassionate nature allowed him to accept it rather swiftly. After all, Peggy Carter was now someone else's wife. Subsequently, Shinron opened a portal, bringing Steve and Hill back home. Fortunately, Daisy had purchased an ample amount of ingredients, sufficient for the additional 2 guests. Had he been left to prepare skewers all on his own, it would have taken an eternity. Moreover, Steve had not eaten for 6 or 7 decades. Thus, Shinron took it upon himself to cook a pot of hot pot base, preparing several dipping sauces. Daisy and Natasha assisted Shinron, chopping and arranging all the ingredients on the large table in the yard. They even took the time to teach Hill and Steve how to use chopsticks. As top-tier agents, the two quickly grasped the technique. Having slept for 6 or 7 decades, Steve had never encountered such a method of dining or flavors. Even Hill, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., had never experienced such a style of eating. The two could hardly contain their excitement as they eagerly picked up generous portions of beef and swirled them in the pot, dipping them into the sauces and savoring every bite. Noticing how spicy the dish was, Shinron handed each person a bottle of 1982 Lafite that he had procured from Tony, serving it as their beverage. To be frank, it did indeed alleviate the spiciness. I'll go fetch 2 more people. There's plenty of space and ample food. And while enjoying Tony's wine, Shinron's thoughts drifted to his rather unremarkable nephew. He opened a portal and directly arrived at Tony's home. As he stepped out, He spotted Tony embracing Pepper, preparing to engage in some intimate activities on the couch. Shinran cleared his throat, startling Tony, who immediately halted his actions. Pepper, face flushed, turned away from Shinran to adjust her attire. "Oh dear, my beloved uncle, what on earth are you doing?" Shinran disrupted the romantic atmosphere Tony had been cultivating, leaving him quite displeased. "Should I leave? You two can continue," Shinran teased. Tony shot him an irritable glance. "Come on, let's go eat at my place." After saying this, Shinran opened a portal back home, the enticing aroma of hot pot wafting through. "What is that smell? It's divine." Without a moment's hesitation, Tony turned and wrapped his arms around Pepper, heading toward the enticing aroma. "Greetings, my dear Aunt Natasha. It has been quite some time since our last encounter. How have you been faring in the battle armor I gifted you?" Tony stepped through the portal, extending a warm greeting to Natasha. Among those seated at the table, Natasha was the only one he recognized. He had only donned the armor once and had yet to engage in battle, but it appeared quite impressive. Upon hearing his words, Natasha rose to prepare bowls and chopsticks for Tony and Pepper. "Uncle Exion, might you introduce me to these two enchanting ladies?" Tony inquired, addressing the gentleman present. He did not pose a single question about the others. "This is your Aunt Daisy Louise, and that is Agent Hill, a senior operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. And this gentleman could also be considered your uncle, Steve Rogers." Taking his seat, he lifted a bottle of wine and took a sip. "Oh, so this is the beautiful Aunt Daisy. I shall deliver your armor in a few days. Hello, Agent Hill. I am Tony Stark. You possess quite an admirable physique." With the identities of the two women revealed, Tony greeted them with enthusiasm. As for Steve, Tony was already aware of his identity from the box Howard had left behind. Although slightly astonished, he would never dare to address him as uncle, considering that one uncle, Exion, was quite enough for him. Tony politely nodded at Steve, acknowledging him. Natasha, carrying the bowls and chopsticks, urged Pepper to take a seat quickly. The two women mimicked one another, adeptly using their chopsticks to cook the meat. "Uncle Exion, I must say, this method of dining is simply delightful. I have often wondered why the wine cabinet at home seems to run low so frequently." "It appears it is you, Uncle," Tony remarked, rolling his eyes as he accepted the wine Exion had passed him. With friends, hot pot, and fine wine, Steve's previously somber mood began to lift. As the evening progressed and glasses were raised, the atmosphere became increasingly jovial. Just then, a phone rang from Agent Hill's direction. "Pardon me, everyone. It is Director Fury. I must take this call." After receiving nods of acknowledgement from the group, Hill answered the phone. "Understood. I shall return immediately." After hanging up, Hill looked apologetically at everyone. "Mr. Exion, Mr. Stark, Director Fury has returned from Antarctica and has requested that I escort Captain Rogers back to S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems there is something of considerable importance. Steve, should you wish to remain, our home has plenty of spare rooms. Feel free to choose one." Exion suggested, glancing at Steve. "No, Exion. I am, after all, affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., and I must adhere to the directives of my superiors." Steve felt a sense of belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D., an institution founded by Peggy and Howard. "Very well. This outcome aligns with my desires. For if that fellow Steve were to overstay his welcome, it would undoubtedly complicate matters for me. Not to mention, there are certain activities one would hesitate to engage in at home," Exion thought to himself. Raising his hand, he opened the portal leading to S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York, watching as the two departed. "Uncle, it is getting late. We too must return home." Having indulged in a sumptuous feast, it is now the opportune moment to return home and attend to more serious matters. "You may proceed. I shall not impede your departure. Do you desire for me to accompany Pepper on our way back?" Observing Tony's exasperated demeanor, Shinran felt a sense of delight. She conjured a portal to transport the two back. Before their departure, Tony repeatedly implored her to refrain from making silent visits to his residence, particularly during the night. One must acknowledge that the ability to create an electromagnetic space portal is indeed remarkably convenient. Once everyone had departed, Natasha and Daisy busied themselves in the kitchen, washing the dishes. Naturally, Shinran felt compelled to assist. She quietly slipped into the kitchen. After the meeting concluded, Natasha and Daisy retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Shinran swiftly settled onto the couch in the living room. Just as she lit a cigar, she noticed a flurry of tiny sparks dancing in the air. Chapter 44. The Inquiry of the Ancient One. Xian Ran took a draw from the cigar in his hand, observing the flickering sparks that gradually transformed into a circular portal. On the other side of the portal, the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, greeted him with a smile. Seizing the initiative, without waiting for the Ancient One to react, Xian Ran leaped forward. With a velocity 50 times that of sound, he swiftly crossed the portal established by the Ancient One and arrived at Kamartash. Mjolnir broke free from its restraints, and the armor of the God of Thunder seamlessly adorned him. One hand grasped the hammer while the other held the cigar. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would be on her territory. Even if he were to falter, he could still capture a few novice sorcerers as hostages. However, seeing that the opponent showed no inclination to strike, Xian Ran slowly inquired, "Ancient One, may I ask what brings you to seek me?" The Ancient One was not taken aback by Xian Ran addressing her by name. She closed the portal behind her. With a single wave of her hand, the scene within the hall underwent a dramatic transformation. The once exotic chamber morphed into a traditional Chinese parlor. A quaint tea table materialized at the center, adorned with an exquisite set of tea utensils that appeared to be of considerable value. "Mr. Xian, please take a seat." As she spoke, 2 wicker chairs appeared beside the tea table. Witnessing the Ancient One's remarkable display of magic, Xian Ran could not help but marvel at her prowess. Could magic truly be wielded to such an extent? The Supreme Sorcerer, indeed, lived up to her reputation. Here she was treating him as a guest, while he remained poised for battle, an appearance that felt somewhat unbecoming. Thus, he removed his armor and stowed Mjolnir in a spatial ring. Approaching the tea table and sinking into one of the wicker chairs, the Ancient One personally prepared the tea for Xian Ran. From fetching water, selecting vessels, washing cups, steeping the leaves, to pouring and serving the tea, she executed each step with the finesse of a master. "Ancient One, what is it that you wish to discuss? Please, be direct." After savoring a sip of the sweet tea, Xian Ran spoke. To be honest, he found it a bit disconcerting to see the Ancient One displaying such courtesy. "Mr. Xian, you do not belong to this realm, do you?" The Ancient One held her teacup, regarding Xian Ran with a knowing, enigmatic smile. "I believe no one knows this better than you do," Xian Ran retorted. "For a formidable guardian of Earth, if he were unable to ascertain whether he belonged to this realm, then what was the point of his guardianship?" The Ancient One chuckled softly, tacitly acknowledging his point. 60 years ago, had you not ventured to the Arctic to entomb yourself in the frozen lake, I would have likely intervened to eliminate you." "What?" A sip of tea was abruptly expelled from Xian Ran's mouth upon hearing her words. He took a few puffs from his cigar to steady his nerves, gazing at the amiable Ancient One, and inquired, "May I ask why you sought to kill me back then?" The Ancient One took a small sip of her tea, then responded slowly, "For the sake of balance." This phrase is not difficult to comprehend. It mirrored the intent behind the system's initial issuance of the freezing mission. "And now?" Xian Ran probed cautiously. "Does the Ancient One still wish to eliminate me?" Ancient One shook her head, remarking, "Even if I were to end your life now, it would not merely disrupt the existing balance. It would further plunge it into chaos. Ha ha ha. As long as you refrain from engaging me in conflict, we can discuss matters amicably." After consuming yet another cup of tea, Xian Ran extinguished the cigarette in his hand. It had just occurred to him that Ancient One's original life had already reached its conclusion, and now she was sustained by absorbing dark powers. Continuing to inhale his second-hand smoke could, in some measure, have an adverse effect. "Truth be told, I have yet to ascertain your origins. You are undeniably of this earth, yet you do not belong to this realm, rendering you enigmatic." Ancient One regarded Xian Ran with curiosity, her smile seemingly unchanging. "I can unequivocally inform you that I am indeed a citizen of Earth. However, in the original future, your existence should not be. Whether my presence is a blessing or a curse, I believe you are well aware, Otherwise you would not be so composed while sharing tea with me, Xian Ran replied. You are quite astute, Ancient One acknowledged, setting her teacup down and gazing at him with admiration. Have you come solely to invite me for tea today? No confrontation, no threats, no persuasion. Something feels amiss, Xian Ran mused. Ancient One shook her gleaming head. I understand that you harbor no malice towards this world, and I can perceive that in due time, you shall grow to a strength unimaginable to anyone. Thus, I have chosen not to interfere with your actions. During our meeting today, I wish to pose 2 inquiries. Please proceed, Xian Ran replied, feeling a deep respect for the supreme sorceress who had safeguarded Earth for centuries. How much do you truly understand about this world? With this question, Ancient One scrutinized Xian Ran silently. I cannot claim to know everything, but I have a general understanding, Xian Ran replied, knowing he could not disclose that he was aware of all forthcoming events, which unfolded according to a predetermined narrative. Therefore, he could only respond vaguely to her inquiry. And what do you know of Kamartaj? Ancient One inquired, a smile playing on her lips as she listened to Xian Ran's response. Is this the second question? He asked. Consider it a bonus to the first. It was unexpected to find that Ancient One, the supreme sorceress, possessed a sense of humor. Stephen Strange, Xian Ran stated, sipping his tea as he uttered those 7 words. He mirrored Ancient One's demeanor, allowing a smile to grace his lips as he regarded her silently. Haha, Mr. Xian, you have surprised me, Ancient One remarked. Taken aback that Xian Ran, devoid of the time stone, could foresee the future of Kamartaj. Initially, her inquiry pertained to his current understanding of Kamartaj. Yet Xian Ran's response was nothing short of a revelation. What do you mean by that? Ancient One queried. Have I misspoken? Without answering, she bypassed the topic entirely and posed her second question. From where does your power derive? The might of Thor, perhaps? Logically speaking, that would be bestowed by the All-Father Odin. With a snap of his fingers, lightning crackled around Shinran. That is not what I meant. What power allowed you to wield Mjolnir? Shinran remained silent and casually opened a portal leading home. He doubted that Odin could discern this power while Ancient One could not. Oh, indeed, it is the fundamental forces of the universe. How did you achieve this? The portal resembled the spatial magic of Kamartaj, yet was fundamentally different. To manipulate the fundamental forces to this extent, Mr. Xian, you are remarkable. Listening to Ancient One's praises, Shinran felt a hint of embarrassment. I cannot quite explain how I achieved it. I simply pursued what I desired and succeeded. He could not divulge the truth and could only speak in vague terms. To pursue what you desire and succeed? That statement bears profound significance. Observing Ancient One's contemplative expression, Shinran couldn't help but smile. It seemed that successful individuals could turn even the simplest remarks into philosophical maxims. This principle, it appeared, was universally applicable. Mr. Xian, I hope you always stand in the light. Ancient One, without darkness, where would light come from? He understood her implication. He was aware of the future that lay ahead. Without darkness, where comes light? Ancient One murmured Shinran's words, falling into deep thought once more. Mr. Xian, if in the future you possess such abilities, and the Earth faces peril, the universe faces peril, will you intervene? I will. Shinran understood precisely what Ancient One meant by peril. He would certainly act, not for the sake of the world, but for himself. Ancient One nodded in satisfaction. After finishing their pot of tea, the room returned to its original state. Ancient One opened the portal, watching Shinran return home. Darling, where have you been? Why did you disappear for so long? As soon as he reclined on the sofa, Natasha's voice echoed from outside. Weren't you already asleep? Shinran asked, puzzled. What do you mean asleep? You've been gone for over 2 months. Director Fury and Tony are searching everywhere for you. Chapter 45. Tony's concerns 2 months without returning home? Shinran felt utterly bewildered, suddenly experiencing a sensation akin to that of a traveler lost in a foreign land. Had he truly spent over 2 months sipping tea with Gui? Had he known, he would never have ventured into that portal. Darling, Tony is calling again. With that, Natasha gently tossed the phone toward Shinran. Aunt Natasha, has Uncle Xian returned yet? As soon as the call connected, Tony's anxious voice resonated through the device. It's me, Oh my goodness, my dear uncle. Are you aware that you have been missing for over 2 months? Tony wasted no time with pleasantries. To be honest, I had no idea. I spent at most 2 hours with Gu Yi, and upon returning, 2 months had already elapsed. Time in the celestial realm flows so differently. Who could have anticipated that? Well, if you're unaware, so am I. Nevertheless, uncle, it is imperative that you visit me. Tony's tone had grown somewhat serious. Having known Tony for so long, it was the first time he had reached out to Shinron so proactively. It would also provide an opportunity to see what Tony had done with the Destroyer-S remains. All right, I'll be there shortly. After ending the call, Shinron opened the portal leading to Tony's abode, offering a brief explanation to Natasha and Dai before stepping through. Hey Tony, are you playing tricks on me? Where are you? Upon arriving at Tony's residence, Shinron found it devoid of life. Uncle, I'm in Stark Tower. Why didn't you mention that earlier? You hung up so quickly that I had no chance to explain. Which floor? Shinron had never visited Tony's office, thus unable to create a portal directly. He could only descend to the base of Stark Tower and then ascend. Do I even need to ask, uncle? Naturally. It's the top floor. With that, Shinron soared upwards, eliciting gasps of astonishment from passers-by, who hurriedly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Alas, his speed was so swift that not a single image registered. Shinron emerged from one portal and vanished into the heights of Stark Tower. A spectacle that spread like wildfire among the populace, leading many to believe that Stark Industries was under divine favor. Consequently, they flocked to purchase Stark stocks, hoping to bring good fortune to themselves and their families. Within a mere few days, Stark Industries' stock prices soared, leaving Pepper utterly perplexed about the sudden surge. It was only after some local inquiries that she discovered it was all thanks to her uncle. Uncle, you must look at these documents promptly. Upon arrival, before Shinron could even take a seat, Tony activated the holographic screen in his office, pushing a substantial array of data visuals towards him. Imitating Tony's actions, Shinron manipulated the holographic projection with both hands. After a cursory glance, he realized that the plot of the first Avengers film had already commenced. Reflecting on Natasha's earlier mention of Nick Fury's persistent search for him, he now understood the reason behind it all. Do not be so astonished. These events transpired 6 or 7 decades ago. This information was conveyed to you by Coulson, correct? Indeed, uncle, it was provided by a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. But take a look at this. It concerns an incident that occurred merely a month ago. Tony spread his fingers, causing the image in the corner to magnify instantly. Loki and the Tesseract materialized before Shinron's eyes. 70 years ago, Hydra wielded the Tesseract to create energy weapons, only to have their base obliterated by Steve, resulting in the Tesseract and Steve vanishing in Antarctica. My father subsequently initiated the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. and later recovered the Tesseract, which has since been covertly researched and utilized by the agency. However, recently, an extraterrestrial who claims to be a god seized the Tesseract, destroying the research facility in the process. It is said that the Tesseract is a treasure of Odin, the All-Father, and the invader bears the name Loki in Norse mythology. He is indeed Odin's second son. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s records have confirmed the veracity of these claims. These absurd extraterrestrial deities have emerged, stealing such a significant artifact, and I sense that humanity's situation is perilous. I must take action. Despite Tony's usual nonchalant demeanor, he approached this grave matter with utmost seriousness, contemplating the long-term implications. Calm down, Tony. Do not panic. You are right. Uncle, we must remain composed. However, look at that green giant. I feel that even if I don my armor, I could not withstand a single blow from him. There are too many unpredictable elements in this world. I cannot afford to sit idly by. Tony gestured towards the screen, displaying Hulk withstanding heavy weaponry and demolishing a tank with a single punch. What do you propose we do? I have already agreed to the One-Eyed Man's proposal to join the Avengers. First, we must apprehend Loki, as everything is still shrouded in uncertainty. Shinron smiled, adopting an elder's demeanor. Very well, having joined the Avengers, you are both my nephew and subordinate. You must perform admirably. Uncle, I am not in the mood for jest. Tony appeared deeply troubled. When soldiers come, let them fight. When water comes, let it cover the earth. There is no need for excessive worry. But Odin and Loki are gods. Are gods truly formidable? Shinran replied, channeling his thoughts and summoning an armor crafted from divine energy that enveloped him. I seem to be a god as well. He smiled gently at Tony. Uncle you. Tony was momentarily taken aback by Shinran's sudden transformation. After demonstrating his prowess, Shinran discarded the armor, finding it rather uncomfortable to wear. I have had dealings with Odin and Loki. Do you recall the scroll and that heap of scrap I gave you last time? Tony nodded. The scroll was bestowed upon me by Odin. The destroyer was originally crafted by Odin as a combat automaton. I was curious to ask you, what have you made of that thing? It's merely a prototype at this stage, still incomplete. Tony scratched his head. Not long ago, he had taken Pepper abroad for a vacation, and that contraption had remained untouched. Is it truly just a prototype? Shinran lit a cigar and exhaled a puff of smoke towards Tony. Uncle, with your wealth, why do you still indulge in my cigars and liquor? Tony, taking advantage of Shinran's cigar, deftly sidestepped the topic. Indulge? I have always been forthright in taking what I desire. Very well. What about Odin, Loki, and your affairs? Don't you intend to share? I am not particularly skilled at storytelling. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are well aware. You should inquire with the one-eyed man. At that moment, Jarvis's voice resonated. Sir, Nick Fury has sent you a message requesting your presence here. Following this, a holographic map materialized before them, with a pinpoint marking a specific location in the ocean. Shinran's phone chimed as well, revealing a call from Nick Fury. On the other end, Nick briefed Shinran and sent the same location marker, requesting him to proceed there. Uncle, it seems we must go together. Noticing Shinran's silence, Tony spoke up, Uncle, why haven't you opened that black door of yours? No sooner had he spoken than a black portal appeared before him. The surroundings did not resemble the ocean at all. Is the door truly correct, Uncle? Oh, Uncle, don't push me. Goodness, Uncle, where have you taken me? Chapter 46. A glimpse of the world within the hallowed halls of Asgard. Thor and Odin were engrossed in discussions pertaining to Loki. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a call from Tony. Thor summoned his newly acquired weapon, his expression cautious as he regarded Tony. Who are you? Just as he was poised to take action, a familiar voice resonated. Hey, Thor, long time no see. This is my nephew, Tony Stark. Sinran. It's been ages. It's astonishing that you can arrive in Asgard without traversing the Rainbow Bridge. Thor's defenses lowered as he warmly greeted Sinran. Sinran chuckled, observing that Odin's throne had become even more magnificent than before. He slightly bowed, addressing the All-Father. Your Majesty, how is your health these days? Odin, who had been well until that inquiry, involuntarily twitched his right eyelid. Young Sinran, I am quite well. What brings you to Asgard today? Do you have business here? Following the events of their last encounter, Odin had fully embraced Sinran as an ally, speaking to him in the endearing tone of a kindly grandfather. Nothing of great importance. Merely bringing my nephew to your realm for a taste of the world. With that, Sinran grasped Tony's arm and began the introduction. Come, Tony. The figure seated above is Odin, the All-Father of Norse mythology. Greet him respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. Tony stammered, momentarily taken aback by his uncle's forthright introduction. It felt less like an audience with a king and more akin to a dockside greeting, as if acknowledging an elder brother. He had just been worrying about the potential threat Loki and his so-called divine kin posed to Earth, and now he found himself face-to-face with Loki's father. The entire situation was remarkably sudden and surreal. Odin regarded Tony with eyes that seemed to pierce through past and future alike. His brow furrowed slightly before smoothing out again. He offered a gentle smile to Tony. Tony Stark, you are quite impressive. Thank you, Your Majesty. I feel the same, Tony replied, showing no signs of trepidation in Odin's presence. Odin's words stirred a wave of emotion within Thor. His father rarely offered praise unless one possessed qualities truly worthy of commendation. Though Tony Stark was Sinran's nephew, Thor struggled to discern what made him exceptional. Sinran patted Thor's shoulder and turned to Tony. Thor, this is Tony. Your physique looks quite impressive. Tony, you appear quite dashing, much like myself, Thor replied with a grin. Oh, when you visit Earth, be sure to seek me out. I shall arrange a welcome befitting Uncle Sinran's standards. Sinran shook his head in bemusement, recognizing the playful banter between the two gentlemen. Thor had his own charm. Yet Tony's grand arrangements seemed somewhat superfluous. Uncle, why does Thor's armor resemble yours? I am still uncertain of what deity you represent. Tony posed a question to Sinran in the presence of Odin and Thor, causing Sinran to feel somewhat embarrassed. Tony, like myself, he is also the god of thunder. Thor responded to Tony's inquiry. However, his hammer is certainly not as grand as mine. With a jovial shake of his new weapon, Thor remarked. Sinran glanced over. His new hammer bore a resemblance to Mjolnir, albeit larger and bulkier. Indeed, it lacks your grandeur. Who could compare with you, having such an esteemed father? Sinran mused silently. With a swift motion, he activated his ability, sending Thor's hammer soaring towards him. No matter how grand your hammer is, it is still forged from metal. Without Odin's divine incantation, I can easily manipulate it. It is indeed significantly larger, Thor. Shall we exchange? Producing Mjolnir, he compared the two, gazing at Thor with a teasing smile. Hey, Sinran, you already possess Mjolnir. It would be unwise to covet mine. Thor chuckled, his face a mask of resignation. Watching his weapon being manipulated so casually by Sinran left him feeling rather insecure. Fortunately, he was not an enemy. Otherwise, this could have turned dire. Then I shall heed your words. No exchange, Sinran replied with a smile. If he didn't return it soon, Thor might come and forcibly reclaim it. Thor, let us set aside that matter for now. Take Sinran and Tony to explore Asgard, Odin ordered, as he perceived Sinran's frivolity. You refer to Loki's situation, Your Majesty? Odin nodded. Then there is no need to delay. Loki is currently on Earth. What? Upon hearing news of his brother, Thor appeared quite agitated. Isn't Heimdall capable of seeing through the 9 realms? Did he not report to you, Your Majesty? Sinran, disregarding Thor's concern, inquired of Odin. Loki has found a method to shield himself from Heimdall. He cannot sense him. Sinran, why does Loki wish to go to Earth? Compared to Odin, Thor, the simple giant, was far more concerned about his brother. What else could he do but cause chaos? Tony interjected dismissively. Father, I must bring Loki back. Thor implored Odin eagerly. Then accompany Sinran to Earth and retrieve everything from Asgard, Odin instructed, indicating that Thor should not only bring back Loki, but also the Tesseract. Understood, Father, Thor replied. Then, Your Majesty, my nephew and I shall take our leave with Thor. With Thor heading to Earth, there was little reason to remain. Sinran bowed to Odin, opened a portal to the SHIELD headquarters in New York, and departed Asgard with Tony. Uncle, why not take Thor along? Isn't he also coming to Earth? Tony questioned as they stood within the SHIELD building, just as alarms began to sound due to their unauthorized intrusion. You nearly slipped my mind. After speaking, a portal was opened, and I returned to the sanctuary. However, Thor was no longer in sight. Your Majesty, where is Thor? He observed that you left without waiting for him and departed across the Rainbow Bridge. Thus, Shinron once again led Tony back into the SHIELD headquarters. Tony began to suspect that his uncle had been inactive for too long, perhaps succumbing to senility. Just as the portal closed, a group of armed men in black rushed towards them, encircling Shinron and Tony. Leading the charge was a bald man. Shinron recognized him as a Hydra infiltrator within SHIELD, although his name escaped him at the moment. Is this how SHIELD treats its guests? I am now a member of the Avengers. Before Shinron could speak, Tony stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the bald man. Mr. Stark? The bald man gazed at Stark with eager admiration. As a mid-level agent of SHIELD, he had never encountered Shinron and was unaware of his true identity, mistaking him for merely Tony's sidekick, hardly deeming him worthy of consideration. Since you recognize me, why not command your men to lower their weapons? Aren't you wearing your armor today? Can't you tell? Tony replied with exasperation. The bald man chuckled gleefully, taking a couple of steps back, before suddenly barking, "Open fire and kill them." Chapter 47, S-H-I-E-L-D, Hydra? The group of dark-clad individuals surrounding the bald man were all undercover agents of Hydra within S-H-I-E-L-D. When his superior issued the command, each of them resolutely pulled the trigger. Hundreds of bullets surged forth like fiery tongues, aimed at the two men. The bald man's smile grew increasingly radiant. The entrance of Tony Stark, the American tycoon and Iron Man, into the Avengers would significantly disrupt Hydra's plans. Having intended to eliminate him, he was pleasantly surprised that Tony had come directly to him today. With many key officials from the New York branch summoned away by the director to the maritime base, the bald man had the perfect opportunity to kill Tony, clean up the scene, and continue his infiltration within S-H-I-E-L-D. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment, the brighter the smile, the harsher the cry. Within moments, his brilliant grin froze. The bullets fired from the submachine guns seemed to possess a mind of their own, halting in a perfect line before the two men, motionless. "Uncle, isn't he one of S-H-I-E-L-D's agents? Why is he shooting at you?" Tony remarked, pinching a still-warm bullet with a mocking expression directed at Shinron. Shinron was too indifferent to respond. "You see the hundreds of bullets before you? I only have 5 or 6 here. Does he not understand whom he is firing upon?" Tony continued, his expression serious, chastising the bald man with righteous indignation. "Sir, why would you shoot at my dear uncle? Why inflict harm upon an elderly gentleman?" The bald man was too intimidated to speak. As he attempted to flee, he realized his lower body had gone rigid and unresponsive. Just then, as the dark-clad agents stood bewildered by the unfolding scene, bullets sliced through the air, piercing their foreheads. In an instant, his subordinates lay dead, leaving a profound shock upon the bald man's fragile psyche. "Mr. Stark, I am Agent Sitwell, a level 6 operative of S-H-I-E-L-D. This was all a misunderstanding," he hastily declared, hoping to justify himself upon noticing Tony had not killed him. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding?" Tony pressed. "Well, Mr. Stark, some time ago, our Director Fury was attacked by a man named Loki. At that moment, he had assumed the form of our astrophysics professor, Eric Selvig. The manner of his disappearance was identical to how you just arrived. Are you saying it was your duty to have these men fire upon my uncle?" Tony countered, recognizing Sitwell's cunning as an advanced Hydra infiltrator, easily leading him into his trap. "Indeed, but I did not expect you to be the real Mr. Stark," Sitwell admitted. Tony paused for a few moments, then said, "All right, Agent Sitwell, in the future, refrain from such reckless actions. Ascertain the situation before proceeding." He glanced at Shinron. "Uncle, it was a misunderstanding. They have lost so many already. What do you think we should do?" Shinron shot Tony a disapproving look. "Is this all? A genius? What do you mean by that, Uncle?" Tony inquired. "The logical progression is sound. Indeed, Loki did assault the one-eyed giant, and this transpired within the confines of S-H-I-E-L-D. Who would dare such a bold act if not in self-defense?" As Tony spoke, the bald man nodded in agreement. "Sir, may I inquire as to your identity?" Sitwell shifted his focus onto Shinron. Anyone called Uncle by Tony Stark surely possessed a noteworthy status. Shinron offered him a subtle smile, advancing closer to him, and whispered softly, "Hail Hydra." Sitwell's pupils dilated, his expression one of incredulity directed at Shinron. "Agent Sitwell, is there a problem?" He stammered, "Sir, you are Mr. Stark's uncle. May I ask which year you hail from?" Shinron appeared remarkably youthful. Sitwell was no fool. Recognizing that this individual had undoubtedly undergone some form of biochemical enhancement or human modification, such a question would not only ascertain Shinron's era, but also establish his current identity. "Steve Rogers, once part of the same unit as I in the Avengers. Now, I hold the reins." He added, "Pierce has mentioned you, saying you've been performing admirably within S-H-I-E-L-D. Shinron refrained from unnecessary conversation, delivering the gravest information directly. Sitwell inhaled sharply, realizing that the leader of the Avengers was indeed the one who halted the bullets, not Tony. He had not anticipated such a formidable figure lurking within their organization. How many agents are currently within SHIELD? Director, over half are our people, he said, casting a cautious glance at Tony before leaning closer to Shinron to whisper. Just in New York? Sitwell shook his gleaming head, responding softly, all. Entirely. The reason behind Shinron's actions was twofold: to test whether his words truly possessed such allure and to gauge the extent of Hydra's influence. Upon hearing this response, he felt a tinge of shame for Nick Fury. With such a vast SHIELD, Hydra had infiltrated a significant portion. He could not discern whether Fury was the head of SHIELD or merely a mole for Hydra. Perhaps it would be more fitting to rename it to Hydra Shield. Agent, you are commendable, Shinron praised with a smile. Thank you, sir. I shall strive to excel further. Sitwell's heart raced with dread. Had he truly harmed this individual, the ramifications would have been unimaginable. Remember, do not disclose my existence or identity to anyone, including Pierce. Upon the completion of my mission, I shall personally bestow your reward. Shinron regarded Sitwell with a serious countenance. Yes, sir. I will never speak a word. A surge of duty coursed through him, and Sitwell resolved to guard this secret with his life. With just a few words, Shinron had rendered the bald man obedient. He no longer intended to eliminate him. The presence of Hydra's infiltrators within SHIELD was of no concern to Shinron. Regardless, that group of insignificant individuals posed no threat to him. Let Nick Fury deal with them at his own pace. Observing Sitwell's sycophantic demeanor, Tony found himself pondering what his uncle had conveyed to that bald man. Do you know where Nick Fury is located? Yes, sir, he is at the SHIELD secret maritime base. Very well, arrange for the aircraft to transport us there. Sir, the aircraft from the New York division lack the necessary authorization for that location. It may prove problematic. I hereby grant you authorization. Proceed immediately, and I assure you there will be no issues. Understood, sir. Upon receiving the order, Sitwell sprang into action. Within 5 minutes, Shinron and Tony boarded the SHIELD aircraft, headed towards the offshore base. Thor descended upon Mexico via the Bifrost, indulging in a passionate encounter with Jane. Due to Eric Selvig being under Loki's control, Nick Fury dispatched a plane to retrieve Jane. Upon learning of the close ties between SHIELD and Loki, Thor decided to accompany Jane. Before sending a message to Shinron, Nick Fury personally visited his home to collect Natasha. Daisy, lacking combat experience, was left behind to guard the house. With the considerable sum of $1 million bestowed upon her by Shinron, she could do as she pleased. Even if danger arose, she could don the iron armor for self-defense. The Hulk, Banner, was persuaded by Hill and Coulson to emerge from his seclusion. Thanks to Shinron, Steve did not remain in the same monotonous routine as in the original storyline, endlessly engaging in bag work. Since their last hot pot meal, much of the tension had dissipated, and he had been waiting at SHIELD for orders. After delivering Shinron and Tony to their destination, the New York Division's aircraft returned along the same route. With everyone gathered, Nick Fury ushered them into the vast command center of the warship. Chapter 48. The appearance of Loki. Beep, a new mission awaits your acceptance, host. Mission details. Resolve the crisis brought forth by the Kirita Army. Completion reward. Upgrade to the electromagnetic shield, capable of automatically repelling soul probing and attacks of a psychic nature. Memory capacity of the spatial ring expanded to 50,000 cubic meters. Just as he settled down, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. System, why have you not granted me an enhancement in ability fusion this time? The silence from the system was deafening. Sometimes it would respond to his inquiries promptly, yet at other times, after issuing a task, it would vanish without a trace. Utterly unreliable. In matters of the soul and psyche, this had always been a significant shortcoming for Shinron. While he was untroubled by tangible magical attacks, he harbored a profound fear of assaults on his very soul. The bald, ancient one, for instance, was capable of striking down Banner's soul with a mere palm, rendering him powerless. The same could easily be done to Shinron. Moreover, in another realm of Marvel, Professor Charles Xavier, also bald, possessed formidable mental abilities, capable of effortlessly infiltrating the minds of others to discern their thoughts. With the aid of technology, he could even obliterate humanity with a single thought. Though the current dimension lacked the presence of Xavier, who could guarantee that the system would not send him there in the future? This reward, although lacking in the enhancement of ability fusion, effectively alleviated Shinron's greatest concern. Upon mission completion, he would no longer need to fear for the safety of his soul and psyche. If the Kurita army could be prevented from reaching Earth, would that not signify the resolution of the crisis and the successful completion of the mission? With this thought, Shinron felt a surge of satisfaction. The task suddenly seemed far less daunting. Yet, if such an action would lead to an even greater crisis, it could not be considered a successful completion. Just as Shinron contemplated apprehending Loki alone to thwart Erik Selvig from opening the portal, the system's voice echoed once more. What do you mean? Please clarify. Shinron sighed in exasperation, silently dismissing that notion. The power output reached its zenith, and the propulsion system had peaked, fully prepared. The engines roared to life as the S.H.I.E.L.D. Emergency Protocol 193.6 was implemented. Commander, we have reached the designated altitude. The battleship, initially stationed upon the sea, began its ascent into the skies. In the command center, Hill reported the vessel's status to Nick Fury. Good, engage cloaking. The reflective panel system activated, allowing the battleship to blend seamlessly with the sky, concealing its massive form. Apart from Banner, the rest were acquainted with one another. With Fury's introductions, Banner gained a clearer understanding of the situation. After Fury relayed the information to the group, Shinron opened a portal for Tony, sending him back home. There remained much work regarding the armor that Tony had yet to complete. He needed to return and prepare accordingly. After bidding farewell to Tony, he exited the command center and began to meander alone aboard the warship, patiently awaiting the progression of events. Director, how long must I remain here? Gazing at the technologically advanced command center, Banner reminisced about his previous work. He longed to return to the tranquility of his small town. Once we reclaim the Tesseract, you shall be free. Seizing the moment while Shiran was absent, Nick Fury reverted to his characteristic enigmatic demeanor. What is your progress? Banner inquired directly. We are scanning all wireless cameras, mobile phones, and laptops globally. Any device connected to a satellite serves as our eyes. Coulson responded confidently regarding S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology. However, Banner shook his head. You need to narrow the search radius. How many spectrometers can we access here? How many do you require? I need all of them. Have them position the spectrometers at the highest point here, calibrate them, and search for gamma rays. I will employ clustering identification to draft a tracking algorithm, which will at least eliminate several areas. As he spoke, Banner removed his nylon jacket, preparing to dive into the task at hand. The energy released by the Tesseract predominantly consists of gamma rays. When it comes to gamma ray research, Banner is second to none. No one would dare claim the top spot. In mere moments, he shattered S.H.I.E.L.D.'s conventional thought processes, significantly enhancing search efficiency. Nick Fury internally marveled at his brilliance, while maintaining an outward facade of calm. As for Steve and Thor, the two elder statesmen were utterly perplexed by Banner's discourse. Jane, you will collaborate with Dr. Banner. We have arranged a laboratory for you, fully equipped with the necessary apparatus. Agent Natasha, would you kindly escort them to the laboratory? Due to Shiran's influence, Nick Fury's demeanor towards Natasha had subtly shifted. Meanwhile, on Loki's side, Erik Selvig, under his mental control, was meticulously constructing intricate instruments. Place this over there, Erik commanded brusquely, his innate demeanor liberated after being controlled, a stark contrast to his previous collaboration with Jane. Where did you acquire these individuals? Erik inquired, eyeing Hawkeye. Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D. has never been lacking in adversaries, Hawkeye replied, revealing that most of the subordinates he had secured for Erik were affiliated with Hydra. Is this what you seek? he asked, raising a computer in a stoic manner. Indeed. Iridium. It can form antiprotons, and this substance is quite rare, though elusive as an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye had already determined who possessed such materials. With iridium in hand, combined with Eric's crafted instruments, they would successfully utilize the Tesseract to open a portal, allowing the Chitauri army to invade Earth. After devising a plan with Loki, the two decided to employ a feint strategy. Loki would divert S.H.I.E.L.D's attention while he retrieved the iridium. "Coulson, why do you act like a woman?" Hawkeye remarked, as the events unfolded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Chiron could hardly bear to witness the effeminate demeanor of Coulson as he conversed with Steve, his nervousness palpable. "Chiron, do not be so harsh. He is merely feeling shy," Steve remarked, causing Coulson's face to flush with embarrassment. Standing taller than Coulson, Steve's presence only accentuated the latter's bashfulness, leading one to mistakenly assume a different nature to their relationship. Chiron found it utterly mortifying to observe. As a target emerged, the system indicated an 80 match. At that moment, a bald agent in the command center stood up and addressed Nick Fury with a loud report. "What is the location?" "Stuttgart, Germany, K. Nigstra E28. The visage displayed on the computer screen bore an uncanny resemblance to Loki. "This is Loki, Chiron. I shall retrieve him at once," Thor exclaimed with fervor upon seeing his brother's image. Before Chiron could utter a word, Thor dashed to the deck, swinging his hammer before soaring into the sky. "Does Thor know where that place is?" Nick Fury inquired cautiously after Thor's departure. "I have no precise coordinates. It would be surprising if an Asgardian did." "Just wait. That brute will return shortly," Chiron replied. No sooner had the words left her lips than Thor returned, hammer in hand. "Friends, let us unite once more." Chapter 49. The Soul Stone in hand. "Steve, it's your time to shine. Take Thor with you." Upon noticing that Shinron remained silent, Nick Fury took the initiative to make arrangements. Now, as the leader of the Avengers, Shinron had prompted a shift in how Fury addressed Steve. "Senior, what about you and Natasha? With Thor and Steve present, my presence is unnecessary." No sooner had he spoken than the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. "Ding Host has triggered a hidden mission. Mission objective: acquire the Soul Stone and Space Stone. Upon completion, the system will upgrade. Multiverse features will be unlocked." A hidden mission? Multiverse features? System. Does this mean that once you upgrade, I can return to my original world? A surge of joy coursed through Shinron's heart. How exhilarating it would be to return to his former world with his current abilities. Impossible. Then what is the purpose of these multiverse features? Host's mission is incomplete. No further information can be provided. You are the system. You have the final say. Fine. I shall inquire further after completing the mission. Fury. We're headed to Germany. Allow me to pilot the aircraft. All right, no problem. Fury readily agreed. The weapon in Loki's possession is exceedingly dangerous. I must intervene. The Soul Stone was embedded in Loki's weapon, and the sooner it was retrieved, the sooner peace could be restored. Fury paused for a few seconds. Hadn't he just asserted that the presence of those two was sufficient? Now he felt compelled to take action himself. How swiftly his demeanor changed. "Very well. With your presence, that fellow surely won't escape." Though he thought this in his heart, he dared not voice it. He did not wish to face another scolding from Shinron in front of his numerous subordinates. While the others conversed, Steve donned his iconic attire. The shield he had wielded 70 years ago had been preserved by S.H.I.E.L.D. and was now returned to him. "Captain, you look remarkably dashing in that outfit. May we take a photo together?" When he reappeared before them, Coulson, unable to suppress his excitement upon seeing Steve's striking figure, hurried over to him. Sure." Subsequently, the group boarded the supersonic aircraft, flying towards their destination. The affluent German businessman, possessing iridium, was hosting a musical soiree at the most luxurious hotel on King S Avenue. Loki, with his slicked-back hair and tailored suit, swaggered into the banquet hall. The guards at the entrance, sensing his malevolent intent, attempted to act, only to be swiftly dispatched by his cane. He strode directly to the businessman. forcefully pinning him against the table. Producing an iris scanner that matched Hawkeye's, he inserted it into the man's eye. The surrounding guests, horrified by the bloody scene, fled in terror. The guards stationed outside the businessman's vault fell one by one to Hawkeye's arrows. Utilizing the iris data transmitted by Loki, he successfully opened the vault and secured the iridium. Loki drew forth his instrument, the wealthy merchant now lifeless beyond revival. Observing the fleeing crowd, Loki smirked wickedly, striding forth while unleashing divine power to don his godly attire. Outside the hotel, a police car blaring its siren approached, only to be obliterated by a wave of Loki's divine energy. Subsequently, dozens of clones materialized to obstruct all present. Kneel before me. The populace, struck by overwhelming fear, could scarcely comprehend his command, each consumed by their own instinct to flee. I said kneel. Loki bellowed, the Mind Stone embedded in his scepter glimmering ominously. As if ensnared by an unseen force, those who had just been scrambling in panic now found themselves bowing before Loki. Witnessing the spectacle of thousands submitting, Loki's malevolent smile broadened. He reveled in the sensation. Is this not simplicity itself? Is this not your true nature? You yearn for conquest. Within you lies an innate servitude. And in the end, you shall all obediently bow. Loki's true form advanced into the throng, speaking slowly. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair rose defiantly, declaring, I shall not bow to one such as you. There is none like me. Loki's face contorted in rage. Behold this old fool, he exclaimed, raising his scepter. The Mind Stone's radiance flaring once more, intent on making an example of him. With a resonating hum, a beam of blue energy shot towards the elder. At a critical juncture, Steve suddenly appeared, deflecting the blow with his shield. Loki, shall I relieve you of those two horns atop your head? Came a voice from above. As Shinron's presence made itself known, unable to resist the sight of Loki's golden horns, he continued, Loki, lay down your weapons and surrender. As aircraft revealed themselves in the sky, rocket launchers targeted him. Loki, seeing this, raised his scepter, poised to strike down the aircraft. At that moment, Shinron gestured, causing the scepter to slip from Loki's control. With both hands straining to retain his weapon, Steve seized the opportunity, hurling his shield, which knocked Loki down, sending the scepter soaring into Shinron's grasp. With the scepter acquired, the Mind Stone was also within reach. Knowing he would not wield it effectively, Shinron casually stowed the artifact within his spatial ring. Just as Loki prepared to rise, he was struck down again by a palm blast. Hey uncle, I'm here. Tony's voice echoed from above. You wish to compete with me in height, do you? Shinron remarked, pulling Tony down from the air, his armor dragging him swiftly to the ground. Uncle, that's not how you play. Tony expressed exasperation, feeling powerless against the situation. Loki, do you not yet recognize your folly? Thor chided, grasping Loki from the ground with a tone of disappointment. What error have I committed? The fault lies with you, with your father. Loki, he is our father. Listening to his words, Thor was deeply saddened. Enough. Thor, stop wasting your breath on him. The Tesseract is not in his possession. Let us take him back. Shinron descended beside them, while Steve and Tony approached, surrounding Loki. Uncle, why do you wear two horns? Doesn't your head feel heavy? Which circus did you come from? Tony mocked, observing Loki's attire. Ignorant humans. Loki muttered under his breath while dispelling his armor. Take him back. With that, Shinron flew back to the aircraft. And Tony seized Loki, closely following her. Thor, wielding his hammer and preparing to take off, was halted by Steve. Hey, buddy, I can't fly. Could you give me a lift? Thor. Once everyone boarded the aircraft, Natasha reported the situation to Nick Fury. Subsequently, Shinron opened a vast black portal. As the aircraft entered German airspace, it activated SHIELD's most advanced cloaking technology, evading detection by German satellites. Just after revealing themselves, they had caused significant panic among German officials, who had yet to devise a corresponding response. The aircraft crossed the Atlantic, disregarding thousands of kilometers, and returned to the battleship. Chapter 50. The Misfortunate Loki Sr. You have worked hard. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, Nick Fury approached with a brisk gait. a broad smile adorning his face as he addressed Shinron. Subsequently, the group escorted Loki towards his specially designed confinement room. Along the way, Loki caught sight of Dr. Banner, who was engrossed in research on gamma rays using a spectrometer in the laboratory. Recognizing Banner's identity, Loki smirked mischievously, intending to provoke a sense of alarm in him. Just as Banner lifted his head and removed his glasses to gaze outside, he witnessed Shinron delivering a sharp slap to Loki's face. "I dare you to smile again. I will knock your teeth out," Shinron declared, following up with a swift kick to Loki's rear. Banner, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter at the sight of Loki's humiliation. "Jane, look at that god outside. He's been dealt with by Shinron." "All right, Doctor, let us continue to narrow the focus," Jane retorted, her attention solely on Thor and the experiment, dismissing everything else, even her uncle's predicament, with indifference. Banner chuckled awkwardly before turning to the surveillance footage, eager to witness the unfolding events. "Just you wait. I will make you kneel before me." Loki seethed with rage, furious at being manhandled and slapped. He silently vowed that once the Chitauri army arrived, he would ensure Shinron met a gruesome end. Stubborn as a dead duck, Shinron teased, beckoning with a finger. Suddenly, the steel handcuffs on Loki's wrists jerked his hands to his own face. Just as Tony prepared to deliver a few kicks, he was restrained by Thor. "Come on. He's still my brother. Have some mercy," Thor pleaded. "Oh, fine, Thor." Just as Tony felt disheartened by his inability to strike an Asgardian, Shinron interjected, "Come here. My dear nephew, I grant you the opportunity to toss Loki inside. Fury, open the door for me." Stopping a few meters away from the cell that contained Loki, Shinron halted, causing the others to do the same. At Shinron's command, Nick Fury hurried to the control panel beside the cell, and, after a few manipulations, the arched glass door gradually opened. "Tony, if you can't throw him inside in one go, I will throw you in instead," Shinron quipped, a playful glint in his eye. "All right, Uncle, no problem," Tony replied, lifting his mask and stepping forward to seize Loki by the neck. JARVIS. Calculate the distance and required force. After a meticulous calculation, Tony stepped forward and hurled Loki into the room. With a resounding thud, Loki was accurately thrown into the small chamber, crashing heavily against the glass wall. "Well done, Tony," Natasha praised, wrapping her arm around Shinron's. "Thank you for the compliment, my lovely aunt," Tony responded, reveling in the satisfaction of having unceremoniously tossed a deity as one would discard a mere chicken. As Thor turned away when Shinron spoke, he could not bear to witness Loki's suffering, for it would surely pierce the heart of a brother. Loki, struggling to rise, cast a defiant glance at Shinron and Tony. Just as he prepared to speak, the archway sealed itself automatically. "Let me be perfectly clear. Should you attempt to flee, even if you merely scratch that glass, you will plummet into a 30,000-foot abyss. Do you comprehend?" With that, Nick Fury activated the mechanism beneath the small chamber, revealing the trap to Loki. "This cage is rather impressive. I trust it wasn't constructed specifically for me, but rather for someone even more formidable," Loki remarked, his voice laced with scorn. "I've heard whispers of mindless beasts claiming to be human. How desperate must one be to enlist such a monster?" As he spoke, he smiled at the camera, aiming to provoke Banner's wrath and unleash the Hulk to obliterate this airborne fortress. Fortunately, Banner had trained under a master to cultivate his temperament. Otherwise, Loki's taunts might have easily incited his fury. "Fury, if this fool utters another word, toss him overboard." Understood, Senior." At such an altitude, a free fall would surely inflict grievous harm, even upon an Asgardian god. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Loki promptly silenced himself, his signature wicked grin vanishing. This individual was unpredictable. It would be wise to refrain from provoking him before the Chitauri army arrived. After securing Loki, the group proceeded to the command center. "Heimdall has informed me that Loki commands an army known as the Chitauri, and he intends to lead them to conquer Earth. In exchange, I suspect he will relinquish the Tesseract," Thor announced as they took their seats. "An extraterrestrial army? Are they from Asgard?" Steve inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. "No, they are not soldiers of the realm. I am unsure of their origins," Thor continued, This means he plans to construct a portal to facilitate the army's arrival on Earth, which is why he has taken control of Eric Selvig. With this revelation, Banner grasped Loki's intentions. Which Selvig? Thor, the one we know, he replied. To Jane, Selvig was not just a friend, but also a mentor. The mention of him cast a shadow over Jane's expression. Do not worry, my dear, I will rescue him. Thor reassured her, enveloping her in his embrace. Thor, another of our allies, has also been compromised. Coulson recalled his subordinate, Hawkeye. I believe we should not focus too much on Loki. That fellow has a mind filled with madness. Banner expressed, still somewhat perturbed by Loki's earlier words. Mind your words. While Loki is indeed unreasonable, he is still of our realm, and he remains my brother. Chiron is not someone to provoke. And Banner dares not utter more than a few words, Natasha said slowly. As for Thor, he has already claimed over 100 lives within 2 days. Well, in truth, Loki was adopted by my father. Thor's ability to change his demeanor seems to be an art mastered directly from Odin. I suspect it relates to technology. Otherwise, what need would they have for iridium? Banner pointed out the crucial issue once more. It serves as a stabilizer. Upon mentioning the technological aspect, Tony stood up and began to navigate through SHIELD's computer. Iridium ensures that the portal opens sufficiently wide and remains open for as long as Loki desires. The remaining materials are easily obtainable by Agent Barton. However, he requires another component, a power source with high energy density, essential for activating the Tesseract's propulsion. When did you become an astrophysicist? Hill questioned Tony with skepticism. I learned it last night. If you're interested, we can discuss it further tonight, Tony replied, leaving Hill momentarily speechless. Dear, an alien army is about to invade. What should we do? Natasha quietly asked Chiron. Fear not, little Natasha. With so many of us here, even if the sky were to fall, the tall ones would hold it up. You can rest assured, Chiron replied, and with that, he opened a portal home, storing the Iron Man suit Tony had given to Natasha within his spatial ring. I need to heat the Tesseract to 12 million Kelvin to breach the Coulomb barrier, Banner remarked, momentarily stunned by Chiron's effortless manipulation of space, before turning to Tony. The two geniuses then commenced a fervent exchange of intellect and expertise, discussing topics such as heavy ion fusion and positron collisions, though none present could comprehend their discourse. Thanks to Chiron's intervention, the scenario of the Mind Stone influencing the minds of those present and causing internal strife did not transpire. That evening, aside from Banner and Tony, who were engrossed in their research, the others retired to the rooms prepared by Nick Fury for rest. Chiron also embraced Natasha and enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following morning, just as Chiron was fastening his trousers, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the ship. Almost immediately, alarms blared from the warship. Chiron, quickly don the armor, Natasha exclaimed, realizing the ship was under attack. Just as Chiron finished equipping Natasha in her armor, Nick Fury called, Senior, there has been an explosion on the perimeter. The number 3 engine has shut down. Tony is already on site. We need your support. Fury shouted over the din of explosions on the other end of the line. Darling, I'll check it out. Seeing Chiron still bare-chested, Natasha opened the window and flew away, controlling the armor with finesse. Equipped with the Iron Man suit and her elite agent skills, Chiron felt reassured about Natasha's safety. He acknowledged Fury with a nod and continued to calmly dress. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a beast echoed throughout the entire warship. Chapter 51. Turmoil. Hawkeye, utilizing a specially designed bow and arrow, obliterated the third engine of the warship. Coincidentally, Banner's laboratory was situated adjacent to the blasted engine. A tremendous wave of heat and turbulent air struck Banner's body, propelling him several meters back, crashing heavily to the ground. The air was laced with sharp shrapnel that penetrated his flesh. In his final moments, the self-preservation mechanism deep within Banner's soul was triggered. The Hulk, a manifestation of his rage, seized control of his consciousness and body. The chaotic scene ignited his fury as he rampaged through the surroundings, wreaking havoc upon all he encountered. Upon hearing the thunderous roar, Hawkeye, accompanied by his team, stormed into the warship's interior. Natasha, amidst the ruins of the explosion, discovered Nick Fury. "Tony, I have things under control here. You must prevent them from sabotaging the other engines." Fury, gazing at the armored figure before him, mistook it for Tony. "Fury, it is I? First, let me escort you to the command center." As Natasha lifted her visor to speak, she swiftly fired 2 repulsor blasts, neutralizing the enemy soldiers advancing towards them. Without delay, she seized Fury by the collar and soared towards the command center. Barely arriving, the command center was besieged by enemy forces, with grenades hurtling towards Fury. Fortunately, Natasha reacted swiftly, utilizing the suit to intercept the airborne explosives. Otherwise, this one-eyed bald man would have met a grim fate today. After vanquishing the intruders, Natasha opted to remain and safeguard the command center's security. Fury took command, rallying the existing forces on the warship, though most had been incapacitated by Hawkeye and were unreachable. Before long, Thor arrived alongside Jane. "Thor, your timing is impeccable. You must check on Banner. He has become quite the predicament," Fury urged, subsequently informing Thor of the perilous situation that arose following Banner's transformation into the Hulk. Upon receiving this information, Thor scoffed. As the god of thunder from Asgard and future king, it would be a monumental embarrassment if he could not subdue a mutated creature from Earth. Undeterred, Thor donned his armor after exchanging a few words with Jane, and without even wielding his hammer, he exited the command center, prepared to confront Banner. In the warship's underground chamber, Coulson was on the verge of being pulverized by the Hulk's colossal fists. Thor arrived just in time, tackling him to the ground and saving Coulson's life. "Quickly, check the area where Loki is detained. He is certain to attempt an escape," struggling to restrain the Hulk, Thor bellowed. As 2 deities clashed, Coulson, though intrigued, lacked the courage to remain and watch. He heeded Thor's words and ran towards Loki's cell. Furious, the Hulk, already enraged, became even more infuriated by Thor's hold. Breaking free from Thor's grasp, he sent him flying several meters away with a single punch. Thor was taken aback. He had not anticipated such formidable power from Banner in his transformed state. As he regained his footing, the Hulk charged at him once more. Utilizing his agility and close combat techniques, Thor managed to gain a slight advantage, landing several blows upon the Hulk's visage. Hulk was assaulted and let out a fierce roar, his rage intensifying. With no finesse, relying solely on brute strength, he delivered a powerful punch aimed at Thor. In the face of this onslaught, Thor braced himself and absorbed the hit. However, Hulk's strength continued to swell, gradually forcing Thor to his knees. "I am not your enemy. Banner, learn to think." Thor exerted pressure with both legs, slowly rising to meet Hulk's force. Just as he regained his footing, Hulk unleashed another punch, sending Thor flying once more. Creating distance, Thor summoned his hammer. Hulk, relentless, charged forward, determined to eliminate the one who had angered him. Once armed with the hammer, Thor swung it with all his might, striking Hulk on the head and knocking him to the ground. Hulk shook his head, the dizziness dissipating instantly. The blow had inflicted no significant harm. Thor, now enraged, lifted his hammer, ready to summon the power of lightning, convinced that even the storm could not fail him. At that moment, Chiron emerged from a dark portal. "Hey, Thor, are you planning to destroy the warship with your lightning?" Chiron's words snapped Thor back to reality. They were in the underground storage of the warship. Using divine power to unleash lightning might not only fail to subdue Banner, but would surely cripple the ship's electrical system. "You've arrived just in time. This fellow is yours to handle." Thor retracted his divine power and, after uttering this, took flight. In his heart, another name had quietly been added to the list of those not to be trifled with. Chiron shook his head, noting that Thor's fleeing demeanor resembled that of his brother. Once Thor departed, Hulk redirected his fury towards Chiron, launching a colossal green fist in his direction. Chiron did not evade. Instead, he raised his hand to meet the blow head-on. The 2 fists collided with a thunderous sound. The punch the size of a sandbag met the fist as large as a wheel, an encounter that appeared almost surreal. After the clash, Chiron remained motionless, while Hulk staggered back, a flicker of surprise glimmering in his green eyes. Endowed with a superhuman physique and strength by the system, and having undergone the purification of purple lightning upon wielding Mjolnir, Chiron now felt capable of contending with Hulk. However, he was not inclined to engage in a battle of raw physical strength. If he were to subdue Hulk in hand-to-hand combat, Banner might very well retreat into his body during future peril, opting to remain a passive observer. Drawing forth Mjolnir, Chiron directed it toward Hulk, each strike landing precisely upon his head. Concurrently, he manipulated the metallic substances within the underground storage, coalescing them into a massive iron chain, nearly a meter thick and close to 100 meters long. Seizing the fleeting moments while Hulk was dazed, the chain encircled him completely. After binding him dozens of times, only his head remained exposed. Even with Hulk's immense strength, he would struggle to escape such constraints. With a single sweep of his hand, Chiron propelled Hulk into the air above the warship. Releasing his control over the chain, Hulk plummeted from thousands of meters high. Subsequently, Chiron turned and made his way to the place where Loki was imprisoned. As he stepped through the portal, he immediately beheld Thor confined within a cage. Coulson was aiming an energy weapon, crafted by S.H.I.E.L.D. using the Tesseract, directly at Loki. "It seems rather lively here, Thor. What brings you to this predicament?" Shinron teased, observing Thor's plight. Upon seeing Shinron, Loki instinctively touched his own face and took a few steps back before activating the control mechanism for the cage. Before Thor could utter a word, he plummeted from the sky, akin to Banner. Coulson unleashed an energy blast at Loki, only to discover that it was but an illusion. Loki's true form had escaped long before Shinron's arrival. Had it not been for Shinron, Loki's scheme would have unfolded flawlessly. However, that scoundrel had snatched the scepter from Thanos right from the outset, effectively compromising half of the plan before it had even begun. Moreover, he had endured physical assault and humiliation upon his arrival. If he did not escape soon, would he await Shinron's wrath? "Shinron, what about Loki?" Coulson queried, bewildered. "You struck his illusion. His true self has likely fled," Shinron replied. Loki's preemptive escape spared Coulson from a potentially fatal strike. At that moment, Hawkeye rushed over. Upon seeing the two, he prepared to draw his bow without hesitation. "Fool," Shinron muttered, causing Hawkeye's bow and arrows to disintegrate instantly. Left weaponless, he charged forward unarmed. Before Coulson could intervene, Shinron deftly stepped in, delivering a resounding slap that sent Hawkeye crashing to the ground, motionless. "Shinron, he won't be dead, will he?" Coulson exclaimed, alarmed. "Rest assured, my slap will free him from Loki's grasp. All right, since it's so miraculous, I shall assist him as well." With that, Coulson helped Hawkeye to his feet and delivered a couple of slaps across his face. They then transported him to the ship's medical bay, and shortly thereafter, with the aid of the doctors, Hawkeye regained consciousness. Tony, with Steve's assistance, successfully repaired the No. 3 engine, restoring the ship's power. The two quickly dispatched the remaining adversaries and proceeded to the command center. "Everyone, the Department of Defense has just reported supernatural occurrences in New York. The satellite imagery confirms that the Chitauri army, spoken of by Thor, has descended upon Earth through the portal created by Loki. With all existing Avengers gathered." Nick Fury spoke gravely. He then displayed the footage from New York. "What shall we do, Senior?" Nick Fury inquired of Shinron. "Why ask me? Isn't that the purpose of this organization you established?" "Speak plainly," Shinron responded. Very well, very well." Fury scratched his head awkwardly before delivering an invigorating speech. "What is it about defending the Earth and fulfilling missions? Uncle, why does that beam from the portal appear to be above my building?" Tony felt an unsettling dissonance in the scene before him. "Indeed, Loki opened the portal atop your building," Sinran remarked with a smile at Tony. "Damn it, that wretched Loki. Uncle, hurry and open that dark portal of yours. I must deliver a couple of resounding slaps to him." "Wait a moment, Uncle. I need to change into my battle suit first." Chapter 52. The invasion of the Kyrita. The moment the portal appeared in the sky, New York seemed to press the pause button. All vehicles and crowds on the streets came to a standstill, their gazes lifted towards the miraculous sight. The largely unthinking American populace initially believed it to be a celestial blessing, clasping their hands in prayer and murmuring the name of Jesus. Some devout believers even knelt down on the spot. Before long, an overwhelming horde of Kyrita soldiers surged forth from the portal. Subsequently, A cacophony of explosions erupted across the city, and realization dawned upon them. This was no divine omen, but rather an alien invasion of Earth. In an instant, chaos ensued. Traffic descended into disarray, and people fled in all directions. Present-day New York had transformed into a hellscape. The Kyrita army wreaked havoc, mercilessly slaughtering the populace as they ravaged buildings. Tony donned the Mark 7 armor, while Steve slipped into his suit that accentuated his physique. Hawkeye, having regained his composure, equipped himself fully. Once everyone was prepared, Sinran activated the portal leading to the rooftop of Stark Tower. Upon emerging, they witnessed Loki and Thor engaged in fierce combat. Eric Selvig gazed intently at the device and the Tesseract, as if admiring a masterful work of art. "Thor, I leave Loki to you," Steve shouted towards Thor before leaning over to survey the street below. "Sinran, this is not our battlefield. We must descend." Sinran nodded, maneuvering the shield on his back to hover in midair. Understanding the cue, Steve leapt onto the shield. Sinran grasped Hawkeye and propelled them towards the street, with Natasha following closely. The shield, carrying Steve, landed smoothly on the ground. Selvig harnessed the arc reactor's immense energy from Stark Tower to power the device he had created, activating the Tesseract and opening the portal for the Kyrita forces. After Tony had flown through the portal, he immediately commanded Jarvis to shut down the arc reactor. However, the device had already entered its self-stabilization phase. Tony fired 2 repulsor blasts at the device, only for them to be deflected by the energy shield emanating from the Tesseract. Unable to close the portal, Tony reluctantly plunged into battle against the Kyrita army. Sinran, too, wished to destroy the device and close the portal, resolving the issue at its source. Yet the system informed him that he must obliterate the Kyrita mothership to complete his mission. Thus, he followed the main group, awaiting the arrival of the nuclear warhead. At that moment, a creature resembling a gargantuan fish, larger than Stark Tower itself, emerged from the portal, its belly continuously spewing forth a multitude of minions. These minions descended upon the surrounding buildings, commencing their brutal assault on the citizens. Steve glanced at Sinran, only to find him utterly unfazed. Natasha, clad in armor, concealed her expression, while Hawkeye appeared equally bewildered. "Tony, do you see this?" Steve inquired through the miniature communication device nestled in his ear. "Where's Banner? Has he arrived yet?" "Not yet, but I will notify you as soon as he does," came the reply. "This creature is best dealt with by Banner." Just then, a barrage of energy blasts surged towards the quartet. Chiron activated a magnetic force field, successfully deflecting the onslaught. "Nada, you take to the skies and handle those who can fly. Steve, the ground is yours along with Barton. Once Banner arrives, we will regroup here." The 3 nodded in agreement. Steve, prioritizing the safety of civilians, charged into the bustling city streets, rallying the police force. Hawkeye seized a vantage point, determined to find an opportunity to exact revenge on Loki with a well-aimed arrow. "Darling, what are your plans?" Nada asked. "I'm just going to scout around for Banner. There seems to be a breakfast shop over there. I'll grab a bite and bring you something back," he replied. Nada was left speechless. Ascending into the sky in his armored suit, he engaged in combat with the airborne Chitauri. Shortly after their departure, a squad of foot soldiers wielding alien energy weapons gradually approached Chiron. Observing the Chitauri, who marched with a peculiar gait reminiscent of Japanese soldiers, an idea sparked in Chiron's mind. Before they could fire a shot, a dozen soldiers suddenly collapsed, incapacitated. The Chitauri invading Earth were mere half-mechanical life forms, insignificant in Chiron's presence. After traversing several blocks and eliminating nearly 1,000 Chitauri soldiers, he confiscated their weaponry, storing them within a spatial ring. With a swift turn, he utilized a portal to transport himself to Moscow, soaring southward thereafter. Upon reaching the skies above the military district in Yanqing, he commanded the seized alien weaponry to descend before the command center. Thoroughly studying this technology would significantly enhance the military capabilities of his nation. Next, Chiron made a quick detour to the Yasukuni Shrine before returning to the battlefield in New York through another portal. Nada, due to insufficient energy in her suit, had returned to the ground. Hawkeye shot an arrow at Loki, disorienting him, and subsequently regrouped at the prearranged location. Thor descended from the heavens amidst a crackle of thunder, instantly dispatching nearby Chitauri soldiers. However, he staggered upon landing, having been wounded by Loki's blade. Chiron, there are far too many enemies. We cannot possibly defeat them all. What should we do? Steve asked urgently. Do not fret, Steve. There will always be a solution, Chiron reassured him. Just then, Banner arrived, riding a battered motorcycle towards them. This situation looks grim, he said, dismounting the bike with a troubled expression. I have witnessed worse. Thor recalled a troubling memory upon seeing Banner. I'm sorry, Thor. That's not what I want either, Banner replied. Tony, Banner has arrived. Steve communicated through the earpiece. Let him transform. The real action is about to commence. Upon concluding his remarks, Tony's silhouette emerged from behind a towering edifice, closely pursued by the colossal Chitauri monster. I failed to discern the appeal of this spectacle, Natasha mused, observing the approaching creature. Subsequently, Tony descended before the group, while the mechanical behemoth landed heavily on the ground. Banner smiled faintly as he stepped forward, preparing for his transformation. Banner, hold your horses. Allow me to handle this formidable foe, Shinron interjected, positioning himself firmly before the others with his hands clasped behind his back. 1,000 meters. 500 meters. 100 meters. The monster drew inexorably closer to Shinron, yet he displayed no intention of striking. As the creature's massive form threatened to collide, Shinron sprang into action. A vast black portal materialized before him, and, propelled by its velocity, the monster plunged headlong into it. The portal sealed, and the creature vanished from sight. Uncle, where did you send it? Tony inquired, having intended to leave the creature to Banner, only to find Shinron had whisked it away. I found it a suitable abode. Shinron had initially contemplated sending several of such large creatures to Japan, reasoning that the Japanese had a penchant for fish. This single large catch would suffice for their needs. Yet he pondered the potential chaos should he send too many, leading to complications. Thus, he deemed the solitary dispatch just right. Accomplishing this feat uplifted Shinron's spirits immensely. At that moment, the sky's portal belched forth a dozen more of those gigantic fish-like monsters. Banner, are you prepared? Shinron queried, eyeing him. Had you not restrained me, I could have dispatched that creature with a single blow. Shinron chuckled, seizing Banner and soaring into the sky, casting him amidst the monsters. Ladies and gentlemen, let us strike decisively to avoid a flurry of futile blows. We must prevail over Loki and the Chitauri. Having declared this, they dispersed once more into the fray. My dear, my armor is out of power. Let me place you within my gauntlet for now. It's all right, Natasha. Don your armor for safety, Shinron advised, summoning Mjolnir and conjuring a surge of lightning that struck Natasha. In an instant, the energy of her armor surged to 200. Darling, this is incredible. I shall assist them forthwith. Energized, Natasha joined the battle. Uncle, could you also replenish my energy? Tony, preparing to take flight, became intrigued by Shinron's display, noting that his own armor's energy was half expended. Seek, Thor. Shinron shot him a glance of disdain before ascending into the heavens. He swiftly dispatched several of the largest mechanical monsters and arrived atop Stark Tower. Opening a portal, he flung Eric Selvig into the command center. Soon thereafter, Tony's large sofa emerged, placing him comfortably beside the Tesseract, allowing him to recline in ease. Some short-sighted soldiers of Cherry Tashi piloted their aerial vehicles to assault Shinron, only to lose their consciousness in an instant. Japan, Yasukuni Shrine. In one fleeting moment, tranquility reigned. In the next, an extraterrestrial entity obliterated everything, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, the entirety of the Japan self-defense forces mobilized, yet without nuclear armaments. They were utterly powerless against the monstrous foe. The benefactor from the United States found himself ensnared in a crisis, rendering communication impossible. In a state of utter desperation, the Emperor of Japan dispatched a telegram to the senior officials of the Chinese nation, requesting your esteemed country to bestow upon us a nuclear weapon. Chapter 53, Crisis Management Director Fury, the Parliament has made its decision. I am fully aware of the Parliament's resolution, yet, considering the sheer foolishness of this decision, I choose to disregard it. Nick Fury was engaged in an online meeting, ruthlessly expressing his disdain before numerous lawmakers. Fury, you are closer to the front line than any of our departments. All it requires is for you to deploy a nuclear-armed aircraft. That is New York, Congressman. I will categorically refuse to authorize a nuclear strike in a densely populated area. In the original narrative, while Fury exhibited firmness, he stated that he would only issue a nuclear order should the Avengers be unable to withstand the situation. However, with the presence of Chiron, he found an unwavering source of courage and conviction to stand against the Parliament. If we do not eradicate them there, the consequences will be dire. I tell you, Commander Fury, an hour ago, Japan's Yasukuni Shrine was obliterated by an alien species, plunging Tokyo and indeed all of Japan into crisis. I am utterly convinced that this alien species is identical to the one in New York. Upon hearing this news, Fury was momentarily taken aback. The portal was clearly opened in New York. How did the monster traverse to Japan? How are they managing the situation? Do they require our assistance? Assistance? Do you wish for the entire world to know that it is the United States that has instigated a global crisis? The congressman's words rendered Fury silent. Since the portal's opening, SHIELD had been diligently controlling the genuine discourse online, striving to confine it within domestic boundaries. Not only SHIELD, but also the U.S. Departments of Defense and State, along with other entities responsible for information management, were engaged in suppressing the international ramifications of this incident. Even so, many nations had surmised the general circumstances, particularly following the events in Japan, should they recklessly offer support. International scrutiny would undoubtedly be directed at the United States. Under Japan's urgent request, China justifiably and legally deployed nuclear weapons against them. Japan may now be secure, but Tokyo has been reduced to rubble, with several nearby cities suffering from nuclear fallout. Thus, Commander Fury, you must comply with the Parliament's directives. As Fury found himself momentarily speechless, the Parliament members invoked the situation in Japan to provoke him. You shall entertain no such thoughts. With the online meeting concluded, he placed all his hopes upon the Avengers. On the battlefield in New York, Steve found himself overwhelmed, the relentless combat leaving him feeling powerless and fatigued. During a brawl, not only was his mask torn asunder by the Chitauri, but his attire was also rendered in tatters. Hawkeye's quiver had long since been depleted, and now he could only wield Chitauri weaponry to engage them in combat. With Chiron and Thor continuously replenishing energy to their suits, Natasha and Tony were reveling in their own battles. Hulk, that formidable fellow, grew increasingly vigorous with each confrontation, dispatching the monstrous fish-like creatures that emerged from the portal with remarkable ease. The semi-mechanical, semi-organic Kryta army possessed cognitive abilities akin to those of humans. As their assaults on Chiron intensified, they came to recognize him as a formidable adversary. In their perception, the rooftop of Stark Tower had transformed into an absolute no-fly zone. To ensure the successful execution of their plans, the Council temporarily relieved Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, of his command. The prevailing modus operandi among American politicians is to obliterate what they cannot possess. Commander Fury was stripped of his authority, issuing the order for the 7A-1-1 aircraft to take off. Upon noticing a jet preparing for takeoff on the deck, Hill immediately reported to Fury. Everyone, be advised. There is an aircraft on the deck that has not received clearance for takeoff. It must be intercepted, Fury declared, hefting a rocket launcher as he dashed outside. Seizing the moment before the jet could ascend too high, he fired a rocket, leaving it suspended in midair. However, this aircraft was merely a diversion. Before he could celebrate, another jet soared into the sky. In mere moments, it evaded the rocket's range and headed straight for New York. Upon returning to the command center, Fury promptly attempted to contact Chiron, only to find that the signal stations in New York had been compromised, rendering the call impossible. Fortunately, Tony's satellite system allowed SHIELD to reach him. Tony, there is an urgent situation. A nuclear bomb is heading toward New York. How long do we have? At that moment, Tony was being overpowered by a group of Krytos soldiers. Less than 3 minutes. J-A-R-V-I-S. Allocate all energy to the thrusters. Faced with this dire predicament, Tony hesitated not. He refrained from informing anyone else, choosing instead to confront the gravest danger alone. The bomb had been deployed, with a countdown of 2 minutes and 30 seconds to detonation. The aircraft, having completed its mission near New York, reported back. Time grew increasingly critical as Tony, aided by J-A-R-V-I-S, pinpointed the bomb's location and surged forward at full speed. I know exactly where this thing is going to explode. After shouldering the nuclear device, Tony spoke with remarkable composure. Sir, are you aware that this journey may be one way? J-A-R-V-I-S surmised Tony's intentions. Utilize the remaining energy for maneuvering. Tony's resolve remained unshaken. Once he made a decision, it was immutable. Shouldn't you call Miss Pepper? The sentient artificial intelligence recognized that Tony should contact his girlfriend before facing his potential demise. What's happening? J-A-R-V-I-S. Is the suit running low on power? Just as he prepared to dial Pepper's number, he realized the suit had disengaged from the bomb and was gradually descending. Sir, Mr. Chiron is above you. Looking up, Tony spotted Chiron watching him with a smile. Uncle, what brings you here? Enough of the pleasantries. Pepper is worried about you. You must call her and reassure her. Upon concluding his words, Shinron abruptly accelerated towards the portal leading to the heart of New York, with the nuclear bomb under his command trailing closely behind. As he vanished into the distance, Tony felt a pang of emotion welling up within him. The bomb, spurred on by Shinron's influence, surged forward with increased velocity, swiftly nearing the portal within mere breaths. The thousands of Charitas poised to pass through the portal to Earth were obliterated with a mere flick of Shinron's hand. With the path cleared, he continued to guide the nuclear device onward. Upon traversing the portal, they emerged into the vastness of the cosmos, where an immense interstellar battleship loomed ahead. A subtle smile graced Shinron's lips as a magnetic force field enveloped his entire being. He propelled the nuclear bomb forward at full speed. At the moment of impact, the cataclysmic force of the nuclear explosion instantly obliterated the battleship. The spectacle of the explosion eclipsed even the grandeur of a solar flare. In the silence of space, Shinron could only witness the devastation without hearing its roar. Subsequently, a torrent of nuclear radiation and searing heat, reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, surged towards him. Fortified by the dual protections of the magnetic field and electromagnetic shield, he remained unfazed by the impending onslaught. With the battleship's destruction, the Charitas on Earth immediately succumbed to a state of unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Thus, the crisis orchestrated by Loki was effectively quelled by Shinron. At that moment, a flash of fire-yellow light illuminated the scene, and the portal was abruptly sealed. Shinron, sensing the disturbance, surmised that it was undoubtedly the work of the Ancient One. The ramifications of nuclear radiation on humanity would be far more severe than on the Charitas. Should it seep down from the heights, the consequences would be unimaginable. What was happening? Why had the portal closed so suddenly? Shinron was still inside, on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Natasha felt an overwhelming sense of panic as she gazed at the sky, now restored to its former state. No one had tampered with the teleportation device. Why had the portal closed of its own accord? The gathered crowd, including Tony, was equally perplexed. What's wrong, Nat? It's not just them who can operate the portal. Shinron's voice emerged quietly as he stepped through the electromagnetic portal, appearing behind Natasha. Wow, Uncle Shinron. I never imagined your dark portal could traverse from the cosmos to Earth. Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Shinron shot him an incredulous glance. Do you truly wish for me to perish in the void of space, never to return? Overjoyed to see her beloved unharmed before her, Natasha enveloped him in a tight embrace. Oh, Nat, perhaps you should first remove your armor. It's rather uncomfortable against me. Chapter 54, System Upgrade. Ding, host task completed. Rewards have been issued. With the upgraded electromagnetic shield, even the formidable Ancient One would be unable to restrain Shinron now. Uncle, how shall we address the matter concerning the nuclear bomb? Tony, who had been jesting moments before, now bore an unusually grave expression. Although the nuclear bomb had not detonated in New York and no one had suffered harm, the insidious actions of the authorities left Tony utterly disillusioned. Had Shinron not intercepted the bomb from his shoulder, he might well have met his demise in the cold void of space. After all, he lacked the ability to conjure a portal at will. It was a directive from the council. Determine who is responsible and eliminate them, Shinron stated coolly. Tony nodded. Eliminating a few council members was well within his capabilities. Executed without a trace. Steve, listening to Shinron's words, hesitated, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. At that moment, a roar from Hulk reverberated through the hall. The others turned to see Loki being hoisted by his legs and mercilessly slammed into the ground. The cement floor bore the marks of several human-shaped craters, courtesy of Hulk's relentless assault. What a pathetic deity, truly weak. Hulk scoffed, spitting at Loki once he fell silent. Despite the recent betrayal by his brother, Thor felt a pang of distress witnessing Loki's beating and hurried over to assess the situation. Fortunately, Loki, being a being of divine nature, had merely fainted from shock. Had he been an ordinary human, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Uncle, the Tesseract has formed an energy shield through this device, and I cannot extract it, Shinron explained. According to the original narrative, Erik Selvig would utilize Loki's scepter to create a shutdown mechanism for the device. However, since Shinron had directly seized the scepter, the device had become a dead mechanism, with no method to halt its operation. The only way to forcibly breach the energy shield emitted by the Tesseract was with an explosive force akin to that of a nuclear bomb. What if we were to destroy the device? Natasha inquired, glancing at Tony. Aunt, your suggestion holds merit. This device is essentially a medium for the energy released by the Tesseract. Without it, the energy shield would dissipate. However, the device is ensconced within the energy shield, making its destruction rather challenging. No sooner had Tony spoken than an unseen force began to distort the device's shape. The Tesseract, deprived of its core support, fell to the ground with a sharp crack. Wasn't that rather simple, Tony? All right, Aunt, I retract my previous statements. Tony felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks. Shinron smiled, then manipulated the metallic components of the device, guiding the Tesseract to hover before him. Grasping the Tesseract, he unleashed an electromagnetic shockwave from his palm, simultaneously applying a forceful grip. With a sudden crack, the Rubik's Cube in his hand slowly shattered, revealing the space gems within, which floated above his palm, emanating a brilliant blue glow. Uncle, have you destroyed the cosmic cube? Tony gasped, his breath quickening as he observed Shinron's actions. You may perceive it that way, Shinron replied without denial. As the cosmic cube served as the vessel for the space gem, its destruction naturally rendered the cosmic cube non-existent. He then retrieved Loki's scepter, employing the same method to extract the Mind Stone. With both gems secured, the hidden task was deemed accomplished. Just as he pondered this, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Host has completed the hidden task. System upgrade successful. In 2 days, prepare to leave this dimension and enter the next. Please make necessary preparations. System, how did you upgrade when I have yet to see you utilize these 2 gems? Shinron inquired, intrigued by the pristine Mind Stone and space gem in his possession. Apologies, this question cannot be elucidated. And where will the next dimension be? Apologies, this question cannot be elucidated. Then I shall dispose of these original stones. As you wish. Will this dimension ever be revisited? System, speak to me. Fine, if you're silent. I'll assume your acquiescence. Expecting some changes post-upgrade, he found the system unchanged. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes without a response, he deduced a likely answer. With only 2 days remaining, he needed to arrange all matters meticulously, for it was uncertain when he might return. He tossed the scepter to Tony and ascended slowly into the sky. Electromagnetic induction enveloped the area. After spending several minutes, he managed to shroud the entire battlefield of New York. Activating his powers, he unleashed an invisible force that shattered the weapons, aircraft, and core components of the Chitauri, rendering any attempts by the U.S. authorities, including S.H.I.E.L.D., to reclaim these alien technologies utterly futile. Thus, China gained an absolute advantage. Having accomplished this, Shinron flew back to Stark Tower, briefly briefing Steve and the others. He raised his hand, opening a portal, and departed with Natasha and Tony to Tony's villa in Los Angeles. Darling, is something troubling you? Natasha sensed a subtle shift in Shinron's emotions. Shauna, I may need to leave for a while again. At his words, Natasha lowered her head, appearing quite forlorn. Is it going to be like last time? 6 or 70 years? I cannot say for certain, but rest assured, Shauna, it will not be that long. Perhaps I shall return in 2 or 3 years. In this situation, I am completely at the mercy of circumstances. Uncle, you can depart without worry. I will take care of both aunts. As Natasha was enveloped in sorrow, Tony, pouring red wine, remarked, "Get lost." Xian Ran shot Tony a disapproving glance, feeling somewhat irked. Although he understood that Tony meant no harm, those words always struck him as peculiar. Uncle, why must you leave again? Is it because of the Chiritans? During their initial encounter, Xian Ran had deceived Tony, claiming he had been traversing the cosmos for years. Now, with Tony mentioning his impending departure once more, Xian Ran instinctively connected it to the Chiritans. Sort of. Behind the Chiritan army lies an even more formidable force. They have set their sights on Earth, and I cannot stand idly by. Just as he was grappling for a reason to deceive, Tony inadvertently illuminated the path for him. To be frank, Uncle, I too wish to fortify Earth with the iron armor, so that if such a situation arises again, we would not be left utterly defenseless. Upon hearing Xian Ran's declaration, Tony boldly shared his own aspirations. That is an excellent idea. Pursue it with vigor, Tony. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. inquire after my departure, concoct any excuse you desire. I shall not burden you with further details. Understood, Uncle. Hey, wait. Send me back to New York before you go? Damn. With that, Xian Ran turned, taking Natasha with him as they returned home, leaving Tony alone in Los Angeles. With only 2 days remaining before departure, he felt compelled to embark on a grand endeavor at home. After numerous skirmishes, the melancholic atmosphere surrounding their imminent farewell began to dissipate. Both Natasha and Daisy accepted this reality with equanimity. 2 days later, a wave of dizziness washed over Xian Ran's mind. Subsequently, the system quietly whisked him away from this realm. As the vertigo subsided, Xian Ran found himself standing on a bustling street. Baka, don't block my path. Just as he was bewildered about which world he had entered, a cacophony of shouts from behind him pierced the air. Chapter 55. The Massacre. Upon turning around, it became evident that the newcomers were quite formidable. The young leader, appearing to be around 20, bore a fierce and intimidating expression. Behind him trailed over 30 robust bodyguards, all clad in black suits adorned with specially crafted badges. Is the boss speaking to you? Are you deaf? Do you wish for death? One of the bodyguards, frustrated by the silence and unwillingness to yield from the opposing party, stepped forward to shout. Shinron chuckled softly, taken aback by how a random encounter on the street had escalated to threats against his life, and in our country, no less. A group of young ruffians daring to challenge him? He had no intention of wasting words on them. With a swift motion, he advanced and delivered a powerful slap to the boisterous bodyguard, sending him flying several meters before crashing to the ground, his body mangled and devoid of life. In less than a second, the leading young man had not even grasped the fate of his subordinate. What are you standing there for? Kill him. At the command, the bodyguards sprang into action, drawing their 54-style pistols and unhesitatingly pulling the triggers aimed at Shinron. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out in succession as the bodyguards fell one by one, leaving only the bewildered leader staring at Shinron. After a brief silence, and observing that Shinron showed no intent to kill him, the young man inhaled deeply, bowing at a 90-degree angle with utmost sincerity. Sir, I did not anticipate that you are a mutant. I apologize for my previous insolence. Mutant? Shinron mused, contemplating if he had somehow traversed into the world of X-Men. My name is Yamamoto Ichimo. I am the younger brother of Yamamoto Yashiharu, the current leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. I believe, as a fellow Japanese, you are aware of our influence. Even the Shitada family must show deference. I would like to invite you to join the Mutant Affairs Department of the Yamaguchi-gumi, leveraging your extraordinary abilities." Before he could finish, a bodyguard swiftly dispatched him, a badge transforming into a fleeting shadow that sliced through his throat, snuffing out his life. What nonsense about the Yamaguchi-gumi! Shinran scoffed in disdain. In the realm of X-Men, a world teeming with mutants, armed with an upgraded electromagnetic shield, he felt invincible. Having effortlessly eliminated dozens of these ruffians, the latent bloodline of resistance within him began to stir. The notion of a storyline had long been cast aside. After all, the system had not issued any tasks. Meandering in this small island nation should pose no significant issues, right? Ding. A new mission is available for the host to accept. Mission content: unification, completion reward, upgrade of electromagnetic space. The host can freely traverse previously visited realms. One must either subdue all through sheer force or compel both mutants and ordinary individuals to willingly submit to him through mental prowess. Currently, Shinran's mastery of Magneto's abilities was only at 50%, utilizing magnetic fields to wield his powers, relying solely on one's own abilities. It is impossible to control or even create a magnetic field, nor does one possess the strength to obliterate the Earth with a single punch. Thus, the first method, given the current circumstances, is evidently untenable. The second method, albeit fraught with difficulty, is not entirely unfeasible. Shinran swiftly reviewed the overarching narrative of the X-Men series in his mind, formulating a corresponding strategy to accomplish his mission. After effortlessly dispatching Yamamoto Ichimu and his associates, Shinran nonchalantly departed from the scene. Due to the overwhelming number of casualties, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police promptly received reports from the public and hastily arrived at the location. The Yamaguchi-gumi, as a legalized organized crime group, found the officers of the Metropolitan Police to be no different from their own enforcers. Yamamoto Yashiharu quickly became aware of his brother's demise. The surveillance footage revealed that Shinran hardly lifted a finger while Yamamoto Ichimu and his numerous subordinates met their untimely end. It was evident that this was the work of a mutant. In response, Yamamoto Yashiharu mobilized the resources of the Yamaguchi-gumi's Mutant Affairs Division, deploying thousands of mutants to hunt down Shinran. At that moment, Shinran was confidently making his way to the largest commercial bank in Tokyo, the Mitsubishi Bank. Utilizing a magnetic field to conceal his presence, neither ordinary citizens nor electronic devices could detect him. Along the way, he casually eliminated hundreds of patrolling military police officers. Upon arriving at Mitsubishi Bank, Shinran directly entered the vault, effortlessly damaging the nearly 10-meter-thick vault door constructed of high-strength steel, which required an iris scan to unlock. He swiftly collected all the gold and rare metals within his spatial ring. Subsequently, a portal materialized outside the bank. Ascending into the air, an electromagnetic pulse began to coalesce ominously. Hovering high above, Shinran surveyed the vast Mitsubishi Bank, a wicked smile gracing his lips. With a thunderous roar, a thick electromagnetic pulse shot forth, striking the center of the towering structure. The steel framework within the building was instantaneously reduced to dust. Without the support of the steel reinforcements, the edifice collapsed with a deafening crash. Given its central location, the fall of the Mitsubishi Bank caused extensive damage to numerous surrounding buildings, resulting in nearly 10,000 casualties. In light of this sudden catastrophe, the military police promptly activated a state of emergency. They unanimously deemed this a premeditated act of terrorism. Soon after, thousands of armed security personnel rushed to the scene, cordoning off an area spanning several miles. The cabinet convened an emergency press conference regarding the incident, asserting their commitment to bringing the perpetrator and the organization behind this atrocity to justice. The conference was broadcast globally, and just as the minister concluded his fervent speech and prepared to exit the stage, he was struck by an invisible force, succumbing instantly. Subsequently, his accompanying personnel also fell, meeting a similar fate. In comparison, the murder of the Yamaguchi-gumi leader's younger brother seemed rather trivial. The thousands of mutants dispatched by Yamaguchi Yashiharu failed to locate even a shadow of Shinran. In less than a day, the nation of our descended into chaos. enveloped by an invisible terror that gripped the entire country. Tokyo, as one of the foremost international metropolises of the Blue Planet, remained illuminated even amidst multiple terrorist attacks. Yet, in stark contrast to its former vibrancy, the streets were devoid of ordinary citizens, populated instead by military police and gendarmes. Typically, each mutant possesses a singular ability. Thus, the collapse of the Sanling building and the successive deaths of cabinet ministers at the press conference were not attributed to a single individual. Nevertheless, nations endowed with mutants extended their assistance to Japan. Even the rabbits, motivated by humanitarian concerns, dispatched several first-level mutants to aid the Japanese. Post-World War II, although R abolished its military system, it established a self-defense force sufficient for maintaining national security. While nominally not a military organization, its functionality equated to that of other countries' armed forces. Not far from Tokyo, a small island housed a clandestine military organization with nearly 50,000 troops, comprising around 40,000 special forces, thousands of nuclear and biochemical experts, and nearly 10,000 mutants. Most of them were second-level mutants, with only a few hundred at the third level, but there were also one or two fourth-level mutants. It was evident what their intentions were. Had it not been for the frequent dispatch of mutants and special forces from that island to Tokyo, Shinran would have remained oblivious to their presence. On a moonless, windswept night of murder, at 10 o'clock, Shinran soared to the island, secretly accumulating an electromagnetic pulse. Dignity resides solely at the edge of the sword, and truth dwells within the range of cannon fire. At that moment, Shinran embodied the truth of Japan. At 12:13 in the dead of night, a cataclysmic energy pulse descended from the heavens and struck the island with devastating force. In mere moments, the island was leveled, leaving no survivors. This unlawful and inhuman organization was obliterated, and Japan would not trumpet its demise. It could only suffer in silence and resolve the issue internally. As dawn broke the following day, Shinran set his sights on Japan's sacred emblem, the Yasukuni Shrine. Chapter 56. The Meiji family as Shinran made his way. Deep within the subterranean depths of Yasukuni Shrine, numerous high-ranking members of the Meiji family gathered. In bygone years, Emperor Meiji decreed the establishment of the Tokyo Shokansha, which was later renamed Yasukuni Shrine. As descendants of Emperor Meiji, the Meiji family emerged as Japan's most formidable secret power, perpetually concealed within the subterranean chambers beneath the shrine. Although they remained hidden from the world, they wielded control over 90% of the nation's resources and influence. Their reach extended from manipulating parliamentary elections to infiltrating organized crime. With the Meiji family's presence felt throughout, even the mutant factions within Japan were under their dominion. The rise of Yoshida, from a mere soldier during World War II to a figure of immense wealth, was attributable to the support of the Meiji family. News arrived from the parliament. All personnel on the island had perished, including our dispatched level 4 mutant. According to their assessments, the destruction of the island and the previous 2 incidents were likely the work of the same organization. We surmise that the adversary may possess extremely dangerous level 4 mutants. Within the palace of the underground chambers, a level 3 mutant knelt respectfully, delivering his report. Seated in the highest position was an elderly man with thinning white hair and a pallid complexion, resembling a lifeless corpse. Yet, his mere presence commanded the vast palace, instilling a sense of fear among all. This was the spiritual leader of the Meiji family, Meiji Quishin, the great-grandson of Emperor Meiji. The enduring prosperity of the Meiji family stemmed from the fact that since Emperor Meiji, the direct lineage possessed inherited abilities akin to those of Professor Charles. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Emperor Meiji to successfully restore imperial power from the Tokugawa shogunate. The original name of Yasukuni Shrine as Tokyo Shokansha was also rooted in this heritage. Extremely dangerous level 4 mutants? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Meiji Quishin furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Convey the order for all ninjas and mutants within the palace to mobilize and strengthen the defenses of Yasukuni Shrine. Yes. Just as that subordinate was about to take his leave, Meiji Quishin spoke again, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Also, instruct Yoshida to expedite his efforts and bring back the mutant he mentioned as soon as possible. Yes. Following his words, the kneeling level 3 mutant vanished in a flash, evidently possessing speed-related abilities that allowed him to relay high-level directives and messages for the Meiji family. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the ground. As everyone expressed their confusion, guards rushed into the hall in a state of panic. Head of the family, someone has intruded into the shrine, heading towards the ancestral tablets. Baka, who dares to be so bold? Before Meiji Quishin could respond, other high-ranking officials rose in outrage. It is a young man from Huagua, the guard replied, his face filled with alarm. How is this possible? A sudden chorus of gasps filled the grand hall, causing even the countenance of Meiji Quishin to shift subtly. The area surrounding the Yasukuni shrine was already cloaked in the secretive presence of ninjas, yet now, additional high-ranking ninjas and mutants had been dispatched. In the blink of an eye, they had breached the ancestral tablets. Who possessed such formidable prowess? A level 4 mutant? And a Chinese at that? Intriguing, indeed. At this moment, a middle-aged man, who had been seated beside Meiji Quishin, slowly rose and strode purposefully toward the hall's exit. Clad in white robes, his frail figure gripped a long blade that glimmered ominously under the light. With Miyamoto Chikyu present, a mere level 4 mutant was hardly a concern. The upper echelons of the Meiji family, roused from their shock, promptly rose to follow Miyamoto Chikyu as Japan's singular master of the sword. He was said to be a descendant of the legendary Miyamoto Musashi. Additionally, he was a level 4 mutant capable of transforming his body into steel, enabling him to withstand the impact of a small nuclear explosion. In combat, his unparalleled swordsmanship and astonishing speed rendered him nearly invincible. It was with considerable effort that Meiji Quishin had secured his allegiance. As the Meiji family's most formidable combatant, confidence in him was palpable among the assembly. Even Meiji Quishin, supported by a striking attendant, rose to follow suit. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yasukuni shrine, Shinran stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the throng of ninjas clad in traditional garb. Initially, upon his arrival, these ninjas and mutants had dismissed him. However, the moment Shinran shattered the grand entrance with a single kick, their demeanor shifted, revealing their realization that he was there to wreak havoc. In no time, an array of shurikens, blades, bullets, fireballs, and ice shards came hurtling toward Shinran from all directions. His expression remained impassive as an unseen force halted the oncoming weapons mid-flight. The attacks from the mutants were similarly thwarted by an electromagnetic shield. In the next instant, the weapons surrounding Shinran suddenly fragmented, transforming bullets and shurikens into glistening steel needles. Before the onlookers could comprehend the swift turn of events, the needles pierced through their skulls. Only a handful of mutants with defensive capabilities managed to survive, but even they fell victim to Shinran's electromagnetic pulses, sealing their fates. In mere moments, hundreds had perished. The ninjas and mutants who had just emerged from the underground chamber of the Yasukuni shrine were rendered paralyzed with fear at this sight, their legs trembling, unable to advance. It was under such circumstances that Meiji Quishin, Miyamoto Chikyu, and numerous high-ranking members of the Meiji family entered the courtyard of the Yasukuni shrine. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. Yet do you not fear divine retribution for such wanton slaughter of the innocent? An elder from the Meiji family tremulously inquired, his eyes ablaze with fury. The other high-ranking members of the Meiji family glared at Shinran with palpable animosity, as if they wished to strip him of his flesh. The loss of hundreds of ninjas here, each a member of the illustrious Meiji clan, represents the elite, with each requiring years of meticulous training to cultivate. Moreover, there are the rare and extraordinary mutants, an invaluable asset. The indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent? Divine retribution? Shinran let out a cold chuckle, raising his hand to unleash a pulse of electromagnetic energy towards the elder. With a resounding clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed as Miyamoto Chikyu, with his reinforced physique, thwarted Shinran's strike. He then drew forth his enchanted blade, Muramasa, regarding Shinran with a look of disdain, and with an air of pretentiousness declared, "Sir, Your opponent is none other than myself. Chapter 57. Surrender, kill him. Meiji Koishin commanded fiercely. We must dismember this man. The elderly man who had just spoken echoed his sentiments with fervor. Had it not been for someone intercepting Shinran's strike, he would now lie lifeless and cold. Miyamoto Chikyu let out a cold snort, his skin gradually transforming into a steel-blue hue, as the hilt of the Muramasa demon blade crackled in response to his fortified grip. Observing his opponent's transformation, before Shinran could utter a word, Miyamoto Chikyu had already morphed into a blur, launching a strike imbued with the brilliance of a shooting star. This blow was devoid of any finesse, relying solely on the velocity and strength granted by his hardened physique. The upper echelons of the Meiji family, positioned closest to Miyamoto Chikyu, felt the chilling aura of the blade rush toward them, slicing through the air with a painful sting against their faces. Truly, Miyamoto Chikyu was a formidable force, having been painstakingly subdued by the family head. This strike promised death to any who dared confront him. With the Muramasa blade wielding immense power, it descended upon Shinran's visage. A thunderous crash erupted as the blade met an invisible barrier, producing a resounding noise. The clash sent vibrations through the Muramasa, forcing Miyamoto Chikyu back to his original position. Shock coursed through his mind. Was this the defensive capability of a level 4 mutant? I was sent flying, yet he remains unscathed? Who exactly are you? After a brief pause, he inquired, his earlier bravado dissipating. I am here for your life, Shinran replied, his gaze indifferent and calm. Before Miyamoto Chikyu could respond, the upper echelon of the Meiji family could no longer contain themselves. In their long lives, they had never encountered anyone as audacious and domineering as Shinran. However, with their family head and Miyamoto Chikyu present, they believed Shinran's demise was imminent. Possessing such extraordinary offensive capabilities alongside formidable defense, a mutant of this caliber was indeed a rarity. At that moment, Meiji Koishin felt a flicker of appreciation. Contemplating the possibility of subduing Shinran, he took a step forward, exuding a powerful mental aura that instantly silenced the surroundings. Observing this, Miyamoto Chikyu bowed, creating space to protect Meiji Koishin's right flank. Young man, I am Meiji Koishin, the current head of the Meiji family. You may consider me the master of Japan today. Hearing these words, Shinran was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such a force within the Yasukuni shrine. If this individual truly wielded such authority, would it not be more efficient to pursue peaceful unification? Meiji Koishin noted Shinran's contemplative demeanor, a barely perceptible smile emerging on his parched face. The youth appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old. Revealing his name had clearly left an impression. Regardless of his strength, he was ultimately too young. You have committed heinous crimes in Japan. Unless you perish, you will face the relentless pursuit of our nation's might. However, there exists another choice: to submit to me and become my servant. Not only can I guarantee your survival, but I shall also bestow upon you unparalleled power. Shinran could faintly sense that the old man's words were laced with strands of mental energy, attempting to stealthily control his thoughts. Yet, in the face of today's psychic and magical assaults, such tactics appeared to Shinran as mere jest. Since you are the hidden mastermind behind the Japanese, I, too, have an option. You may send your entire nation to serve me as dogs, and I might spare your lives. Otherwise, your fate shall mirror his. Shinran spoke with an unyielding demeanor, then extended his hands that were previously clasped behind his back. Just as Meiji Koishin and the others behind him were puzzled by his actions, Miyamoto Chikyu's pure steel body began to levitate slowly. What are you doing? Put me down. Though restrained by the opponent, he remained defiant, thinking that even if he were to plummet from 10,000 meters, it would be of no consequence. However, in the next moment, he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. No, no. I want. Master, save me. As he screamed, his body twisted and contorted, shrinking to the size of a basketball, only to be divided by an invisible force into dozens of fist-sized iron orbs suspended in the air. As for the Muramasa demon blade in his hand, Shinran directly stored it within his spatial ring. The sudden turn of events left Meiji Koishin and his entourage pale with shock. From several dozen meters away, he could take Miyamoto Chikyu's life with a mere gesture, leaving no opportunity for resistance. The formidable offensive power that could annihilate hundreds and thousands of elite family members, coupled with an abhorrent defensive capability that sent Miyamoto Chikyu flying, now demonstrated such overwhelming control. Was this truly just a level 4 mutant? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The iron orbs hovering in the air suddenly shot towards the elderly man who had spoken first. In the next moment, blood and flesh flew, bones shattered, and brain matter spilled forth, leaving behind a corpse beyond revival. Even Meiji Quishin, who had lived for nearly a century, was taken aback, glancing once more at Shinran, who remained poised with his hands clasped behind him, an expression of indifference on his face, his garments untouched by the surrounding carnage. In stark contrast to the gruesome scene around him, he appeared exceptionally serene. Meiji Quishin reacted swiftly, unleashing his abilities, directing his intangible mental force straight towards Shinran's consciousness. Without a thought of subjugating him, he intended to extinguish his awareness, prioritizing his own survival. Die for me. He intensified his mental output, speaking venomously. As long as you are of flesh and blood, no one can withstand a mental assault. After a few breaths, despair washed over Meiji Quishin as he realized that his psychic force had no effect on his opponent whatsoever. He exerted every ounce of strength, yet the man before him remained utterly unaffected. It was truly maddening. I will give you one more chance to serve me as a dog, or your entire clan shall face one inevitable fate. As soon as the words were spoken, the blood-stained steel block of Miyamoto once again levitated and spun rapidly. Some of the high-ranking officials behind him could no longer withstand the pressure, their knees buckling as they fell to the ground before Shinran. After a few moments, apart from Meiji Quishin, all those behind him had knelt in submission. What? You choose to die rather than yield? Very well, I shall accommodate you. Quiet, I am getting old, my legs have become stiff and I truly cannot manage. Come and assist me so that I may kneel before the esteemed one. Do you possess no sense of urgency? Meiji Quishin turned to an elderly man behind him, speaking with a tone of exasperation. Shinran was momentarily speechless. It was no surprise that Meiji Quishin was known for his lineage, truly a disservice to his ancestors. I, Meiji Quishin, the current head of the Meiji family, lead our entire clan in servitude to the esteemed one, bowing in submission for generations to come. After kneeling, Meiji Quishin performed a grand ceremonial bow, respectfully addressing Shinran. Inwardly, Shinran felt a surge of satisfaction, since Meiji Quishin was indeed the shadowy figure behind Japan. And now he had become his master. What difficulty could there possibly be in controlling Japan? It turned out that achieving peaceful unification was so remarkably simple. Chapter 58. Sudden change. By addressing the issue at its root, many steps and complications were circumvented. In essence, both the emperor and the prime minister were mere puppets of the Meiji family. Upon receiving directives, the upper echelons of the Japan Self-Defense Forces promptly lifted the national state of alert. The network of this era was not as developed as it is today, and public opinion was swiftly suppressed. 2 weeks later, the turmoil in Japan seemed as if it had never occurred, and everything returned to a semblance of normalcy. On the surface, the Yoshida family continued to shine brightly, controlling the lifeblood of the nation's economy and basking in the admiration and affection of the populace. The Yamaguchi-gumi still dominated the underworld of Japan, with spirited youths taking pride in recognizing a member of the Yamaguchi-gumi as their elder brother. However, the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi unexpectedly took his own life, and a young man of Chinese descent suddenly emerged to become the new leader. From that moment on, the Yamaguchi-gumi bore no relation to the Yamaguchi family. The century-old lineage had become a mere shadow of its former self. Simultaneously, the Japanese government publicly severed diplomatic ties with the United States and announced comprehensive sanctions against it. The unexpected rebellion of its erstwhile loyal ally caught the United States off guard. Authorities swiftly dispatched envoys to Japan to ascertain whether the emperor had lost his sanity or if the prime minister had succumbed to folly. To their astonishment, the Japanese embassy was placed under soft house arrest, and the dispatched individuals could not even enter the country's borders. Even more shocking was the Japanese government's global announcement. openly condemning the atrocities committed during the war against China. They proclaimed that their ancestors had originally fled from the pre-Qin era to this island nation, asserting that, by bloodline, Japan was inherently a part of China. They acknowledged their past transgressions against their forebears and expressed a desire to return, voluntarily becoming a province of China, thus reclaiming their heritage. This unprecedented move not only bewildered the United States and the international community, but also left China itself in a state of confusion regarding Japan's erratic behavior. Consequently, China had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce to Japan's audacious, yet seemingly rational request. Japan was thus integrated into the Chinese territory, becoming the sixth autonomous region of China. Despite the seismic shifts in the international and domestic landscape, the status of the Yoshida family in the Japan Sea province remained unscathed for the time being. The old schemer, Yoshida, had never abandoned his plans. On one hand, his endeavors were aimed at prolonging the life of Meiji Tokahisa. On the other, they were intended to preserve his own existence. Since Yukio was entrusted with the mission to fetch Wolverine from Canada, Shinran had been silently observing from the shadows. The events unfolding were reminiscent of a cinematic narrative, albeit with numerous minor details altered due to Japan's transformation into the Japan Sea province. Shinran was not particularly intrigued by Logan's regenerative abilities. His proximity and attention were merely to facilitate the completion of his system's tasks. From being ensnared at Yoshida's funeral to being incapacitated by the poison arrows of numerous ninjas raised by Yoshida, he found himself bound within the very building that housed Yoshida. Shinran continuously observed the scene in its entirety, never intervening. This experience far surpassed that of watching a film in a cinema. Within that technologically advanced edifice, Logan found himself ensnared in a meticulously crafted steel chair. A silver armor, capable of absorbing extraordinary abilities, was under the control of the elderly Yoshida, who sat beside him, ever ready to spring into action. After exchanging a few words with Logan, the serpent woman approached, and Yoshida commanded the armor to sever Logan's adamantium claws. Fortunately, Mariko appeared just in time, and thanks to a flicker of humanity in Yoshida, the blade veered slightly, striking Logan's handcuffs instead. Freed from his restraints, Logan engaged Yoshida in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the concealed Shinran watched with great interest. It must be said, the clash between the two old men was indeed riveting. The armor controlled by Yoshida was significantly larger than Logan, wielding twin blades crafted from the same adamantium. At the onset, Logan found himself at a disadvantage, being overwhelmed by the onslaught. Faced with a vertical strike from Yoshida, he extended his claws to meet the attack. Yoshida pressed down on Logan's claws with one blade while the other heated to a searing temperature. Poised to sever Logan's claws, Logan sensed impending doom. He was certain one of his claws would be lost. At that critical moment, Shinran intervened. An invisible force immobilized Yoshida's silver armor and the massive blades. As the pressure on his claws gradually diminished, Logan felt an unsettling shift in the silver machine. With a swift roll, he created distance between himself and Yoshida, eyeing the situation warily. The magnetic field dissipated, and Shinran's tall figure materialized before everyone. A smile gracing his face as he regarded Logan. "Was that you?" Logan inquired, piecing together the sudden cessation of the machine's aggression. In response to Logan's question, Shinran merely nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. "Be careful." Suddenly, Logan lunged toward Shinran, and moments later, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed as bullets intended for Shinran were intercepted by him. This unexpected act took Shinran by surprise. He hadn't anticipated that upon their first meeting, Logan would shield him from bullets, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I never owe anyone. You helped me just now. We are even." Logan cracked his neck as bullets fell from his body, his wounds visibly healing. Observing the mutant woman firing her weapon, Shinran activated his ability, sending Yoshida's twin blades soaring toward the serpent woman. She responded with a dismissive smile, relying on her agility and speed to evade the attack. Yet, in the next moment, despair enveloped her. The twin blades fragmented into hundreds of smaller daggers, sealing off all her escape routes. After piercing her body, they reformed into two large blades. Returning to Yoshida's grasp, Logan gazed at Chiron in disbelief. This individual's power was indeed extraordinary, and he felt an ominous sense of threat emanating from him. Fortunately, it seemed that this individual harbored no hostility towards himself, and Logan felt a sense of relief. "Who are you? Why do you seek to thwart me?" Yashida's gaunt form emerged from the silver armor, angrily bellowing at Shinron. "You and your companions should leave. I will handle this," Shinron said calmly to Logan. Mariko also rushed from the shadows, linking her arm with Logan's. They exchanged a glance, nodded toward Shinron, and departed from the scene. "Ah, I will kill you. You fool," Yashida exclaimed in despair as he watched his immortal flesh escape from the pot. Yet, the silver armor stubbornly refused to respond to his commands, remaining immobile regardless of his efforts. "Kill me?" Shinron sneered, lightly gesturing as a jet-black meteorite token flew into Yashida's line of sight. Upon seeing the token, his expression shifted from anger to fear, and then from fear to reverence. The earlier instruction for Logan to leave was to prevent any misunderstandings. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe that he had orchestrated everything. Satisfied, Shinron nodded and lifted the restrictions on the armor. Subsequently, Yashida unfastened the armor, stumbling toward Shinron and performing a deep bow, proclaiming, "I, the old servant Yashida, pay my respects to my master." Without further ado, he inquired about the method to utilize the armor to extract the mutant powers for his own benefit. 10 minutes later, Shinron had mastered the specific steps and operational procedures, promptly stowing the armor into a spatial ring. In essence, the process involved 2 steps. First, capture the individual. Second, use the machine to extract their abilities. "End your life," Shinron commanded casually, deeming Yashida no longer of any use. "Old servant, thank you for your generous reward." Yashida bowed deeply once more, then picked up a nearby handgun, resolutely ending his own life. One must admit, the dogs of the Meiji family were unfailingly obedient and loyal, aligning perfectly with Shinron's desires. Having established a connection with Logan and acquired a machine capable of extracting powers, Shinron had achieved his objectives. As he departed, Shinron casually unleashed an electromagnetic pulse, obliterating the technologically advanced building. Chapter 59. A New World in 1965, Mariko Yashida, the granddaughter of the prominent figure Yashida in Nihai Province, emerged on the scene, seamlessly bridging 2 generations as she took control of the Yashida family's power directly from her grandfather. Following the tumultuous battle, Logan resolutely bid farewell to Mariko and boarded the Yashida family's private jet, embarking on his journey home. Similarly, Shinron had no intention of lingering in Nihai and set off alone for New York. In the same location but a different dimension, Shinron gazed upon the familiar yet alien streets, evoking a peculiar sensation within him. As before, to avoid unnecessary complications, he procured legitimate identification through familiar means. Meanwhile, the New York City Hall suffered an assault by unidentified missiles, with the towering structure reduced to rubble, leaving no survivors. Following extensive investigations by the CIA, it was confirmed that the incident did not stem from international conflicts, nor was it caused by conventional weaponry. All evidence pointed to mutants, for only those of significant power possessed the capability to enact such destruction. In response, American officials convened clandestine meetings regarding mutants and elevated the Sentinel program to the forefront of their agenda. In the year 2015 of the same dimension, New York appeared as if it had just endured an apocalypse, featuring only countless shattered skyscrapers and desolate, chaotic streets devoid of life. According to the original timeline, the Sentinel program had evolved beyond human control, even developing its own consciousness, ruthlessly exterminating not only mutants, but also ordinary humans who found no refuge from its grasp. Amidst this dystopian reality, the 2 principal leaders of the mutants, Magneto Eric and Professor Charles, chose to unite against the onslaught of Sentinel robots. Despite the extraordinary abilities of their mutant allies, they were systematically defeated. At the critical moment, before Eric and Charles could propose the use of Shadowcat and Wolverine to implement a plan to reverse the future, the Sentinels breached their hidden fortress. Just as doom loomed over them, a piercing sound shattered the air, and in an instant, the entire scene dissolved into nothingness, as though it had never existed. This tableau of 2015 had been perpetually replaying since Shinron arrived in the X-Men dimension, until he unleashed an electromagnetic pulse that obliterated the New York City Hall, bringing the cycle to a halt. The timeline shifted back to Shinron's current reality, winter of 1965, in Westchester County, New York, where a groundbreaking sports car glided down the streets, eliciting exclamations of "Oh my God" from passersby of all ages. This was one of the vehicles that Shinron had liberated from Tony's garage. The roar of the engine came to a halt before a grand mansion, a castle of sorts. The medieval-style castle exudes a profound sense of history, its expansive courtyard overrun with weeds accentuating the desolation of the structure. A sign hangs on the iron gate, declaring the premises private and forbidding entry to outsiders. Sinran, observing the sign for the Xavier Gifted Academy, alighted from the vehicle and strode purposefully inside. The tightly shut door, as if aware of Sinran's presence, opened silently and automatically. Upon entering the castle, Sinran rapped on the grand wooden door. "May I assist you?" inquired a bespectacled young Caucasian man, the youthful incarnation of the beast, Hank. "What has happened to the school?" Sinran feigned ignorance. "The institution has been closed for many years." "Are you a parent?" Hank queried, his face etched with confusion as he scrutinized Sinran's unfamiliar countenance. Even when the school was operational, it seemed there were no children from Huagua in attendance. "I am not a parent. I am here to see the professor," Sinran replied with a slight smile, clearly stating his purpose. "There is no professor here. You must leave at once." Hank's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing the mention of the professor, and he attempted to close the door. Sinran, however, offered no chance for hesitation and forcefully pushed the door open, sending Hank sprawling to the ground. As Sinran stepped inside, Hank lay on the floor, removing his glasses, and in a matter of seconds, his body underwent a transformation, morphing from a young man into a humanoid beast, roaring as he lunged toward Sinran. Too slow. Observing the airborne beast, Sinran smiled faintly, showing no inclination to evade, and effortlessly struck forward with a punch. With a resounding thud, before the beast could react, it was sent hurtling back, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. "Hank, what is happening?" Eric, leisurely holding a glass, inquired as he descended the stairs, having heard Hank's roar. "Nothing of consequence, Professor. Let him rest," replied Charles, hastening down the stairs, maintaining an air of calm. After confirming Hank was unharmed, he turned to Sinran and asked, "Who are you?" "Professor, my name is Sinran. I have come specifically to seek you out," he said, turning to sit on the sofa in the parlor, smiling at Charles. "Please, just call me Charles." His irritation was evident as he responded to Sinran addressing him as Professor. At that moment, he grappled with a painful choice. To retain his abilities meant a lifetime confined to a wheelchair, while the desire for mobility necessitated sacrificing his powers. There was no trace of the wisdom he would later possess on his face. "Names no longer hold significance," Sinran remarked with a sinister grin, an ominous premonition rising within him. Before Charles could react, Sinran swiftly advanced and rendered him unconscious. A magnetic portal leading to the underground lair of the Mingji family in Dehai province materialized before him. With one hand grasping Charles and the other holding Hank, Sinran stepped through the portal. Mingji Koashian had arranged for a quiet chamber, and Sinran guided Charles inside. Though Charles was rendered incapable of utilizing his innate abilities due to the serum injected by Hank, the latent mutant factor within him remained intact. Clad in the armor from the spatial ring, designed to extract mutant factors, Xian Ren unhesitatingly employed it on Charles. As one of the most formidable mutants, Charles possessed an exceptionally potent mutant factor, and it took Xian Ren nearly 3 arduous hours to achieve the fusion. Throughout this process, even with his body's strength capable of withstanding a nuclear blast, Xian Ren experienced unprecedented agony. However, upon successful fusion, his abilities surpassed Charles in potency. Indeed, they were astonishingly formidable. It was as if Xian Ren had unlocked a gateway to a new realm, gaining the insight to perceive the essence of all existence, with a mere thought capable of determining life and death. After extracting Charles' capabilities, Xian Ran utilized his newfound powers to alter Charles' original memories, erasing all traces of his experiences as a mutant and implanting fresh, joyous recollections. This new narrative promised a life of happiness and fulfillment, with the assurance that he would spend the latter part of his days in the province of Rihai, supported by the limitless wealth and resources of the Meiji family. For Charles, this too was akin to stepping into a new world. As for Hank, Xian Ran similarly obliterated his memories. He would only remember himself as one of the mutants revered by the Meiji family, severing any ties with Charles and ensuring his new life remained untainted. Shortly after the Sentinel program was proposed, Mystique became privy to its specific details. This prompted her to think of Charles. However, despite searching the entirety of the United States, she could not locate him. He seemed to have vanished without a trace. In pursuit of the survival of mutants, Mystique infiltrated the military and the CIA multiple times, ultimately discovering the precise location where Magneto, Eric, was imprisoned. Chapter 60. A slight deviation from the plan located to the southwest of Washington, D.C., a grand edifice, aptly named the Pentagon due to its distinctive five-sided shape, serves as the office building for the United States Department of Defense and the highest military command authority. Although it operates in a seemingly open manner, the security here is exceptionally stringent. Alongside the countless uniformed guards, the visitor demographic is notably complex, with 2 out of every 3 individuals likely being operatives of the Department of Defense. One moment, a person may engage in lighthearted conversation with you, but with the slightest hint of indiscretion, they could swiftly escort you away, subjecting you to a thorough investigation of your lineage. Even if you are without fault, you may find yourself detained for 10 days to a fortnight, undergoing rigorous scrutiny before being released. Completed in 1943, the Pentagon is the largest office building in the world, housing 25,000 military personnel and law enforcement officers. Where is the restroom? I need to relieve myself. Every week, on designated open days, teachers from nearby schools bring their students to tour the Pentagon for patriotic education. The guards within the building feel most at ease with these recurring visits from teachers and children. On fortunate days, they might even encounter a beautiful teacher, a delightful occurrence they cherish. Consequently, the vigilance of the military and police towards these visitors is minimal. At this moment, the young and attractive teacher introducing the history of the Pentagon to the children is none other than Raven, the shapeshifter. Originally, Charles and his companions were meant to undertake the rescue mission for Magneto, but due to Sinran's interference, the narrative shifted. Now, only Raven and Quicksilver venture forth, with the young man documenting events behind the beautiful teacher being Quicksilver himself, disguised by Joe's handiwork, though the sentries remain unsuspecting of their presence. The absence of Hank's assistance means that Raven and Quicksilver's movements are clearly visible on the Pentagon's surveillance systems. Seizing a moment of respite among the guards, Raven leads Quicksilver to a blind spot in the surveillance. "Peter, just follow our prearranged plan and stay calm," she instructs, transforming her appearance as she speaks. In less than 2 seconds, the once alluring beauty morphs into a burly, unkempt man clad in military attire. After her transformation, Raven exhibits no discernible flaws in either her physique or appearance. At this juncture, Sinran quietly observes the pair from within a magnetic field of his own creation. While he is aware of Raven's abilities, witnessing them up close still fills him with astonishment. Could this mean she can assume an endless variety of forms, never repeating? It becomes clear why many had fantasized about Raven while watching X-Men. Possessing her would indeed equate to having access to every woman in the world, a sentiment that rings true. Having completed her transformation, Raven confidently strides toward the kitchen, retrieving a specially prepared meal and utensils before heading toward the elevator that descends to the lower prison. The individual who would typically deliver meals to Magneto has already been dealt with. Meanwhile, Quicksilver vanishes the instant Raven makes her move. Chiron could distinctly perceive that his form was darting back and forth around the Pentagon, centered on Raven, at a velocity rivaling that of light itself. In the moment just before the elevator doors closed, Quicksilver nearly teleported from the Pentagon's surveillance room to behind Raven, completely unnoticed by the two guards stationed at the elevator. Inside the elevator, Raven, transformed into a robust figure, held a plate with an air of calmness. After all, breaking into the Department of Defense to rescue a single individual was a trivial matter compared to her previous exploits. Meanwhile, Quicksilver's heart raced with tension and excitement. Despite his formidable abilities, he had only engaged in minor thievery before, and now he found himself alongside the renowned Mystique, attempting a prison break at the Pentagon. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and Quicksilver's form vanished once more as Raven stepped forward with the tray, making her way toward the solitary cell of Magneto. Outside the elevator, a line of guards stood vigilant, each adorned with specially designed non-metallic firearms. It must be said that in such an environment, coupled with the absence of any rescue, Magneto was destined to remain imprisoned for life. Raven, in her transformed state, moved through the layers of security effortlessly, arriving at the special dungeon where Magneto was held. Once inside the room, the final guard shut the prison door behind her, just to be safe. The moment the door clanged shut, Quicksilver's form reappeared. "Peter, it's your turn." Raven tossed the tray through the opening to Eric, cautioning him to be aware of the overhead, then turned to Quicksilver and spoke softly. Quicksilver leaned forward, peering at Magneto, momentarily taken aback, before placing his hands upon the tempered glass, vibrating at supersonic frequencies. Mere seconds later, a sharp crack echoed through the air as the glass shattered. The last barrier confining Magneto was obliterated. Gazing at the freedom so near, Eric's eyes sparkled with fervor as he unhesitatingly clambered over. "In 3 seconds, the door will open, and then over 20 guards will open fire on us." After exchanging glances with Raven, Eric solemnly declared, "I'm aware, which is why I brought him." Raven said with a slight smile, gesturing toward the somewhat awkward Quicksilver beside her. No sooner had she spoken than the specially designed door before them began to creak open. Quicksilver, brimming with confidence, stepped forward to shield the necks of the two with his own. If he did not act thusly, the sheer inertia of rushing out could result in fatal neck injuries for all three. "What is happening?" Quicksilver exclaimed, bewildered at the sight of the door only opening a crack and then falling silent. This was nothing like what they had planned. How could they possibly escape through such a narrow opening? Before the trio could react further, dozens of specially designed grenades were hurled through the gap in the door, sealing off all possible escape routes. While Quicksilver could assist the two in dodging bullets, once those grenades were unleashed in the confined space, no amount of speed could save them from the impending explosion. "Eric," Raven shouted, unable to contain her alarm. "Special grenades. I can't control them." In that critical moment of life and death, Eric roared in response. Quicksilver was on the verge of deep regret as the cold grenades plummeted to the ground. The only remaining crack in the door sealed shut. The three, devoid of hope, closed their eyes, bracing themselves to silently embrace the impending embrace of death. "Hey, my friends." At a crucial moment, Shinron deactivated the magnetic force field, revealing his presence, and smiled at the trio. "Raven, did you bring him as well?" Upon witnessing Shinron's sudden appearance, Quicksilver and Eric felt a flicker of hope, exclaiming in unison. Boom! Before Raven could respond, a deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by a flash of fire. The three lunged toward Shinron, eager to grasp this seemingly miraculous lifeline. "You two roughnecks, step aside." Shinron deftly kicked Quicksilver and Eric away and swiftly embraced Raven. The magnetic field, coupled with an electromagnetic shield, enveloped the group in an instant. Boom, boom, boom! The explosions echoed one after another, only ceasing after more than 30 seconds, leaving the cell outside the force field riddled with destruction. Then came the profound silence following the chaos. The trio, utterly astonished, gazed at the scene before them and the inexplicable presence of Shinron, their minds in tumult. Moments later, the cell door slowly swung open, revealing hundreds of soldiers equipped with specialized weaponry before the eyes of the four. The Pentagon had also activated its highest level of alert. Chapter 61. Quicksilver's Revelry. 1. They are still inside. "Don't move, or I will shoot," the lead soldier shouted, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety as he raised his weapon. Shinron released Raven from her embrace, conjuring a coin that appeared out of thin air, which she then casually tossed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Eric's heart surged with excitement. A predatory glint flickered in his eyes as he swiftly manipulated the coin to fly directly before him before it even touched the ground. With this object in hand, who could possibly rival me as the master of this scene? Fire! Eliminate them. At the command, hundreds of bullets were unleashed towards the four individuals. After expending an entire magazine, the soldiers at the entrance ceased their fire, only to realize that not a single shot had struck its target. All had ricocheted harmlessly against the wall behind them. It was Quicksilver's intervention that had deflected the bullet's trajectory. When Quicksilver showcased his abilities, even a barrage of thousands of bullets appeared to unfold in slow motion before his eyes. However, he was taken aback when, in the midst of his movement, the figure that had materialized out of nowhere locked eyes with him for a fleeting moment. Simultaneously, Shinron felt a flicker of astonishment. Her speed alone could never match Quicksilver's prowess. Without the enhancement of her magnetic field and mental perception, she would have been utterly incapable of detecting Quicksilver's movements, let alone meeting his gaze. With a moment to catch his breath and a suitable weapon at hand, Eric no longer resembled the desperate figure he had been moments before. Nearly obliterated, the coin that hovered before his chest morphed instantaneously. One half transformed into a wafer-thin disc that floated beneath him, lifting him gently into the air, while the other half split into two sleek, gleaming steel spheres that whirled rapidly around him. What a magnificent display of power and dominance! Shinron, observing this, found herself speechless. Instead of addressing the immediate threat, he seemed to revel in his theatrics, skillfully manipulating a mere coin. In the meantime, the numerous soldiers at the entrance were visibly shaken by the spectacle Eric had conjured. Faced with this unnatural phenomenon, they trembled, losing even the courage to pull their triggers again. Go! With a low hiss from Eric's lips, the two steel spheres shot forth with a piercing whistle. In quick succession, a series of sharp impacts echoed in the air. In an instant, the spheres returned, orbiting slowly around Eric. Within moments, the soldiers armed with specialized weapons collapsed to the ground, lifeless, devoid of any signs of life. All had been struck down by Eric's steel spheres, penetrating their temples and causing instantaneous demise. Bloodless killings, a masterful display of prowess. This is not a place for conversation. We must depart. With the immediate crisis averted, Eric declared with a stern gaze. The only exit was the elevator. Peter, you take Eric and go to the location we previously planned. Wait for me there. Understood. With that, Quicksilver instantly appeared behind Eric, ready to guide him away. Little one, there's no need for that. Simply follow me. Eric waved his hand dismissively. With controllable objects at his disposal, he harbored no fear of human weaponry. After all, once they escaped this underground prison, the world outside was rife with iron materials. Raven, how should I address this fellow? It seems he was not included in our plans. The fleeting gaze they exchanged lingered in Quicksilver's mind, prompting him to inquire about Shinron's identity. I am Shinron, a friend of Raven's, and like you, I am also a mutant. Shinron perceived Quicksilver's thoughts, and his introduction as both a friend and a fellow mutant alleviated any lingering concerns. No wonder you prepared coins for me. Quite the impressive companion you are. Shinron's words inadvertently answered the questions swirling in Eric's mind. Noting that Shinron bore no hostility and had saved their lives, Raven tacitly accepted his presence without further elaboration. After all, having another formidable mutant ally would certainly enhance their odds against the Sentinel program. A similar notion blossomed in Eric's mind. Gaining a powerful subordinate would bolster his ambitions of dominion over humanity. Yet, he remained curious about the abilities of this mutant named Shinron, suspecting they leaned towards defensive capabilities. Raven, I'll handle the remaining matters. You all follow my lead. With little time for pleasantries, Eric commanded the disc beneath him to propel them swiftly away from the bodies. Shinron made no move to intervene and followed suit. The purpose of this excursion was merely to meet a fellow mutant with similar abilities, though his current thoughts had begun to drift slightly. As for his ambition to unify Blue Star, after acquiring powers surpassing Charles, Shinron had formulated his own plans. However, Their execution would necessitate Apocalypse's resurrection before proceeding. Kid, once we ascend, will you be able to withstand the specialized bullets designed by the Department of Defense? Along their journey, Eric turned to Quicksilver, aware that despite his formidable abilities, he was still flesh and blood. A few bullets from specially crafted ammunition could prove fatal if he were not careful. Rest assured, I guarantee those will not touch you. Quicksilver replied with an air of disdain. I am the fastest man alive. Those bullets travel at such a sluggish pace. And you question my capability? Ding! Before the elevator doors could fully open, a barrage of bullets surged forth. Quicksilver merely smiled, exuding fearlessness. Once he donned his signature glasses, his powers activated. And to his perception, everything seemed to freeze in time. In mere seconds, the hail of gunfire outside the elevator ceased, and Quicksilver remained in his original position. As if untouched, Eric stepped out of the elevator, unleashing two steel spheres even as metallic objects in the nearby kitchen, door handles in the corridor, and railings on the stairs transformed into extensions of his will, hurtling towards the soldiers of the Department of Defense. Wherever there is metal, I am invincible, and in places devoid of it, my command of metal renders me equally unstoppable. However, in the eyes of Shinran, these matters hold little significance. He could distinctly sense that although Eric was referred to as Magneto by the inhabitants of this realm, in truth, his abilities were limited to the mere manipulation of metallic objects, bearing no genuine connection to magnetic fields. It amounted to only a fraction of Shinran's own magnetic prowess. Were Apocalypse to enhance his capabilities, he would become considerably more formidable, capable of exerting further control over magnetic fields. Although Shinran currently lacked the ability to manipulate magnetic fields at will, the essence of his power lay in the maximization of magnetic utilization. Even if Eric could indeed manipulate magnetic fields, he would never possess the capacity to generate electromagnetic pulses or create electromagnetic spaces. After all, the distinction between electromagnetic force and magnetism is not merely one of semantics. Shinran, let us depart. Eric, cease your actions. We cannot prolong this any further. The support from the Department of Defense has arrived, and any further delay may lead to unforeseen consequences. Raven exclaimed anxiously, observing the bloodthirsty Eric and the nonchalant Shinran. The incessant roar of armed helicopters outside served as a stark reminder that they could not linger any longer. Peter, take Eric to the designated location we discussed. This time, Quicksilver refrained from unnecessary movements. After steadying Eric's head, the two vanished in an instant, manipulating several helicopters to crash into the Pentagon as they departed. Just 2 seconds after Eric's disappearance, Shinran felt a protective grip on his nape, and in less than a second, the scene before him transformed. Friends, feel free to find a place to sit. There are beverages in the refrigerator. Help yourselves if you wish to drink. At that moment, the group found themselves in Quicksilver's home. It was Shinran's first experience of this kind, and he had to admit it was quite extraordinary. He couldn't help but wonder whose speed surpassed the other, Quicksilver's or the electromagnetic portals he had created. As this thought crossed his mind, Shinran had a sudden epiphany. Given this fellow's remarkable speed, could it be that he was also capable of such velocity? Light speed, perhaps? With this notion in mind, it became imperative to arrange a grand celebration for this child to enjoy. Chapter 62. Quicksilver's Gala. 2. Shinran, are you truly certain about being here? Quicksilver hesitated as he gazed at the opulent entrance of the hotel. In the past, such places were merely venues where he could indulge his talents clandestinely. He had never contemplated entering formally as a patron. Let us make do. Shinran waved his hand dismissively and strode forward. After all, the grandeur here was far superior to what Tony had arranged for him. In this era, having access to such establishments and amenities was already quite commendable. Yet, observing Quicksilver's demeanor, Shinran felt a twinge of exasperation. Here was a mutant of extraordinary capability, yet he lived a life inferior to that of an ordinary wealthy individual. Fortunately, Shinran had preemptively addressed Charles's vulnerabilities. Otherwise, these mutants would face a far grimmer fate. Deprived not only of a blissful existence, but also of the basic rights that even ordinary people enjoyed. Instead, they would be perpetually hunted and exploited. The narrative had already illustrated this through the fates of Old Man Logan and Charles. Despite Charles possessing the power to shape the world, he was perpetually mired in his altruistic ideals, advocating for peaceful coexistence with humanity. But could the billions of ordinary humans truly accept such a notion? Would the outcasts ever gain societal acceptance? Good day, sir. Please present your identification. A security guard interrupted as they had barely taken a few steps. Though the words were polite, his tone was laced with disdain towards Chiron's Asian heritage. Chiron, disinterested in engaging with such trivialities, casually tossed a gold bar. For matters that could be resolved with money, he didn't even wish to exert a thought. After all, wealth was his least concern. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, come in and wait a moment. The security guard, undeterred by the pain from the gold bar, immediately lowered his head and ushered Chiron and his companions inside before hastily retreating to the manager's office. Following the recent Vietnam War, the American economy was not thriving. Thus, finding someone who could casually toss a gold bar to a mere security guard was a rarity indeed. At that moment, Quicksilver was left speechless. Could that Chiron truly be so extravagantly reckless? If only that gold bar had struck me instead, he thought. In no time, a woman of refined elegance, adorned in luxurious attire, approached Chiron and his group. Hello, Peter. Before Chiron could utter a word, Quicksilver swiftly appeared before the woman, extending his hand with a gentlemanly demeanor. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the presidential suite. Please inform me of your needs, and I shall attend to them. The woman responded, graciously accepting Quicksilver's hand with a warm smile. Ah, so this is the presidential suite. No wonder the guard asked for identification. Quicksilver muttered under his breath as he absorbed the woman's introduction. Sir, what did you say? Ah, Chiron, perhaps you should take it from here. Quicksilver glanced awkwardly at Shinron and remarked, I am unfamiliar with this place. What kind of services can be offered? With no particular demands, he continued, we may stay here for a few days, which is of a higher standard than the reception given to the Vietnamese dignitaries a few days ago. You may take these items away. Although the female manager appeared alluring, in Shinron's eyes, she fell short of the mark. He had little patience for idle chatter and spoke directly, gesturing towards a small box behind him. Eric and Raven exchanged puzzled glances. Upon their entry, Shinron had not mentioned the small box. Could it be that his abilities were not merely defensive, but rather related to spatial manipulation? It must be a spatial ability, otherwise, how could such items appear before us seemingly out of thin air and be so easily dispatched? With this realization, Eric and Raven's understanding of Shinron sharpened. As Quicksilver watched the female manager open the small box, he could not suppress a gasp. Inside were an array of small yellow fish. Why was it that, as a mutant, he found himself in such dire straits? No problem, sir. I shall make the arrangements at once. The allure of wealth was undeniable, and given that Shinron provided hard currency, the female manager, despite her previously poised demeanor, was now visibly excited, almost yearning to leap into Shinron's arms. After all, he had been exceedingly generous. Also, ensure my friend is well taken care of, preferably under your personal supervision, Shinron instructed, pointing at Quicksilver without any subtlety. The female manager's spirits dipped slightly at his words, but quickly returned to normal as she cast a flirtatious glance at Quicksilver and hurried off to prepare. Eric, should you desire anything, feel free to indulge. Just seek out the manager, Shinron suggested, ensuring that Eric would not feel neglected. Eric merely smiled in response, refraining from a direct answer, especially with Raven present. Before long, the entire state guest house was alive with revelry. Exquisite beverages, gourmet delicacies, and stunning women were in abundance. Even Eric, who was typically composed, found his resolve wavering in the face of such opulence. He silently vowed to lead the mutants in unifying humanity. Why should they, endowed with exceptional gifts, live like mere rats? Why should the seemingly insignificant humans enjoy such lavish lives? The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, and he took 2 hearty sips of Lafite before embracing the tall woman beside him. It was time to vent his frustrations regarding humanity. As for Quicksilver, one word sufficed: speed. 3 words, exceedingly fast. The brilliance of wealth momentarily brought the female manager back to thoughts of Shinran during the peak of her indulgence. Meanwhile, Raven had little interest in such gatherings. Since the commencement of the banquet, she remained in her room, contemplating matters related to the Sentinel program. Should I reveal this plan to Eric? How will he react upon learning the truth? Late into the night, each person was engrossed in their own tasks. Early the next morning, a series of tremors roused Shinran from her slumber. The magnetic field dissipated in an instant, and she immediately discerned the cause. Chapter 63. Brother, please command as you wish. Eric, what do you mean? Raven's tone betrayed her anxiety as she surveyed the swaying metallic objects around her. After a restless night, she ultimately decided to disclose the Sentinel program and her countermeasures to Eric, for they had once been the closest of comrades. Raven, killing Tress will not resolve our issues. Instead, it will hasten our collective demise. If you insist on slaying him, then, for the sake of the future of mutants, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. Upon learning the specifics of the Sentinel program and Raven's plans, Eric chose not to support her. He pondered the graver consequences. Slaying Tress would only engender greater animosity towards mutants from the American elite, even if Tress's proposed Sentinel program were dismantled. With the upper echelon's fervent backing, there would emerge countless others, Zasla, Lisla, and innumerable others, rallying to eradicate mutants relentlessly. On one hand, the death of the foremost adversary of mutants, Tress, would instill fear and hatred among the general populace, inciting a nationwide call to arms against mutants. In such a scenario, mutants would be akin to rats in the street, universally reviled, ultimately leading to their extinction. Consequently, my grand scheme to unite mutants globally in a large-scale war would be rendered futile. Why, Eric? Tress is our true enemy. Raven was bewildered by Eric's transformation. She even regretted her decision to follow him after the Cuban Missile Crisis. How is Charles? Where is he now? The thought brought tears to Raven's eyes. No, Raven, eliminating that one individual is insufficient, and the time for his demise is not yet ripe. Eric had never been one to show mercy. To achieve his objectives, sacrificing Raven was a trivial consideration for him. What if I am determined to kill Tress? Raven gazed resolutely at Eric, her voice fierce. If you insist on this course, for the future of mutants, I shall be compelled to take your life. No sooner had she spoken than Eric, with unwavering resolve, manipulated 2 steel spheres that hurtled towards Raven, blocking all avenues of retreat. As the spheres threatened to pierce Raven's body, at that critical moment, Shinran's voice echoed in their ears. After risking your life to save her, this is how you repay her? Simultaneously, the gleaming steel spheres halted mid-air, suspended before Raven's eyes. It's you. A wave of inexplicable tension surged within Eric upon witnessing Shinran's sudden appearance. Yes, it is I, Shinran replied with a gentle smile. Then, the hovering steel spheres shot forth with a rush of air, aimed directly at Eric's face. Do you truly believe that your spatial abilities can wield metal against me? Eric scoffed. Eric, do not accept any metallic assaults. But in the next moment, a wave of terror, akin to the specter of death, surged from within him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Bang! Bang! No! The dull thuds coincided with Eric's frantic cries. 2 steel pellets embedded themselves deeply into the wall behind him, severing even the rebar within the concrete. Eric instinctively shielded his head, letting out a desperate wail as if facing his last moments. At that instant, Raven, assuming her human form, gazed at Shinran with a complex mix of emotions, struggling to articulate her feelings. Was it not spatial ability he possessed? How could it be so terrifying? Why did he rescue me time and again? And why was he so generous with his power? Could it be because... After a long moment, Eric slowly opened his eyes and turned to glance at the wall behind him, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. Why did he feel like an ordinary person in front of this being? His abilities and talents seemed utterly ineffectual. Come, Eric, sit down and share your thoughts with me. Shinran waved a hand, and a nearby stool flew towards Eric, colliding with his legs and forcing him to sit down with a thud. This display left Eric's throat dry. Unable even to swallow his own saliva. Though his life hung by a thread, he still attempted to control the metallic objects around him to strike at Shinran. Stop struggling. My friend, I possess the same abilities you do. Shinran smirked. However, my power surpasses yours. Hence, before me, you are no different from an ordinary human. Without the enhancement of the magnetic field, it's unlikely I could suppress you so effortlessly. What? You can control metal too? Upon hearing Shinran's confession, both Raven and Eric gasped in astonishment. Shinran, do you not possess spatial abilities? Raven inquired curiously, recalling the box that had appeared out of thin air yesterday, as well as the rescue of Eric. Spatial abilities? You could say that, though it encompasses more than just one. Observing the astonished Raven, Shinran smiled faintly. This revelation made the two of them gasp in disbelief. A mutant possessing two talents? They had never heard of such a phenomenon. Each mutant was believed to harbor only one type of ability, which dictated that they could only wield a singular power. Yet this individual possessed two? What an aberration. Little did they know, Shinran was not a mutant at all. Raven, put aside your plan to assassinate Trellis. Do not pursue it. Seeing Eric's despondent demeanor, Shinran spoke first. What? You also think my actions are misguided? Have I truly erred? Doubt crept into Raven's mind. Did even a recently acquainted friend disapprove of her? Did that mean all mutants would condemn her? Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. If Charles were present, would he choose to support himself? What you do is of no consequence to me. I am merely concerned for your safety. What if the assassination attempt fails? And even if it succeeds? With so many personnel in the Ministry of Defense, could you possibly escape? Trading your life for that of Tesla's is not worth it. Sinyan, with an air of righteousness, spoke incessantly about Raven's safety. My safety? Sinyan, you? Tears, previously restrained, once again welled up in my eyes. Throughout my life, who has truly cared for my existence? I feel as though I am merely a tool, exploited by everyone. Who has ever regarded my life as significant? Upon reflection, even Charles is no different. What remains besides exploitation? In that moment, a warm sense of belonging surged within Raven's heart, compelling her to step forward and embrace Sinyan tightly. Thank you, Sinyan. Rest assured, Raven, I am aware of the Sentinel program. You have already done enough. Allow me to handle the rest, she reassured, gently patting Raven's back. Once she had comforted Raven, Sinyan turned her calm gaze toward Eric. What do you intend to do? Observing Sinyan's innocuous demeanor, Eric felt an overwhelming sense of dread. I offer you two choices. First, serve under me from now on. Second, die? As soon as the words left his lips, the chair beneath Eric was abruptly yanked away, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Subsequently, all metallic objects in the vicinity began to levitate, slowly moving towards Eric. Hey, buddy, don't do this. Don't do this. Wait, let me think. All right. Brother, I shall comply with your commands from now on. Once Eric made his choice, all the metallic items around him fell to the ground with a resounding crash. In that instant, Eric realized he could once again control the metal objects. However, when he looked back at Sinyan, his spirit of resistance had dissipated entirely. As the metal clattered to the ground, Sinyan withdrew her magnetic field, causing a significant commotion. Even Quicksilver, still in slumber, was roused by the disturbance. He promptly pushed aside the stunning female manager beside him, disregarding the ache in his back. In a mere 0.0003 seconds, he donned his clothes and swiftly arrived at the scene, gazing at the three individuals with a bewildered expression and inquiring, "What is happening, guys?" Chapter 64. Profound communication. In front of the New York City Hall, throngs of people waved colorful flags and cheered exuberantly. Today marked a momentous occasion for them, as the Vietnam War was set to officially conclude. With the cessation of hostilities, the nation's economic condition would gradually improve, alleviating the hardships inflicted by the economic crisis that had diminished living standards. Most significantly, no more lives would be lost on the battlefield, for the sacrifice of each soldier inevitably impacted the livelihoods of their families. Hence, the majority of those celebrating at the City Hall were relatives of military personnel. Journalists from various media outlets clamored to report on the scene, had it not been for the soldiers on guard. Cameras would have been thrust into the faces of foreign dignitaries for interviews. Diplomats from around the world gathered here today, marking the historical significance of America's military intervention in Vietnam coming to an end. Arriving now were the Vietnamese foreign minister and accompanying officials. Approaching were leaders from the Middle East. Look, there is the Tsar with his personal bodyguard. What could possibly be inside that black box? One can only imagine. Shinran, this is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Trask. Are you certain we should remain here doing nothing? In Washington, within the grandest suite of the presidential guest house, Rue embodied the epitome of an Eastern beauty, reclining in Shinran's embrace, adorned in an opulent, deep V-neck black gown that elegantly enveloped her exquisite form. With a straight nose and slightly slender phoenix-like eyes, her stunning visage was nothing short of perfection. Despite such breathtaking beauty at his side, Shinran, having just emerged from the throes of battle, had ascended to a state of transcendence. After rescuing Rue from Eric, their glances intertwined, and their relationship rapidly intensified. Coupled with Shinran's formidable abilities and wealth, he soon captivated her. Shinran often discreetly employed his mental prowess to transmit his fantasies into Rue's mind, and she, displaying remarkable resilience, quickly adapted to his desires after their initial encounter. Under the influence of his psychic abilities, Rue believed she understood Shinran deeply, effortlessly transforming into the embodiment of his innermost wishes. Each experience was unique, and despite Shinran's superhuman physique, the numerous battles they engaged in began to take a toll on him. In ancient times, emperors possessed numerous concubines. I, Shinran, hold dominion over all women. Gazing at the enchanting beauty in his arms, savoring the warmth and softness of her presence, Shinran's state of transcendence wavered ever so slightly. Why resort to murder? What tempest could a mere dwarf unleash? Let him flounder. It is merely a minor sentinel project, is it not? Did I not instruct Eric to handle it? As for Rue's concerns, Shinran remained utterly unconcerned. Eric, Trask is in New York, and you sent him to Egypt. What relevance does that have to the Sentinel project? Rue was acutely aware of the project's implications. Should it come to fruition, it would pose an existential threat to mutants. Observing the worry etched on her face, Shinran tightened his grip somewhat. Rest assured, just remain here and relish life. As for Eric's expedition to Egypt, I am well aware. He merely needs to fulfill the tasks I have assigned him. Whether it pertains to the Sentinel program or even the Sentinel command, it matters not. However, do not fret over this, Raven. It is no surprise that having grown up alongside Charles, your compassionate heart mirrors his. With so many mutants neglecting the Sentinel program, why should you concern yourself with it? Shinran paused for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and turned off the television with a wave of his hand, looking down at Raven. In truth, it would not be amiss to share with you that without you, the Sentinel program would simply not succeed, nor would it pose a threat to the safety of mutants worldwide. Shinran's unexpected declaration, coupled with the earlier provocation, left Raven momentarily bewildered, pondering its significance. The advancement of the Sentinel program, at its peak, could only inflict harm upon those mutants lacking formidable abilities. As for powerful mutants like Eric and Quicksilver, the Sentinels would be utterly ineffective against them. After all, Trask is merely a jester in this grand scheme. Shinran's assertions surpassed Raven's comprehension, leaving her perplexed. What relevance does the Sentinel program have to me? Shinran continued. The population of mutants is vast, and their abilities are countless. It is utterly impossible to annihilate all mutants with a single Sentinel robot. Unless, of course, the Sentinel machines could absorb their powers during combat and enhance them through technological means. Consider this. If a mutant who can manipulate fire encounters a Sentinel robot capable of the same, with superior strength, what outcome might arise from their confrontation? As Raven's heart tightened at this thought, Shinran interrupted her before she could finish, just as Eric faced me. Moreover, have you contemplated the scenario where a Sentinel robot possesses multiple abilities, akin to mine? At this juncture, Raven fell silent. If what Shinran posited were indeed true, then mutants would be relentlessly pursued by Sentinel robots, utterly powerless to defend themselves. You could transform into anyone at will, even altering your physical structure. What if they were to harness your abilities for Sentinel robots and modify them further? Do you believe that the individuals in the Department of Defense could bring such concepts to fruition? At this moment, Raven lay in Xian Ran's embrace, resembling a startled lamb. Had she not encountered Xian Ran and instead blindly attempted to assassinate Trellis, her abilities would undoubtedly have been discovered by the military. Any individual with even a modicum of intelligence would connect her extraordinary shape-shifting powers with the Sentinel project. Should that scenario unfold, not only would she fail to dismantle the Sentinel project, but she would also become a pariah among mutants, leaving a lasting stain on her legacy. Xian Ran, I thank you. After the initial fear, a sense of relief washed over her. She was fortunate to have crossed paths with this unexpected man. To a significant extent, he had altered the course of her destiny. With this thought, Raven rose from the bed, casting a seductive smile at Xian Ran, her gaze descending slowly. Then, in a remarkable transformation, she adorned herself with heavy makeup, crimson lips, cascading waves of hair, a crisp white shirt, a form-fitting skirt, black stockings, and slender stilettos. Before him stood an enchanting oriental beauty, exuding a mature allure that was far more irresistible than her previous sultry appearance. The constraints of her noble demeanor were entirely relinquished. Observing Raven's alluring poses, Xian Ran let out a low growl, driven by an insatiable desire to engage in a deeper exchange. Chapter 65. The birth of Apocalypse. Cairo stands as one of the oldest cities in the contemporary world, and remarkably, it is among the few ancient cities that have suffered minimal destruction from warfare. As the capital of ancient Egypt, Cairo embodies the essence of mystique and power. Shortly after Eric departed from Washington and arrived in Egypt, an invisible force began to emanate from Cairo, spreading across the globe. Ordinary individuals, as well as scientists from Trask who study mutants, remained oblivious to this peculiar energy. However, mutants worldwide experienced an inexplicable sense of trepidation, triggering collective panic in various locations. In response to this phenomenon, Meiji Koashian dispatched formidable mutants from his family to the United States to seek guidance from Shinran. Yet, Shinran merely waved them off casually. Although he was not a mutant and could not perceive the force that instilled fear in all mutants, he understood its implications. It signified that Eric had successfully accomplished the task assigned to him. After persuading Eric, he was not kept at the state guest house for long and was promptly sent to Cairo, where he was informed of the approximate location of Apocalypse's burial. As the true deity of ancient Egypt, Apocalypse had lain dormant for millennia. However, exposure to sunlight would allow him to absorb energy and awaken from his slumber. Eric's crucial mission was to retrieve Apocalypse from beneath the earth. According to the original timeline of events, Apocalypse would not be unearthed until a group of Egyptian tomb raiders discovered him many years later. Nevertheless, recognizing him as a pivotal piece in the grand scheme to unify the Blue Planet, Shinran opted for his early awakening. Having slept for thousands of years, the world of today was vastly different from the one Apocalypse once ruled, leaving him disoriented in this unfamiliar environment. "Child, have you saved me?" Upon regaining his sight and gazing at the figure of Eric hovering before him, Apocalypse spoke slowly. "What is this?" At that moment, Apocalypse had yet to learn contemporary language, communicating instead in the ancient Egyptian tongue from millennia ago, leaving Eric utterly perplexed. Much like Eric, Apocalypse could not comprehend his words. After an awkward exchange of glances lasting several seconds, Apocalypse turned and made his way toward the heart of Cairo, with Eric silently trailing behind. Shinran's initial directive to Eric was to bring Apocalypse forth and remain by his side as a subordinate. Initially, Eric was quite resistant to this notion. However, upon learning about Apocalypse's origins and capabilities, his enthusiasm ignited. The forefather of mutants, capable of significantly enhancing his own powers, serving such an extraordinary being as a subordinate was not out of the question. Perhaps, after augmenting his own abilities, he could rise from the depths and ultimately turn the tables, even commanding Shinran as his subordinate. In the bustling marketplace of Cairo, Apocalypse keenly spotted a television set displayed outside. In an instant, he approached and silently gazed at the screen, where the President of the United States was delivering a speech. Subsequently, he placed his hand upon the television, and his abilities activated instantaneously. Millennia of knowledge flowed through the medium of the television network, transforming into strands of energy that infused Apocalypse's mind. The chasm created by a millennium of slumber began to close. Humanity had astonishingly evolved to this point. Scenes of nuclear and hydrogen bomb explosions replayed in his mind, and Apocalypse sighed. Mutants were meant to be the rulers of this world, yet now they were hunted, reduced to the status of vermin. The shift in racial identity left Apocalypse deeply dissatisfied, solidifying his resolve to reclaim the era that rightfully belonged to him. "Child, come here." Apocalypse beckoned to Eric in somewhat awkward English. "Tell me, what is your ability?" Eric was slightly taken aback by Apocalypse's sudden use of English. "They call me Magneto." Though standing before the progenitor of mutants, Eric maintained his composure. Even as a subordinate, one must uphold a semblance of dignity. With that, a few steel balls he carried began to move under his control, showcasing his power to Apocalypse. "Oh." Apocalypse expressed mild surprise at such abilities. Had this talent been present thousands of years ago, it could have earned him a personal guard. "Come closer." After summoning Magneto to his side, Apocalypse placed his hand on the young man's shoulder. Another ability quietly activated, and he soon discerned the issue at hand. The boy's powers were far from fully realized. He could merely manipulate metallic objects, yet he dared to call himself Magneto. In ancient times, such insolence would have warranted punishment for treason against the throne. However, times had changed, and such gifted mutants were exceedingly rare. With guidance, he could unlock tremendous potential. If his understanding were sharp enough, he might even surpass Apocalypse himself. Such a mutant must be utilized for his own purposes. "Child, do you wish to follow me? To be one of my 4 horsemen?" At a moment when talent was essential, Apocalypse directly extended an invitation to Eric. "For horsemen? One of them?" Eric found himself perplexed by this statement. Before he could respond, darkness enveloped him, plunging him into a realm devoid of others. "Child, silently absorb this energy. Your gifts extend far beyond what you realize." Apocalypse applied his ability to unlock mutant potential upon Eric. In that solitary realm, painful memories from Eric's childhood emerged in his mind. Witnessing his parents being sent to a mass grave awakened his own abilities. Later, the Nazi Schmidt resorted to unspeakable measures, using his mother as leverage to exploit Eric's powers. When Schmidt commanded the assassination of his mother, the memory of Eric erupted violently, causing metallic objects throughout the room to soar into the air. In that very moment, the pain brought forth by recollection transformed into an unending source of strength, tearing apart the desolate expanse around him. Simultaneously, the magnetic field resonated with him, lifting his body high into the sky. "Take your vengeance, child. Obliterate those who have wronged you." Apocalypse observed Eric's transformation with satisfaction, and with a final push, amplified his enhanced abilities to their utmost potential. Then, a powerful wave of magnetic energy emanated from Eric, engulfing the entire marketplace. Buildings within a 10-kilometer radius crumbled in an instant, producing a cacophony of destruction. Moments later, as Eric regained his senses, he felt the immense energy coursing through him, his heart racing with exhilaration. Why had he only been able to manipulate metallic objects before? Was this the sole difference between him and Sinran? Now, he could truly be regarded as the master of magnetism. Surveying the obliterated structures around him, Eric felt not a ripple of remorse. They were but the abodes of insignificant ants. What did their destruction matter? Meanwhile, the U.S. Department of Defense and the research division where Tlos resided detected the extraordinary magnetic fluctuations and began to respond accordingly. Slowly, Eric descended from the air to stand behind Apocalypse, this act signifying his allegiance as one of the 4 horsemen. "Well done, my child," Apocalypse expressed with approval. Suddenly, a tumultuous change occurred. Bolts of lightning cleaved the sky, and the previously clear weather was shrouded by dark clouds. "Who has destroyed my home? I will make you pay dearly." A figure enveloped in purple lightning ascended rapidly, looking down upon Apocalypse and Eric, roaring in fury. Chapter 66: The Military Strikes, Seizing the Opportunity. observing the man enveloped in thunder and lightning high above. Apocalypse felt a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, secretly reveling in his fortune. He had just acquired a highly gifted Magneto as his knight, and now he encountered yet another extraordinary individual. The ability to wield storms and lightning marked him as a rare gem among mutants. Child, this is merely a human dwelling. You and I are destined to rule this realm. Apocalypse commenced his persuasive rhetoric without hesitation. Enough of your meaningless prattle. I have toiled my entire life to secure this modest domain, and you dare to threaten its destruction? Mutants are formidable, are they? Who among us is not a mutant? Before Apocalypse could complete his declaration, several bolts of violet lightning surged forth in response to the man's roar, targeting the two of them. Eric, witnessing the imminent danger, waved his hand with resolve, activating his powers. The steel reinforcements from the surrounding structures instantaneously disintegrated into dust, only to coalesce moments later into an enormous shield, deflecting the bolts of lightning. Subsequently, thousands of steel rods erupted from the debris, shooting towards the man in the sky like a torrential rain of arrows, forming a colossal steel cage that ensnared him within. Descend obediently. Eric beckoned with a flick of his finger, causing the steel cage to begin constricting. By all that is sacred, the man exclaimed in panic, bewildered by the extraordinary manipulation of the steel. Steel conducts electricity. There was no immediate escape from this confinement, leaving him no choice but to yield helplessly. We are of the same kind. Release him. Apocalypse commanded Eric to loosen the bindings of the man. He then approached slowly, placing his hand upon the man's head. As he activated his enhancement abilities, he intoned with fervor, "We are the sovereigns of this land. I shall usher you into a brand new world, a world that belongs to us. All the earth is ours. What is a mere house in comparison? My child, I shall empower you further, endowing you with the ability to dominate this realm. Henceforth, you shall no longer be yourself. You will be the ruler of this world. One of my 4 horsemen, Storm Man." All of this unfolded before Shinran, who possessed an extraordinarily potent mental capacity. Through Eric's perspective, it could only be said that the force of temporal correction was overwhelmingly powerful. In the original narrative, Apocalypse would rescue Storm, subsequently claiming her as one of his knights. Although Storm had yet to be born during this period, a Storm Man had appeared instead. Was this all mere fate or coincidence? Upon reflection, it could be inferred that the Storm Man was likely the father of Storm. It appeared that the talents of the Storm lineage were indeed hereditary. Shinran, of late, I have felt an inexplicable force tethering my heart. Something seems amiss, Raven remarked wistfully as she held fruit, feeding it to Shinran. At this moment, she adorned herself in the attire of an ancient beauty, dressed in hanfu complemented by black and gold, with cascading waves of hair adding an exquisite charm. What is amiss? It is far better to indulge in the pleasures of eating, sleeping, and engaging in activities rather than resorting to incessant violence. Suddenly, Shinran seemed to sense something, abruptly halting her actions. A wave of displeasure washed over her. How dare they find their way to me? What's wrong? Ruewen inquired, puzzled. Nothing of great concern. Merely a swarm of flies, she replied. As the two conversed, dozens of armed helicopters soared into the sky, emitting a thunderous roar. A glance around revealed that the vicinity of the state guest house had been evacuated within a 10-kilometer radius. In addition to the aerial presence, nearly an entire battalion of troops had encircled the area. Sir, it has been confirmed that the individual capable of manipulating metal has been out of the country for over half a month. We are clear to proceed. Strick reported to Tesla via military communication from the helicopter. Commence the operation, but remember, I wish to see that shape-shifting woman alive. If not, I demand to see her remains. Tesla's icy voice resonated through the phone. With the command received, Strick's face radiated fervor. It was his inaugural experience directing such a vast operation. Fire. With a single command, soldiers aboard the helicopter, armed with rocket launchers, pressed their triggers, unleashing a barrage toward the state guest house. However, instead of an explosion, the projectiles seamlessly merged in midair, forming an extraordinarily massive net, its bottom firmly anchored to the ground. transforming the state guest house into a prison. Mutants within the state guest house, I command you to surrender immediately or face the consequences of indiscriminate fire. Strick's voice echoed through the loudspeaker across the entire street. I will count to 3. If you do not surrender, you shall die. After a considerable pause without any response, Strick's fury intensified. 3, 2, 1. Everyone, open fire. Demolish this building. With the order given, artillery erupted. Countless bullets and rockets rained down upon the state guest house. Strick, witnessing the chaos, felt immense satisfaction. The sensation of wielding such power was immensely gratifying. In the next moment, however, the smile on Strick's face froze, followed by a furious roar. This is bad. Everyone, heed my command, retreat. Immediate withdrawal. All the bullets and shells halted abruptly just before they could detonate against the walls of the state guest house. Commander, the helicopters are immobilized. Commander, I cannot maneuver. Commander, we are unable to evacuate. At that moment, a deep black portal materialized from thin air, and Shinran, accompanied by Ruiwen, stepped through, soaring into the sky. Her expression void of emotion as she gazed down at the helicopters. Looking towards Strick within the helicopter and the multitude of soldiers surrounding them, she declared, "Since you have come, you shall remain." Her voice was soft, yet it resonated in the ears of every individual present. The suspended shells then began to move, reversing their trajectory back towards their origin. The sky reverberated with the explosive sounds of helicopters, one after another, as soldiers surrounding the state guest house fell, lifeless. The gruesome scene was enough to make even Raven, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, seek solace in Shinran's embrace. Without Charles, the ambitions of the apocalypse would surely come to naught. In light of this, I shall seize the moment and lend you a hand. With determination, Shinran tightened his grip around Raven's slender waist and soared into the heavens, halting amidst the clouds. Then, an immense surge of mental power erupted forth, akin to a dam breaking. In that instant, every individual associated with military and political affairs across the globe, from the highest-ranking leaders to ordinary soldiers, found their minds and thoughts under Shinran's control. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, preoccupied with summoning the 4 horsemen, sensed this formidable mental force and instinctively gazed skyward, a flicker of trepidation crossing his mind. "Shinran, what are we doing here?" Raven inquired. Puzzled. "Please, witness a fireworks display," he replied. No sooner had he spoken than a nuclear missile pierced through the clouds, ascending towards the outer atmosphere. Raven gasped in astonishment. Just when she thought it was over, a multitude of warheads reappeared above the clouds, hurtling towards the atmosphere. Shinran, what is happening? Nuclear warheads from across the globe. The missiles soared beyond Earth, detonating one after another, and as she beheld the dazzling yet diminutive lights, Raven found herself at a loss for words. "Ah, Shinran, what are you doing?" The sensations coursing through her body brought her back to reality. Such a breathtaking spectacle. Should we not indulge in it from the heights? The aerial battle in this realm once again unfolded. Shortly after Shinran launched and detonated every nuclear missile from Earth into outer space. The Sentinel program proposed by Talas gained worldwide consensus, culminating in a crescendo as ordinary people united to resist the mutants. Following the assembly of his 4 horsemen, Apocalypse boldly emerged, transforming the architecture of Egypt into sand, only to erect a realm and structures of his own. Furthermore, he took it upon himself to claim responsibility for the missile launches, leveraging this spectacle to recruit mutants worldwide, heralding the revival of his era. And all of this unfolded precisely as Shinran had envisioned. Chapter 67. The emergence of Sentinels. If an individual possesses the power to shift half a city, the ideals of freedom and democracy would swiftly vanish. The formidable mutants can effortlessly alter the global landscape, should humanity fail to unite in resistance. They could enslave and annihilate mankind in the blink of an eye. It cannot be that humanity trembles under the dominion of mutants. In the face of catastrophe, humanity often exhibits remarkable solidarity. Within 2 months of the emergence of Apocalypse, the world had become starkly polarized. On one side stands the human coalition led by the resplendent Russia, while on the other, the mutant faction spearheaded by Apocalypse. Every street and alley within human territories is plastered with slogans of defiance. Those not of our kind must possess a divergent heart. Within human households, even if one's own son is a mutant, one may resolutely report him, leading to the apprehension of the accused mutant by the military, who will then subject him to the cruel developmental measures of the Sentinel program. In the face of existential threats to their race, moral principles appear woefully inadequate, compelling many mutants who once held sympathetic views towards humanity to align with Apocalypse's forces. The United Mutants are an unstoppable force, rendering human weaponry as feeble as paper against their diverse powers. Under Apocalypse's leadership, they have reclaimed nearly half the world's territory. The enhanced Eric, wielding the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, obliterates every structure within the conquered lands. The concrete jungles crumble before him as if they were mere clay. Following the destruction of the cities, Apocalypse employs his molecular manipulation capabilities to erect towering pyramids, restoring the dominion he held a millennium ago. The millennia of human civilization and technological advancement regress to a mere starting point here. Within the mutants' domain, humanity exists as slaves, their lives valued less than those of dogs. The human coalition, stripped of nuclear weapons to deliver a devastating blow to the mutants, can only watch helplessly as their kin are subjugated. Mutants too have parents and loved ones, yet the tide of fate forces them into opposition, leading to mutual slaughter. Presently, the world resembles a veritable hellscape, where the bones and flesh of humans and mutants alike are ground together. The success of the Sentinel program has become a beacon of hope for humanity. The architect and proponent of this initiative, Trellis, has been elevated to a pedestal by all of humankind. Sir, the current Sentinel robots have attained the capacity for autonomous evolution. It is time for us to mass-produce them and initiate our counteroffensive. In the U.S. Department of Defense, within the Mutant Research Facility, a man bearing an uncanny resemblance to Stryker addressed a small dwarf with utmost reverence. With the unwavering support of the three major powers in terms of manpower and resources, Trellis has transcended the threshold of utilizing Mystique's mutant genes to create Sentinels capable of instantaneous transformation. Not only that, Trellis has also devised armor to combat mutants. When donned by humans, it significantly diminishes the capabilities of mutants, thereby greatly enhancing the prowess of the human army, which will no longer be rendered powerless against mutants. Immediately notify the leaders of the three factions. A global press conference for humanity will be convened at dawn tomorrow. The mutants owe us a debt. It is high time we collect. The diminutive Trellis gazed, expressionless, at the imposing Sentinel robot before him. Very well, sir, I shall make the arrangements at once. After Stryker departed, Trellis pressed a red button on the control panel. Moments later, a deep rumble echoed from hundreds of meters below, where the Pentagon's subterranean realm had transformed into a colossal manufacturing facility, housing thousands of production machines for Sentinel robots, exuding an aura of advanced technology. Standing resolutely before these machines was a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Stryker. The instant Trellis activated the button, a flicker of red light shone in the eyes of all the Strykers, and the immense machines before them commenced their operations under their command. The spectacle was truly magnificent. Trellis appeared to harbor a peculiar fondness for Stryker. Even after his demise, his assistants and the manufacturing robots were all cloned or designed in Stryker's likeness. Whether there was an illicit affair between the two remains a matter for speculation. Meanwhile, the mutants learned of the impending significant actions from the humans, but for Apocalypse, such matters were trivial and beneath his concern. He was more preoccupied with the individual who had launched 1,000 nuclear missiles. Yet neither he nor Caliban, who possessed the ability to sense the presence of mutants, could locate this person. It was indeed peculiar that a mere human like Shinron could evade their detection abilities. Currently, the only one aware of Shinron's existence among Apocalypse's ranks was Eric. However, Apocalypse had never inquired about Shinron, nor had Eric ever brought him up. Eric mused that when he next encountered Shinron, he must reclaim his standing. Empowered by Apocalypse, he felt confident to confront Shinron. As for Shinron's identity, he had long cast it aside. Now, as the foremost of the four horsemen, he stood above countless mutants at his command. What was Shinron in comparison? Nonetheless, he found himself grateful to Shinron for bringing him to Cairo. Without that, he would not have encountered this fortune. As for Apocalypse, his ideology mirrored Eric's own, to lead mutants in a war and establish their dominion over the world. Thus, their relationship could hardly be termed hierarchical. It was more akin to a close, amicable partnership. I, Magneto Eric, shall never submit to anyone. Eric, take Storm and the others with you. I will join you once I have completed this task, Apocalypse intoned gravely within the pyramid's grand hall. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing the command of Apocalypse, Eric respectfully acknowledged it and subsequently departed from Cairo with Storm, stealthily making their way to Washington. Although he harbored a deep-seated reluctance to submit to another, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. To be adaptable is crucial. As the foremost among the four horsemen, he recognized that none could truly take his place. Once Eric had left, the Grand Hall was left with Apocalypse as its sole occupant. Activating his abilities, he reached out, tearing the very fabric of space. Shortly thereafter, the other two horsemen emerged from the rift. With his molecular control abilities once again in play, the Pyramid Hall underwent a profound transformation, revealing two stone beds inscribed with intricate runes within its confines. Angels, spirit butterflies, stand guard for me. His powers are precisely what I require at this moment. Understood. One of the beds cradled none other than the enhanced version of Meiji Koashian, whose abilities bore a striking resemblance to those of Charles. In truth, he was the Meiji Koashian who had been fortified by Apocalypse. The plan was shrewd, first to amplify the powers, then to absorb them for his own gain. Chapter 68. A trap for you, Shinron. How much longer must we remain here? Raven inquired, her concern for the ever-changing world outside palpable. She was utterly averse to the stark polarization that was unfolding. The rift that had formed between her and Eric stemmed from their divergent views on the future of mutants. Yet, the current situation was undeniably swaying in Eric's direction. As she fretted over the survival of humanity, she also grappled with the implications of the Sentinel program. Recent news, as conveyed by the spirit of the Tripartite Conference, indicated that the United States, Russia, and China would convene a global mobilization meeting tomorrow at noon in Washington, D.C. The impending conflict between mutants and humanity was poised to reach a climactic crescendo. Before Shinron could respond, the television blared the latest report. Stunned into silence, the two sank onto the bed. Shinron lit a cigar, taking a deep drag before exhaling the smoke languidly. It seems humanity is preparing to counterattack. I suspect the Sentinel program has reached a considerable scale. Without substantial confidence, the three parties would not unite to announce such a mobilization. Alas, they remain woefully ignorant of Apocalypse. Tomorrow, we shall witness the unfolding events together. Tila's thoughts had always been constrained to mutants of Eric's caliber. On one hand, since Apocalypse established his dominion, he had seldom appeared before humanity, and Tila's lacked any pertinent information regarding Apocalypse's actions. On the other hand, he perceived the notions of mutant progenitors and humanity's divine father as mere fabrications conjured by high-ranking mutants like Eric to incite rebellion. Thus, he believed that defeating the four horsemen led by Eric would inevitably lead to the disintegration of the lesser beings before his Sentinel army. Raven's face flushed with concern. With the announcement made, the mutants from Egypt will surely be dispatched. Shinron, do you think Eric has already betrayed us? Eric today is not the same as he once was. After all, fortunes can shift dramatically in 30 years. The fickleness of human hearts is unpredictable. Raven's worry lingered. Whether he betrays us is inconsequential to me. His ability to choose the right side rests entirely upon his own fate. Although Shinron feigned indifference to the shifts in power, his mental faculties had never ceased their surveillance, meticulously monitoring the changes among mutants and humans alike. The mobilization meeting tomorrow would signify a monumental betrayal, with significant implications for the successful completion of his mission. The events had unfolded precisely as Shinron had anticipated. Upon acquiring Charles's abilities, a profound transformation had occurred. After all, apart from his psychic powers, Charles was, at best, an ordinary human, susceptible to the ravages of time. To fully harness his capabilities, he would require the assistance of a cerebral interface. However, Shinran is different. Not only does he possess a superhuman physique bestowed by the system, but he has also undergone a refining process through the divine realm's lightning, which has secured him the position of the Thunder God. In every aspect, except for mental prowess, he surpasses Charles by thousands, if not millions, of times. If one were to argue that abilities and talents require a worthy vessel, then Shinran's body is the epitome of such a vessel. This elucidates why, despite both possessing mental capabilities, Shinran's are significantly superior to Charles's. Initially, after acquiring his mental abilities, Shinran aspired to dominate the minds of all inhabitants of Earth, thereby achieving the unification of the Blue Planet and fulfilling the system's mission. However, in practice, he discovered that although his mental strength was formidable, it was not sufficiently potent to effortlessly alter the thoughts of every human and mutant on Earth. Nonetheless, he could issue fleeting mental commands to all living beings worldwide, such as compelling them to commit suicide. In an instant, this could render Earth devoid of life. While this method could technically unify the Blue Planet and complete the task, Shinran was disinclined to pursue it. After all, upon accomplishing the mission, he could traverse freely between the worlds of the X-Men and the Avengers. What significance would there be in completing the task if the X-Men world were left desolate? Aspiring for the entire world to submit to him and achieve a permanent ideological control over their thoughts is a fantastical dream, nearly unattainable. Even the prospect of permanently controlling the thoughts of the inhabitants of a small city in a one-time endeavor is unfeasible. Moreover, certain humans and mutants possess exceptionally strong wills, making permanent ideological control even more impossible. The notion of brainwashing individuals like Charles and Hank one by one raises the question of how many years it would take to cleanse the minds of every person on Earth. However, if living beings could develop feelings of reverence, loyalty, or fear towards him, establishing an emotional foundation would facilitate the prospect of permanent ideological control. This bears resemblance to contemporary cult cultures. This is precisely why Shinran sought to unearth Apocalypse ahead of time and launched nuclear warheads into the atmosphere, prompting Apocalypse to engage in conflict with both mutants and humans. Eric, do those Sentinel robots truly pose a threat to mutants? On the road to Washington, Storm hesitated for a considerable time before voicing this concern. After becoming one of Apocalypse's knights, he had acquired a house, a car, wealth, and even women, no longer needing to conceal his abilities or fret over his livelihood. If those human Sentinel robots indeed possess such capabilities, what would become of his unborn daughter? Storm, do you lack confidence in yourself or in our master's abilities? What tempest can mere ants stir? Eric replied solemnly. In the war between mutants and humans, victory can only belong to the mutants. The Storm has grown somewhat reticent. Deep down, he harbors no desire to take a life. All he seeks is to have sufficient sustenance, warmth, shelter, and to avoid being treated as a pariah. Alas, the oppression of the authorities has compelled the populace to rise in rebellion. The situation has deteriorated to this point solely due to the actions of humanity. You conceal our forms well. We are on the verge of entering Washington's domain. Eric commanded a mutant behind him. Following this, their group melded seamlessly with the environment, becoming transparent. Meanwhile, on the other side, tens of thousands of fully operational Sentinel robots had been dispatched in preparation for the mobilization meeting the following day. Concurrently, the armies belonging to the three factions donned the latest gear and weaponry, poised for action at a moment's notice. Ostensibly, it was a mobilization meeting convened by the three factions, yet, in essence, it was a trap designed to ensnare the unwary. Even if the mutants are aware of the ruse, they would leap into the fray without hesitation. Magneto? Storm? Since they have come to us willingly, let us capture them all. In the depths of the Pentagon, Trask gazed at the multitude of crimson dots on the main control screen. His face contorted in a sinister snarl as he bellowed. Chapter 69 The Imminent Great War. The grand opening ceremony of the Tripartite Conference was held as scheduled at Washington Square. The The representatives from the United States, Russia, and China donned identical commanding military uniforms, occupying the prominent seats at the dais. Since the advent of modern civilization, instances of the three titans convening under one roof have been exceedingly rare, let alone in unified attire. At this critical juncture of survival, distinctions of wealth or status among the human coalition have vanished. Only a profound unity prevails, for no individual desires to endure a life worse than death as a slave. At this moment, not only was Washington Square teeming with people, but the entire city was a sea of humanity, utterly congested. This conference held the promise of showcasing the successfully developed Sentinel robots and launching a counteroffensive against the mutants. Furthermore, attendees would be issued a set of anti-mutant armor, a privilege reserved solely for the military. In the current climate, it is exceedingly difficult for those of average physical prowess to become soldiers. Only the elite among humanity have attained such a status. While ordinary citizens benefit from military protection, when faced with the advancing mutant horde, their only shield is themselves. Thus, aside from the prominent political figures, all others attending were civilians from the human coalition. For who would not yearn for a suit of anti-mutant armor to don in perilous times? Today, thousands would gather here, having traveled from across the globe to witness this historic moment. Simultaneously, journalists from over 50 nations would broadcast the event live. At the venue, the heads of the U.S. Department of Defense and the News Intelligence Agency faced hundreds of cameras, reporting with calm composure. At the same time, Xi and Ran arrived at the conference with Raven, making their way toward the VIP section. "Sir, may I see your invitation?" A soldier interjected, blocking their path. The VIP section was reserved for key figures of the human coalition, including not only dignitaries, but also those pivotal in the development of the Sentinel robots and anti-mutant armor, thereby imposing stringent entry requirements. Only invitations were recognized, not individuals. After all, the U.S. Department of Defense would not extend invitations to ordinary citizens. "Of course, this lady is accompanying me," Xian Ran replied slowly, activating his mental prowess as he extended his hand. The soldier glanced at the empty palm, nodded respectfully, and with a sycophantic smile turned to Raven. "Pardon the interruption, sir. We welcome you and your lady. Please, enter." He then personally cleared the way, escorting the two to the VIP seating. "May I invite the leaders of the three parties to take their seats?" An impassioned voice rang out from the broadcast, accompanied by a military march. At that moment, Xian Ran distinctly sensed that throngs of mutants were converging upon Washington Square, led by none other than Eric and Storm. In the distant Cairo, Egypt, the apocalypse, absorbing the abilities of Meiji Koashian, had already surpassed the halfway mark. Initially, Shinran had extracted Charles's powers, allowing him to survive. However, this apocalypse fellow exhibited no sense of honor, greedily siphoning both life force and abilities. Meiji Koashian, already over 100 years old and as frail as kindling, was further reduced to a mere shadow of his former self by this relentless ordeal. By the time the extraction was complete, it seemed likely that not even his bones would remain. In Washington Square, the air was charged with excitement as the human faction stirred with the appearance of the three leaders and Tress. "My fellow human beings," the leader proclaimed, "today we stand against the greatest threat in history, the mutants. The mutants slaughter our kin, enslave us, and plunder our lands, plunging all of humanity into chaos. Now, we are prepared to confront them." Quoting the immortal words of Robert Oppenheimer, he declared, "Behold, the world shall never be the same again." As these words resonated from his lips, a symphony that shook the very souls of those present erupted in the square. The resounding sound reverberated throughout Washington, broadcast live to every corner of humanity. Amidst the stirring music, towering and formidable Sentinel robots began to descend gracefully from the sky, landing steadily around the square. As the symphony concluded, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, with a stern expression, stepped forward on the podium, saluting grandly towards the sky, the populace, and the Sentinel robots surrounding them. The attendees, moved by the moment, regardless of their military status, returned the salute, and the atmosphere surged to a climactic peak. Tress stepped forward to briefly introduce the capabilities of the Sentinels before commanding them to distribute anti-mutant armor to the gathered crowd. Unlike the military's gear, the armor handed to the civilians resembled ordinary jackets, crafted from the genetic material of a particularly unique mutant whose presence suppressed the abilities of other mutants nearby. This technology was also applied to each Sentinel robot. "Do you need assistance?" asked a janitor in Washington's largest stadium, watching the live broadcast while addressing an oddly dressed individual nearby. The awe inspired by the Sentinel robots made him oblivious to the strange person's arrival. "No, you cannot help," came the reply. No sooner had the words left his lips than the television trembled before him. He watched in astonishment as the eccentric figure slowly raised both hands, levitating into the air. Massive fissures appeared throughout the expansive stadium. In the next moment, the stadium rose from the ground, following the strange being into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. In just a few fleeting seconds, the once capacious arena, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, stood desolate and empty. The janitor, paralyzed by fear, sank helplessly to the ground, his vacant gaze fixed upon the heavens, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, in Washington Square, Terrace continued his impassioned oration. "Fellow citizens, today you shall witness history. Humankind shall no longer be enslaved by mutants, and our lands shall not be overrun by them. Today, we shall initiate a counter." Before he could utter his final word, a colossal dark cloud emerged, shrouding the sky above the square. At that moment, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the periphery, revealing hundreds engulfed in an unforeseen inferno. Thunder rumbled, shattering the tranquility of the sky. The ominous clouds began to disperse, unveiling the figure of Eric. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the throngs below with an expression reminiscent of one observing mere ants. The vast circular structure and the storm man loomed silently beneath him. "Thank you for your patience. Do you still find this gift to your liking?" His voice, laden with menace, resonated through the air. As his words faded, the towering edifice that could eclipse all of Washington Square plummeted swiftly toward the ground. Chapter 70. How can one endure being subservient for so long? In the very moment when the sports arena was on the brink of collapse, the mechanisms on the podium activated, transferring Tress and other key figures to the subterranean depths of the Pentagon. "Have they fled?" Eric observed the scene and immediately issued commands. "Annihilate all the Sentinel robots here, locate Tress's stronghold, and eliminate those wretches." Subsequently, the mutant army plunged into a fray amidst a sea of humanity. Humans clad in armor could still contend with one or two low-tier mutants. But when faced with high-ranking mutants capable of wielding fire and water, they met only with utter devastation. Some individuals failed to don their armor and were already severed at the limbs. The Sentinel program? Is this your source of confidence? Hardly impressive. With a mere gesture, he manipulated rebar entwined with concrete, smashing several Sentinel robots into ruin. "You intend to use this against us? What a farce. Children, today marks our conquest of Washington. Whoever can slay the three leaders and Tress shall become the master of this city." Eric mimicked Apocalypse's tone. His voice transmitted through his specially designed magnetic field to every corner of Washington. Upon hearing this, Storm was the first to respond. His fondness for land and property was undeniable. This city lordship was his for the taking. "Tress, what is happening? Why are the Sentinel robots outside not retaliating?" The three leaders sat in Tress's main control room, witnessing the external chaos unfold. The American leader, unable to bear the spectacle, pounded the table and demanded answers. "Tress, what is your stance? I am speaking to you, asking why you do not retaliate. Where are your Sentinel robots? Merely for show?" Seeing the diminutive figure ignore him, the American leader felt a sting to his pride. After all, they were still on American soil. Before the polarization, Tress had been one of their own, and now his subordinate was openly disrespecting him in front of the other two leaders, an affront he could not tolerate. After an awkward 2 seconds, Tress's voice resonated within the control room. "I grant you respect by acknowledging you as the American leader, addressing you as Your Excellency. But without that respect, you are nothing." He had anticipated that the weight of the title would compel immediate acknowledgement of his prior negligence, Yet instead, Tress uttered such audacious words. This left the other two leaders momentarily stunned, and just as they were about to reprimand their ally, Tress's voice echoed once more. Not just him, but the two of you as well, ignorant fools. Were it not for your lingering influence, I would simply cast you aside and let Magneto crush you with the arena. Do you think this is still your time? To flaunt your titles before me? Mutants have already seized half the world's territories and enslaved half of humanity. What can you accomplish? I am not one of those foolish masses outside, listening to your rhetoric of unity, politics, and ideology. At present, I command an army of hundreds of thousands of sentinels. Moreover, you may not yet be aware that I have long since taken control of the three military factions. With a menacing glare, Tress mocked the so-called leaders present. It is worth noting that prior to the emergence of the apocalypse, when the world had not yet fractured, Tress had proposed the Sentinel Project to the Department of Defense. However, at that time, his proposal was met with disdain by the United States, and without their endorsement, he could not secure the support of the Department of Defense. After all, he was merely the head of a small experimental lab within the department, his words carrying little weight, leaving him powerless to enact revenge. But now, the global situation has elevated him to a godlike status, placing him on equal footing with the leaders of the three factions. Furthermore, he currently wields an army of hundreds of thousands of sentinels, along with clandestinely controlled forces. If Apocalypse and Magneto can lead mutants to establish a nation and reign as emperors, why can't I, Tress, lead all of humanity to rebuild a nation and become emperor? A true man should not languish beneath others in this world. The leaders of the three factions? In this context, they are merely three jesters. Humph, since you wish to witness my sentinels, allow me to showcase their prowess. With a cold sneer, Tress commanded in a tone imbued with authority. All units, eliminate all mutants in Washington and capture Magneto and storm alive. Initially, the Department of Defense had captured a mutant with remarkably acute hearing. To fully exert control over his research, Tress utilized this ability, ensuring that all sentinels would heed only his commands. His unique vocal signature resonated within the minds of every sentinel robot in the manufacturing facility, and suddenly, the entire space seemed to tremble. Thousands of sentinel robots erupted from the ground, soaring at supersonic speeds into the sky, initiating a scan for mutants within a radius of several hundred kilometers. In less than a second, they all surged toward Washington Square. What is happening? The Tsar was astonished by the spectacle before him. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a formidable weapon since his diminutive compatriots were launched into the sky by the mutants. Observing the Tsar's naive expression, Tress sneered. Do you truly believe those in Washington Square are my sentinel robots? If they are not, then what is the purpose of orchestrating such a grand display? The Flame Emperor retorted indignantly. Without your presence, my influence alone is insufficient. Only when we are all assembled will the mutants take us seriously and walk into our trap. My esteemed Flame Emperor, do you not grasp this simple truth? I fear you are becoming quite muddled. Old One, cease your pretense and be cautious. The stormy figure, crackling with lightning, suddenly sensed something amiss and hurriedly soared towards Eric, bellowing loudly. Yet, in the end, he was still a moment too late. Chapter 71. Sinran's Thoughts, The Arrival of Apocalypse. In the heavens above, an indistinct object collided heavily with Eric, sending him crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Observing this, Stormman swiftly descended towards Eric. Despite his extraordinary innate abilities, Eric was ultimately a mage, vulnerable to such a violent impact. Eric, awaken. Please, come to. Stormman exclaimed frantically, shaking him vigorously. At that moment, the silhouette of a sentinel robot emerged on the battlefield. Upon recognizing the entity, Stormman unleashed a bolt of thunder towards one of the sentinels. However, in the next instant, an identical purple lightning bolt retaliated upon contact. Humph, you think you can harm me with this? Stormman scoffed, allowing the purple lightning to strike him. Ah, that feels delightful. Bring it on. The sentinel's attack not only rejuvenated him, but also roused Eric, who sat up abruptly, his expression blank as he gazed at Stormman. Ah, my apologies, old man. I forgot you were here, he murmured. The sentinel, however, did not grant them the luxury of conversation and charged directly at the two. Seeing this, Eric snapped to attention. He extended his hand, and countless steel chains extricated themselves from the remnants of the gymnasium, forming a colossal steel net that ensnared the oncoming sentinels midair. Zzz. Moments later, the steel net, as thick as a bowl, melted into molten iron from the intense heat radiating from the sentinels, merging into their bodies. Suddenly, a series of sonic booms echoed from the horizon. Eric and Stormman turned to witness a swarm of sentinels approaching, more and more joining the fray. Surrounding mutants fell one after another at the hands of the sentinels, and Eric could hardly fathom their overwhelming strength. The gymnasium, originally intended to trap enemies, had transformed into a grave for their own. Realizing the situation had spiraled beyond their control, Eric activated his powers, cleaving the gymnasium in two and tearing a massive gash. All mutants, retreat. Get out of here. Young man, conceal our presence. Storm Man, summon all the dark clouds, storms, thunder, and winds you can muster. Hold them off for as long as possible. Eric commanded urgently. Boss, the Invisible Man has been killed. A subordinate shouted in response. What? Eric exclaimed, shocked. The young man, one of Apocalypse's formidable lieutenants, possessed exceptional abilities. Not only could he render himself invisible and impervious to harm, but he could also confer invisibility upon those around him. Once concealed, ordinary individuals would not only be unseen, but also undetectable by any existing detection devices. Due to this remarkable ability, the mutants have consistently caught human armies off guard during their territorial conquests, resulting in an impeccable record of victories. When the Sentinel army descended, the young man initially believed that these robots were as easily dismantled as the earlier mere decorations, prompting him to charge forward with his blade unguarded. However, as he approached, his concealed figure became visible, and despite his power only being momentarily inactive, the Sentinel's fist had already pierced his heart, sending him to his demise. A similar fate befell the vast majority of mutants. When confronted by these machines, it seemed the Sentinels were the true mutants, rendering the mutants powerless, like ordinary humans, burdened with strength, yet lacking the means to retaliate. At that moment, the square had devolved into chaos, with mutants pursuing ordinary humans while Sentinels hunted down the mutants. Deaths and injuries were rampant, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Meanwhile, Shinron soared into the sky with Raven, using a magnetic force field to create a sanctuary and conceal their presence, observing the gruesome spectacle while awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse. I sensed that, against those Sentinel robots, I would not last even a round. Witnessing the might of the Sentinels left Raven feeling a sense of dread. Though the now established Sentinels could replicate the mutant genes of their adversaries during combat and enhance themselves with these abilities, their speed remained rather sluggish. A Sentinel would need to engage in hundreds of rounds of combat, while some mutants, possessing great strength, might require thousands of encounters before successful replication could occur. In the original narrative, a Sentinel utilizing Raven's mutant genes could replicate a power surpassing that of the opponent within mere seconds of engagement, a truly grotesque phenomenon. Now reflect on this. Had you stubbornly pursued the assassination of Trask in New York, what would the consequences have been? Were it not for Shinron, you would undoubtedly have been deemed a villain by all mutants and even humanity itself. Raven's emotions were tumultuous as she silently observed the evolving situation below. Are you certain you do not wish to assist Eric? She inquired, noticing Eric being relentlessly battered by the Sentinels, his body marred with wounds, and the number of controllable steel elements diminishing. It was becoming unbearable for her to witness. Patience, Shinron replied, shaking his head. Before long, the Sentinels pursuing Eric began to faintly manipulate the surrounding magnetic field, launching several steel rods. Witnessing this, Shinron was slightly taken aback, realizing that these Sentinels could even replicate the abilities of a mutant of Eric's caliber. At that moment, an idea blossomed in Shinron's mind. What if the technology developed for the Sentinels were applied to armored suits? Would it then be possible to create a formidable army capable of resisting or even suppressing extraterrestrial forces? Upon contemplating this, I resolved that once I completed the system's task, I would have the ability to traverse between two realms, the world of the Avengers and that of the Sentinels. It was imperative to entrust this to Tony, allowing him to delve into it thoroughly and explore the feasibility of his ideas. It had been quite some time since I departed from the Avengers universe, and I was uncertain of how far the timeline had progressed. I hoped that upon my return, I would not find Thanos already wreaking havoc on Earth. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning struck the electromagnetic shield, emitting a radiant purple glow that vanished in an instant. What was happening? The Storm, standing on the ground, gazed up at the sky in bewilderment. Could it be that his powers had faltered? That should not be the case. Moments later, his abilities surged once more, conjuring thick fog that enveloped the surroundings, aimed at obscuring the Sentinel's vision to facilitate the mutant's escape. Fortunately, the Sentinel's influence on my powers was minimal. Just as I prepared to depart, an unsettling sound pierced my ears. Who on earth unleashed this? Damn it! Is that a robot? Is it assisting us or aiding those wretched beings? Storm felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ignorance had indeed led to trouble. In a frantic rush, he dispelled the fog, restoring visibility to the scene. As clarity returned, I beheld Eric encircled by numerous sentinels, trapped with no avenue of escape. Old man, seeing Eric on the verge of being violently subdued, Storm cried out in desperation. At that moment, a rift in space materialized upon the ground, and astonishingly, the surrounding sentinels seemed frozen in place, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. All hail the Master. After a few seconds, the surviving mutants present bowed in reverence towards the space rift. It was none other than Apocalypse, having emerged after draining the life force of Meiji Tokura. Chapter 72. Hopes shattered, Terrace terrified beneath the Pentagon. The image displayed on the main control screen sent Terrace into a state of panic. A mutant capable of tearing through the fabric of space was a sight he had never encountered before, nor had he ever laid eyes on Apocalypse himself. Due to Apocalypse's ability to manipulate electronic devices and networks, humanity possessed scant information about him. As a commander, he had rarely shown himself during the conflicts between the two factions. Furthermore, the mutants captured in the past had provided little advantageous intelligence, as the Four Horsemen and the generals closest to Apocalypse were beyond his reach before the emergence of the Sentinels. Consequently, humanity, including Terrace, understood almost nothing about Apocalypse. Moreover, the formidable power Apocalypse had just displayed left him utterly unsettled. What force could instantaneously immobilize all the Sentinel robots present? It was truly terrifying. At that moment, Terrace's perception of Apocalypse underwent a radical transformation. He genuinely believed that this individual was indeed the progenitor of mutants. Who else in this world could possess such terrifying abilities? After all, he was acutely aware of the strengths and weaknesses of his own sentinels. He had thought that Eric and his cohort were invincible, only to discover that Apocalypse's identity was, in fact, authentic. A sense of helplessness and despair gradually etched itself upon Terrace's face. The titles of progenitor of mutants, ancient deity, and the most powerful mutant were labels affixed by the mutants themselves. Why had he, upon arriving at this juncture, dismissed them as mere exaggerations? Had his cleverness ultimately led to his downfall? Had he known the truth earlier, he would have been hesitant to mass-produce the Sentinel technology, believing it would require at least another decade of development. Tears of frustration welled up within him. At that moment, Terrace slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, his expression devoid of emotion, having surrendered any notion of resistance. This sudden display of defeat left the three heads of state and other high-ranking human officials in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, the short-statured man had been brimming with confidence, his ambition almost palpable. How had he suddenly transformed into such a pitiful figure? Was there an issue with the Sentinels? The screen indicated they were functioning perfectly, having inflicted considerable damage on numerous mutants. What could his despair possibly signify? As Apocalypse stepped forth from the rift in space, the knights and generals, including Angel, Blink, Quicksilver, and Wolverine, materialized before the gathering. These two, clearly unable to endure life in the human world, had aligned themselves with Apocalypse. Attaining positions of considerable power, Apocalypse's gaze swept over each mutant present, devoid of any discernible emotion. "My children, you have endured much. I have come at last." Eric, who had been on the brink of collapse, was revitalized by Apocalypse's supportive abilities, regaining his commanding presence. All other injured mutants, regardless of their rank, were similarly restored under the influence of Apocalypse's powers. Having completed the most rudimentary of rescue operations, his powers once again surged forth. Under his molecular manipulation, the gruesome scene was restored to its pre-battle state in mere moments. The arrangement of the venue, the seating, the architecture, the cameras, everything returned to its original form. In an instant, he materialized upon the dais, and all present mutants took their seats. The former VIP section was now occupied by his knights and warriors. The venue remained unchanged, yet the attendees had transformed from humans to mutants. Under the dominion of Apocalypse, the live broadcast reached every electronic device across the globe, entering the eyes and minds of every human and mutant alike. The sky and ground were densely populated with sentinels, motionless as if mere decorations. The leaders of the three factions and the upper echelons of the human coalition, now cognizant of the reality, mirrored Trellis, exhibiting a demeanor of utter despair. With a wave of his hand, all cameras focused on the dais. As the leader of the mutants, he chose this occasion for his inaugural public appearance. Perhaps his final one, for once he re-established his reign, the world would regress to its origins, plunging into a society of servitude. At that juncture, he would no longer be a sight to behold at will. Such is the nature of humanity. When Apocalypse spoke, his ancient voice resonated through every electronic device and whispered into the hearts of all. After casting a glance at the Sentinel robots, he paused for a few seconds. "Now, with these at your disposal, you shall no longer require stones. No longer need spears. No more catapults. No longer swords. No weapons whatsoever. And no uniforms. Certainly no superpowers. If that is the case, then let them all vanish. Let them all be obliterated." His calm voice thundered in the ears of the listeners like a clap of thunder. Hardly had he finished speaking when his eyes rolled back, and his molecular control activated instantaneously. Subsequently, the multitude of Sentinel robots disintegrated into mere dust, vanishing entirely from sight. In that moment, humanity's greatest reliance was reduced to ashes, and across the globe, humans were plunged into profound despair as they faced impending subjugation by the mutants. Their status would shift from civilians to slaves. The future world would no longer recognize human rights, only mutant rights. After annihilating the Sentinels, Apocalypse drew Trellis and the upper echelons of the human coalition from their subterranean refuge through a rift in space. The dais, once belonging to them, had now become their execution platform. "Is this what you call your leaders? Is this your reliance? Abandoning you all and hiding underground?" he proclaimed. "Democracy? Freedom? These are mere platitudes they utter for your benefit. Look at their pitiful state. Do you still expect them to do anything for you? Today, I shall dispense divine retribution, compelling them to atone for all of you. And you all shall, in due course, become the illustrious subordinates under my command." At this moment, it felt as though the entire world had been muted, enveloped in an eerie silence. The figure of Apocalypse loomed larger in the hearts of every mutant, while simultaneously casting a shadow over the minds of humanity. Who, in their right mind, would wish to become a slave, and a glorious one at that? Soon after, the esteemed individuals on the podium, under the dominion of Apocalypse's molecular control, were reduced to ashes, vanishing from existence. First, the high-ranking officials of the human faction met their demise, followed by the leaders of the three factions, and ultimately, it was the turn of Trellis. Witnessing the American empire being turned to cinders beside him, and realizing his own fate was imminent, a wave of warmth surged from between his legs. In his final moments, Trellis was utterly paralyzed by fear. The previously silent venue was shattered by the faint sound of dripping, soon followed by a burst of laughter erupting from the assembly. The atmosphere had shifted. Even Apocalypse, the mutant, was not devoid of tact. "Children, the sentinel that has caused you harm is of his making, and now I entrust him into your hands." With a mere glance, Trellis was hurled into the throng of mutants below. Before he could touch the ground, an uncountable number of powers surged forth to assail him. In despair, Trellis shut his eyes, Why must he endure such a brutal end when others were granted mercy? Suddenly, at the brink of death, an invisible force enveloped him, propelling him towards the heavens. Apocalypse furrowed his brow at this turn of events. I'm afraid this one still holds value. Then, a light, ethereal voice resonated from the skies. It was Shinran, who had withdrawn his force field, making his presence known to all. Simultaneously, he commandeered every camera in the vicinity, broadcasting his cold visage as he descended from the sky to audiences worldwide. He had returned. Upon seeing Shinran's form, a flicker of fear stirred within Eric, though he quickly composed himself, donning an expression of bravado. This fellow truly knows how to put on a show. Chapter 73, Raven's Opportunity. Apocalypse's gaze fell upon Raven. As the progenitor of mutants, he was acutely aware that the power within her was rather feeble, scarcely qualifying her to be a warrior in his service. However, her earlier display of capability left him perplexed. She had effortlessly rescued Trellis from a throng of mutants, not even allowing him a moment to react. Who are you? Apocalypse inquired, a hint of suspicion evident in his expression. I am but a mere human, insignificant like an ant. You are unworthy of conversing with me. I am inquiring about her. Before Shinran could respond, he interrupted. Quicksilver and Wolverine exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, while Eric appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Is he speaking to me? Raven pondered, bewildered as she looked at Shinran. Fear not. Engage him in conversation, Shinran jested. With permission granted, Raven reverted to her original demeanor, gazing at Apocalypse with a nonchalant air. Shapeshifter Raven. Upon witnessing Raven in her transformed state, Apocalypse began to grasp her abilities, yet remained mystified. He sensed no additional powers from her. How had she managed to lift an ordinary person into the air? Child, your abilities are indeed peculiar. As a mutant, I am pleased by your audacity to present yourself before me. However, you have stolen someone from my grasp, which displeases me greatly. Though Apocalypse's tone was calm, it brimmed with intimidation. Then let your displeasure fester, Raven retorted playfully. This response left Apocalypse momentarily flabbergasted. What was her status compared to his? No one had dared to speak to him in such a manner before. He could not kill Trellis without losing face, especially with the world watching. Yet he could not sense Trellis's presence, as if he had vanished into thin air. Realizing that intimidation had failed, Apocalypse's thoughts turned towards recruitment. Child, Trellis has slain many of our kin. He must be eliminated. Surrender him to me, and I shall not leave you empty-handed. You may take the position of the foremost warrior. The foremost warrior? Merely a title, easily accepted or rejected, Raven scoffed, her disdain evident. Child, I advise you not to test my patience. If subtle persuasion failed, then perhaps a more forceful approach would suffice. As his words faded, a surge of psychic energy surged towards Raven's mind. Yet, after mere seconds, Apocalypse realized that his mental powers bore no effect on her. How utterly confounding. Very well, I shall spare Trellis, but this woman must perish. He then activated his molecular control, transforming nearby buildings into fine sand, which swiftly morphed into thousands of sharp spikes, hurtling towards Raven. However, all were thwarted by Shinran's protective shield. Hello, may I inquire what you are attempting to accomplish? Raven's incisive words erupted, leaving Apocalypse's countenance pale with rage. Fear not, child, I am merely testing you, he replied. Truly, after thousands of years, this ancient being possesses a remarkable ability to change its facade without any pretense. My dear child, I concede that your power is formidable, one that even I cannot dismantle. However, I can distinctly sense that your abilities remain only partially unlocked. If you would serve me, I could assist you in realizing the full potential of your gifts. The future world belongs to us, the mutants. While I may not be able to subdue you, you surely do not wish to become an adversary to all mutants globally, do you? As the most potent ally, Apocalypse extends an olive branch amidst the looming threats, convinced that no mutant can resist the allure of becoming stronger. Indeed, had you expressed this sooner, you would have been my elder brother, and we could have avoided such exertion. Raven, adhering to Sinan's sentiments, readily accepted Apocalypse's invitation. perhaps viewing it as a fortuitous opportunity. Yet, Sinan remained curious. Raven's current ability merely allowed her to transform into the likeness of various individuals. To what extent could this be further developed? Subsequently, the two descended gently, liberating the concealed trellis from the magnetic force field. Once you assist me in enhancing my strength, I shall personally eliminate him. I seized him from your grasp solely to execute him myself, Raven declared, her demeanor instantly shifting to one of fierce determination upon gazing at Trellis. That is splendid, my child. Nothing could be better, Apocalypse responded with a smile, though internally, he harbored disdain for Raven's entire family. Had she articulated her intentions sooner, he would not have had to engage in such lengthy discussions, especially with the world watching, causing him to lose face as a leader. Ah, by the way, my brother, you need only enhance my abilities. Please do not concern yourself with my appearance. In the original narrative, every mutant reinforced by Apocalypse emerged less aesthetically pleasing. The once striking Storm had been transformed into a mere shadow of her former self, and even the seemingly appealing Angel had become a caricature. Even Charles had lost his hair under Apocalypse's enhancement. Initially, it was hoped that Apocalypse would adopt a more refined style. However, upon witnessing Wolverine and Quicksilver, it was evident that he had not changed his approach. Two handsome young men had lost their human essence. Sinan found himself questioning whether Apocalypse had ever engaged in proper grooming or if he solely catered to the whims of the eccentric youths in Cairo. Raven, too, must have recognized this. Do you not favor their stylistic choices, my child? Apocalypse inquired, astonished by Raven's request as he gestured towards the mutants he had enhanced. My brother, I am Mystique. My appearance can shift at will, so your efforts are unnecessary. Just focus on developing my abilities, Raven earnestly implored, not wishing for Sinan to witness any semblance of her less dignified self, even for a moment. Ah, indeed, you make a valid point. Very well, let us proceed. Upon speaking, Apocalypse instantaneously appeared before Raven, placing his hand upon her head. As Apocalypse activated his ability to unlock the latent potential of mutants, Raven found herself ensnared in an abyss of solitude. Throughout this entire ordeal, Apocalypse did not cast a single glance at the ordinary human, Shinron. Minutes later, Raven regained consciousness, her aura markedly transformed. I pay homage to my master. Upon seeing Apocalypse, she respectfully performed a grand bow, even altering her mode of address. Ha ha ha, my child, splendid indeed. I never anticipated such extraordinary abilities could be awakened within you. Truly, you are Mystique. I hereby declare that from this day forth, the 4 horsemen shall become 5. With Mystique, Raven, at the helm of the 5. At this proclamation, Eric became increasingly restless. What remarkable powers could Raven possess that might surpass his own? How did he suddenly find himself relegated to second place? He was indignant. Yet, observing that Shinron had yet to take any action, he continued to silently watch. His own woman had begun to address another as master. He found it hard to believe that Shinron could suppress his instincts. Good child, eliminate Trellis and the humans surrounding you, Apocalypse commanded, still avoiding any acknowledgement of Shinron. Yes, my master. Subsequently, much to Shinron's astonishment, Raven advanced to snap her own neck. What is happening? Blocking her seemingly effortless strike, Shinron quickly discerned the truth. Apocalypse had orchestrated a cunning scheme. While enhancing Raven's abilities, he had stealthily implanted a mental constraint during her moment of isolation, binding her to serve him for eternity. However, such a despicable constraint was insignificant in Shinron's eyes. The disparity in their mental prowess was insurmountable, akin to a chasm separating them. In a flash, Shinron shattered the binding. What has happened to me? Raven awoke, feeling utterly drained, collapsing into Shinron's embrace. Confusion etched upon her face. I never imagined my abilities could be utilized in such a manner. This is truly astonishing, Shinron. Soon, Raven recognized the changes that had emerged from the unlocking of her powers, embracing Shinron with excitement. Who are you truly? Sensing that his control had been broken, Apocalypse furrowed his brow, his expression grave, fixing his gaze intently upon Shinron. Chapter 74. The Trial of Apocalypse. Merely ordinary humans. Xin Ran casually responded, showing little interest in Apocalypse's imposing visage. Suddenly, Apocalypse seemed to recall something, teleporting away to maintain a cautious distance. Magneto, Storm, Psylocke, Angel, you four. Subdue Raven and that human. Uncertain of Xin Ran's true capabilities, he decided to send his underlings to test the waters. Eager to prove himself, Angel, with his titanium alloy wings, was the first to charge forward, launching razor-sharp feathers aimed directly at the necks of the two. Raven intended to seize the opportunity to experiment with her newly evolved powers, but finding nothing at hand, she dutifully concealed herself behind Xin Ran. Disinterested in Angel's assault, Xin Ran concealed Tlos behind a magnetic field, remaining calmly in place. Just as it seemed Angel would land a lethal strike, his wings were abruptly frozen mid-air, rendering him utterly immobile, despite his desperate struggles. Eric, what is the meaning of this? Trying to steal my glory again? The Master is still present. Do not overstep your bounds. Within the ranks of mutants, only Eric had the capacity to wholly overpower Angel. One controlled metal, while the other was composed entirely of it. In previous battles, Eric had leveraged his advantage over Angel to claim numerous accolades, explaining why Angel ranked last among the Four Horsemen. Angel, I assure you. This time it truly wasn't me. Eric waved his hands in exasperation, casting a glance at Apocalypse to express his innocence. Yet, in the next moment, the titanium feathers from Angel's wings began to tear away one by one, the accompanying pain eliciting a roar from him. Eric, you scoundrel. I told you. It wasn't me. Soon, the fallen feathers began to soar towards Xin Ran, each one hovering silently around him. It became clear to the onlookers that the anomaly afflicting Angel was the doing of that ordinary human. See, Angel? I told you it wasn't me. Why would you not believe? Eric relaxed his furrowed brow, addressing Angel while casting a sycophantic glance at Apocalypse, anxious not to be misconstrued. Xin Ran waved his hand nonchalantly, causing the remaining feathers on Angel to envelop him in a protective cocoon before he soared into the horizon, completely vanishing from sight. At that moment, the entirety of humanity was glued to their television screens, anxious not to miss a single detail of the mutant conflict. They had not anticipated that, before their subjugation, they would witness such a spectacle. Seeing his opponent strike down his close ally without lifting a finger, Psylocke was incensed. Summoning a lightsaber in one hand and wielding a katana in the other, she lunged at Xin Ran with ferocity. Faced with her aggressive advance, Xin Ran merely closed his eyes slightly and shook his head in resignation. I never strike women. As soon as the words left his mouth, a resounding boom echoed, and Ling Dai was sent hurtling backward for hundreds of meters, crashing heavily onto the podium. Did they truly believe they could engage in close combat with Xin Ran? Did they think the superhuman physique and extraordinary strength bestowed by the system were mere trinkets? Those two were utterly useless. Apocalypse seethed with dissatisfaction. The adversary merely made a move, and he had already lost two of his generals. Not to mention, he had gleaned nothing of significance from the encounter. Eric, Storm, you both charge at me together. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? As Apocalypse's voice faded, Xin Ran turned to Eric with a mocking gaze. From Xin Ran's words, Apocalypse sensed a hint of familiarity and looked at Eric with suspicion. Do you know him? My lord. Eric hesitated for a few moments. To be honest, he possesses abilities similar to mine, and I have previously been defeated by him. However, rest assured, today I, Magneto, shall not be vanquished again. Now, Eric brimmed with unwavering confidence and courage to confront Xin Ran. After all, his powers had been enhanced by Apocalypse. Given enough time, he could wreak havoc on an entire city, or even the planet itself, using his magnetic fields. He would rather serve under Apocalypse than acknowledge someone with abilities akin to his own as his superior. For Eric, there could only be one Magneto. Is that so? Xin Ran chuckled, beckoning him with a finger. Since you are so confident, let us engage in battle. Let battle commence. Instantly, he activated his powers, controlling the armor around him as he soared into the sky, looking down upon Xin Ran. Storm, you go first. I will lend you my support from behind. Storm, Being a straightforward individual, complied with Eric's command without hesitation. Upon receiving the order, he ascended into the air, and soon, thunder reverberated through the heavens. The previously clear sky was now shrouded in tempestuous winds, dark clouds, and flashes of lightning. Heh, thunder and lightning? Xian Ran scoffed derisively. After all, he had undergone the divine lightning's baptism and held the title of God of Thunder. Mjolnir was still tucked away in his dimensional pocket. While this world lacked Asgard and its divine entities, both realms belonged to the Marvel Universe, and their powers and abilities should be comparable, merely separated by different dimensions. Did Storm dare to attack him with lightning? It was akin to brandishing a sword before Guan Yu. In an instant, several bolts of purple lightning, each as thick as a bowl, struck toward Xian Ran's crown, rendering it unnecessary for him to intervene. He could easily defeat his opponent. As Xian Ran was engulfed in the tempest of lightning, Eric hovered mid-air, his expression icy, exuding an air of assured victory. Well done, Storm. It's a pity about Mystique. Meanwhile, Apocalypse sensed Raven's absence, and, believing the two had perished in the thunderstorm, adopted an enigmatic demeanor. In this world, all things exist in a delicate balance of mutual creation and destruction, and this holds true for magnetism and electricity. Magnetism can generate electricity, while electricity can counteract magnetism. As for me, I possess the power to conquer all. Even if your ability to control the magnetic field can withstand my attacks, you cannot resist the might of my subordinates. In your next life, do not choose to be my enemy again, child. Having spoken, I turned to ascend into the sky, preparing for my next move. My dear, what are they doing? Just as I soared into the air, the voice startled me, nearly causing me to stumble mid-flight. Simultaneously, a wave of dread surged within Eric. The Storm Man's command over the lightning intensified, transforming the previously localized storm cloud over Washington Square into an ominous mass that enveloped the entire city. Well done, brother. Increase the firepower and eliminate him. I was taken aback by the Storm Man's formidable strength, which I had never witnessed before. He appeared so unassuming. Who would have thought he had such hidden prowess? With this realization, I found myself addressing him with newfound respect. Ah, old one, this is not my power. At that moment, the lightning that had struck Shinran ricocheted, hurtling towards Eric's face. Oh no, my lord, save me. Sensing impending doom, Eric swiftly concealed himself behind Tianchi. Activating his molecular control ability, he effortlessly deflected the bolts of lightning. Storm Man, what is happening? It is not me. It is him. The Storm Man stammered, trembling as he pointed toward Shinran. Though he could manipulate the storm and lightning, he certainly could not achieve such a feat. This scene was utterly terrifying. Boom, boom. The sound of thunder erupted suddenly, as an ancient hammer shot skyward, halting amidst the storm clouds. Serpentine bolts of lightning danced around the hammer like dragons. All the mutants present were left in stunned silence, and even the ordinary humans watching on their screens believed a deity had descended. At that moment, another imposing figure shot up from the ground, wondering if this entity could counteract you. Shinran's voice, filled with playful intrigue, echoed through the heavens. As he stretched out a hand, the ancient hammer, cloaked in lightning, surged towards him with great speed.